Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, My Philosophy. Come on, Azula, you are the pride of the Uchiha. Show them who's the best, my dear mother said, puffing me up like a proud peacock. Very on brand for an Uchiha. Seriously, who else but the Uchiha would drop world-ending expectations on a 5-year-old like it's a daily occurrence? Oh wait, scratch that. This whole damn world has a PhD in child labor. Whether you're from a shinobi clan or just an average villager with big dreams, everyone wants their spawn to either save the world or die trying. If you're from a civilian family, your parents want you to rise above and become a hero. If you're from a shinobi family, congratulations, you're their personal redemption arc. And if you're from a clan, haha big jackpot, you are the legacy. No pressure, right? I gave a quick glance at the other kids being cheered on by their equally delusional parents. What kind of pressure could they possibly put on me? And then I felt it. That burning, envious, I want your head on a stick kind of stare. I turned around, and there she was, Tsunade Senju. The so-called princess of the Senju clan, my alleged rival. I'm Azula Uchiha, firstborn of the current Achiha patriarch. The one who stepped up after Madara did his rebellion stunt and ghosted like the drama king he is. So, technically, I'm the princess of the Uchiha clan. And well, I have not one but two memory sets in this cute 5-year-old body. One belongs to a woman from Earth who unlocked financial freedom, lived her fantasy life, and died from a cocktail of happiness and SNU. She went out with a smile and probably a broken pelvis due to trying many toys. The second, Azula, crown princess of the Fire Nation. Which means, in both lives, I've been royalty. 2 different Fire Nations. 2 different worlds. Same divine energy. With my Earth memories, I practically have a cheat sheet to this entire world, past, present, and even future. Like, hello, I already know how this story ends. It involves a certain genocide and yeah, I'm not here for it. Just thinking about anyone touching my family makes me want to light someone on fire. And not in the metaphorical way. Literally. On fire. But I'm not panicking. That whole massacre thing's scheduled way down the timeline. And with me in the picture, that episode's getting cancelled. Permanently. Right now, the village is still shiny and new. The first shinobi war just ended, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's still getting cozy in the Hokage seat. The Uchiha clan is still thriving. We've got grizzled Warring States veterans sipping tea next to rookie war heroes. It's a full-on golden age. And me, I'm basically a walking cheat code. 2 lifetimes of memories, baby. Plus Azula's combat skills, political savvy, manipulative charm, and of course, her firebending. How that even works in this chakra-infested world, honestly no clue, but it does work. I can firebend with no hand seals, no jutsu chance, nothing but sheer will and aesthetics. My chakra control is off the charts, Hashirama level probably. I'm on god tier finger snap level. Of course, I didn't go full avatar, the exploding edition on anyone. I'm not stupid. Flaunting the kind of power at this age is how you end up as a science experiment or a missing nin before you hit puberty. So I kept things subtle. Just enough flex to make other kids cry at night, but not enough to earn myself an assassination attempt. Honestly, with no internet, no memes, no Netflix, I've had a lot of time to reflect. 5 years of silent brooding and internal monologues. It's like being the main character in an artsy anime. Very on brand. Today's the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy. Technically, anyone can get in now, especially with the war over. But let's not kid ourselves, the village is absolutely gonna sort the future prodigies from the cannon fodder. They say it's all equal opportunity, but please. This is the ninja world. Fairness left the building the moment kunai were invented. The test was laughably easy. Nothing about ninjutsu, no chakra control nonsense, because heaven forbid they make things unfair for the precious civilians. Gotta keep up the illusion of fairness, right? Since the little commoners don't have access to ninjutsu or chakra training, we had to keep it equal. So instead, they judged us on 3 things. First up, taijutsu sparring. And I say sparring generously, because what kind of joke is a fight between 2 5-year-olds who still can't tie their sandals properly? Still, I won't lie, it was kind of a sight. These kids may be barely out of diapers, but their physical strength is damn near on par with gym rats from my old world or even better in terms of agility. Chakra-enhanced preschoolers. It's terrifying. And hilarious. Of course, 3 brats stood out right away, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Like, hello, could they be any more obvious, walking plot armor with baby teeth? Jiraiya's just got a sturdier frame than most, and Orochimaru's hoarding a bit more chakra than the rest, but nothing groundbreaking. No curse snake slithering out of his sleeves yet. Only Tsunade's showing any real promise, and even then, she's barely scratching the surface. More chakra and brute strength than the rest of the little runts, well, aside from me, truly. Tsunade's got potential, sure. Wasted potential, but potential. I mean, if Orochimaru had that meathead body of hers, he'd probably be a Superkage by the end of the Third Great Ninja War. But well, the woman did have her dose of trauma, although it's not excuse, which serious ninja doesn't have his dose. Anyway, even with their current mediocrity, the Sannin wannabes still managed to win their matches. Orochimaru especially, he had it easier than Jiraiya. Brains over brawn and all that. As for me, my match was a whole different brand of comedy. I got paired with a Nara kid. Same age as me. Sitting there yawning like a 90-year-old war veteran waiting for his last breath. The audacity. 5 years old and already radiating existential dread. But don't let the vibes fool you. I had zero mercy to spare. I didn't even need to bust out the ninjutsu, I wasn't about to accidentally obliterate him and get detention on day one. He tried to use his clan's shadow manipulation. I say tried because wow, that poor boy was struggling like a laptop running Windows 98. So, naturally, I punched him. Right in the face. No technique, no chakra tricks, just a clean, fast leap and bam, good night. Third one-shot of the day. Except this time, it wasn't some nameless civilian getting decked, it was noble clan versus noble clan. The crowd was shocked, and of course, some drama and whispering among them. After being healed by Mito, who accompanied Tsunade and was probably the only healer present, he was awake and stared at me like I'd just told him Santa wasn't real. So, like the classy princess I am, I mourned for him, 3 seconds, very respectful. That punch is probably going to haunt his entire clan's reputation unless he grows up and does something legendary. Meanwhile, my mother was naturally beaming, glowing, and radiating pride like a lighthouse. Honestly, I could get used to that look. First life, second life, didn't matter, I'd never seen it before. Kinda nice, not gonna lie. Then came the second test. Simpler than my opponent's battle strategy. Target practice. Just good old kunai throwing at dummies with painted bullseyes. Because nothing says, elite ninja, like throwing kunai. This test bothered me even less. Azula herself had a killer throwing technique, and with how mind-numbingly bored I'd been lately, I'd practiced kunai throwing obsessively. I got too good at it, honestly. It's not even fun anymore, just muscle memory and perfection. Azula, what do you think of your future classmates? My now mother asked, voice perfectly Achiha, calm, sharp, and always carrying that faint whiff of judgment. She wasn't like Mikoto, the Uchiha woman I remember best from the show. No soft smiles or gentle patience. No, this woman was textbook Uchiha, proud of her bloodline, strict about everything else, and barely tolerating anything that didn't scream excellence. And my father, he's the patriarch. That title has even more weight now, and he made sure everyone knew it. He didn't bother to show up today, but that was fine with me. I wasn't exactly yearning for a family photo op. As for the question, there was no need for a dramatic inner monologue. They're good, I replied flatly. I'm optimistic about the Senju princess and these two. But they should already know I'll always be stronger. My mother didn't scold me for my arrogance, which to be honest, isn't arrogance when it's true. Instead, she just gave a small nod and reached out to rub my head. Good. Stay confident, but don't slack off. You're naturally gifted. I've no doubt you'll become one of the strongest Uchiha one day. Classic pureblood Uchiha approval. Cold, calculated, and slightly affectionate in that weird, I'll kill for you but won't say I love you way. The second test was a breeze. Just a demonstration of basic kunai throwing skills. Even civilian-trained ninja kids could handle it. We each got 5 kunai to do whatever we wanted. Most kids managed to hit 1 or 2 targets. The overachievers took their time and hit all 5. Impressive to them, maybe. I didn't waste time. I threw all 5 kunai in the span of 2 seconds, each aimed at a different dummy. Bullseye, all of them. That's why they call me a prodigy. The third and final test was somehow even simpler, just a paper. We had to write about our dreams, goals, and philosophies. Yep, this world really expects 5 or 6-year-olds to spill their souls on parchment like little war poets. Philosophy, love, loyalty, and sure, nothing weird about that at all. I'm pretty sure this is the part Hiruzen really cares about. Where he quietly labels us in his mental files, trustworthy, loyal, manipulatable. He always gave that vibe in fanfics back in my first life, manipulative behind the grandfather smile. I couldn't care less. I don't see myself as radical as the rest of the Uchiha, believe it. Family or not, blood doesn't matter to me. What matters is if I see you as someone worth trusting, someone worth calling a friend. I know the ninja world is brutal, but I also know that real friendship can exist. That there are people here who would die for you. And if I ever find someone like that, well, they'll have my loyalty. Village or not. So, no. I didn't write that I'd die for Konoha just to get on Hiruzen's good side. I wrote exactly what I thought. If he likes it, cool. If not, then whatever. I'm not some pawn he can toss away when it suits him. The Uchiha now aren't the Uchiha of the future. And me, I'm not just another clan kid. I'm the patriarch's daughter. He'll think twice before trying anything with me, well, unless Danzo want to do something for Konoha. Chapter 2, The Sound of Thunder. Strictly speaking, yeah. I'm kinda looking forward to the academy. Not for the friends or the fun or whatever normal kids get hyped about. I just want to finally learn something that doesn't start with, back in the glory days of the Uchiha. Seriously, if I had a Ryo for every time someone in the clan said glory, I could bribe my way to Hokage. Probably. At home, it's all stories. Glory this, pride that, you're the descendant of greatness, act like it, blah blah blah. But when it comes to actual jutsu theory, chakra control, nature manipulation, nada. Just lectures that feel like brainwashing with extra steps. I want the real stuff. How chakra flows exactly, how nature energy works, and whether it's even possible to bend more than one element like the Avatar. And yeah, I already tested my affinity, lightning and fire. Not bad, but come on, couldn't I at least get 3 or even more like that young lad Hiruzen? Guy was out there summoning mud walls, shadow clones, and freaking fire dragons all before lunch. If I could master every chakra nature like him, maybe I'd be an Avatar but, well, with a tiny little bit more edge, a tailed beast, and no pacifist nonsense. Honestly, I'd settle for just being stronger than Tobirama at least. Racist water freak. Anyway, before I got too deep into those power fantasies, which, trust me, is a daily thing, I spotted my mother waiting outside after the exam. Now, it's not like she was there because she was worried. No. That's not how Achiha parenting works. She was there to supervise, observe, mold. Because everything I do, the way I walk, talk, breathe, is supposed to reflect the Achiha ideal. Nervousness isn't allowed. Unsure. That's weakness. My voice must be confident, sharp, clear. Speak like a leader, they say. Because you are one. In modern terms, that's called being raised in a control freak environment. But compared to what I've seen in Azula's memories, this is paradise. She grew up in a house where love came with knives, where being the perfect daughter meant twisting yourself into whatever shape pleased her father. All for a little affection. A kind word. Anything that didn't feel like a cage with flames. And she never got it. Not really. I'm different. I know I'm not her. But I still feel her. That pain and loneliness in her chest, the way she broke inside while looking whole outside, I understand all of this because I have the memory and feel like it's something I have lived through. But at least here, in this world, even if it's controlling, it's still love, just in a colder, shinier wrapper. So, I can adapt. I will. On the way home, I couldn't help but notice something again, something I've been watching for the past 5 years. The Uchiha aren't yet as isolated as I remembered from the anime. They're still respected. Still feared, sure, but involved. We had someone from the clan as one of the Hokage's disciples. That would be unthinkable in the canon timeline. Yeah, Madara's rebellion still lingers like a bad smell in history class, but so does the clan's sacrifice in the First Great War that has just ended. It's not like after the Second Ninja War where we didn't participate greatly or in the Third where we were completely marginalized by Sarutobi. It didn't take long before we reached the Uchiha district, nestled deep in the center of Konoha and not far from the Senju lands either. Anyway, when we got there, the place was a ghost town. And I don't mean that poetic, foggy kind of ghost town with tumbleweeds and ominous crows. It was just straight up empty. But that's what happens when you're still picking up the emotional shrapnel from the First Great Ninja War. Barely a year has passed, and people either lock themselves in their homes or the rest are around the academy waiting for their kids. I finished early today anyway, so it's normal for them to not be back. Then there's my father. The moment we stepped inside, there he was, back turned, arms folded, staring at the wall like he was posing for the cover of Stoic Samurai Monthly. The sheer aura he gave off nearly made me want to dig a hole in the tatami and vanish. You're back earlier than expected, he muttered without even sparing us a glance. So mysterious. So dramatic. Someone please get him a fan and some theme music. How was it, he added in that deep, unimpressed tone that could probably scare a wild boar into retirement. I rolled my eyes so hard I saw my past life. Thankfully, Mom jumped in with her usual Yandere smile, the kind that could melt glaciers but gives me shivers every day. It went great. Azu was the best, first in everything. Though she might have found herself a rival. Hashirama's granddaughter, no less. He scoffed. Of course he did. Humph, Hashirama's granddaughter. I'm better than his son. While that brat snoozed on the prestige of his father and uncle, I was out there, bleeding in the war for Konoha. There it was. The proud, guilt-drenched patriotism of the Uchiha. Still trying to earn forgiveness for Uncle Madara's Godzilla tantrum. Anyway, I cut in before he launched into a full-blown history lecture about Uchiha glory. You do remember our bet, right? Simple deal. If I came out first at the academy evaluation, he'd finally start teaching me lightning nature ninjutsu. I've been bugging him about it every single day, but his answer's always the same: your body's not ready. Whatever that means. I've already done a secret test of the bending technique and it worked. Once. Alone. Late at night. Just enough to confirm it worked. I didn't go all out nor did I observe the change. This is the ninja world. For all I know, some creepy root-dwelling Zetsu is watching me through a leaf. Or the Hokage with his forbidden jutsu that lets him spy through the ball, though, to be fair, I doubt even he could sneak peeks inside the Uchiha compound. Too many traps. Too much paranoia. Plus the same answer, I'm the clan head's daughter, after all. There could be a jonin tailing me every time I was alone and the current me might not even feel it. So, no full-blown chakra plus bending technique experiments just yet. But I need lightning nature. It's the closest thing to proper bending in this world, flashy, fast, and perfect for someone like me. Some techniques don't even need hand seals. It's basically ninja jazz. In fact, ninjutsu are a scam. Reizanon, Chidori, fancy hand signs, and dramatic zoom-ins. But the more I thought about it, and the more I accidentally stumbled into that cursed thing called Boruto, the more I realized something important: these chakra techniques are practically lunch for every mid-tier villain that pops up later. Oh no, he's absorbing chakra. Of course he is. They all do. It's like chakra-based attacks are just expensive snacks for bad guys now. So, yeah. I decided early on, forget flashy ninjutsu. The real path to power is raw, unfiltered physical strength. Train your body to the absolute limit, hang in the 8 gates formation plus whatever technique your Menjikyu got, and you may really be able to punch anyone you want. So in the earlier stage, I want sculpted muscles, sharpened reflexes, zero dependency on pretty lights. Combine that with lightning nature to stimulate your cells like crazy, shock out all the impurities, and you're looking at Kimobikure progress. Azula's memories back me up here. She lived long enough to see the world evolve, even watched the weird steampunk bending circus called Legend of Korra. So, I need a valid reason to start using lightning bending, and I also want to learn the lightning ninjutsu of this world. Then the old man sighed. You know, he said, voice calm, unlocking chakra this early is already risky. Playing with lightning nature on top of that will make you even more in danger. Just stick with our clan's legendary fire style. It's what made the Uchiha great. I stared at him. Long hard. Unblinking. If there was a ninjutsu type more useless to me, it's fire. Yeah, Madara made it look godly. But remove that one outlier, and what do you have left? A bunch of dramatic fireballs that barely singe anyone. If you ask me, fire style's only real job is to look cool while missing its target. Earth has more practical uses. Defensive walls, traps, terrain control, you name it. Lightning and wind are swift and deadly. Water can heal. But fire? All style, no substance. Of course, maybe that's just because no one really pushed fire nature to its limit. But that's not my job. I'm not here to revive Uchiha pride, I'm here to win. The old man probably felt the way I was, staring holes into his back, because he sighed again. Then, like a reluctant merchant giving a stubborn customer a discount, he turned and held out a scroll. Fine, he muttered. If you want to learn fire ninjutsu, no matter which one or many, I will personally guide you. But I think your body isn't ready for lightning nature ninjutsu, so you can only learn it yourself. But of course, if you can't and change your mind, then come to see me. I took the scroll without hesitation. Without bowing or thanking, because lightning was calling. Officially start this time, don't forget to vote please. Chapter 3, Welcome to Hell, also known as the Ninja Academy. And as the sacred will of fire proclaims, droned Instructor Shimura, his voice flatter than a dropped dango stick, each and every shinobi must diligently plant the seeds of unwavering camaraderie within the fertile soil of teamwork. For only together, watered by mutual trust and bathed in the sunlight of shared purpose, do we truly bloom into the radiant, prosperous future Konoha deserves. I blinked, slowly, like a particularly unimpressed owl who'd just heard the world's most boring haiku. Seriously? Seeds. Soil. Blooming. Was this Ninja Fundamentals 101 or advanced metaphorical gardening? My brain felt like it was trying to wade through 3 feet of mud. Was it too early in the day to clutch my stomach, let out a convincing groan, and make a break for the infirmary? Maybe fake a sudden, tragic allergy to inspirational platitudes. Because this right here, was my grand, glorious, legendary first day at the one and only Konoha Ninja Academy. The hallowed halls where legends like the Sannin would scrape their knees. The fiery crucible where future Hokages were forged in the fires of, repetitive lectures about flowers. The elite training ground destined to sculpt warriors whose names would echo through the bloody, glorious annals of shinobi history. And here I was, getting a horticultural TED Talk disguised as ninja philosophy. My enrollment form definitely did not mention mandatory gardening metaphors. You know what? Maybe that pint-sized, mustachioed lunatic had stumbled onto one nugget of truth. The whole abolish all schools thing started to sound less like villainy and more like a public service announcement. If I'd known unlocking Chakra came bundled with fortune cookie wisdom about communal flower beds, I might have rethought my career path. Heck, listening to the clan ranting about Uchiha genetic superiority and the crushing weight of destiny suddenly sounded like a riveting podcast compared to this mulch. At least it would have explosions. Remember, students, Shimura-sensei intoned, somehow making even that sound like a dirge, teamwork isn't just a cornerstone of shinobi life, it is the cornerstone of all missions. Even the mightiest among us, standing alone, is but a leaf before the storm. Just end me. Please. I let my forehead thud gently onto the cool wood of my desk. Forget Uchiha concentration drills. Right now, mastering the shadow clone jutsu felt like the ultimate survival skill. Imagine it, one miserable clone stuck here absorbing the fertilizer of wisdom, while the real me was back home, napping, or maybe trying to figure out how to weaponize ramen. Brilliant. Why hadn't I prioritized that? Isn't it better than understanding lightning nature ninjutsu? Desperate times called for desperate distractions. My eyes scanned the room like a sensor ninja on perimeter duty. Sweet relief. I wasn't the sole soul drowning in this sea of boredom. Over there, looking like he was trying to fuse with his desk through sheer force of will, was a young Jiraiya, future super pervert and toad sage, currently embodying the very spirit of checked out. A few seats over, a Hyuga heir was practicing subtle eyelid calisthenics, probably trying to activate the Byakugan just to see something interesting. Even a couple of the usually attentive, seriously uptight clan kids looked like they were mentally composing epic poems about paint drying. Sensei didn't bat an eyelash. Dude was clearly a seasoned veteran of the boredom wars. As long as no one started a kunai-throwing competition mid-lecture or spontaneously combusted, he'd probably blissfully ignore the comatose state of his students. Seriously, back on Earth, in the dark ages of mandatory education, you at least had the nuclear option, the phone. Sneak it under the desk, pretend you're taking intense notes, maybe catch a quick game or doom scroll through cat videos. Risky, yeah, but possible. But forget it here. Every single teacher prowling these halls was a freaking chunin. Might not be Kakashi-level legends, but their hearing is very ninja sharp. You could drop a pin crafted from the fluff of a baby cloud rabbit in the back row, and they'd know. You could think about sighing too loudly, and they might sense the impending soundwave disturbance. Your only hope was their monumental, practiced apathy. Pray to the sage they just didn't care enough to call you out. Sighing internally, because external sighing might trigger Sensei's dormant hearing jutsu, my gaze finally landed on the blank scroll of paper in front of me. Paper, the Naruto world's technological marvel, sometimes. This whole dimension had a tech tree planted by a drunken squirrel. One minute you've got crystal balls for surveillance and chakra-powered prosthetics, the next you're writing with ink brushes, and messenger hawks are the height of comms. It was gloriously, bafflingly uneven. Anyway, distraction secured. Since reincarnating into this world, I'd picked up some hobbies, one of them being drawing. Past life me couldn't sketch a convincing stick figure to save his life. Seriously, my artistic talent peaked at lopsided smiley faces that I could only do after entering the zone. But this time around, dedication plus ninja grade hand-eye coordination equals, well, I could confidently say I was hovering around master level now. Portraits, landscapes, detailed schematics of theoretical jutsu that would probably get me labeled a missing nin if anyone saw them, you name it. It helped that these fancy Uchiha eyeballs were basically high-definition scanners. I could see the exact point where my line wobbled a micron off course. Perfectionist's dream. Or nightmare. Sometimes I wondered, if I ever mastered high-level genjutsu, could I basically project the image directly from my mind onto the paper like an internal projector? No messy hand movements, just thinking the picture into existence. I know. Pure, unadulterated genius. Probably bordering on lazy genius. Don't judge. You try sitting through hours of Will of Fire, gardening similes and see what your brain cooks up. But seriously though, the whole trauma equals power up mechanic here is problematic. I'm the kind of person who gets way too immersed in stories. A well-written character death would probably have me crying in anger for some time, maybe even almost hating the author. But considering real-life world death, that's trickier. Packing 2 lifetimes worth of memories into one skull, one lived enough to kill many times, became a psychopath, but managed to live into old age, kinda changes your perspective. Death sucks, yeah. But it's also natural. The cycle, you know. Plus, this is the Naruto world. Death isn't always the final boss. Between Edo Tensei, Rinne Rebirth, Sage of Six Paths hand-wavy magic, and who knows what else Orochimaru's got bubbling in his basement vats, permanent is kind of a flexible concept. Knowing you could potentially drag Uncle Bobo back from the Pure Land if you really put your mind to it, well, it kinda takes the raw, world-shattering edge off the grief, doesn't it? So, picturing some horrific tragedy befalling a loved one, would I be devastated? Absolutely. Would I rage? Probably. Would I ugly cry? Almost certainly. But would that specific cocktail of despair and loss be potent enough to fry my optic nerves and unlock a funky new kaleidoscope pattern? The Manjiki Sharingan. Honestly. Doubtful. It feels like you need that pure, unadulterated, soul-crushing emotion, the kind that shatters your reality before you've built up any emotional calluses or metaphysical loopholes. Unfortunately, I've got calluses on my calluses and a mental Rolodex of resurrection options. Awakening the Sharingan itself would be hard enough. The Manjiki would probably feel like trying to win the trauma lottery, and I'm not sure I even want to buy a ticket. So I need something that can truly stir my dead-ass emotions, that may make the sage and wise me cry like a baby or scream into a pillow at 2 a.m. And there's nothing quite like a beautiful, gut-wrenching manga to do the job. Once I start reading, I'm usually diving headfirst into the pages. My body stays behind, but my soul is out there dying with the characters, especially if one of them reminds me of that certain Attack on Titan series that once had me rethinking life, death, and possibly therapy. There are bound to be stories of so many ninja in this world that could wreck me in the same way. Who knows? Maybe if I find something that hits as hard as Attack on Titan, I'll awaken my 3-Tomo Sharingan out of sheer emotional damage. Maybe not only me, but something so traumatizing that it makes other Uchiha awaken their Sharingan. I'd like to see Tobirama's face if that happened. Unfortunately, manga didn't exist in this world, so I'm going to create it. It's time to share the pain. Not, my friend moved away, pain, but the soul-obliterating, your entire worldview is a lie and everyone you love dies, kind of pain. The ninja world doesn't know it yet, but I'm about to drop emotional nukes through manga. Question is, what should I write about? I thought about my favorite, Attack on Titan, but nah. That one's too divisive. Some people love it, others say it's overrated, and I'm not in the mood for philosophical debates with 12-year-olds. One Piece. Too long, too cheerful, and I've skipped enough episodes to make even Luffy forget who I am. Fairy Tail. Finished it. Good vibes, but the power of friendship thing isn't what I want to share unless I make Makarov's death real, but this still isn't what I want them to feel. Honestly, if I drop something as impactful as Demon Slayer, it might start a whole new manga wave in this world. Which is kind of the goal. That said, I haven't finished Demon Slayer. I dropped it around the part where Muzan blows up his own family. After all, I just don't like people killing their family, but well, he didn't have a choice from his point of view, did he? Anyway, I just don't like him. It's my anti-family killing trauma, especially when it comes to certain nephews who might need to learn the fist of love from their lovely aunt, aka me. Despite that, I somehow ended up sketching that guy, the Michael Jackson-looking demon boss himself. My hand just moved on its own. It's unscientific. But I smiled. That can only mean one thing. My decision's been made. I'm going with Demon Slayer. While my teacher changed and started blabbing on and on about the will of fire like he's some ancient philosopher, there I am, in the back of the classroom, sketching anime characters like my life depends on it. I'm thinking, what if I redesigned Muzan to look like Danzo? For a second, I was tempted. But then I realized that would be an unforgivable crime. Like, ruin his whole vibe type of crime. Danzo doesn't have the terrifying elegance Muzan does. Muzan is smooth. Still. Calculated. Like a predator in a Gucci cloak. Danzo. He's more like an old crypt keeper with an eyeball fetish. I can't sully Muzan's aesthetic like that. He deserves better. Still, I had to tweak the design a little. His crimson eyes were too Sharingan-coded. People here might start asking if he's an Uchiha, and I'm not ready for that conversation. So I toned it down, adjusted the shade. Now he just looks like a very angry, fashionable vampire. After confirming that I may start drawing my manga, I needed to adjust my schedule. First on the list, learn lightning release. In the short term, it's my best bet for raw power. My firebending is already outperforming most fire release techniques, so no need to overtrain there. Time to zap things instead of just burning them. Second, learn the shadow clone jutsu. Because that thing is the ultimate life hack. With my chakra control, it'll be easy to learn. Even if I can only make one clone that doesn't fight, I can at least have it draw for me or, better yet, take classes in my place while I'm training to become stronger. So yeah. That's the plan for the next few days: lightning release, shadow clone, and drawing the first manga this world has ever seen. If you like it, don't forget to vote, guys, and I will be very pleased to receive feedback, ideas, and suggestions. Chapter 4, Hiruzen and Danzo Daylight Story. It was still early in the morning, and the sun was passing through the towering windows of the Hokage's office, making it bright and clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, sat not in his chair, but perched on the wide stone windowsill, his gaze fixed intently downward, towards the cluster of buildings that housed the Ninja Academy. Below, tiny figures moved across the academy yard like ants after a rain. His focus, however, was laser-sharp on one specific figure seated near a window in a classroom. Even from this height, the vibrant cascade of raven black hair, distinct even among other Uchiha children, was unmistakable: Uchiha Azula. She wasn't paying attention, not in the way the other Uchiha would normally, heads bowed dutifully over scrolls or straining to catch Itsuki's lecture on the will of fire. Azula sat with a slight slouch, her chin resting on her palm, elbow propped on the desk. Her free hand moved with swift, decisive strokes across a sheet of paper. She was clearly drawing. Hiruzen couldn't see the subject, but the smile on her face while drawing was unexpectedly giving him chills, as if it was something bad. Too many eyes, Hiruzen thought. Far, far too many. Azula, engrossed in her sketch, seemed not to notice, or not to care about, the surreptitious glances flickering her way from her classmates, the way Itsuki's eyes looked toward her for less than a second, showing clearly he knew what she was doing. Hiruzen could even detect the subtle shifts in chakra signatures from ANBU observers placed on nearby rooftops. The sheer volume of attention focused on one class and this girl was simply beyond his expectations. The genius daughter of the Uchiha patriarch. The title repeated in his mind. Learned to speak coherent sentences before her first birthday. Walking unaided mere weeks later. Presented with the abstract concept of chakra extraction by her formidable father, Uchiha Taijima, and mastering it after a single explanation, a feat that left many shinobi shaking their heads in embarrassment. She had a dual chakra nature, fire and lightning, a potent combination that spoke of inherent power and volatile potential, but most importantly, the same as the great Madara Uchiha. She'd reportedly mastered her first fire release jutsu, the foundational Gokakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, within days, not months. And then, the audacious declaration she made resounded through clan compounds and Hokage tower corridors alike: fire release is too easy. I want to learn lightning release too. Hiruzen sighed, the sound a soft whisper lost in the cavernous office. He remembered Tobirama-sensei's sharp, analytical eyes fixed on reports of the young Uchiha prodigy. The second Hokage had seen not just power, but a crucible needing careful shaping. That one, Tobirama had stated during a rare, quiet moment reviewing Uchiha potentials, tapping Azula's file with a long finger: she is too talented and has great potential, at least not less than Izuna. Left solely to the Uchiha's insular pride and their historical inclinations, she could become another Madara. Or worse, something entirely new and uncontrollable. Once this summit concludes, I intend to take her as my personal student. Guide that fire before it consumes her and everything around her. But Tobirama-sensei was dead, just on the eve of the end of the brutal crucible of the First Shinobi War. And Hiruzen, his chosen successor, sat in this office feeling like an imposter perched on a throne of glass. His position was precarious and embarrassingly so. He knew, with a certainty in him, that the Uchiha clan, fiercely protective and notoriously proud, would never relinquish their once-in-a-lifetime genius to an outsider's tutelage. Not unless that outsider carried the legendary reputation of Hashirama or Tobirama. Hiruzen Sarutobi, despite his formidable skills and the title of Hokage, was just a Sarutobi. His Sarutobi clan had been strong vassals to the Senju, respected, but not revered like the founding clans. His ascension felt less like destiny and more like a compromise forged in the desperate aftermath of Tobirama's sacrifice, heavily reliant on Uzumaki Mito's steely endorsement and the Uchiha's guilt over Madara's betrayal. He could still feel the skeptical stares, the unspoken question: is this the best Konoha can offer? It was already good that no one confronted him directly, plus he was strong enough not to complain about his situation, and fortunately, he found one small stroke of luck in the gloom of his political reality: Azula herself. Unlike the stereotypical Uchiha, whose warmth rarely extended beyond clan lines, Azula was different. Infamously so. Reports spoke of a spirited, almost disruptive energy. She wasn't aloof, she was naughty. Pranks involving strategically placed inkwells, clever verbal sparring that left everyone flustered, a disregard for protocol that bordered on disrespectful, these weren't the hallmarks of a cold, clan-bound automaton. This showed that she had a spark of individuality, perhaps even a mischievous empathy buried beneath the Uchiha pride. Was it possible? Could this fiery prodigy be molded into something that served the village, not just the clan, just like Kagami? His gaze drifted from Azula's absorbed figure to another, sitting straighter, blonde hair shining like spun gold even from this distance, Senju Tsunade. Hashirama-sama's granddaughter, the village princess, brimming with inherited vitality and burgeoning gambling talent. Seeing them both, the Uchiha firebrand and the Senju heir, learning, or not learning, under the same roof. Konoha is truly blooming, Hiruzen murmured, the words tasting both sweet and bitter. So much potential. I must become the Hokage Tobirama-sensei believed I could be. For them. For everyone. The first war had been a meat grinder, leaving scars on the land and the soul of the village. Yet, it had also cemented Konoha's status as the undisputed strongest. The losses were horrific, but the survivors were titans. The Uchiha clan alone, with their Sharingan and fire mastery, could likely hold Tsunade at bay. The Hyuga, with their Byakugan and gentle fist, combined with the formidable Inoshikacho trio and the disciplined might of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, could match Iwagakiru's stone-hard resilience. The Senju lineage, supported by the formidable Fuinjutsu and vitality of their Uzumaki allies, presented an almost insurmountable barrier to any other major village. And presiding over it all, a silent, watchful pillar of strength, Uzumaki Mito. Widow of Hashirama, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her power as the strongest Uzumaki, who only married the strongest, that was Hashirama, a deterrent as potent as any army. She was, without question, the single strongest shinobi alive. Konoha's strength was undeniable, overwhelming. And that, paradoxically, was part of Hiruzen's problem. His own clan, strong but not foundational, felt insignificant amidst these giants. He ruled because Mito willed it, honoring Tobirama's dying wish, and because the Uchiha, still stained by Madara's treachery, lacked the moral high ground to object. But now that he had tasted the responsibility, the sheer intoxicating potential of guiding this incredible village, he didn't want to step down. He craved to prove himself, to lead Konoha to even greater heights, to weave the disparate threads of its mighty clans into an unbreakable tapestry. He believed he could do it. He had to. Heaving another sigh, heavier this time, Hiruzen finally pushed himself off the windowsill. The view of the academy, with its dual symbols of hope and political headache, was replaced by the austere reality of his desk. His eyes fell immediately on the object dominating its surface, something that could even provoke a war, the scroll of seals. This was his path. His lifeline. Hiruzen understood the fundamental law of the shinobi world with brutal clarity: strength is absolute. Power commanded respect, silence dissent, forged loyalty. He lacked a Kekkei Genkai, the inherited trump cards that defined clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga. His gift was versatility, an affinity for all 5 basic chakra natures. A broad foundation, but not a singular, overwhelming pillar. The Scroll of Seals, repository of Konoha's most potent and dangerous jutsu, many created by Tobirama himself, was his crucible, his cheat code to bridge the gap. If I can master even 60% of the techniques within. The thought was always in his head. He wouldn't reach Tobirama's icy, innovative genius or Hashirama's godlike power, but it would be enough. Enough power to silence the whispers, to force recognition, to make the clans truly see him not as a placeholder, but as Hokage in his own right. Thud. The heavy oak door of the Hokage's office crashed open without warning, without even the courtesy of a knock. The sudden violence of the sound shattered Hiruzen's concentration, making him jerk his hand back as if burned. He didn't need to turn. The heavy, deliberate footsteps, the faint scent of steel and old paper, the sheer presumption, it could only be one man. Hiruzen, a voice rasped, dry as autumn leaves scraping stone. It seems you're making yourself overly familiar with this office. Have you forgotten the way to your own home? Shimura Danzo stood in front of him, who, despite being young, looked like an exhausted old man who had suffered a huge setback. A wry, humorless smile touched Hiruzen's lips. Danzo. I should be saying that to you. Entering and leaving the Hokage's office without knocking, you grow bolder by the day. His tone held no real reproach, more the long-suffering complaint of a man used to an old friend's abrasive habits. Danzo merely snorted, a sharp, dismissive sound. Boldness is recognizing necessity. While you bury yourself in scrolls and sentiment, the village requires active stewardship. Iwako must despair of ever seeing you. He stepped fully into the room, moving towards the desk, his gaze flickering over the scroll of seals with some interest before settling back on Hiruzen. The mention of Hiruzen's gentle wife, Iwako, was a subtle barb, implying neglect of personal duty for uncertain political gain. Hiruzen indeed felt something at the mention of Iwako. He did miss Iwako's calming presence. But Danzo was right, in his own way. He was buried here by choice. He couldn't show that weakness, not to Danzo. Danzo thrived on perceived vulnerability. He was relentlessly pragmatic, a man who saw the world in stark shades of black, white, and Konoha's survival gray. He would never visit without a purpose. So, Hiruzen said, moving around the desk to stand behind it, placing the solid wood barrier between them, a subconscious gesture of authority. He kept his voice level, carefully neutral, trying to strip it of any hint of accusation or weariness. I assume you didn't brave the stairs just to chastise me about my work habits or my relationship. To Danzo, still haunted by the moment he hesitated to sacrifice himself for Tobirama, a hesitation that allowed Hiruzen to seize the mantle of Hokage, Hiruzen's calm tone, his position behind the desk, sounded like the condescension of a superior. It stung the nerve of Danzo's own ambition and regret. He thinks I come begging, Danzo thought, the bitterness of familiar acid in his throat. He sits in Sensei's chair and forgets who stood beside him, blade ready, while he trembled. Yet, Danzo was a master of swallowing pride for perceived greater gain. He forced the tension from his shoulders, adopting a posture of cool deliberation. Perceptive as ever, Hokage-sama, he acknowledged, the title laced with some irony. My visit concerns the currently in the academy dangerous Azula today. Hiruzen's senses immediately sharpened, his posture unconsciously straightening. Any mention of the Uchiha, especially that Achiha, was a potential landmine. Danzo, whatever thoughts are brewing in that tactical mind of yours, tread carefully. Provoking the Uchiha, especially regarding Taijima's daughter, is not strategy, it is courting disaster. We are all Konoha. We bled together in the war. He emphasized the last point. Danzo gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. Disaster is the consequence of inaction and poor planning, Hiruzen. Do not mistake pragmatism for provocation. I have no intention of antagonizing the Uchiha. My thoughts are focused on advantage. Advantage for the village, and significantly, advantage for you. He paused, letting the implication hang. Done correctly, this could secure the Uchiha clan's support. Combine that with the existing backing of the Senju, primarily through Lady Mito's adherence to Lord Second's wishes, and your position as Hokage would become unassailable. Hiruzen felt the hook sink in, barbed and tempting. It definitely wasn't greed for power, he believed his leadership could benefit Konoha, but the allure of stability, of finally stepping out from under the shadow of his predecessors and the doubt of the clans, was potent. Explain, he commanded, his voice low. What precisely do you propose? Seeing Hiruzen engage, truly consider his proposal, was a victory in itself. Danzo lowered his voice conspiratorially, though the office was empty save for them. Azula's talent is undeniable. She eclipses even Kagami at the same age, and Kagami stands among the strongest shinobi we possess. Her identity, Danzo continued, makes her infinitely more valuable and infinitely more dangerous. She is Taijima's blood, his heir apparent in all but formal declaration. This grants her immense influence within the clan but makes her utterly inaccessible to outside guidance. The Uchiha will cocoon her in their doctrine, their pride, their susceptibility to emotional extremes. They will mold her into another weapon solely for the Uchiha, maybe another potential Madara. Hiruzen opened his mouth, perhaps to offer a counterpoint about the Uchiha's loyalty or Kagami's example, but Danzo cut him off with a sharp gesture. You know the history. You know their psychology, ingrained by generations of conflict and the Sharingan's curse. Tobirama-sensei understood it better than any of us, which is precisely why he intended to intervene. But sensei is gone. The opportunity he saw is still there, but it is fragile, fleeting. We stand at a unique confluence of factors. Danzo began to pace slowly. First, the guilt. Madara's betrayal, leading directly to Hashirama-sama's decline and death, which precipitated the First War, that stain is still fresh on the Uchiha collective conscience. They are defensive, aware of the village's lingering suspicion. They want legitimacy, acceptance. Second, Azula's age and temperament. She is young, brilliant, and crucially, confident. Uchiha confidence is a predictable lever. Third, your position, while challenged, still holds the authority of the Hokage. He stopped pacing and faced Hiruzen squarely. Here is the proposal, we accelerate Azula's path. We plant the seed, subtly, of course, that true genius transcends the Academy's plodding pace. That the ultimate mark of distinction, surpassing even the first son, would be to graduate exceptionally early. Someone whispers it where she, or her proud father, might hear. We frame it not as necessity, but as an honor reserved only for Konoha's brightest star. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. Force her onto the battlefield as a child. Danzo, Tobirama-sensei founded the Academy specifically to prevent that. To give children a childhood, to train them properly before throwing them into the meat grinder. Who said anything about throwing her to the wolves? Danzo countered smoothly, his voice like oiled steel. The graduation itself is symbolic. The exam is the stage where she inevitably excels, demonstrating power that belies her years, which she will. Hiruzen, you've seen the reports, and you, as Hokage, step in. Publicly. Before the council, before the clan representatives. You extend an offer, not as a demand, but as a gesture of unprecedented goodwill and recognition in the fragile peace following the war. Danzo's eyes gleamed with cold strategy. You offer to take Uchiha Azula as your personal apprentice. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, extending the hand of mentorship to the Uchiha clan's jewel. You speak of Tobirama-sensei's unrealized intention, of your desire to honor his vision and foster unity by guiding their greatest talent personally. You emphasize that her potential belongs not just to the Uchiha, but to all of Konoha. He paused, letting the scenario unfold in Hiruzen's mind. Consider their position, Hiruzen. Refuse? They publicly spurn the Hokage's magnanimous offer, reinforcing every suspicion about their isolationism and ingratitude, especially so soon after Madara's shadow. The village's sympathy, already strained, evaporates. Their political capital plummets. Except, they gain the Hokage's personal patronage for their heir, a powerful symbol of acceptance and integration. Taijima gains immense face. And you, Danzo pointed a bony finger at Hiruzen, gain direct influence over the most powerful emerging asset in the village. You mold her loyalty. You subtly steer her development away from pure Uchiha. You secure the clan's backing through their most prized possession. Hiruzen stood utterly still behind his desk, Danzo's words repeating in his head. The plan was diabolical in its simplicity, its ruthless exploitation of pride, guilt, and political vulnerability. It was feasible. It addressed Hiruzen's deepest insecurities and offered a path to the stability he longed for. But the cost. Images flashed in Hiruzen's mind, Azula, small and fierce, drawing in a sunlit classroom, seemingly happy. Tobirama-sensei's stern face, lecturing on the evils of child soldiers, the sacred purpose of the academy. The eyes of young Genin returning broken from the front lines of the First War. Was he contemplating doing exactly what the system was designed to prevent? Exploiting a child's talent and arrogance for political gain. Manipulating an entire clan through their love for their prodigy. Yet, the alternative. Azula molded solely by Taijima and the Uchiha elders, her immense potential honed into a weapon of clan supremacy, her unique spark extinguished by dogma. His own tenure as Hokage perpetually undermined, his authority questioned, potentially leading to instability that could fracture the village from within. Could he afford not to act? He looked at Danzo, really looked at him. Hiruzen knew his oldest friend, his rival. Danzo never acted solely for another's benefit. There was always another layer, another angle. What did he gain from Azula becoming Hiruzen's apprentice? Influence over her by proximity. A weakening of the Uchiha's insular control. A demonstration of his own indispensability to the Hokage. Hiruzen couldn't see the full picture, and that uncertainty wasn't something he wanted. To ask Danzo directly would be to shatter the trust between them, to imply suspicion Danzo would never forgive. It would turn a potential ally in this dangerous gambit into a resentful adversary. Hiruzen needed Danzo's cunning, his ruthlessness, even as he feared the direction it could take them. He let out a long, slow breath, straightening the Hokage hat on his head, meeting Danzo's expectant gaze. Okay, Danzo, Hiruzen said. It's a bold strategy. Let me think about it. Was moving yesterday and didn't manage to upload, sorry, and don't forget to vote. Chapter 5, The Kindergarten Conspiracy, an Uchiha's Guide to Surviving Minions. Azula's POV. Oi. My voice cut through the academy classroom's post-bell chatter like a poorly thrown shuriken. What precisely does this, I gestured vaguely at the semicircle of pint-sized nuisances suddenly surrounding my desk, have to do with me? A vein throbbed rhythmically near my temple. Or it would have, if I weren't currently trapped in this prepubescent body. Is there an invisible sign above my head that reads, I need your attention? Because it feels like it. My audience was eclectic. Front and center, radiating misplaced confidence, stood Tsunade Senju. Her fists were already clenched, a worrying habit, considering she'd apparently decked Shikoku Nara earlier over a misplaced inkwell, or possibly because he'd looked at her funny. Motivations at this age are distressingly primal. Shikoku, the guy I beat earlier, himself lurked slightly behind her left shoulder, looking profoundly bored, though his eyes held that unnerving Nara sharpness, cataloging everything like a tiny, sleepy spy. Flanking them were the dynamic duo of future chaos, Jiraiya, vibrating with poorly contained energy, practically bouncing on the balls of his feet, and Orochimaru, unnervingly still, his gaze fixed on me with unsettling intensity. Hovering near the back, radiating earnestness like a miniature sun, was Mito, already practicing his good guy pose. And sprinkled around were various other future cannon fodder, sorry, classmates. A veritable kindergarten Konoha summit, convened at my desk. All this, just because I dared to draw. Or maybe there's something deeper. 3 days of hitting my head against the Uchiha-shaped wall. The source of my current irritation wasn't just the miniature mob. It stemmed from 3 days of fruitless negotiation with the most stubborn entity in the 5 nations, Uchiha Taijima, my father. My objective was very simple but essential, the shadow clone jutsu for efficiency. One me mastering chakra theory, another practicing katas, a third catching up on essential beauty sleep. Even prodigies need their 8 hours, while I, the original, plotted world domination, or, passed the academy exams with flying colors. Flawless logic. The one with the same name as Madara's father had one counterargument. You are too young, Azula, and it's too dangerous. Your chakra reserves, while impressive for your age, are still developing. Learning lightning release was already pushing the boundaries of what I can allow, so the shadow clone jutsu is absolutely impossible. He punctuated this with a small smile on his face, looking for all the world like a benevolent father denying candy, not a military dictator denying a tactical advantage. The infuriating part was he wasn't entirely wrong about raw capacity. My current chakra might be currently far more than anyone else's at the same age, but it still would only be comparable to Ino Yamanaka's chakra level just after graduating the academy. But raw power is for brutes and, well, Naruto. Finesse is where true mastery lies. And in control, I had absolute, unwavering, and precision-carved control. My research into this world's ninjutsu while mastering lightning release ninjutsu had yielded fascinating parallels to the Avatar world's bending arts. Firebending and lightning generation felt remarkably similar to channeling chakra without the tedious hand-waving and shouting. It was pure, instinctive manipulation, the kind of effortless mastery only legends like Hashirama Senju, hands clap, forest appears, were supposed to possess. It felt natural. As natural as breathing fire had been. Yesterday, driven by scientific curiosity and sheer annoyance, I'd sneakily tested this theory. After using the pathetic D-rank Reiken no Shogeki, lightning release, sparking shock, I'd retreated to a secluded training ground. Closing my eyes, I reached for that familiar inner storm, the crackling energy that had once danced at my fingertips in another world. ZZZZT. A tiny, controlled arc of pure blue-white lightning leapt from my index finger, dancing precisely where I willed it. No hand seals, no shouted technique name, just pure, focused intent channeling chakra into the precise form I desired, lightning bending. Experimentally pushing more chakra into it, the spark flared brighter, hotter. The drain felt identical to casting the official ninjutsu, same energy cost, vastly superior control and flexibility. The implications were surprisingly shocking. Every competent bender from the Avatar world, dropped into this chakra-infested landscape, would be hailed as a prodigy and might as well have Hashirama-level chakra control. And me? Azula, princess of the Fire Nation, master strategist, and undisputed first true lightning wielder. I'd be a deity wouldn't be out of the question. A very well-dressed, strategically brilliant deity, naturally. But alas, no shadow clone. Which meant my meticulously planned schedule was thrown into disarray. Lightning and chakra theory relegated to home study. My intricate schematics for improved Konoha fortifications, purely hypothetical, of course, and elegant Fire Lotus designs confined to academy doodling time. Utterly inefficient. Back to the present infestation. 3 days in this glorified daycare, and the social dynamics were already ossifying. Clans clustered, rivalry sparked, alliances formed over shared snacks and mutual dislike of ninja arithmetic. Did I participate? Did I engage in the scintillating debates about whose dad could beat up whose dad? Did I care that Kota Akimichi could eat 17 rice balls in one go? Absolutely not. It wasn't arrogance. Well, not just arrogance. The fundamental issue was perspective. Inside this small body resided the mind of a seasoned adult, tempered by fire, betrayal, and ultimate power, layered on top of the memories of an entirely different Azula who'd lived and died in a world ruled by elemental mastery, not chakra, and clandestine organizations. My worldview was forged in crucibles these children couldn't even imagine. Their concerns, playground hierarchy, teacher approval, snack time, felt trivial. Alien. Like observing ants squabble over a crumb. So, I maintained polite distance. Nods. Curt greetings. A carefully cultivated aura of approach only with extreme caution and a very good reason. Apparently, my aloofness, combined with the inherent Achiha mystique in my frankly impeccable posture, had been misinterpreted as charm. A magnetic allure. Hence the current blockade around my desk. Ridiculous. Humph. Tsunade's voice, sharp and demanding, shattered my internal musings. She planted her hands on her hips, radiating Senju indignation. As the esteemed princess of the Achiha, she practically spat the title, care to explain what you're doing, doodling away, not even listening to sensei. Shouldn't you be setting a better example? The Princess Barb. She'd clearly been coached. By whom? Grandpa Danzo, perhaps. Did that man's shadow already stretch long, even over kindergarten politics? I suppressed a sigh that threatened to rattle my tiny ribs. Tsunade's misplaced rivalry was becoming tiresome after only a few days. Someone, likely an adult with questionable motives and too much time on their hands, had clearly whispered poison in her ear, painting me as her eternal rival. The sheer banality of it. It triggered a visceral, almost instinctive revulsion. Was this the dreaded echo of the Azurindra cycle? A cold shiver traced my spine. Madara was still out there sulking in his cave, so the next cycle should wait obediently for Naruto and Sasuke, right? I met Tsunade's challenging gaze head-on, adopting my best, disappointed royalty, expression. Firstly, I stated, my voice cool and precise, cutting through the classroom murmur, I am not the princess of the Uchiha. I am Azula. Uchiha Azula. I let that hang for a beat, watching her blink in surprise. Secondly, what I am doing has nothing to do with you. We are from the same village but essentially strangers. I have things I like and dislike, and you also have things you like and dislike, so why should I do things that you want me to do? Then, after saying that, I even showed them my drawing, though there weren't words in the panel as it's something I would do later, but well. Her reaction was priceless. Tsunade's mouth actually fell open slightly. Shikaku's droopy eyes snapped fully open, zeroing in on the diagram. Jiraiya leaned forward, squinting. Whoa. That's way better than my frogs. Orochimaru's gaze intensified, a flicker of genuine interest crossing his usually impassive face. Due beamed. Such youthful dedication. The collective surprise was apparent among them. They'd probably expected arrogance, dismissal, maybe a haughty sniff. Clearly, the Uchiha reputation for brooding intensity and emotional constipation preceded me. Tobirama's legacy truly was the gift that kept on giving. I mentally added, deconstruct Tobirama's propaganda, to my ever-growing and almost infinite to-do list. Jiraiya, ever the opportunist, seized the momentary silence. Hey. What kind of drawing is that? Looks complicated. Let me tell you, he puffed out his chest, I'm an artist too. My specialty. The female form in all its glorious. My glare hit him like a physical force. It wasn't just annoyance, it was a promise of meticulously planned retribution involving hot pokers, permanent ink in unfortunate places, and perhaps a strategically placed eel down his trousers if he ever directed his artistic talents my way. The sheer, icy intensity of my focus, honed by the memory of years of command and conquest, momentarily overwhelmed his childish bravado. He physically flinched, taking a step back, his face paling slightly. Ah, yes. The ninja world. Intent leaks. Must remember to modulate the homicidal impulses around the under-10s and adults. Another mental note for later. Predictably, Tsunade was less than impressed with Jiraiya's artistic ambitions. Her fist connected with his shoulder with a solid thwack. Idiot Jiraiya. What do you know besides drooling on your desk and snoring through history, she snapped, her momentary surprise forgotten in the face of easier prey. Their bickering was somehow boring and a little bit cringe from my modern perspective, but anyway, my time was precious. Every moment spent enduring this juvenile circus was a moment not spent analyzing chakra flow pathways, how to create a new Kekkei based on nature transformation, or devising countermeasures against potential Danzo interventions in the future. I leveled them all with my flattest, most unimpressed stare, perfected over years of dealing with sycophantic ministers and incompetent generals. If you have a point, I enunciated slowly, each word dripping with disdain, articulate it. Now. I am operating on a schedule tighter than one of the teachers. My gaze flickered to the Nara boy, who seemed unperturbed, making him shiver. The group exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between the ringleaders. Tsunade stepped forward again, puffing herself up. Fine. I heard you're strong. So. She slammed a fist into her open palm. Fight me. Her eyes blazed with challenge. Welp. There it was. The classic, determine the playground alpha, gambit. How utterly primitive. Tsunade, future pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, resorting to brute force resolution at age 6. It was almost endearing in its predictability. Like watching a kitten try to roar. I kept my face a mask of serene indifference, though internally I was rolling my eyes so hard they might have gotten stuck. Fight. I repeated, letting a hint of incredulous boredom seep into my tone. You mean, play rough? How, energetic. But no thank you. I find recreational violence messy. Tsunade's face flushed. Play, she practically shrieked. I said fight. A real fight. To see who's strongest. I understood the game instantly. It wasn't just about Tsunade's bruised ego or childish competition. This had fingerprints all over it. Konoha politics, even at this larval stage, were a viper's nest. The Senju and Achiha, the founding pillars, were supposed to be united. Hashirama and Madara's dream, a sanctuary from endless war. But Tobirama's legacy of suspicion was a poison seeping into the next generation. Someone, a parent, a clan elder, maybe a certain future root cultivator, had whispered in Tsunade's ear, painting the Uchiha girl as a threat, a rival to be challenged. Shikoku's presence reeked of intelligence gathering for the Nara clan heads. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Pawns, easily manipulated by the promise of excitement or knowledge. Duel. Probably just enthusiastic. The trap was obvious. Option 1, I fight. I win, because obviously. Result. Achiha arrogance confirmed. Senju air humiliated. Tensions escalate. Whispers of Uchiha aggression begin. Perfect fodder for Danzo's future files. Option 2, I fight and lose, laughable, but hypothetically. Result. Uchiha weakness exposed. Senju dominance reaffirmed. More grist for the rumor mill. Option 3, refuse. Result. Perceived cowardice or arrogance, but crucially, no actionable incident. No victory or defeat to exploit. Just, nothing. My choice was clear. I waved a dismissive hand, the motion imbued with centuries of royal disdain condensed into a 6-year-old's gesture. I comprehend your desire for physical validation, I said, my voice dripping with condescension so thick you could spread it on toast. However, my motivations are currently aligned elsewhere. Save your enthusiasm for the Academy's sparring sessions. Or perhaps a vigorous game of tag. Now, if you'll excuse me. I didn't wait for a response. In one fluid motion, perfected through years of tactical retreats, a necessary skill, even for princesses, I swept my notebook and pencils into my bag, pivoted on my heel, and headed not for the door like a commoner, but for the nearest window. With a grace that belied my age, courtesy of ingrained Fire Nation agility and burgeoning Uchiha reflexes, I slid the pane open and vaulted cleanly through, landing lightly on the grassy ground outside. The stunned silence from the classroom behind me was more satisfying than any childish brawl could ever be. Landing softly, I adjusted my bag and strode purposefully away from the academy building, the crisp air a welcome relief after the stifling atmosphere of juvenile intrigue and unwashed hair. Sometimes, I truly despised this world. Not for its dangers or its primitive technology, but for the sheer, suffocating weight of its politics. Konoha, this Will of Fire village, was founded on a beautiful, fragile dream, an end to the clan wars. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, titans weary of burying their kin, clasped hands, metaphorically, I assume, Madara wasn't big on casual touch, and built a refuge. A place where Senju and Uchiha could raise their children side by side, learn each other's ways, and finally break the bloody cycle. A noble aspiration. Fatally flawed. Because they forgot the rot within. Tobirama. That man, his prejudice wasn't just personal, it was institutional. He never wanted to understand the Uchiha. He saw the Sharingan, the potent chakra, the fierce pride, and labeled it all dangerous, a threat to be managed, contained, feared, not integrated. And like mold spreading in the dark, that attitude infected the other clans drawn to Konoha's promise. The Uzumaki, the Hyuga, the Aburame, the Inuzuka, the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka, they absorbed the subtle cues, the unspoken boundaries. The Uchiha compound, ostentatious and proud, became less a symbol of founding power and more a gilded cage within the village. Madara saw it. He saw the cracks forming even before the mortar dried. His departure wasn't just petty jealousy over the Hokage hat, as the sanitized village histories likely claimed. It may be the bitter realization that Hashirama's dream was being strangled in its cradle by his own brother's suspicion. The dream of understanding was being replaced by the reality of alienation. And now, decades later, the poison has trickled down. Down to the academy playground. Down to a 6-year-old Senju heiress being subtly nudged to challenge the Uchiha princess. Down to a Nara child observing with detached, analytical interest. Down to whispers in the dark, fanning embers that could one day become a conflagration. If I had fought Tsunade today, win or lose, those whispers would have found fuel. C. The Uchiha are aggressive, or C. The Senju maintain dominance. Either narrative served the purposes of those lurking in the shadows, those who thrived on division. Danzo Shimura's future root operatives weren't born in test tubes, they were cultivated in the fertile soil of childhood rivalries and clan suspicion. By refusing, by dismissing it as juvenile nonsense, I denied them that fuel. I gave them nothing but my retreating back and a whiff of disdain. This whole situation makes my comic book plan go from, maybe useful, straight up to, absolutely critical, save the world now, priority. Seriously, looking around at this blissfully ignorant, chakra-brainwashed world, it's like everyone's sleepwalking towards a cliff while humming nursery rhymes. How can I follow them when I remember those cosmic locusts, the Otsutsuki, the ones who treat lifeblood and chakra like a convenient snack bar? I even remember some theory about a certain Otsutsuki Shirbai that those who have watched a certain Boruto fanfic talk about, they said he isn't just some alien but a deity. Reality itself is supposedly his Play-Doh. Whether it's the past or the present, he can apparently tune in like it's celestial cable TV. Even among his own kind, the legends call him a god. With entities like Shirbai floating around the cosmic void, and who knows how many of his kin lurking in the shadows with the power to swat the fourth shinobi war away like a bothersome fly, how in the sage's name can I justify wasting precious minutes just to spar with a young Tsunade? Fun for a Tuesday, maybe, but not now. Playing village politics. That's rearranging deck chairs while the iceberg, no, the planet-killing comet, is hurtling towards us. Every second spent schmoozing or pulling punches is a second stolen from what truly matters, power. Raw, unadulterated, world-shaking strength. Once you reach a certain tier, say, buzzing around like Naruto and Sasuke did during the war arc, tossing around truth-seeking balls and Susanoo arrows like confetti, what does Konoha's approval even mean? In the absolute worst-case scenario. Grab mom, dad, the important cousins, maybe a few loyalists who aren't idiots, and bounce. Found a new village somewhere scenic. With enough firepower, if all 5 Kage united against me. Tough luck. They'd be trying to extinguish the sun with squirt guns. And that's before we factor in the sheer, terrifying potential of an unleashed Uchiha clan. Fugaku? Itachi? Shursue? Kagami? Imagine them all wielding the Manjiki Sharingan, their eyes burning with power. At that level, politics isn't a game, it's an irrelevant footnote scribbled on the margins of history. Strength is the policy. So, yeah. My focus is laser sharp. I will get that shadow clone jutsu from the old man. It's the ultimate force multiplier, the key to accelerating everything. But to pry it loose, I need to prove it won't turn my young brain into scrambled eggs. And I will do it simply. A little demonstration. The Kakashi Lightning Festival, Toddler Edition. After about a month. I'll put on a show that'll make their eyebrows hit their hairlines. In fact, I've practically memorized every zap and crackle about all the lightning release ninjutsu in those scrolls. At the very least, the theory is crystal clear in my mind. The only things holding me back are this pint-sized chakra reserve and a body still catching up to my ambition. If I had a fully developed vessel, I'd be sculpting lightning dragons and forging thunder swords on the daily. I will show him that I can easily do D-rank jutsu, I can spam them like firecrackers. Then I'll nail a few C-rank ones, until finally pulling out a glorious B-rank technique. For most seasoned jonin, a B-rank is their ace in the hole, their desperate trump card. A kid wielding that kind of power should be more than enough to convince the Hokage my brain can handle clones. And by then, I should also be able to finish the entirety of Season 1 of Demon Slayer in anime form ***. Having a body better than any human on Earth is just cheating. Honestly, writing discussion of a few kids isn't good because it'll make you die of cringe. Anyway, for those who can, hope you will vote for me. Chapter 6, Finalization of the Future Path. I couldn't find anything about Tsunade's parents, but her mother must be alive at least, because Nawaki would be born during this period, but she shall be conveniently gone. Good riddance. Third POV. When Azula left, the excitement vanished like smoke in the wind. The crowd that had gathered, hoping to witness something fun or dramatic, slowly began to drift apart. One by one, they left, bored or disappointed. There was nothing to see anymore. Tsunade was the first to walk away. She didn't say a word to anyone. She didn't want to. Her little legs moved quickly, but her heart felt heavy, like someone had stuffed it full of wet stones. Pictures kept flashing in her head, pictures she didn't want to see. Her grandpa, Hashirama, his big laugh, his goofy grin, the way he used to lift her up like she weighed nothing. Everyone said he built the village. Everyone said he was a hero. But he wasn't here anymore. He never would be. Her great-uncle Tobirama had been different, stern, smart, strict. He always looked like he was thinking 10 steps ahead. He talked a lot about danger and duty. He always mentioned the Achiha like saying they were explosive tags. Tsunade never really understood why. She just nodded when adults talked. But he was gone too. And then there was her daddy. Warm arms. Big hands. He used to carry her on his shoulders and run, making airplane noises. It felt like flying. Like magic. She remembered giggling so hard her cheeks hurt. But now, he wasn't coming back either. All of them were gone. So fast. Too fast. I have to be strong, she used to tell herself. For Mama. For Grandma. She had made that promise the day after Hashirama's funeral. She hadn't forgotten it. As she walked, she coincidentally heard people talking about Azula, which made her reflect on the scene earlier. In fact, Tsunade still didn't fully understand what Uchiha meant, but from the way Tobirama described them and how everyone talked about them, it sounded scary to her. 2 days ago, she had overheard Grandma Mito talking with that serious-looking man who always frowned, Danzo. Mito-sama, he said, his voice low. The Uchiha are being unreasonable. They're rejecting Hiruzen's nomination for Hokage. Even with Kagami support, they're resisting. Hiruzen offered to mentor Azula personally, showing goodwill to them, but even then, the clan refused. They want her to serve them, not the village. We might be raising another Madara. Tsunade hadn't understood half of what they said, and she couldn't understand why everyone called her a genius or why even the Hokage who succeeded Tobirama wanted her to be his disciple, but she remembered Grandma Mito's face, tired eyes, a deep sigh. She looked worried. And Grandma Mito rarely looked worried. In fact, by now, Tsunade understood that the reason she wanted to fight Azula earlier might have been because of jealousy. Anyway, she wasn't sure anymore, and she started to feel a little bad about how she had acted. Grandpa had told her stories once, about Madara. How he and Madara used to be friends. How the Uchiha weren't born evil. Maybe I was wrong, Tsunade mumbled to herself, looking down at her feet as she walked. She never hurt anyone. She never even looked at me. Why did I think she was bad? She frowned, confused and frustrated. Grandpa said the village was made for peace. But why can't I understand anything, she whispered, kicking a small rock off the road. By the time she arrived at the Senju compound, she still hadn't found her answer. She passed through the main gates. Some clan members greeted her warmly, but she barely responded. She just nodded and made her way straight to the place she always felt safest, home. Inside, she found not just her grandmother, Mito, but also her mother, Tsukiyo. Her mother had a big belly now. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She remembered, her mom had said she was going to have a baby soon. A little brother or sister. Just thinking about it made her heart feel a little lighter, the sadness melting just a tiny bit. Mother. Grandma. I'm back, she said, her face brightening with a real, warm smile. She ran up and hugged her mother tightly. Tsukiyo gently held her daughter, her expression soft but heavy with emotion. Mito, standing nearby, exchanged a long look with her daughter-in-law. Both women knew how much Tsunade had lost. Just 8 months ago, her father had died in the war. Not long after, Tobirama had been killed too. The blows had come one after another. But here she was, still smiling. Still trying to be strong. It broke their hearts. Mito, being an Uzumaki in the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, could feel the emotions inside her granddaughter. Even if Tsunade didn't show it, the storm was still there. Tsukiyo, though not a Jinchuriki, was also an Uzumaki, and a mother. She could sense it too. They knew Tsunade was hiding more pain than she let on. And Tsukiyo feared that more sorrow was coming. Sorrow she couldn't protect her daughter from. Tsunade, Mito said gently, sensing the tension in the room and wanting to change the mood, you came back a little late today. Did something happen? Tsunade's shoulders slumped as she sighed. Well. I wanted to fight Azula Uchiha. But she didn't want to fight me, she mumbled. Both women blinked. That was unexpected. Mito's eyebrows lifted with interest. If there was one thing she was confident about, it was reading people. Thanks to her long years as a kunoichi, a leader, and a jinchuriki, she had developed the ability to sense emotions deeply, unless someone used special seals to block her. Even Madara, Hashirama's old friend, couldn't hide from her senses. Thinking about Madara always made her feel complicated. She had once been the pride of Uzushio, the princess of the Uzumaki. Talented, powerful, admired. And beautiful. Many had wanted her hand in marriage, but she chose Hashirama. He had shared everything with her, his hopes, his dreams, his pain. He had told her about his friendship with Madara. How they'd once dreamed of peace. How the death of Madara's younger brother, killed by Tobirama, had shattered everything. How Hashirama had even offered to die to bring peace between the Uchiha and the Senju. She remembered how Madara had never shown bloodlust toward the villagers. Never once toward her. His anger had always been directed at Tobirama. But even so, in the end, he had fallen into darkness. And now, there was Azula. Another Uchiha. Talented. Powerful for her age. With more chakra than a regular genin, and she had just started the academy. Mito didn't want Azula to become like Madara. She wanted the girl to build bonds before she ever saw the darkness. She wanted Azula to care about something, to have people she'd be willing to protect. But the Uchiha clan was already isolating her. Danzo was right about one thing, Azula was being sheltered by the clan. Cut off. If Mito forced the issue, the girl might lose trust in the village, and worse, in herself. That would only plant the seeds of another tragedy. She couldn't let that happen. Why did you want to fight her? Mito asked, keeping her tone light. You're not usually the type to pick fights. Tsunade puffed her cheeks slightly. She looked a little guilty but tried to defend herself. I'm not violent, she said quickly. I only hit Shikoku 1 time, and maybe Jiraiya 3 times. But they were annoying. She paused, then muttered, and I didn't actually fight Azula, so it doesn't count. Mito chuckled softly. That sounded more like the Tsunade she knew. It's just. Tsunade continued, looking down, everyone says Azula's the best. That she's a genius. But she just draws all the time. She barely listens in class. So I thought, maybe if I beat her, they'd say I'm the best. As she said it out loud, she started to feel silly. Mito, though, was focused on something else entirely. An Uchiha who liked to draw was unusual. Most Uchiha children trained relentlessly. Azula really was different. But what worried Mito more was the way Tsunade talked. The need to prove herself. That kind of thinking could turn into envy. And envy could lead to hate, and hate would lead to darkness. She walked over and gently placed her hand on Tsunade's head, ruffling her blonde hair. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, she said kindly. The village wasn't made to show off who's the strongest. It was made to protect peace. Your grandfather would want you to fight for something, not against someone. Tsunade blinked. Her eyes widened just a little. That made sense. She didn't need to chase other people's approval. She had her own path. A soft smile returned to her face. The storm inside her calmed, just a bit. But she didn't see the look her mother and grandmother shared behind her back. A look filled with pain and helplessness. They knew, something was coming. And no matter how much they wanted to protect her, they couldn't stop it. Azula's POV. I'm sorry, Tsunade said, the words seeming to scrape against her throat like kunai on stone. The sheer weight of it, coming from her, the heiress practically raised on a throne of Senju privilege, destined to become a whirlwind of fists and fury, slammed into me with the force of a surprise water release jutsu. My carefully maintained facade of, somehow indifferent student, cracked. I just stared. Brain, offline. Mouth, slightly agape. Cool points, evaporating faster than morning mist off the Hokage monument. Apologizing. Tsunade. Was this some bizarre genjutsu? Had Danzo finally cracked and started drugging the water supply with hallucinogens? I knew, logically, it was probably about yesterday's incident. But still. That was the Senju princess in the anime who can't solve anything without a punch, and now she is swallowing her pride. In public. The sheer novelty was dizzying. I managed, eloquently. Smooth, Achiha. Real smooth. Recovering a sliver of my composure, mostly, I waved a dismissive hand, trying to channel my inner Chinese and not teenager caught off guard. Water under the bridge, Tsunade. As long as the lesson landed. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet of the classroom. What could I do? We weren't bosom buddies sharing dango. We were Achiha and Senju. Our families had grudges older than the Hidden Leaf village itself, etched in blood and battlefield dust. She gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod, a queen granting a minor concession, and retreated like a storm cloud pulling back, settling at her usual table near her future legendary teammates. My gaze swept the room as she sat. Okay, maybe our class wasn't quite the freak show powerhouse factory Naruto's generation would become, but let's not undersell the sheer concentration of future monsters crammed into these wooden seats. Just look around. Orochimaru, although not yet gloomy, was practically oozing unsettling genius even now, sketching complex Fuinjutsu arrays in the margins of his notebook instead of notes. Future architect of an entire hidden village's downfall. Check. Tsunade, the walking apology just delivered. Future Hokage, slug princess, living tank who could punch a mountain into gravel. Obvious. Jiraiya, currently trying to balance a pencil on his nose, oblivious to Tsunade's glare. Future Toad Sage, prophet, sort of, and author of literature that would make an Oni blush. Somehow, more powerful than he looked. Mike Dewey, beaming sunshine personified, doing invisible push-ups under his desk. The future Green Beast, the men who would define human potential, kicking open the eighth gate without a drop of alien blood or fancy eyeballs. The sheer, terrifying wool radiating off him was almost tangible. Narashikoku, lazing by the window, shadows subtly pooling near his feet even in broad daylight. A strategic mind sharper than a senbon, yet. I'd never heard his name in the endless scrolls of anime lore. Talented, yes. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. A chilling reminder of how easily brilliance could be snuffed out in this world. Hirako, this one is indeed surprising, but yeah, he was the one who practically was the main antagonist in the Naruto movie because he developed the chimera technique that allows him to absorb the chakra and keki Eigenkai of others. What a terrible technique. And then, my eye snagged on a face in the second-year section visible through the open door. Kato Dan. Recognition, fuzzy but insistent, prickled my memory. Tsunade's tragic future love. Doomed. Another name on the grim roster. A cold realization slithered down my spine. The Senju men. Hashirama, the god of shinobi, dead. Tobirama, the brilliant, ruthless Nidame, dead. Nawaki, the hopeful grandson, dead. Dan, future dead. Was it a curse? Had Tobirama, in his icy pragmatism, dissolved the Senju clan name, scattering them into the civilian populace not just to avoid elitism, but as a desperate gambit to break this relentless cycle of tragedy? The thought was pure, unadulterated shinobi gossip gold, the kind that could fuel 1,000 tavern tales. Stop it, brain. I mentally swatted the conspiracy theories away like annoying flies. Focus. Time to look busy and scholarly. I shuffled my working materials. Contrary to what Tsunade and the snoozing kid next to me probably thought, I wasn't completely checked out. Sure, the teacher's droning lectures on the will of fire could melt the resolve of a stone statue, inducing naps deeper than any genjutsu. But buried beneath the patriotic fluff were gems, foundational chakra theory, tactical principles, historical precedents, often sanitized, but still. Knowledge was power, even the boring bits. My secret weapon was my soul. Not to sound arrogant, but think about it. My original consciousness, fused with the fierce, fire-bending spirit of Azula, talk about baggage, then poured into this Uchiha vessel. That trifecta had to create something denser. Unless you were the sage of six paths himself or some chakra ghost hermit, I'd bet a bowl of Ichirakas that my spiritual energy, my een, dwarfed anything in this classroom, maybe even in the village among the living. It explained the freakish chakra control I meticulously hid, and my brain's ability to run multiple complex thought threads simultaneously without melting down. Right now, one thread sketched a surprisingly vicious Michael Jackson. Another half listened to the lecture, dissecting the propaganda. A third, the main one, was plotting world domination, or at least, personal ascension. Although I'm a genius, I have to know the level I should show, and I have it divided in two parts. The first part is my surface that I shall show. The spinny ball of doom, raised on easy peasy with my control. No need for shadow clones or water balloons. Pure, elegant, devastating force. Perfect, look, I'm talented but not freakish to the point of making someone want to eliminate me no matter the cost or consequences. Then lightning my fire, rate and enhancement sap the body. Boost reaction speed, toughen tissues, turn these Uchiha limbs into living weapons capable of handling bigger things later. Gotta build the temple before inviting the gods, right? Then I would use fire release for long range, the it never kills anyone special. Anyway, it looks awesome, covers distance, and honestly. Against 90% of mooks, a face full of dragon fire is plenty persuasive. Save the exotic stuff for the main bosses. Then came the real me that I wouldn't show unless reaching Kage level. The real power. Forget hand signs and chakra exhaustion. Imagine flicking a wrist and the earth itself rises like a dragon's spine. Or snapping fingers and the air around an enemy implodes. That's bending arts, manipulating elements with pure will and spiritual energy. An A-rank technique. More like a casual Tuesday afternoon. The sheer efficiency, the scale, this was my cheat code, my hidden ace. Mastering all 5 chakra natures was essential, and combining them with bending principles is where true, Hiruzen surpassing power lived. It was like water and earth bending merging into an unstoppable mud tsunami, guided by wind, ignited by fire, solidified with lightning chakra, pure, beautiful, terrifying synergy. And then the Sharingan. Everyone thinks it needs trauma, despair, the death of your goldfish under tragic circumstances. Hogwash. It's pure een release, spiritual power manifesting visually. And guess who's got een reserves deeper than the ocean? This queen. The tricky part isn't having the potential, it's triggering the damn evolution. Uchiha emotions run deep and cold, like subterranean rivers. It takes a seismic event, usually soul-crushing loss, to make the river burst forth, awakening the eyes. Sadness, profound and shattering, was the key. Awakening it. Non-negotiable. The Manjikyu. A steeper climb, but with this soul, the view from the top would be spectacular. Then I shall also master the sage mode. But crawling around Mount Myaboku getting slimed by toads while Jiraiya leers. Hard pass. The mental image alone made my Sharingan itch. Ryuchi Cave. Snakes whispering temptations, Kabuto's unsettling vibe, no thanks. Shikatsu Forest, home of the slugs. Theoretically Tsunade's turf, possibly Hashirama's source, intriguing, but shrouded in mystery. A problem for future me. 7 years is an eternity in shinobi time. No point sprinting toward a finish line that might not even exist yet. Then I should also try the mad scientist mode, for fun and profit. I have plenty of ideas and knowledge that no one in this world has. Chakra nature combinations beyond Kekii Genkai. Why stop at 2? Aim for Kekii Tota, 3 natures. Dust release was terrifying proof of concept. What about applying real-world physics? Electromagnetism manipulating metallic weapons. Sonic vibrations shattering defenses. Chakra-powered plasma. Every idle thought sparked a dozen more, a kaleidoscope of potential destruction and innovation. The sheer scope was intoxicating, but the only limit is time. I estimated roughly 50 years until canon would theoretically start, if it even happened. Would Naruto Uzumaki even exist in this timeline? With my butterfly wings already flapping, that is very doubtful. The future was a blank scroll, and I was itching to write my epic, with fire, lightning, earth-shattering bending, and hopefully, minimal tragic backstory. The academy days are indeed boring, but this is the foundation. Anyway, I plan to release a chapter at least every 48 hours from now on. Hope you can understand I'm also somehow busy and am writing for fun, and don't forget to vote, guys. Also thanks for the huge support earlier. Chapter 7, the test that wasn't supposed to be fun. Today marks the moment you face your true first test in life. You may have been called a genius all this time, but in the end, genius is just genius. The only one truly worthy is the one who fights and wins. That was my father. Tall, stoic, and dramatic as always. The kind of man who would absolutely deliver a life lesson even while bleeding out in battle, just because he thought the moment needed it. I gave him a serious nod. Real serious. Like I was ready to leap into history or something. But I was rolling my eyes in my head a little. Seriously, how can someone say so many words without running out of breath? But I held back the comment, because hey, gotta give him face. He's the patriarch. The big boss of the Uchiha clan. And he wasn't the only one here. Around us stood a bunch of elder-looking elders, their faces carved out of stone, probably because none of them have smiled since the Warring States era. Their subordinates flanked them like statues, and next to my father, my mother stood, unlike at home, now like a graceful shadow, calm, unreadable, elegant. She was basically the opposite of my current inner monologue. I knew exactly what today was, a test. A big fat, can you punch someone hard enough to earn the clan's respect, test. And honestly, my Chinese web novel instincts were tingling. You know, the kind where the overpowered young master gets tested in front of the whole clan, then smashes expectations like a watermelon in a summer festival. Yeah. That kind of vibe. Honestly, it reminded me of that moment in Naruto Shippuden, Hinata being forced to fight Neji in front of the Hyuga elders like some medieval talent show. Well, except this time it's me, and the clan is the Uchiha, and nobody here is expecting me to hold back. Ever since Uchiha Madara went off to be dramatic somewhere else, and took his world-ending tendencies with him, the position of clan head went vacant. He had no siblings, no children, no, oh hey this is my cousin twice removed who might qualify, nothing. So the Uchiha, being the Uchiha, naturally did what we do best. They fought over it. No democracy, no votes. Just fists, fireballs, and whoever was left standing. My dad came out on top. He won the blood-soaked game of capture the title. But even after winning, his hold on the position is, let's say, firm but shakeable. Some of the other branch families and old relics still look at him like they're waiting for a crack. So if I, the child of the patriarch, were to be officially recognized as the future clan head, it'd be like slapping a "don't even try" sticker on his position. But the Uchiha don't hand out promotions like candy. There's no paperwork. No interviews. Just battle. And oh boy, was I excited. I was practically vibrating. Who knew how long I've waited to legally punch someone in the face without consequences? Years. Even in my past life, I used to dream about stuff like this. I prayed for VR games with real pain mechanics. SAO, but without the dying part. Now here I am, with chakra, ninjutsu, and actual combat. So yeah, my adrenaline is probably sky high and my excitement is peaking. I walked into the center of the training ground. No fancy ring, no ropes, just a flat space cleared for combat. I knew that for Jonin or even Chunin fights, the battlefield usually expands into forests, mountains, or entire villages if things get spicy. But well, I'm just a child and my first opponent was, let's say, tutorial level. He was an Uchiha too, 1 year older than me, still a student at the Ninja Academy. A warm-up. Now, because of the wartime era, the academy curriculum had shifted hard. Stuff like the 3 basic techniques, Bunshin, Henge, and Kawarimi, were being taught much earlier. But I'd only been in the academy for 1 month. Barely long enough to memorize the school rules for some. He, on the other hand, was a second year and already learning techniques I shouldn't have officially touched yet. Theoretically, he had the advantage. Theoretically. Because I'm the daughter of the patriarch, which means access to nearly every clan jutsu that isn't labeled too dangerous by my overly cautious dad. Basically, if it doesn't explode the village and doesn't harm me, I've probably been able to practice it somewhere. My opponent stood in position, eyes sharp, posture rigid. No cocky sneer. No trash talk. Honestly, I was disappointed. Where was the "you brat, I'll teach you a lesson, cliché in me saying, courting death to spice things. Nope. He didn't even ask if I was ready. Just charged in like a missile, no hesitation, no hand signs, no signal. Classic hot-blooded rookie move. I couldn't hold back the grin stretching across my face. Of course, I didn't just stand there and let his punch connect. I like fighting, not getting punched. Big difference. I dodged easily, tilted my head just a little, and felt the breeze of his fist miss me by a mile. Poor guy. He was clearly trying to rely on physical dominance, hoping that his size and strength could overpower me before I could whip out any jutsu. After all, the reputation of me mastering many jutsu is still there. What he didn't know though was that his opponent is the wrong girl, because when it comes to martial arts, I'm confident that I should be in a whole different league. I'm not just some random reincarnator with my modern memory, I'm also the princess of the Fire Nation, bending prodigy. And bending is just elemental martial arts on steroids. There are all kinds of martial arts used in the Avatar world, ranging from Tai Chi to Shaolin Kung Fu, especially going to the Legend of Korra where it's even more diversified. I'm a martial arts monster. So when he missed, I didn't even think. My body just moved. My knee flew up, fast and brutal, and, bam, right into his stomach. He let out an audible ugh, as the air escaped his lungs like a popped balloon. Luckily for him, and for my outfit, I stepped back just in time before he could collapse and, heaven forbid, throw up on me. That would have been a tragedy. For both of us. I shook my head, disappointed. This wasn't the kind of challenge I wanted. Around us, the elders nodded calmly, as if the outcome had already been decided before it even started. My father didn't even blink. Clearly, this guy was just a formality. The appetizer before the real meal. Then, a new figure stepped forward. Taller. Older. More serious. The next challenger is Genin Futake. 9 years old. Graduated the academy at 7. Participated in the war, my father announced. Now this was different. This kid wasn't playing ninja. He was a ninja. The kind who's seen blood. Maybe even spilled some. Someone who has killed a person and someone who is still in the academy are completely two different kinds of people, let alone someone who has participated in the war. You could feel it in the way he stood. The silence in his eyes. That heavy, seasoned presence that only real combat could shape. I don't know though if him graduating at the age of 7 was because he was a genius or simply because of the war, but then, I don't care because it will not change anything. Of course, this didn't mean I took things lightly, because he is definitely worth it. Chakra is something extraordinary, and the older you are, the more your body can bear it, at least before your body functions start declining. And it has been just a little bit over a year since I unlocked my chakra, and my body hasn't yet been completely strengthened by it, while it must have been at least 5 years since he did so, which gives him more advantage. This guy didn't rush me like the last one. Also, there wasn't a dramatic flying tackle, no war cry. Instead, he calmly drew a kunai and slipped into a fighting stance. I wasn't using the same casual vibe like earlier either. No distractions, no casual thoughts, just pure focus. I even noticed the elders behind me quietly activating their Sharingan, probably to get a clearer view of our little duel, or more importantly, to step in if things got dicey. Typical old-timers. Always ready to jump in when the kids get too rowdy. Now, a fighting stance might not seem like a big deal to some, but trust me, it's everything. The right stance sets the momentum. Just standing in a strong stance can make your opponent hesitate, tense up, second-guess their own moves. And if your stance truly fits your fighting style, you've already got the edge. The tricky part is you can't just learn that kind of stance from a scroll or a training dummy. As you grow older, your body changes, your techniques evolve, and so does your stance. Especially for ninja, whose styles shift depending on the ninjutsu they learn. It's constantly adapting. His stance? More of a pseudo stance, if I'm being honest. Like he watched a bunch of different fighters and mashed everything together. Not bad, not good, just confused. But I wasn't much better, to be fair. Technically, I'm still evolving too. New ninjutsu means new adjustments. Still, when I strip everything down and don't rely on jutsu, I've got a personal style burned into my memory. One I've lived with my whole life. Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, if you ask modern Earth. Firebending stance, if you ask the Fire Nation. And judging by the surprise that flashed across his face, he definitely wasn't expecting that. Classic mistake. Surprise equals opening. Before he could blink twice, I lunged. My target wasn't a flashy knockout, because that would be too much underestimating him. I was aiming to disarm him. Hand-to-hand combat is my thing. I've always preferred fists over flying weapons. Sure, in the ninja world, everyone's tossing kunai, shuriken, and exploding tags like candy at a festival. But I've always found comfort in the simplicity of fists. But unless you're Naruto or Hashirama, who treat weapons like background props, you learn to live with steel. Still, this guy was indeed far better than I expected. His reaction was sharp, he blocked with his free hand and countered with the kunai in one smooth motion. I had to back off quickly. That little exchange told me a lot. He's been on the battlefield and indeed, his physical ability is not bad at all. This time, I stayed put. Let him come to me. He's older than me, ugh, yeah, in a straight-up match, that matters. Letting him take the initiative would make him drop his guard. And honestly, it was a bit of psychological warfare too. Uchiha are proud creatures. I knew that better than anyone. I showed him confidence from the start. Attacked first. Fought clean. That alone was enough to poke at his pride and make him think he had to put me in my place. Predictable. And sure enough, he charged. We clashed again. Fists flying, feet stomping, dodges, feints, blocks, it was beautiful. Exactly the kind of battle I had been itching for since reincarnating in this world. We were deep in it. 30 seconds passed, pure physical exchange. That might not sound like much, but for trained fighters, it's forever. Then I saw my chance. I slipped in, forced him to step back, and landed a clean kick that sent him crashing into a tree. I didn't follow up. No need. Warm-up was done. He got back up quickly, and instead of looking embarrassed or mad, he smiled. As expected of Azula-san, he said, eyes gleaming. Not even a year since entering the academy and you've already come this far. Now I'm sure, you're someone worthy to lead me. Who even was this guy? But hey, that's the Uchiha way. Recognition doesn't come with titles or age, it comes from proving yourself. And today, I just earned his. He took a long breath. Even though I'm older than you, you beat me in physical combat. Holding back would just insult you now, so I'll go all out. Then his eyes changed. Red, spinning, and one tomo. My eyebrows twitched. Sharingan at only 9. No wonder father praised him earlier. He quickly formed hand signs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. The iconic move of every second Uchiha brat. I didn't have the Sharingan yet, but I knew this technique well. Pretty much anyone who's ever watched the anime could recite it in their sleep, and I know the hand signs. At least he didn't scream it like he was performing a stage play. I smirked to myself and formed my own seal. Lightning release. I had to flex too. It's been just a month since I started learning lightning techniques. For most people, even grasping the basics this quickly would be considered insane. But I'm not aiming to be a monster with huge potential, but someone with status in the clan. I want every Uchiha to look at me and believe, truly believe, that I'm the one who will lead them to greatness. End of the chapter. Here is today's chapter, and starting from this, we can officially enter the Power Stones ranking. Hope we can achieve good results. Chapter 8, Faction. In the data book, it said that the 3 seinen graduated from the academy at the age of 6. Confused face. Reitan, Seitan show. Lightning crackled in my palm like a soda can, shaking with rage. It wasn't some legendary S-rank technique that could blow up mountains, this was just a humble zappy D-rank jutsu. It channels a small amount of lightning chakra into the palm, forming a static field that shocks the opponent upon contact. Think of it as the ninja version of dragging your socks across a carpet and then touching your annoying cousin, but with muscle spasms and the faint possibility of making your opponent pee a little. The moment he launched his fireball, I was already counting down. Most genin have a tiny buffer window after releasing a jutsu, barely a second, but again, to ninja who are all about speed, a second is enough to end a fight. I dodged clean, like it was choreographed. Like I was born for this. Then I struck. Not with a legendary jutsu. Not with a flashy finisher. Just my good old punch zapping with the small lightning. Now, this technique wasn't going to drop a bear with one hit, but it did cause muscle twitching and some sweet, sweet numbness. On an average genin, that's more than enough. If 2 chunin were punching each other full force, their fists would already deliver this kind of damage. That's why this is a D rank. It's not useless, just situational. Like using pepper spray in a gunfight. But this guy is also young, and although his strength is better than mine, but that's all, it's just a fight between 2 chickens. You know how you can tell a genin isn't built for real combat? When they try to moonwalk backward after getting shocked, face all surprised like they just realized that a 5-year-old girl who obtained lightning release scroll for a month has already mastered some. Too late, buddy. He hesitated, and in that hesitation plus the little buffer time, I made him pay. My lightning-charged punch sank into his gut with a satisfying whomp. There was no time for mercy, I mean, who knows? Maybe punching him in the face would have rewired his brain and made him awaken some nonsense like Ultra Instinct, Uchiha edition. Not risking that. He staggered but stayed on his feet, I'll give him that. Still, the coughing told me my attack was much stronger this time. And thanks to the jutsu's paralysis effect, his body was probably locking up like an old Windows PC. But I didn't feel proud, not even a sliver of joy. He was just a genin. Not even qualified to be cannon fodder in the great ninja wars. Definitely not worth mentioning in the Fourth War where people like Kaguya were treating Kage like bowling pins. Hell, let alone Boruto's era has alien space gods popping out like they're on a subscription plan. Maybe it's because I'm 5. Yeah, 5. And sure, I've got experience and talent most people would kill for, but my body and chakra reserves are still baby-sized. Give me a teenage body, just 15, not even full-grown, and I'd already be able to at least knock on Kage-level's door like a debt collector. I shook those thoughts away. Now wasn't the time to fantasize. Just as I was about to go in for another round while the genin was still wheezing, one of the elders stepped in like a killjoy. That's enough. We've seen what we needed to see. No. No. I glared. Do you know how long it's been since I had the joy of legally smacking someone in the face without consequences? And you interrupt me now. I wasn't the only one pissed. The genin boy looked like someone just unplugged his game mid-boss fight. But he swallowed it, bowed slightly, and muttered, "Yes, father." Oh, so that's his father stopping his game mid-boss fight, that's the usual routine. But still, this was the son of an elder, huh? That explains the "you're worthy to lead me" talk earlier. He wasn't just testing me for himself, he was the representative of a faction. And suddenly, the fight felt a little more political than personal. I didn't expect someone who's never had a proper fight, and who only started extracting chakra less than a year ago, to be this strong, the elder said, giving me the kind of look old people reserve for miracles and suspiciously spicy curry. TCH. Not only did he crash my fight, but now he was blocking my post-victory plan after showing off, convincing father to teach me shadow clone jutsu. I had a whole agenda set up for this duel. One dramatic win. One epic speech. And boom, shadow clone scroll delivered. But nope. This old bastard had to show off his 3-tomo Sharingan mid-fight to remind me he's a jonin and that I don't stand a chance against him. Figures. Probably didn't want to see his kid get folded like a camp chair in front of everyone. Sensing my sour mood, my father, bless his dramatic soul, appeared beside me in a flicker of speed. You did very well. Better than expected. You should be proud. I was this close to doing a smug but that'd make me look like a tsundere. And the Uchiha already have that reputation without me feeding the fire. Anyway, father, about that shadow clone thing we talked about. Before he could answer, the elder raised his hand like we were in class. I agree with Taijima-sama's decision. You're not ready for a technique like shadow clone. It's not a matter of talent about the risks. That jutsu can be dangerous if misused. Fatal, even. Dangerous. Tell that to Itachi, Shisui, and even Kakashi were throwing clones around like confetti in their first year. Sure, Itachi had his terminal anime disease, but Shisui and Kakashi turned out fine. My guess is Shisui probably found some clan legacy scroll, and then taught Itachi himself. So what's the excuse for stopping me? I didn't argue. Waste of breath. But oh, I will get that scroll today no matter what. Seeing that I didn't push back as usual, father's eyes narrowed a little, probably wondering why I let it go so easily, especially after the fight. In any case, he said, turning to the other silent elders. Azula has demonstrated her ability. I believe there's nothing more to discuss. That wasn't a question. That was a statement with edge, like, say something and I'll make it a problem, energy. And that is how you win a battle, get denied a scroll, plot petty revenge, and still make your dad proud, all in one morning. After the test ended, something strange happened. My father didn't return with us. Instead, he stayed behind with the elders, probably to engage in one of those long, mysterious grown-up discussions filled with heavy silences, slow nods, and the occasional dramatic Sharingan eye contact. Maybe they were discussing politics, clan strategies, or just trying to figure out which brand of tea best symbolizes the will of fire. Who knows? So it was just me and my mother walking back home. Not that I minded. On the surface, she's quiet, gentle, but she walks like a ghost, always one step ahead, even when I try to outpace her. She didn't say much, and neither did I. The silence between us wasn't uncomfortable, though. It was more like, peaceful. A small bubble of calm in a world that always felt like it was on the edge of a kunai. Anyway, today's a break. After the test, there's no academy, no lectures about the will of fire. No weekly test, and naturally, no teachers giving me the side eye because I finished my written test before they finished passing out the papers. According to my original plan, I should have spent the day sleeping or goofing off, but nope. I had work to do. Namely, finishing Season 1 of Demon Slayer. Originally, according to my estimation, I should have finished it today, but I had too many things to do and too much training to go through because my father isn't going easy on me. But hey, I'm getting there. With luck and 2 more sleepless nights, I might be able to wrap it up in 3 to 4 days. Still, while my hands were busy with ink and scrolls, my mind was active as always. Specifically, I was trying to figure out how to convince my father to let me learn the shadow clone jutsu today. Sure, I've shown talent, plenty of it. Maybe not at full throttle, but enough to turn heads. If I'm being honest, my current level is probably on par with Kakashi at this age. And that's me being humble. Most kids my age are still trying to do the clone jutsu without vomiting. Also, I can be playful, I've got a sense of humor, I like mischief, but definitely not childish. I've already proven my maturity. I think deeper, plan farther, and weigh consequences more than most adults I know. So clearly, I need to show him more than just skill, I need to show judgment. That I won't abuse the jutsu. That I understand my body's limits. That I know when to stop and when to push. But there's another decision looming over me, one even heavier than convincing my father. My faction. I have to decide where I stand in the grand chessboard of the shinobi world. Option 1, stick with the Uchiha clan. Natural, right? They're my people. My blood. My roots. But the problem? Clan politics. Elders whispering in corners. Alliances made in secret. Compromises that chip away at your freedom one favor at a time. I didn't sign up to be a pawn in some passive-aggressive family reunion. Option 2, pledge loyalty to the village. Not a bad idea. The Hokage system provides structure, resources, and lots of cool jutsu tucked away in forbidden scrolls. But again, politics. You gotta kiss the right rings, smile at the right people, act like you're okay with dying for the village even if the village wouldn't blink if you vanished. Option 3, create my own organization. Like the Akatsuki, but, you know, without the global terrorism. A group of rogue shinobi bound not by politics or tradition, but by shared vision and strength. No masks, no lies, just purpose. The downside is the recruitment, building trust, and the precious time I would have to waste. And worst of all, being hunted by 5 major villages before your second team meeting. Option 4, build a new village from scratch. Ambitious, wild, chaotic, and oddly tempting. But then again, in this world, only power truly matters. Everything else, loyalty, politics, even ideology, is just decoration. The only thing you can truly count on is your own strength. That's why the real purpose of choosing a faction isn't about who I serve, it's about what resources I can gain access to. If I align with the Uchiha, I get access to all their Ein attribute research, their ancestral secrets, their eyes, literally and metaphorically. If I reach high enough in the village, maybe even Hokage, I gain access to all forbidden techniques, battlefield intel, and the kind of tools that make empires rise and fall. If I go rogue, I have freedom, but I also have to fight for every scroll, every secret, every breath. So yeah, I'll work with the Uchiha for now. They're my starting point. My default team. But the moment their politics start dragging me down, limiting my growth, or wasting my time, then sayonara. End of the chapter. It was indeed short according to my standards. I shall release another chapter tomorrow and don't forget to vote, guys. Chapter 9, Infinity Headache, Taijima Uchiha. Third POV. What do you think about her? Taijima asked, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, as he stood tall before the seated elders, as they were no longer in the fighting scene. There was an unmistakable glint of pride in his eyes as he watched the backs of his wife and daughter disappear from the meeting hall. His voice was calm, but the smug undertone was impossible to miss. To most outsiders, Taijima Uchiha was the epitome of stoicism, calculated, cold, a man carved from steel and flame. But the elders seated before him knew better. When it came to matters concerning his family, that carefully forged armor of dignity often developed cracks through which a rather embarrassing level of fatherly pride leaked out like steam from an overheated kettle. The elders exchanged glances, a few already sighing internally because they already knew what would happen since the end of the battle. Here he goes again. One of them, a sharp-eyed elder named Fukio, was less impressed. The man leaned forward ever so slightly, folding his hands with the subtle grace of a scholar but the directness of a man unafraid of conflict. There's no denying her talent, Fukio said, eyes narrowing. That girl of yours is gifted. Unquestionably so. With your guidance, she might even become the strongest of our clan one day. Perhaps even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan itself. But strength alone isn't everything. Taijima, who was at first smiling, frowned at the but, then continued listening. She'll need a broad mind, Fukio continued, tone measured but firm. One capable of understanding more than just jutsu and chakra. We can't afford another incident. Another departure. He said it with care, but the weight of the word departure was like a blade unsheathed. Taijima's entire posture stiffened. You're talking about? Yes, Fukio said simply. I'm talking about him. For a moment, Taijima didn't speak. He didn't have to. His eyes, the very symbols of the Uchiha's cursed power, had shifted. The three tomo of his Sharingan spun slowly in his irises, almost converging together, which would have shocked the outside world, but not the few elders present. Elder Fukio, Taijima said, voice barely above a whisper but cutting through the silence like a kunai through silk, I'll let it pass this time. But I sincerely hope this is the last I ever hear anyone within this room, within this clan, even imply that my daughter might one day become a rogue ninja. He stepped forward. Just once. It was enough. A future where Azula walks the path of a traitor, he continued, is not just impossible, it is insulting. It doesn't exist. And if you're seeing it in your dreams, Elder, then you better start dreaming something else. The Sharingan glowed faintly, and for a brief moment, Fukio wondered if the very room itself was watching him. To anyone else, the Elder's remark might have seemed like nothing more than a concerned observation, a cautious comment. But to Taijima, it was worse than a direct curse, worse than blasphemy, because in the long, blood-stained history of the Uchiha, there had been only one man who bore the dishonor of leaving the clan behind, Madara. And Madara hadn't slithered away like a coward. He had walked out with his head high, proud and unbowed, a storm behind each footstep. And yet, the wound he left behind still hadn't closed. Fukio bowed his head, neither flinching nor resisting. You're right, Taijima-sama. I spoke poorly. My concern got the better of me. I meant no disrespect. To his credit, the elder wasn't the type to cower. He had seen too much blood in the Warring States period to fear a scolding, even from a man like Taijima. But he did regret the words. They had come from a place of worry, not doubt. Fukio, unlike the younger, more aggressive hawks of the clan, had become something the children called a dove. He believed in peace, or at least, in its pursuit. After decades of chaos and fire, the founding of Konoha had been a miracle. One he never wanted undone. The world had changed. The age of clans was over. The era of villages had begun. And in this new world, the Uchiha could no longer afford to act alone, as they once did. If they walked away now, as some believed they should have done with Madara, they would become targets, weak, vulnerable, and maybe even extinct. It was better to bide their time. Stay, endure, and one day, perhaps, the clan would produce someone who would awaken the Mangekyo, who had Hokage thinking, and who would free the clan. Taijima understood that. He wasn't blind to the shifting tides. But still, the mere idea of Azula being compared to a deserter. He exhaled slowly, the pressure in the room fading with his breath. The Sharingan receded, and the calm returned. Taijima nodded at Fukio, letting the moment pass. But deep inside, the doubt lingered a little, because if there was anyone in the entire clan who might one day turn her back on the village, it wasn't some distant cousin or unknown rebel, it was Azula. He had raised her. Trained her. Watched her grow from a fierce-eyed baby to the sharp-tongued 5-year-old prodigy she was today. And if there was one thing he knew about his daughter, it was this. She didn't like being told no. She had asked him, sweetly, innocently, dangerously, to teach her the shadow clone technique. He refused. She didn't argue. She didn't complain. Which, in Taijima's mind, was far more concerning. She was planning something. He could feel it. Even coming home to find she'd dissected a Kage Bunshin textbook, reverse-engineered the jutsu, and somehow found a way to improve it just to prove a point was somehow possible. He groaned internally, rubbing his temple. That girl is going to be the end of me. With a resigned sigh, he waved the matter away, choosing mercy over escalation. He changed the subject smoothly. Anyway. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to me again, he said, as though casually mentioning the weather. Wants to take Azula as his disciple. Impossible. Absolutely not. This can never be allowed. Elder Takana Uchiha, whose pride was currently nursing a black eye after his son Futake got spectacularly beaten by Azula, was the first to slam his metaphorical gavel on the idea. Of course, what nobody in the room, aside from Taijima, knew was that the entire reason Futake even said Azula was worthy to lead him during the duel was because Takana had told him to. That's right. He gave Futake a script. If she holds her own, compliment her. If she shows signs of winning, submit to her leadership. If she fails, step on her. Ironically, Futake had followed the script like a good little actor, and now Takana was pretending the whole thing had nothing to do with him. A masterclass in political hypocrisy. You see, Elder Takana was a complicated man. Not very old, just a few years ahead of Taijima, but very nostalgic. The kind of nostalgia that made everything before breakfast seem like the golden age. He had witnessed the Achiha in their prime, back when Madara's shadow was long and glorious. And ever since then, he'd measured everything against that impossible yardstick. In his mind, strength was everything. Absolute, undiluted power. If you had it, you could walk on water, fly through the air, or punch an elder in the face and still earn a standing ovation. Hell, if you were strong enough, Takana would worship you. He had no problem bowing to legends like Hashirama or even Tobirama, whose brutal clarity he admired. But Hiruzen Sarutobi. Takana wouldn't even spit in his direction unless it was for a jutsu. That man was, in his opinion, the walking embodiment of mediocrity dressed in Hokage robes. A man who'd once served as Tobirama's personal guard, and didn't even die properly when he was supposed to. Instead, Tobirama had to throw himself into the meat grinder just to save the guy. Disgraceful. If you couldn't even sacrifice your life properly, what kind of Hokage do you make? Takana once famously grumbled, though never to Hiruzen's face. He was hypocritical, not suicidal. And as for Kagami, well, his absence today said everything. Once celebrated as a prodigy, now conveniently missing during one of the biggest clan decisions since the founding of the village. TCH. Had it not been for his strength, the clan might have started calling him that guy who used to be important. He was respected, sure, but barely. Not exactly a poster boy for interclan diplomacy. Elder Takana is right. Hiruzen Sarutobi isn't qualified to lead our heir. That man's shoulders are too narrow to carry our legacy, another elder chimed in. At this point in history, the village was still a relatively new project, fresh paint, new banners, fake smiles. The illusion of unity hadn't fully taken root yet. Criticizing the Hokage didn't yet brand you a traitor, just someone with strong opinions. And strong opinions were the Uchiha specialty. Taijima, meanwhile, felt the onset of another headache. The kind of headache that no healing jutsu could soothe, the political kind. He already had a few thousand of them. This one would just be added to the pile labeled clan drama. Unlike his peers, Taijima wasn't entirely stuck in the past. He believed in the forbidden art known as communication. Yes, the ancient technique of talking. Call him a revolutionary, but he genuinely thought many conflicts could be resolved by opening your mouth and using words instead of shuriken. Sure, he wasn't a Hiruzen fanboy either, but he understood reality. Like it or not, Hiruzen was going to be Hokage. That ship had sailed, the sails had been set on fire, and the wind was already blowing. Resisting it now would just burn your fingers. Isn't it better, he thought, to embrace what's coming and prepare, rather than resist and then regret? But even as the head of the clan, Taijima didn't hold absolute power. If he let Azula become Hiruzen's student without proper planning, the backlash could be catastrophic. She might end up like Kagami, ignored, isolated, politely erased from history. And Taijima wouldn't let that happen. He sighed internally. Being a clan head wasn't all prestige or pipe smoking. It was mostly stress, stomach ulcers, and listening to old men argue like his wife kept talking. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but authoritative. I also don't approve of this third Hokage's little suggestion. But I won't dismiss it either. This isn't a decision we can make with just our pride, we must weigh the risks and rewards. The room quieted slightly. The elders were warriors, yes, but they were also decision-makers. And Taijima had just tossed them a bone they could chew on, strategy. Another elder stroked his beard, frowning. The benefits would be access to forbidden jutsu. She could learn things the clan has long been locked out of. Unlike Kagami, Azula would even share. And if we give her our full support, added another, eyes gleaming, there's a strong chance she could become the fourth Hokage. That would give the Uchiha a level of integration and influence we've never had before. Such a prospect would have made any clan in Konoha, yes, even the eternally stiff-necked Hyuga, laugh themselves awake in the middle of the night from sheer joy. A chance to secure political favor without shedding blood, a shortcut to influence and security, most would leap at it like starving wolves offered cooked meat. But of course, this wasn't just any clan. This was the Uchiha. And the Uchiha didn't do shortcuts. No. They didn't compromise, they didn't beg, and they sure as hell didn't dance to another man's tune, even if the tune could save them years of internal strife. No, the Uchiha did things with style, with honor, and most importantly, with explosive collateral damage if needed. Preferably with fire. If she does that, one elder began, his tone cold and logical, his expression grave, it would mean we have officially accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. That we've chosen to support him, openly, unconditionally. Which might even mean sacrificing something of value to prove our loyalty. The room went silent, but not for lack of thought. The irony hung in the air like a smoke bomb in a training yard. And let's not forget what happened with Kagami, another elder added, stroking his chin like a philosopher, though the smugness in his eyes betrayed the bias in his soul. He was clearly stronger than Hiruzen, smarter too. But did Tobirama pick him? No. He picked his favorite little monkey boy and told us to clap politely. What guarantee do we have that history won't repeat with Azula? The others murmured in agreement, each one nodding like wise men who somehow thought refusing a chance at peaceful influence made them more dignified. Because obviously, the Uchiha ideal of diplomacy was, win or burn everything down. We're the Uchiha, one elder added proudly, chest puffed like a peacock in a firestorm. We take power through merit, through strength. We don't grovel for scraps from someone else's table. We build the damn table. Taijima simply sighed. Deeply. The kind of sigh that came from a man who knew he was surrounded by brilliant shinobi but possibly hopeless politicians. It was clear they had made up their minds, and once Uchiha had set their minds on something, even the Sage of Six Paths might have needed a PowerPoint presentation, 3 resurrections, and a divine slap to change it. If they weren't supporting the Hokage, then by Uchiha logic, that meant they were against him. There was no middle ground. This wasn't the Hyuga clan, where neutrality could be dressed up as noble silence. The Uchiha didn't sit on fences. They either ruled the village or watched it burn. Seeing their resolve, Taijima gave a resigned nod. Very well. Azula will continue her education within the clan. Judging by her current strength, the academy has nothing left to teach her. She'll graduate within the year. With the main topic of debate settled, or rather, set aside, the elders transitioned seamlessly into their usual marathon of clan matters. From D-rank mission allotments to patrol rotations, from the best blacksmith for shuriken to whether someone's cat was secretly a spy, everything was on the table. Because when it came to Uchiha meetings, no detail was too trivial, and no opinion went unargued. By the time they finally wrapped up, the sun had shifted high in the sky. It was nearly noon. And even then, they didn't stop because they had run out of things to say. They stopped because, well, humans have this pesky need to eat. After all, these were the Uchiha. A clan so passionate, so stubborn, and so opinionated, that putting more than 2 of them in a room automatically generated 10 conflicting philosophies and at least 1 shouting match. So yes, the meeting ended. Unfortunately for Taijima Uchiha, the title of Infinity Headache was not just poetic exaggeration, it was his life. After enduring the migraine-inducing torture known as a clan meeting, he returned home to face the other half of his eternal torment, Azula Uchiha. His dear, sweet, innocent 5-year-old daughter, whose angelic smile was more terrifying than any battlefield. That tiny curve of her lips, that gleam in her eyes, it didn't radiate purity, it radiated mischief. That was the kind of smile that could make a man wake up at night in a cold sweat, wondering which booby trap she'd experimented with today. Taijima's eyes drifted to his wife, the only woman capable of soothing his storm-tossed soul. For a fleeting moment, he considered pleading for help, just a desperate little nod, a subtle, please remove this child from my vicinity before my blood pressure explodes, but his Uchiha dignity strangled the idea in its cradle. He was the patriarch, the pillar of the clan. Pillars did not beg for mercy in front of their 5-year-old daughters, no matter how demonic those daughters might be. Azula tilted her head, observing him with those sharp little eyes. She could sense that her father was acting weird. But she decided it wasn't worth much thought. After all, this was the Uchiha clan. Every adult here seemed like they were permanently suffering from mood swings. In her previous life, she'd had a girlfriend who hit menopause early, and honestly, these people weren't far off. Before Azula could unleash whatever question or outrageous demand she'd been cooking up, Taijima did something shocking. Something legendary. Something he never did. He spoke first. Azula, he said in his calm, mountain-stable tone, the 3rd Hokage wishes to take you as his disciple. What do you think? For him, it was a clever tactical strike. There was no way a 5-year-old could resist the allure of becoming the Hokage's personal student. With luck, she'd forget all about pestering him to teach her forbidden jutsu, like the shadow clone technique she'd been eyeing with the persistence of a starving wolf. Any normal child would squeal, jump up and down, and start bragging about becoming a future Hokage. Azula did not. Instead of joy, her face showed surprise and deep suspicion. It was the exact same expression she'd worn the day she accidentally found his secret stash of explosive tags. Just remembering what she'd done with them made Taijima's left eye twitch. He still hadn't fully recovered from discovering a perfectly rigged tripwire on the clan training ground. His hand trembled ever so slightly as his wife, in her infinite mercy, passed him a cup of tea. She alone knew exactly what he needed to maintain his legendary composure. He took a slow, calming sip. Then Azula opened her mouth. Does that mean Grandpa Monkey wants to make sure the Uchiha don't rebel in the future? Or is he trying to bribe me with candy and jutsu so I'll spy on you, old man? Taijima choked. Tea exploded from his mouth in a glorious spray, misting the table and almost hitting the wall. His Uchiha dignity died a silent death as he coughed, trying to reclaim the air in his lungs. His wife covered her mouth, pretending to be horrified, but her shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. End of the chapter. By the way, do you think she should become a Jinchuriki or not? I'm honestly more interested in this, but then, I saw many readers don't like MC having some living being inside him nowadays, and don't forget to vote folded hands. Chapter 10, The Scheming Father and Daughter. Azula's POV. Well, color me impressed. My father actually said something interesting about Hiruzen. And honestly, isn't it hilarious how his story practically sounds like Itachi's future greatest hits album? Think about it. Step 1, become the Hokage's loyal errand boy. Step 2, moonlight as a double spy while being the patriarch's heir. Step 3, get praised for having that elusive, sacred, Hokage-level thinking. Step 4, burn the entire clan down like it's a weekend barbecue. I mean, talk about history rhyming. Honestly, if Itachi ever releases an autobiography, he should call it From Golden Boy to Genocide, My Hokage Journey. Bestseller guaranteed. Of course, I didn't just blurt it out what I said by mistake. No, this was intentional. If I wanted to prove that I wasn't just some cute little Uchiha brat but rather the girl who once managed the entire Fire Nation as a teenager, then I had to flex my political shrewdness. Thoroughly. And it paid off. The old man, stoic, unflappable, calm as a glacier, actually lost his composure for a while. Unfortunately, he's an elite ninja. They recover faster than you can say. Emotionally unavailable, he straightened, face cool again, and said, "Come with me." He walked deeper into the house, deeper than the places I was normally allowed to go. The kind that I've tested those boundaries. My mother gave me her classic, worried look as I followed, but I swear it seemed rehearsed. Like she practiced it in front of a mirror. "Oh no, husband, don't take our precious daughter into the spooky forbidden part of the house, she's so fragile." "Yeah, sure, Mom. Anyway, our house is massive. Honestly, I've never understood why in the future we let ourselves get shoved into some sad little corner of Konoha. The Achiha and the Senju are Konoha, everyone else are JY latecomers, tag-alongs, freeloader clans who got friendly invited in by Madara and Hashirama out of pity. It's like building a tech company from scratch only to become the janitor while the interns run things. Humiliating, any sane person would want to rebel. So, we reached that RHE forbidden room. Oh, I knew it well. I tried to sneak in dozens of times, no luck, not even when I went full toddler Hulk and punched the door with all my might, some kind of seal, probably. Which, by the way, is unfair. Seals are basically the universe's no fun allowed signs. But they're also fascinating. Even Kaguya, goddess of Chakra herself, got sealed, although it's a different kinds of seal. Which means seals are less glorified locks and more cosmic admin passwords, definitely worth learning. When he finally opened the door, I had to stop myself from drooling. Scrolls, piles and piles of scrolls. Rows of knowledge that practically screamed, "Read me, Azula. Research me. Unlock my forbidden secrets." If Father's plan was to get my attention, congratulations, mission accomplished. You've officially bribed me with nerd bait. Sit down, he ordered, pointing to a spot. His face was dead serious, and I mean the real serious, not the fake Uchiha serious where you pretend to be calm but are actually debating whether to murder your neighbor over a broken shoji door. "Where did you get this idea about what you said earlier?" he asked. I didn't even hesitate. "No way, you wouldn't seriously think I'm some kind of fool who can't notice something so obvious, right?" The way he stared at me after that was priceless. Like he was examining me under a microscope, asking himself, is this actually my daughter, or did someone swap her with an evil genius from another universe? Did I ever known her? Finally, after an eternity of awkward silence and me fighting boredom, he sighed. "I never expected you to have such an insight over the village. Tell me, what are your thoughts?" The politician in him couldn't resist. My father loves acting mysterious and dignified, but deep down, he's a chatterbox who adores hearing other people's opinions, especially if they're sharp. He likes asking others people their thoughts. And honestly, it's refreshing not to be treated like a clueless child. I mean, although it's good not to be taken into war at 4 like a certain fool did with his son and allowed the latter to develop Hokage thinking, it's better not to be treated as a child and start participating in the big decision related to the future of the clan since I have made up mind. I took a deep breath, the kind of dramatic inhale anime characters always do before they drop some profound truth. In fact, I began, I know for a fact the clan members aren't exactly pleased about Hiruzen becoming Hokage. From what I heard, they always complain that he is the guy who couldn't even do his job and protect the Nidaime. That's like promoting the security guard who lost the keys to the bank vault. Father blinked at me. This isn't even something that the Uchiha are discussing when hiding. As long as you are observant, you can see it. Plus, in terms of strength, whether it's you, Mito-sama, Kagami-san, or probably half a dozen other people whose names I don't even know yet, every single one of them has a better resume than Hiruzen. With the pride of the Uchiha, how can anyone seriously look at him and go, yes, this is the guy? The face of the village. Father's eyebrows rose higher and higher with every word. He wasn't rejecting what I said, he was actually agreeing. Huh. So naturally, I continued, the only way to make everything look good is to accept me and Tsunade as his disciples. That way, it looks like the Uchiha and Senju approve, and then problem solved. Am I right, or am I right? He stayed silent, but the look on his face screamed, wait, this child might actually be plotting world domination. That aside, I genuinely don't know how to evaluate Hiruzen properly. In the anime, he's portrayed as the sweet old grandpa who loves the village. But if you actually sit down and analyze his track record, man's resume is so shady he could be Danzo's twin brother. And you know it's bad when Danzo isn't even the worst option in the room. Still, current-day Hiruzen isn't quite the scheming manipulator we meme about later. Maybe it's because he doesn't have much power yet. After all, they say if you want to know someone, give them power. And this Hiruzen. Bro can't even protect himself right now, let alone orchestrate some anti-Uchiha plot. At least not until he ropes in Tsunade as his disciple. Azula, father said seriously, it seems that as your father, I have failed my duty by not realizing what my daughter is capable of. TSK. You're overthinking this, old man. If I'd shown all my cards earlier, you'd probably drag me onto the battlefield as a 3-year-old child, and I'm not suicidal. Even Tobirama didn't survive long, and you expect me to? Yeah, no thanks. I may be crazy, but I'm not Naruto protagonist levels of crazy. As for finding me when I hide, even the sharpest ninja here is basically a dollar store version of Batman compared to old Azula who lived the rest of her life hiding. Stealth. Manipulation. I practically speedrun those skills in my past life. But I didn't say all that out loud. Instead, I stayed silent. Let the men think I'm being humble. Father sighed, like every disappointed anime dad ever. Sigh. What you said is indeed similar to our conclusion at the clan meeting. I suspect he has some sort of accord with Mito-sama. Mito-sama, huh? The way he said it made it sound like she was final boss material. Only Hashirama and Tobirama usually got the sama honorific from him. Respect level, maxed out. Anyway, I knew what this accord was about. Obviously, she supports him, and in exchange, he takes Tsunade as his disciple. It's a pretty smart move, train the heir of the Senju, make sure she's lined up for Hokage when she's older, and boom. Political stability secured. It's basically the ninja version of a chess gambit. I think their deal is simple, I explained casually. She backs him, he trains Tsunade, and eventually passes her the Hokage title. Father didn't even look surprised anymore. He was just nodding, as if I'd suddenly upgraded from annoying kid to trusted political advisor. Indeed, he said. This was also my thought. Even if Hiruzen is not fit, the fact remains he is the 3rd Hokage. At worst, he will step down for a 4th. But for now, his status stands. Hold up. Did my father just make sense? A logical Uchiha politician. Then he smiled. And not just a polite smile, no, the man looked relieved and proud. Today is one of the best days of my life, he said. You having such insight at a young age, combined with your great talent, will definitely lead the Uchiha to new heights. He just give me the, you're the chosen one, speech. I hope the next thing isn't him going to start talking about passing down some secret family scroll just because of roasting Hiruzen. Oh, that's good. That means I can finally learn the shadow clone now, right? I pounced on the opportunity like a cat spotting free sushi. Strike while the iron's hot, and before the old man remembers he's supposed to be a responsible adult. He coughed into his hand, looking like he just swallowed a particularly suspicious senbei. Since you understand so much already, why are you so desperate to learn Shadow Clone? It's not a normal jutsu, it's a dangerous one. Fine, old man, let's have another showdown. I have too many things I need to do, I said, dramatically ticking them off on my fingers. I can't waste time at the academy. I've got ninjutsu to learn, projects and experiments to do, ideas to explore. The Shadow Clone is exactly an important piece of in my plan. Of course, the real reason I'm telling him this is because, well, even if I try to be sneaky after learning and send my clone to the academy while the real me hides somewhere else doing cool ninja stuff, he'd still find out. I mean, if the anime's Itachi and Shisui couldn't hide things from the Uchiha patriarch, I definitely can't. Konoha security isn't a joke. Between the ANBU lurking in every shadow and the Uchiha police doing their daily, I'm watching you, routine, you'd have to be the god of stealth to pull that off. His mouth twitched a little. If that's the case, you could just skip the academy. With my help, it's easy. I shook my head. No. Sure, I don't enjoy when the teachers start slipping in the will of fire brainwashing, but the academy does teach important, practical stuff. Like how to find food and water in hostile environments, set up temporary hideouts in forests, mountains, or deserts, and the basics of formations, flanking, ambushing, and retreat strategies. You know, actual survival skills for those awkward pre-god tier days when you still need to eat, sleep, and avoid being stabbed. Plus, there's the networking. The future Sannin are just a few tables away. Orochimaru and Jiraiya might be civilians now, but if you toss them a few jutsu and a helping hand, they'll remember it for life. That's called planting investment seeds. So I shook my head again, firmer this time. I want to keep studying. Although it's sometimes boring, but I can still learn useful stuff, and more importantly, I can bond with Konoha's future top talents. He didn't argue. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a look of approval. Indeed. The academy is one of the best places to recruit talented people and build your reputation. And once you suppress someone during childhood, they'll remember it forever. Now that's the kind of thinking I like. So, can I learn the shadow clone now? This time, he didn't bother speaking. He just pulled a scroll from his robe like some kind of jutsu vending machine. The shadow clone technique was created by the Naidame himself, he said, giving me the teacher voice. Unlike the regular Bunshin no Jutsu, which makes intangible illusions, shadow clones are solid and can interact physically. Of course, you probably already know that, but remember, each clone splits your chakra evenly. Overuse it and you could drain or even kill yourself. I nodded along, smiling politely, and reached for the scroll like it was the last slice of pizza. Yeah, I know the risks. But seriously, Tobirama was a genius. Now I'm wondering. Should I just learn Edo Tensei and resurrect Tobirama so he can personally teach me all his jutsu and help with my research? Tempting. End of the chapter. In fact, I think people might have misunderstood me when I talked about the tailed beasts, or maybe I just wasn't clear enough. I was talking about a scenario where she's planning to be independent from Konoha, creating her own paradise instead of getting stuck in boring politics. In that setup, the tailed beasts would willingly come to her and lend their power when needed, while spending most of their time free, acting as guardians of her home. Also, what do you think about reincarnating Tobirama, maybe even Izuna, along with other great figures from history, mainly to learn their jutsu? On top of that, summoning legendary blacksmiths, medics, or craftsmen from the past to endlessly produce weapons, poisons, and cures without any cost or lifespan limits sounds like a seriously broken move. Finally, hope you can vote for me, please. Chapter 11, Konoha's News of the Year. While Azula and Taijima were finally being honest with each other for the first time in forever, probably breaking some kind of Uchiha world record for most touching father-daughter relationship to ever experience a breakthrough, something big was happening over at the Senju clan. Well, if it can still be called a clan. At this point, the Senju name had been so thoroughly buried in Konoha politics that you could stick a headstone over it and call it a day. Anyway, titles and history aside, the real news was this: Hashirama's daughter-in-law had just given birth to a son. And for the Senju, that was huge. After Tsum Senju's death, there hadn't been a new male heir in forever. Now, with this tiny squishy human, the first Hokage's bloodline suddenly had a new branch to cling to. From the very moment this boy inhaled his first breath, people were already writing his destiny for him. At minimum, he was expected to become the fourth, or maybe fifth, Hokage. You can imagine how much that kind of expectation made Mito's face go darker than a thunderstorm over the land of lightning. And no, her mood wasn't just about the ridiculous weight of expectations being dumped on a newborn. The real reason was far heavier: the child's mother, Tsukiyo, was fading fast. Tsunade, it seems I won't be able to join you on your next adventure. What a pity, Tsukiyo said softly, her voice calm but laced with the kind of finality that even a child could recognize. Little Tsunade, barely old enough to have her hair tied neatly without help, already understood. She wasn't dumb, not by a long shot. She'd been watching her mother's strength wane day by day. She'd already started dabbling in healing techniques because too many people she loved had been slipping away. And now, she understood exactly what was happening. Her throat tightened. She didn't reply. She couldn't. She didn't know what to say, who to blame, or what she was even supposed to do. All she felt was that dizzy, crushing emptiness, the kind of lost feeling you shouldn't have to face when you're still so young. Tsukiyo, despite being on the brink herself, hated seeing her daughter like this. Her gaze drifted to her newborn son, nestled safely in Mito's arms. At least there was that relief. Mito Uzumaki, her mother-in-law, was the most reliable person Tsukiyo had ever known. She didn't need to ask her to protect her children; Mito would do it without question, with all the fierce love in her heart. Turning her attention back to Tsunade, Tsukiyo gathered what little strength she had left and pulled her into a gentle embrace. "My brave little girl. I'm so sorry I can't stay with you longer," she whispered, brushing a strand of hair from her daughter's face. "But you mustn't stay sad for too long, all right? You've got the heart of a lion and a smile that can chase away storms. Take care of your little brother, and don't be afraid to dream, even if the world feels cold." Her voice grew weaker, each word a little softer, a little harder to hear. Promise me, you'll live without regret. And if the day ever comes when you feel alone, remember, your mother was proud of you from the very first moment I saw you. Tsunade didn't answer. She couldn't. Tsukiyo's breathing slowed, her hold on Tsunade loosening. But she left with a peaceful smile, knowing her children were in the hands of people who would fight tooth and nail for them. Mito, and even Tobarama's old students like Sarutobi and Danzo would definitely take care of them. For her, at least, her children wouldn't have to see war, and that was enough. The death of Tsukiyo and the birth of the child known as Nawaki was basically one of Konoha's top-tier events since the war ended. Like, in the biggest headlines of the year, level. If Konoha had newspapers, it would have been front page with a dramatic ink sketch and a crying frog mascot in the corner. Sure, every few days some old fossil from the Warring States era kicked the bucket, usually with their last words being something like, "Back in my day, we didn't even have kunai, we just threw rocks." But those deaths only mattered to their own clans. But the Senju were a whole different beast. The Senju weren't just special to their clan, they were Konoha's golden boys. Everyone knew they, alongside the Achiha, had ended centuries of clan wars, thanks to the leadership of one man, the god of shinobi, himself. And that guy didn't just lead the village. He practically cosplayed as a superhero and took the whole ninja world, from the fire country to the freaking demon country, into a rare, magical, almost mythical era of peace that lasted over a decade. And then, of course, he went and fought Madara, got weakened, and died. Thanks, Madara. Real MVP. That little domino effect sparked the first great war that gobbled up lives like they were free samples at a market stall. Including, unfortunately, the second Hokage himself. Naturally, Konoha pinned all their hopes on the god of shinobi's descendants. And Tsum, his son, actually delivered. The man was one of the few top-tier healers in the entire ninja world, patching up people who'd been skewered, blown up, and bisected like it was a children's puppet. But he also went and died in the war, because apparently survival wasn't in the Senju men's genetic code. Then the Uchiha came out swinging with the new genius kid, Azula, who was said to be as talented as Madara, minus the whole "let's burn the world" hobby. Naturally, everyone looked at the Senju and went, "Alright, your turn." That led to Tsunade, a prodigy in her own right. And now, they had Nawaki. A grandson of Hashirama, in the minds of the gossip aunties and armchair war strategists of Konoha, he was destined to be even more talented than Tsunade and the Uchiha Wonder Girl combined. Why? Don't ask questions. Those who know, know. Azula, for one, could not care less about their boring ninja talent show speculations. Her goal was the Otsutsuki. These mortals were background noise. But still, the mention of Nawaki triggered a particular cursed meme in her brain, one about him leaping straight onto explosive tags. Honestly, it was tragic, but also, kind of funny. If Tsukiyo's death hadn't cast a solemn shadow over the whole village, Konoha might have witnessed the Uchiha princess laughing to herself like a lunatic in the middle of the street. That said, Tsukiyo's death did hit her in a strange way. This was a world with chakra, literal magic energy that could let you punch mountains into powder, regrow limbs with enough yang release, and summon death gods for funsies. And yet, one disease could still take you out. That was the true ninja world in a nutshell. Everyone cared only about what was useful for killing. Every jutsu, every piece of tech, every ounce of research boiled down to, can this murder someone faster? Healing jutsu. Yeah, those were just so you could send the poor sap back to the front lines to keep killing. You'd think someone would develop jutsu for farming, infrastructure, or, I don't know, making life easier. Nope, instead of using chakra to create fertile land, produce food, or purify water, they'd rather rob other countries and then pull the "we're starving, it's your fault" card like they were victims. Case in point, Tsunade. Instead of starting something sensible like a sudden purification project to extract and purify water from the air, soil, or nearby sources using water release, they thought, nah, let's go to war. The result? Thousands dead, 0 new wells, and a whole lot of complaints about the war they started. Genius. The more Azula thought about it, the more she had to agree with Orochimaru. Life in this messed up world was ridiculously fragile, and honestly, a psychopath chasing immortality didn't sound that bad. In fact, in this context, it was almost cute. In truth, Azula had known this long before she even woke up in this world. She'd seen it back when she was still on Earth, back when the most exciting thing in her life was checking the news every morning to see if some great nation had finally decided to pop open their very own Sannin and barbecue the planet. Every single day, she'd ask herself the same cheerful little question, so, how many hours do we have left before someone hits the big red button and sends us all back to the Middle Ages? And by Middle Ages, she meant the real thing: no electricity, no Wi-Fi, no Netflix, and definitely no toilet paper. Civilization's greatest loss. Of course, after she built her nuclear shelter, those thoughts didn't haunt her as much. Sure, she still cursed those glorious leaders of the free world for spending billions on figuring out new ways to vaporize people instead of, say, making her dream virtual reality game. Or inventing medicine that could save lives. Or maybe spending 5 minutes on technology that could push humanity forward instead of back into cave dwelling. But hey, who was she to judge? World domination is exhausting, apparently. Now she was reincarnated as the heir of the Uchiha clan. And thanks to the memories of Azula, who was once heir to the Fire Nation, she finally understood how rulers thought. Spoiler, they were all paranoid megalomaniacs who couldn't sleep without hugging their weapons like teddy bears. Here's the ugly truth, as long as there's no absolute power, the kind of unstoppable, don't even bother trying, gap, then humanity's favorite pastime will always be war. Someone will rise up thinking, hey, I can totally overthrow the big guys. Then they'll gather their little club of fellow overachieving psychopaths, and the whole blood-soaked cycle starts all over again. Look at this world, every few years, one of the other 4 great villages decides, this time we've got it. We'll take down Konoha for sure. Kumogakure, in particular, wakes up every morning with that exact thought before breakfast. And then, shocker, war begins. Naturally, Konoha can't just chill during peacetime. No, they've got to keep making deadlier toys and training children into professional killing machines before they even learn long division. And the other villages? They can't let Konoha get too far ahead, so they race to make their own shiny new murder gadgets, all while dreaming of the day they'll finally be top dog. And so the wheel spins, no one can afford to stop, relax, or work on, say, agriculture or art. Nope. It's all about weapons, armies, and who gets to sit on the throne made out of other people's corpses. Anyway, I get it, she thought. I need to become stronger. Far stronger than anyone alive right now. But unlike the Sage of Six Paths, who basically sat around watching the world be born while everything went to hell, and was partially his fault, she was not just going to sit back and watch. She was not going to let her mother, her father, or her probably not even born yet little brother and his descendants die in some war, or from some disease we could have cured if she had just put in a little effort. Because if the world's going to burn, she would at least like to be the one holding the match. End of the chapter. This chapter ends because I'm not in a good mood, frustrated and keep blabbling about everything and can't continue like this. Sorry, just somehow a little bit disappointed with this world, yet can't bear to leave it and all the beautiful things it has. Don't worry and don't forget to vote. By the way, what do you think about the Indra and Azura thing between Azula and Tsunade? Chapter 12, How Azula Started a Toddler Cult. Seriously thought, if you were to be reincarnated in the Naruto world with your memory, how would you get along with these bunch of weird toddlers whom you have different ideology? 5 whole days. That's how long the Ninja Academy had managed to maintain a fragile, whisper-thin veneer of calm since Takiyo shuffled off this mortal coil. The oppressive, soul-sucking cloud of depression had lifted, slightly. Tsunade had actually shown up today, which was a minor miracle roughly equivalent to finding an Uchiha smiling. But still, the legendary princess resembled a deflated party balloon more than her usual whirlwind self. The Academy's resident gaggle of tiny humans, ages 5 to 6, experts in mud pies and questionable nose-picking techniques, had valiantly tried to cheer her up. Their efforts mostly involved offering slightly squashed dango and explaining death using complex theories involving lost toys and maybe needing a really long nap. Deep philosophical waters. They were barely paddling in the wading pool of existential understanding. But Azula couldn't spare a single, solitary crap about the toddler symposium on the meaning of life, and where did Uncle Toshi go. To her finely tuned Uchiha intellect, this whole charade was just Konoha's patented brand of subtle brainwashing, Toddler Indoctrination Hour, sponsored by the Will of Fire. Seriously, she mentally scoffed, meticulously arranging tiny scrolls within her larger one. What does a creature whose primary life experience involves mastering the art of the sticky booger possibly know about cosmic purpose? Although children in this world are mature, even Hashirama and Madara once competed over who could pee farther. Now these children barely grasp why stealing Shikoku's cloud-watching spot is bad form. Yet, here was Konoha, shoving profound questions at them like they were handing out free ramen samples. The inevitable conclusion, spoon-fed by earnest, teary-eyed ninja. Why, little Genin-to-be, the sparkling, one and only meaning of life is to joyfully become a human shuriken for the village. Sacrifice. No questions. Just pure, unadulterated loyalty. It's what Hashirama would have wanted. Now, who wants a shiny forehead protector? It was enough to make her eyes itch. After a month of meticulous plotting, covert ink-stained days, and battling the urge to set her own project on fire out of sheer artistic frustration due to boringness, Azula's work was finally ready. Project, Demon Slayer, over 100 painstakingly colored issues, nestled safely within her scroll. This wasn't just storage, it was a pocket dimension specifically calibrated for manga convenience. Take that, Tenten's boring weapon scrolls. A flicker of something alien, nervousness, danced in Azula's gut. It felt disturbingly similar to the time she tried convincing her mother that explosive tag origami was a valid art form. Here she was, poised to unleash a graphic novel tsunami upon a classroom of semi-literate ankle-biters, corrupting the youth with tales of water-breathing swordsmen and tragic backstories. Her unusual stillness hadn't gone unnoticed. Instead of immediately diving into her usual intricate doodles of schematics or suspiciously drawing like usual, Azula sat rigidly, clutching her scroll like it contained state secrets. Her eyes scanned the room with unusual intensity. She could hear their whisper-like voices. Why's Azula not drawing but looking intensely at her scroll? Is the scroll glowing? Did she finally snap? Azula sighed internally. Friendship. With these creatures. The sheer effort required felt like scaling a mountain made of soggy ramen noodles. But her grand plan demanded it. The path to power, it seemed, was paved with forced social interaction and distributing pulp fiction. Taking a breath that felt suspiciously like steeling herself for battle, Azula Uchiha did the unthinkable. In front of the entire, suddenly silent class, the girl known for her impenetrable bubble of aloofness turned to her desk neighbor. Ain, Azula stated. Ain, a quiet civilian girl perpetually hovering on the fringes of the class's chaotic social ecosystem much like Azula herself, blinked. Slowly, like an owl surprised by a sudden spotlight. Azula pulled out a stack of roughly 50 vibrantly colored comics from her scroll, dimensionally convenient. Ain, she repeated, the unfamiliar request tasting strange. Can you help me distribute these to the class? Ain stared at the proffered stack, then at Azula's face, searching for signs of possession by a mischievous spirit. Finding none, she simply gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod, the universal language of the introvert acknowledging a necessary, if baffling, task. She took half the stack, staggering slightly under the unexpected weight. This is serious business. The classroom watched, utterly spellbound, as the Academy's twin towers of silence began their mission. Azula moved with Uchiha precision down one aisle, Ain with quiet determination down the other. The rustle of pages and the soft thump of comics hitting desks were the only sounds. Chaos, however, is never far behind silence. Jiraiya, age 6, future superperv, received his copy directly from Azula. As she placed it on his desk, her gaze lingered for a fraction of a second longer than strictly necessary, likely because she was mentally calculating how quickly he'd misinterpret this. He puffed out his tiny chest, a slow, goofy grin spreading across his face. She looked at me. Like, really looked. It's happening. The Uchiha princess has fallen for my, devastating charm and superior nose-blowing technique. Destiny. His brain was already drafting terrible haikus in her honor. Meanwhile, high in the rafters, an Umbu operative codenamed Weasel nearly choked on his own spit. Uchiha initiating contact. Distributing unknown materials. Faster than you could say, will of fire, he melted into the shadows, a streak of panic heading straight for the Hokage tower. The Hokage needed to know, the quiet Uchiha girl was distributing colorful pamphlets. The horror. The sheer, unadulterated, potentially subversive horror. Well, none of the students, not even the almighty Azula Uchiha, had the faintest idea about the soap opera unraveling inside the Umbu's head, even if they were somehow aware of his existence. Then again, this was an ANBU operative we're talking about. And if ANBU doesn't immediately make you think, mentally stable, you clearly haven't been paying attention. These people are walking PTSD in black pajamas. They've seen things. Horrible things. Like a certain underground love story between two higher-ups. So yeah, 1 or 2 loose screws is expected, and 3 or 4 is just professional standard. Anyway. The moment Azula handed out the mysterious manga, her classmates pounced on it like starved wolves discovering ramen coupons. This was no ordinary doodle book. Azula had spent more than an entire month drawing this since the start of the academy. A whole month of ice training, ink-stained, eraser dust-covered blood, sweat, and possibly the tears of a civilian supply vendor who sold her discounted pencils. It had to be important, right? Wrong. Because just as the first few students reached page 3, right around when it started getting juicy, a wild chick, teacher appeared. Teacher Shimura. A man whose name just so happens to match that of a certain other Shimura. You know, the one who looks like a boiled raisin and calls paranoia a leadership skill. Now, Azula, being the suspicious ball of genius and fire that she is, would have definitely raised an eyebrow at this guy's sudden appearance in the teaching scene, if Danzo hadn't only become Hokage's advisor a year ago. Any earlier, and she'd have bet her favorite kunai that this teacher got hired because the darkness of Konoha found his name aesthetically pleasing. But alas, Teacher Shimura had been teaching for 5 years. And he was a chunin. Which, in Konoha's ranking system, means, just good enough to die for the village, but not cool enough to get your own tragic backstory flashback. Still, give the men credit. His ANBU level instincts immediately zeroed in on the suspicious books everyone in the room, except Azula, who was playing it cool like the author of Death Note, was holding. He wanted to snatch one. You could see it in his eyes. The raw, burning curiosity. The same look you give when someone opens a group chat and types, "I can't believe what just happened." But alas, being a teacher meant maintaining dignity. Especially when teaching a class that contained not one, but two heirs of the biggest clans in the shinobi world. So he cleared his throat, summoning the power of authority mode. Ahem. Okay everyone, class is starting. Instant regret spread like wildfire. The students, still holding their unread comics like forbidden scrolls, could practically hear their dreams of plot twists and secret pairings being thrown out the window. But nobody dared defy him. After all, this was the same man whose punch of love technique had earned him the nickname Shimura the Bruiser among the previous graduating class. And let's be real, nobody wants to get uppercut into next week for trying to sneak a peek at a book. Seeing them obediently tuck the books away brought a twisted smile to Shimura's lips. The joy of scaring toddlers who might outrank you in 5 years, pure serotonin. Today, he announced with all the dramatic flair of a reality show host, the Academy will be testing your practical skills and overall progress since you joined. The reaction was immediate. The class lit up like fireworks on festival night. Finally. Finally. A chance to throw kunai, kick things, and maybe beat up that one annoying kid who always talks during lunch. Anything, was better than sitting through another lecture about Konoha's Great Will of Fire that sounded suspiciously like cult propaganda, well, to Azula at least. This test wasn't some random surprise. It was tradition, established by none other than the second Hokage himself, whose hobbies included. According to this brilliant system, exactly 1 month into academy life, every student, civilian or clan-born, gets tested to see where their talents lie. You learn the basics, shuriken throwing, elementary taijutsu, maybe a little jutsu, which has a 1/100,000 chance of happening if you're feeling fancy. Then your current skills are compared to your entrance level. From that, the academy tries to figure out, hey, is this kid future Hokage material or future Chunin exam cannon fodder? Of course, for clan kids, the test is mostly decorative. Their parents already have a much simpler evaluation metric. Did you awaken the Kekkei yet? No. You didn't unlock your Sharingan. Or your Byakugan. Not even a basic bloodline limit like. I don't know, stretchy ears. Then sorry, sweetie. You're officially a disappointment. Better luck in your next life. Among the Uchiha, the situation was even worse. If you didn't awaken your Sharingan by age 10, you were practically a ghost. Nobody cared if you had talent in Genjutsu, Fuinjutsu, or the secret art of interpretive dance. You didn't have red eyes, so you didn't matter. Meanwhile, teacher Shimura clapped once and barked, "You've got 5 minutes to get ready and meet me at the playground. Anyone late will be marked as having failed the test." And with that final, ominous line, delivered with the enthusiasm of someone who just cancelled Christmas, he turned and left the classroom like a man with zero regrets. The students stared at each other for a beat. Then chaos. Shoes were grabbed. Toy headbands were adjusted. A student almost tripped over another in a rush to tie their wooden kunai pouch properly. One poor soul tried stuffing a sandwich into his shuriken holster out of pure panic. End of the chapter. Sorry. I literally voyaged more than 1,000 kilometers over the past few days, and even now I'm still too tired. I hope you can vote and maybe leave some reviews. With my ADHD, I kind of obsess over having more reviews than chapters. Those who understand that kind of obsession, thank you. Chapter 13, Hiruzen and Taijima, Peaceful Private Meeting. Yet, back again. Azula's POV. The way of the Konoha shinobi, droned the instructor in his best trying to be profound but actually just killing our brain cells voice, is to complete his mission no matter what, even at the cost of his life. He must be willing to sacrifice himself for the future, for his comrades, and, most importantly, for the village. This was Lord Tobarama's speech when he established the academy. Another fine session of mandatory brainwashing before the day's practical test. Tobirama really was as extreme as ever, wasn't he? That man didn't just drink the Will of Fire Kool-Aid, he brewed it, bottled it, and personally force-fed it to every child in a 10-mile radius. If only Hiruzen had inherited all of Tobarama's qualities, say, 70% cunning and 70% power, instead of just the political slipperiness. So many disasters could have been avoided. But no. Life decided to be balanced in the worst way possible. There were 4 instructors lined up at the front, each of them at least Chunin level, including my personal favorite, Teacher Shimura. By favorite, I mean he hasn't yet annoyed me enough to make my hit list. They each gave their own brief speeches, which, in the way only shinobi instructors can manage, lasted less than 3 minutes combined but still felt like 3 years. I wasn't exactly listening. I was more interested in the surroundings. When I came to school this morning, I'd noticed the playground looked different. I'd assumed it was for the poor third years, those tragic souls about to graduate into the world of actual murder. Turns out, it was for us. And not just our class. First years from other sections were here too, the more ordinary ones. You know, the kids whose chakra control makes trees cry. If Konoha only trained one class per year, how else would they get 10,000 ninja? When you first entered the academy, one NPC teacher continued, your first test was kunai throwing at a fixed target. Most of you did well. However, in a real battle, your target will never be fixed, it will be a thinking, moving opponent, often more experienced and cunning than you, and, most importantly, capable of dodging. Translation, we're about to make you miss on purpose so we can laugh at you. If I had enough chakra, I would have just sent a shadow clone to deal with this nonsense. Sadly, my reserves still aren't enough to maintain one for more than 5 hours and receive the memories back without much side effects. And I just don't get it. I think I should have more chakra than Shursue and Itachi did at my age, plus I'm obviously more mature. But they could use shadow clones in the academy. Sure, they're boys, but it's not like that magically makes them stronger. Maybe they learned it in their second year. Either that, or the universe just likes trolling me. Learning the shadow clone was laughably easy, it didn't even take me a day. But I suppose that's the downside of being a genius, you'll never truly understand the struggle of peasants, sorry, average students, when it comes to ninjutsu. The first participant is Azula Uchiha. Remember, your goal is to hit the target the teachers will throw. The closer to the center, the better. Wait. What? Me. First? Shouldn't I be like every other overpowered protagonist and go last, making everyone else look like amateurs before my glorious performance? Instead, I'm the opening act, the sacrificial lamb, the warm-up band everyone forgets before the main show. It's just like my life back on Earth. Thanks to my name starting with an I was always the first one called for roll call, tests, humiliations, you name it. Still, I shrugged internally. Whether I go first or last, the result's the same, I'm a genius. Passing is inevitable. I stepped forward to the drawn line, the designated, hurl sharp objects from here, spot. One of the teachers handed me a pouch filled with genuine kunai. Which made me realize, this was wildly unfair. Some of these kids, especially the orphans, have probably touched a real kunai only twice in their lives, once during the entrance exam, and now. Meanwhile, I'm from a clan where sharp, deadly weapons are basically considered acceptable toddler toys. Life lesson. Being born into a good family is like having plot armor, it just makes everything easier, no matter what world you're in. The moment I spotted another teacher loitering suspiciously near a pile of logs, I understood everything. It was just that classic, throw stuff at the log, drill. And since logs are the wooden equivalent of hit me signs, the plan was obvious. How to put this? I never stopped training with my kunai. Why? Because I still have dreams of mastering the Hiraishin no Jutsu. I don't care if the opponent is some space alien from another dimension with god-tier chakra, if it worked for the 4th Hokage, it'll work for me. End of discussion. With casual confidence, I slid my hands into the pocket of kunai I had been given, 1, 2, 3, exactly 7 kunai inside. Nice. 7's a lucky number. Unfortunately, I didn't get the luxury of a countdown. One of the teachers suddenly yeeted a log at me without so much as a ready, set, go. No warning, no dramatic drum roll, just wood incoming at lethal velocity. Instinct kicked in. My hand shot out, grabbed a kunai, and thunk, dead center of the log. My body moved before my brain could even get a word in. Then another kunai, and another, until all 7 were airborne in a blur of metal and precision. Less than 5 seconds later, the log hadn't even kissed the ground, but it was already looking like a pincushion in a horror movie. When I glanced up, one of the teachers was frozen mid-motion, still holding another log. His mouth was hanging so wide open I was tempted to toss a kunai in there too, just to finish the symmetry. I understood the game now. 3 logs total, the one he threw, the one in his hand, and a third lying nearby. The point of the test was probably to take your time, spread out your kunai throws, and prove your accuracy over all 3 logs. The average genius probably only needed 2 logs to show off. I didn't care about pacing myself. I stayed expressionless. This was all going according to plan. Like I thought, no matter the test, no matter the order of turns, skill speaks louder than anything else. Third POV. While chaos unfolded at the academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, had no clue what was going on. He was preoccupied. Today, he was receiving a visitor he never thought he'd have to host in his office, Uchiha Taijima, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan himself. And this wasn't a, oh hey, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, visit. No, Taijima had requested a private audience the night before. Which was awkward for Hiruzen because he still hadn't fully established control over the ANBU. By the time morning rolled around and Taijima strolled into the Hokage Tower, almost every clan head with ties to the ANBU already knew about it. Gossip traveled faster than lightning in this village. Still, Hiruzen played it cool. Or at least tried to. They exchanged polite compliments, that subtle game of verbal shogi where both sides are smiling but also calculating where to stab. And then, an ANBU agent entered the room. Hiruzen recognized him instantly, one of the operatives stationed at the academy. His gut tightened. If an ANBU was here in the middle of the day, it usually meant bad news. And the academy wasn't just any building, it was where the heirs of half the important clans in Konoha trained. If something happened to them, well, the political fallout would make stepping down from the Hokage seat look like a vacation. Trying to project calm, Hiruzen said, "You speak." The ANBU hesitated. Not out of fear, ANBU are trained to keep their emotions buried, but because he knew reporting this particular situation in front of the Uchiha patriarch could be delicate. But disobeying a direct order from the Hokage. That was a bigger no-no than wearing sandals with socks. So, Hiruzen pushed again. You don't need to hesitate. The Uchiha are part of the village. Clan head Taijima might even provide assistance. The ANBU internally winced. Fine. He'd follow orders. It's like this, he began carefully. Earlier, Uchiha Azula distributed some sort of book to every student in her class. Very unusual behavior compared to our usual reports on her. She also didn't begin her usual drawing activity. Taijima's face remained a calm mask, but Hiruzen could almost feel the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. On the inside, Taijima was irritated, though not for the reason the Hokage probably assumed. Yes, as Hokage, Hiruzen was right to have the academy monitored. It was standard procedure, especially for high-profile students. And yes, any sudden change in behavior should be investigated. But Taijima wasn't here as a political figure. He was here as a father. And right now, the question wasn't whether Hiruzen's surveillance was justified. It was whether it interfered with his daughter, and by extension, the pride of the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 14, Uchiha Tribunal Idea. Hiruzen, who had been listening, felt the overwhelming urge to slap himself just a few seconds ago. Why in the world did I let an ANBU deliver a report right in front of Taijima, of all people? He thought, forehead throbbing. If this were a mission, it would have been classified under rookie-level mistakes that even academy brats shouldn't commit. But now this was at the Hokage level. Lesson learned. He cleared his throat in the most casual manner possible. Ahem, children these days, truly something, aren't they? Hiruzen said, putting on his most fatherly smile, as if he hadn't just been caught red-handed. If Hashirama-sama were here, I'm sure he'd be thrilled to see the youth so spirited. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a man of extraordinarily thick skin. This was the same man who, in his younger and, dumber days, had once peeked at women bathing. And when caught red-handed, he simply folded his arms, stroked his beard, and acted like he was conducting an important sociological study. If there were a prize for pretending nothing happened, Hiruzen would have been a gold medalist. So naturally, he tried the same tactic now, deny, deflect, and smile like nothing was wrong. Would Taijima buy it? Of course not. Uchiha Taijima wasn't the kind of man who swallowed excuses wrapped in flowery words. Hokage-sama, he said, voice like cold steel. I came here with sincerity, with the intention of discussing how the Uchiha can contribute further to Konoha's prosperity. Yet what I see here today. He let his words hang heavy in the air. Is disheartening. Now, if this had been another clan, say, the Hyuga, they would have smiled politely, sipped tea, and sent a vague complaint written in flowery calligraphy later. Even the Nara would have grumbled lazily but kept it subtle. Not the Uchiha. Subtlety was simply not their strong suit. They spoke like their fire jutsu, loud, direct, and capable of burning down the room if you weren't careful. Hiruzen's smile didn't falter, but inwardly his mind was spinning like a windmill in a storm. Contribute further? He instantly recalled every single nightmare since becoming Hokage, like an Uchiha wanting to become Hokage or his secret with Danzo being discovered. Anyway, he remembered what his teacher once told him, it's not the arrogant Uchiha who are dangerous, but the Uchiha who want to contribute, those with big dreams like peace. They were truly dangerous because, well, you never knew what they'd twist contribution or peace into. God knows if killing everyone and ruling over an empty land counted as peace to them. In short, he was on guard against anything Taijima might say. But outwardly, the Hokage remained unflappable. That was his art. That was his weapon. Taijima-sama, he said smoothly and shamelessly. My teacher always spoke of the Uchiha as one of the pillars of this village. Your contributions have always been invaluable. So forgive me if I sound curious, but what kind of contribution, exactly, are you referring to? To Taijima, however, those words sounded like nails on a chalkboard. My teacher meant Tobirama. And to imply that the Uchiha still needed Tobirama's approval. That was almost an insult. Did the Hokage really think the Uchiha should feel honored that the very men who distrusted them acknowledged their usefulness? No matter how rational and intelligent he was among the Uchiha, his grudge remained. Taijima's jaw tightened. For a split second, he genuinely considered standing up and storming out. Worse, he considered planting a fist in Hiruzen's smug face. But he reined himself in. Calm down, Taijima. Remember why you came. This isn't about your pride. It's about the clan. It's about the village. And most of all, it's about Azula's plan. Yes, that was it. That was why he was here in the first place. Azula had laid out ideas and strategies so simple yet brilliant that they made him want to slap himself for not thinking of them sooner. He'd always known she was a genius, her skill in battle and ninjutsu spoke for themselves, but her administrative insights were on another level entirely. In fact, in terms of strategy and governance, she might even surpass Azula Uchiha, the very legend who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Madara. And Taijima, the hardened clan head, had to admit something humbling to himself. Yet again, he had underestimated his daughter. The Uchiha had been Konoha's official police force for years now, ever since Tobirama thought it was a brilliant idea. At first, Taijima had accepted it, but over time he discovered the drawbacks. He had even tried to hand the responsibility back. The first time, Tobirama flat out refused. The second time, his own clansmen rejected the notion. From that moment, he knew this was their fate, etched in stone. The Uchiha were warriors, proud and intense. Their very presence made civilians uneasy. Even when smiling, even when being polite, they gave off an aura that whispered we're better than you. That was fine on the battlefield. But in administration, in keeping peace among civilians, it was oil and water. Whenever they caught a criminal, they didn't play games. No polite warnings, no second chances, just full contempt and harsh judgment. Civilians were offended. The Uchiha called it authority. And that right there, Taijima knew, was the test. Because no other clan had such political power in Konoha. No other clan could imprison their own villagers. If the Uchiha could win the village's trust despite this, they'd rise so high that even the Hokage would need their approval. But if they failed, if they clung to arrogance and pride, then one day, they would be sidelined. Permanently. Could the Uchiha change? Could the Akimichi suddenly hate food? Could a Nara become an enthusiastic morning person? Could a Hyuga spontaneously develop a sense of humor about their foreheads? Preposterous. Their traits were as fundamental as chakra natures. The Uchiha's pride wasn't vanity, it was bone deep, forged in fire and loss, a shield and a banner. Asking them to abandon it was like asking a volcano to politely stop being lava. Not even 50 years would be enough for them to abandon it, not unless there were 50 years of complete peace, no wars, no battles, no elders whispering, remember, grandson, you're superior to everyone else. You are from the Uchiha. You can beat everyone as long as you awaken the Sharingan. But was that possible? Taijima knew the answer, about as likely as Madara rising from the grave just to apologize politely and offer to pay for the damages he caused. Still, he had to admit, his daughter had given him a sparkling new idea, one so bold it made him grin behind his stoic mask. If it worked, the Uchiha wouldn't just keep their iron grip on the police force, they'd look like the shining guardians of justice, polishing their image until the entire village thought of them less as arrogant, fire-breathing aristocrats and more as responsible model citizens. Side effect, their clan's unbearable arrogance might finally be shaved down a notch. But before dreaming too far, there was the Hokage problem. The current Hokage had to willingly accept that the Uchiha controlled the police force. Otherwise, all Taijima's scheming would be nothing more than weaving a wedding dress just so some other bride could wear it. And Taijima wasn't in the mood to play village tailor. So, he leaned into the advantage he had built earlier by pretending to be angry and continued his act. To be honest, he said gravely, the Uchiha clan is facing severe difficulties in handling the police force. I even discussed this with Tobirama-sama once. I told him the clan wasn't suited for this position. But, alas, the war erupted, and well, here we are. But truthfully, Hokage-sama, I still think the same. Lie. Absolute lie. That single word hammered into Hiruzen's brain like a bell. He knew Taijima had indeed spoken with Tobirama, but he also knew his sensei's categorical response, rejection, sharp and unyielding as ever. Hiruzen remembered the conversation clearly, back when curiosity got the better of him and he asked why. Tobirama's answer had been infuriatingly simple. This is my test for the Uchiha. If they pass, it means they've integrated into the village, shed their arrogance, and learned to see every civilian as one of their own. And if they pass, they will never, under any circumstances, become a threat to Konoha. For they will not attack those they've accepted as family. At the time, young Hiruzen thought that sounded noble. Now, sitting in the Hokage chair with a migraine forming, he realized Tobirama had basically cursed him with a clan-sized headache. The Uchiha looked down on everyone like hawks glaring at pigeons, and treated the villagers as nothing more than fragile lambs they deigned to protect. He scratched his head awkwardly, like a child caught sneaking dango before dinner. Well, Taijima-sama, you know the war has just ended. The village is short on manpower. Decisions like this aren't mine to make casually. And after all, the police force has been in Uchiha hands since the village was founded. Taijima stared at him calmly, but his disappointment was clear. He had hoped, just a little, that Hiruzen might be different from Tobirama. That maybe, just maybe, the young Hokage would see the Uchiha from a neutral perspective. But no. As expected, neutrality was about as rare as an Uchiha admitting they were wrong. And really, Taijima thought, what excuse was this? Yes, the second Hokage had died. Yes, a few others had fallen. But Konoha still had the strength to face all 4 great hidden villages at once. If they could do that, surely they could handle a measly police department of 500. His guilt shrank even further when he remembered the different schemes Azula had whispered into his ear. If Hiruzen wanted to play games, well, Taijima had his own pieces to move. Hokage-sama, I sincerely hope you will consider our difficulties. I truly wish for the Uchiha to contribute in other ways, leading ANBU teams, patrolling the borders, fighting invaders. Our clan is eager to contribute. Which, of course, made Hiruzen even more convinced the Uchiha must not be allowed to leave the police force. Not until they passed Tobirama's test. If they left now, their arrogance would grow unchecked and their loyalty would remain unproven. Taijima-sama, how about this? Give me more time to discuss it with the council. In the meantime, perhaps you can think of other solutions. But remember, the police force has belonged to the Uchiha since the founding. That cannot be taken lightly. In other words, delay, delay, delay. Hiruzen knew his strategy well. By the time the Uchiha asked again, he'd have a new excuse ready. After all, he was Hokage. It wasn't as though they could force his hand. And as the years rolled on, his own strength would only increase, while the Uchiha would stay trapped in their cage. Taijima, however, was secretly thrilled. This was the exact outcome he wanted. He could stop pretending. Well then, Hokage-sama, I trust you will give us an answer soon, he said, smiling thinly. And before Hiruzen could relax, Taijima struck while the iron was hot. Speaking of which, my daughter has proposed something rather novel. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Novel proposals from Uchiha daughters usually meant trouble, especially if it was Azula. She calls it a tribunal, Taijima explained, pulling out a scroll with a flourish. It involves things like judges, lawyers, witnesses, strange new terms I'd never heard before. And of course, she insists on being something called the president judge. It sounds complicated and terribly troublesome, but my daughter insists. So I hope, Hokage-sama, you will allow us to try it. End of the chapter. I really want to continue this chapter but it's a bit later. Speaking of Naruto, in the anime, it was said that the Uzumaki were a clan who by themselves have their own country. So strong that it took the 5 village together to defeat them because they are too strong to be alone to Sasuke by Hozuki, so at least, I think they should be stronger than the Uchiha and Senju unless it came to special circumstances like Manjikyu, right? Also it said explicitly the 5 village, so there must be Konoha's hand, and don't forget to vote please. Chapter 15, Azula's nuclear bomb, the... Tsunade, what are you reading? Mito asked curiously, raising a brow at her granddaughter, who had just trudged home from the academy like a soldier returning from a lost war. Normally, anyone could tell why Tsunade was gloomy, her mother's recent death was still a heavy stone in her little heart. But today her aura of doom had a different flavor. Instead of sulking with her fists clenched or staring at the tatami like it owed her money, she was clutching a strange book, Manga, but they didn't know yet. The cover showed what looked like a kid with a sword blasting water all over the place, probably water, which made her recall her recently deceased brother-in-law. On the other end of the cover, however, there was a suspiciously familiar figure, a girl who looked like an older Azula, striking a dramatic pose while laughing maniacally and setting the world on fire. Tsunade's face screamed, "Why is my rival playing as a fire goddess?" and her curiosity was practically chewing holes through the pages. The truth was, Tsunade had 2 reasons to sulk today. The first was obvious, the grief she was still carrying from her mother's death. The second was the dreaded academy test, or to be more precise, the practical combat. AKA, the moment when everyone realized that not all students were created equal, and some came pre-installed with unfairly broken cheat codes. Because today, for the first time, Tsunade had witnessed the raw power of the so-called Uchiha princes. And Tsunade, the future legendary sucker puncher of Konoha, had to admit, if she ever fought Azula seriously, she'd probably lose. Badly. Like embarrassing enough to change villages badly. That realization stung. After all, she had already sworn in her little heart that she would protect her family, Grandma Mito, her baby brother Nawaki, her many uncles and aunts, everyone she loved. But what kind of protector couldn't even beat a classmate her own age? She felt useless. And if there was one thing Tsunade hated more than losing, it was feeling useless. When she'd arrived home earlier, she hadn't seen Mito around. Probably taking care of Nawaki, Tsunade assumed, so she decided not to bother her. Instead, her eyes fell on the mysterious book Azula had handed out to everyone in class. Normally, she would have tossed anything that wasn't money straight into the nearest fireplace, but Azula had poured an entire month of her time into this. A month. That was practically a lifetime investment for a 5-year-old. Tsunade couldn't help but be curious. She spent over 5 minutes just analyzing the cover, squeezing out every detail like she was interrogating a criminal. And the more she looked, the more she had to admit something shocking, that older Azula on the cover actually looked kinda cool. Annoyingly cool. Like, I hate her but I want to be her friend, cool. Just as Tsunade finally cracked open the first page, she heard Mito's voice calling her. Immediately, her paranoid little brain screamed, "Is this book cursed?" Every time she tried to read it, something interrupted her. If the book started whispering her name at night, she was out. But she quickly shook off the thought and called back, "Grandma, I came home earlier but didn't bother you since I thought you were busy with Nawaki. As for this, this is Azula's book. The one she spent an entire month drawing. It's kinda interesting." Of course, Mito already knew Tsunade had returned the moment she stepped inside. Between the layered Uzumaki barriers and Mito's monstrous sensory ability, which basically made her the living Byakugan of Konoha, there was no way she could miss it. Still, she walked over, scooped Tsunade into her lap, and sat down on the tatami with the book pressed between them. It was a familiar scene. Usually, Mito would unroll scrolls to teach Tsunade ninjutsu. This time, however, a book filled with drawings from a rival replaced the sacred scrolls. On the first page, there was a boy and his mother. The boy was about to sell charcoal. Simple and innocent. Mito blinked, impressed. The art wasn't messy scribbles, no, it had texture, color, and a surprising amount of polish. But what really caught her attention was the theme. When had an Achiha ever cared about the struggles of ordinary people? This wasn't a "my clan is awesome" propaganda piece. It was a kid hauling charcoal through life's hardships. Even more surprising, the boy, Tanjiro, started monologuing about how life wasn't easy, but still called it a blessing. He compared life to the sky, sometimes cloudy, sometimes bright, always changing. Mito nearly dropped the book. She was speechless. Since when did 5-year-old Uchihas have optimistic thinking? Most of them could barely spell patience without stabbing something first. And here was Azula, somehow channeling the wisdom of wandering monks into her doodles. From that one line about life's struggles being blessings, Mito saw a shadow of her late husband, the man who had ended the Warring States era and dragged the shinobi world into a fragile peace. It was eerie. She almost expected Hashirama's ghost to pop out and say, "See? Told you kids are the future." Shaking her head, Mito kept reading. Apparently, this was a world without ninja at all. No jutsu, no chakra, no exploding tags. Just ordinary people. And yet, somehow, the boy Tanjiro was popular, kind, and, oddly gifted with a superhuman sense of smell. At that moment, Mito thought to herself, what in the name of all 9 bijou has Azula been taught? At first, Mito was only half interested in whatever Azula had written. It was with the mentality of, just another one of those weird books with too many words and not enough pictures. But as she finished reading the first chapter, her eyes refused to leave the page. Her "I'm just curious" attitude started crumbling, and before she knew it, she was reading it seriously because it was really interesting and worth reading. Why? Because this story wasn't about ninjas. No jutsu, no kunai, no smoke bombs, no "for the glory of the clan" nonsense. Instead, the world inside those pages was crawling with demons. And not the kind of demon that politely lives inside your belly and occasionally lends you chakra. No, these were the real deal, the kind that treated humans like an all-you-can-eat buffet of meat. And those who fought them weren't superhumans, not Jinchuriki, not people who could sneeze and blow up a mountain like Hashirama. Just regular humans. The kind who struggle to open pickle jars. The kind who trip on flat surfaces. Mito was hooked. If plain old humans could stand against monsters like these, then maybe there was hope for Hashirama's dream of peace. The book spread faster than a rumor about the Hokage peeking in the women's bathhouse. Mito and Tsunade weren't the only ones reading it. Pretty much every student who got their hands on a copy from Azula ended up glued to it. And when their families noticed, they joined in too, flipping through pages like it was the most exciting thing since Free Dango Day. Even the Hokage himself couldn't resist. Hiruzen, mighty leader of the village, protector of peace, wielder of terrifying jutsu, sneakily borrowed a copy. How? By yoinking it from a white-haired kid who was too distracted yelling at a toad to notice. Meanwhile, the grand architect of all this chaos, Azula herself, didn't give a flying shuriken. After drawing the manga, she couldn't even be bothered to read it. It was because she already knew the plot by heart. She wrote it, after all. And besides, if you know every twist and turn, rereading your own work can feel about as exciting as reading a grocery list. Of course, as early as she started, she wasn't in this for fun but first, reputation, and of course, the hellish wealth to rival the whole of Konoha. Second, she wanted to play with the Uchiha clan's little red-eyed toys. With the right emotional gut punches, maybe she could awaken Sharingan left and right. Heck, maybe even push her own mother, already sporting a fancy 3-tomo Sharingan, over the edge into awakening the Mangekyo, just by watching her daughter's tragic death on paper. Yes, that was the big change Azula made to the story. She didn't just shamelessly insert herself into it, she went all out. She had already apologized to Rengoku because he was gone, replaced by none other than herself, an older, stronger, cooler version. Bold move. Some might call it narcissistic. Azula called it branding. But reputation and teary-eyed Uchihas weren't enough. Azula had another card to play, the tribunal. Her plan was to create Konoha's first-ever court system. Judges, lawyers, trials, the whole package. Because if the Uchihas kept dishing out justice like overzealous hall monitors, people would always fear them. But if justice was delivered publicly, with fairness and drama, the Uchiha would stop looking like power-hungry cops and start looking like Konoha's heroic messengers of justice. Of course, there was one problem: who would propose the idea? If her father went to the Hokage and said that this was his plan, or the Uchiha's plan, Hiruzen would pick it apart like an overcooked piece of ramen. But if she, mischievous, playful Azula with her reputation for pulling silly stunts, presented it, Hiruzen would probably chuckle, think it was just another one of her antics, and then lower his guard. That's when the brilliance of the plan would hit him. So yes, instead of training harder or chasing power, Azula was wasting precious time doodling and scheming about courtrooms. But in her mind, it was necessary. Because once the tribunal was established, Konoha would witness justice in its purest form, criminals defended, trials held in daylight, verdicts reached before everyone's eyes. No more whispers of bias, no more fear of Uchiha-only justice. In short, Azula was about to turn the Uchiha from terrifying police force into the legal equivalent of caped superheroes. All with a manga, a tribunal, and a shameless cameo as herself. And the best part was that probably everyone would be too busy binge-reading her story to notice the puppet strings she was quietly pulling. She wanted that if people in Konoha saw an Uchiha glaring at someone, the general assumption was, that person had messed up. Because the Uchiha were supposedly impartial, noble, and serious-minded. Azula figured if she could use her schemes to build that reputation even higher, then when the time came for her to compete for Hokage, if she did it someday, she wouldn't even need campaign posters. The phrase, hated by an Uchiha must be guilty, would basically run her election for her. But of course, Azula hadn't forgotten her true goal. Becoming stronger was still the response for everything, but the problem was she was starting to hit a wall. By now, she had learned pretty much every ninjutsu appropriate for her stage. She could breathe fire like a dragon with indigestion, shoot lightning like a storm cloud with anger issues, and hurl around flashy elemental combos that would impress even the academy teachers. Only two techniques she had avoided like plague-infested ramen, but that could increase her strength in a short time and were relevant even in the Boruto fanfic era, were the Raiznan and the Chidori, because they both came with one tiny, annoying side effect: blowing up your own hand. Besides, both jutsu guzzled chakra like a drunk uncle at a sake festival. Even Kakashi, during the beginning of Naruto, could only use it about 3 times a day. And anyway, most of the other new jutsu were just slightly spicier versions of things she could already do. Fireball. Try bigger fireball. Lightning strike. Try zigzag lightning strike. She already had bending, why waste time reinventing the wheel when she was basically born with a sports car? Her main limitation wasn't skill. It was the same problem every short-statured prodigy ran into: not enough chakra, and not enough physical growth. In her mind, if she had a bigger chakra pool and a more mature body, she'd already be walking around at Kage level without even needing the Sharingan. And wouldn't that be a flex? Still, Azula wasn't the type to just sit around twiddling her thumbs while waiting for puberty to grant her upgrades. She needed something new to chew on, something important, something game-changing. And she had just the thing in mind: sealing techniques. Who was the best sealing master in Konoha? That was an easy one: Mito Uzumaki, no contest. Honestly, the only person in history who might rival her was the legendary Ashina Uzumaki. But Mito wasn't just a sealing genius. According to the clan's records, she was also the greatest censor Konoha had ever seen. The woman could probably detect someone sneezing 3 countries away and tell you whether it was pollen or a cold. People said she had mastered all the legendary techniques of the Uzumaki clan, that in her prime she had been one of the strongest shinobi alive, someone only Madara and Hashirama themselves could truly challenge. Oh, and she had the Nine Tails living inside her like some kind of demonic roommate. Sure, she couldn't fully weaponize the Kyuubi the way Naruto would someday, but Mito didn't need full control. She was still terrifying enough. And, technically speaking, she was also the head of what used to be the Senju clan. The name might have been quietly retired, but that didn't mean the legacy or the members had just vanished into thin air. Azula was certain that somewhere in Mito's possession were Tobirama's research notes, his personal experiments, and maybe even the keys to the juiciest forbidden jutsu Konoha had ever banned. And if Tobirama hadn't passed down his ridiculous ninjutsu encyclopedia to her, then Mito would definitely still have easy access to the Scroll of Seals. Which meant, jackpot. From Azula's perspective, if she wanted a teacher, it had to be Mito. End of story. Sure, she could technically consider someone like Tsukumo Hatake. Well, the guy was only a chunin right now. A talented chunin, yes, but still a chunin. That was like choosing to learn swordsmanship from a kid at summer camp when you had the option of training under a legendary samurai. The only real question was, how in the world was she supposed to convince Mito Uzumaki to take her on as an apprentice? Because walking up to Mito and saying, "Hey, super powerful, terrifyingly competent, Kyuubi-carrying master of seals, teach me everything you know," wasn't exactly a winning strategy. End of the chapter. So, what do you think about becoming Mito's disciple? And if you agree, what kind of ninjutsu, your original idea, do you think Mito have that she can teach Azula that are super useful? And don't forget to give me your power stones. Chapter 16, Morning Chaos. I love it, morning, Azula-san. Morning, Azula-san. Morning, Azula-san. By the 27th chirped morning, Azula-san, my eye had developed a tiny, furious twitch. I was a single, frayed nerve away from introducing my fist to someone's face. The only thing holding me back was the profound, panda-esque black circles under their eyes. These weren't just signs of a late night, these were black holes of exhaustion, so deep and dark I was fairly certain I could see the ghost of the Sage of Six Paths waving a white flag from within. Punching one of these walking corpses would be less an act of violence and more a form of assisted suicide, a one-way ticket to the Pure Land. And my, wouldn't that be a messy start to the school day? Beneath the sleep deprivation, their expressions were an open book, and the title was, Desperately Want to Ask the Girl Something But We're Too Socially Awkward and Unfamiliar to Do So. It was a look I'd become intimately familiar with. And honestly, it was hilarious. My brilliant plan was working with the efficiency of a well-oiled shinobi assassination plot. The admiration in their eyes was so thick you could spread it on toast. Even Orochimaru, who usually looked at our classmates with the same interest one reserves for a particularly dull rock, had been caught sneaking glances. Hee hee. TSK. Azula, I have to ask, a voice boomed, shattering the morning's delicate ecosystem of whispered greetings. It was Jiraiya, striking what he undoubtedly believed was a dashing pose. Why didn't you use my face in your book? Am I not handsome enough? Not majestic? Not the very embodiment of toad-inspired elegance. I didn't even grant him the dignity of a verbal response. A single, slow, deliberate eye roll was all he warranted. The universe, it seemed, agreed with my assessment. As if on celestial agreement, the classroom door slid open with a violent thwack to reveal Tsunade, her expression stormy. She'd heard every word. Jiraiya's majestic pose deflated like a punctured balloon. Your morning greeting, pervert, she announced, and the sound of her fist connecting with the side of his head was a familiar, almost comforting, percussion in our daily symphony. Thwack. I sighed internally. What a profoundly messed up world. In the original anime, these so-called Sannin graduated at 6. At an age where kids in my old world were learning to tie their shoes without help, these three were being handed kunai and sent out to earn their first kill. A world where being a proficient murderer at 6 gets you labeled a genius. Is it any wonder they all turned out like this? Tsunade's gambling, Jiraiya's, everything, Orochimaru's curious fascination with the limits of human biology, they're not just personality quirks. They're trauma responses. In a world where life is cheaper than a bento box, you find your coping mechanism, or you break. Just as I was contemplating the profound existential horror of it all, my favorite quiet neighbor shuffled over, looking like a baby owl that had been kicked out of the nest during a hurricane. Morning, Azula-san. Same dark circles. Same hesitant shuffle. Same unspoken plea. You know what they say, if you can't beat M, join M and then mercilessly exploit their desperation for your own amusement. Morning, I replied, my voice dripping with faux casualness. So. Have you read my mangas? The 5-year-old girl blinked, her sleep-addled brain processing the unfamiliar word before a spark of recognition ignited. Oh. So that's what you call them. The picture stories. They were, really good. This was, without a doubt, a top 5 longest conversation we'd ever shared. A historic moment. She nodded to herself, gathered her courage, and asked the question that was burning a hole through the collective consciousness of the entire class. So, when is the next part coming? The effect was instantaneous. The low hum of classroom chatter died. I could feel the weight of 24 pairs of eyes snap onto me with the intensity of a targeted sniper round. I let the silence hang for a delicious moment before allowing a slow, utterly shameless smirk to spread across my face. Who knows? I said, my voice a lazy drawl. I'm feeling a bit tired. Plus, I'm about to start some very special training. Maybe I'll get around to the second part in a year. Or 2. Perhaps 3. The reaction was better than I could have ever dreamed. No, a voice wailed, shattering the silence. It was Mito, a green-haired blur of spandex and tears. This isn't youth, Azula-san. This is the opposite of a burning passion. This is a damp, sad flicker. Normally, his proclamations were met with eye rolls or outright ignorance. But today, he was their prophet. That's right, a girl chimed in, pointing an accusatory finger. As a young woman, how can you be so lazy? Yes, another boy joined, his voice frantic. Didn't you just take a month to draw the first one? Don't worry about classes. We'll convince the teacher. He'll understand. Right, everyone. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of pleas, arguments, and outright bargaining. It was beautiful. And I had, of course, deliberately engineered this entire meltdown. Because the sequel was absolutely on the back burner. First, there's my little tribunal plan to deal with. Then I have to expertly strategize my way into becoming Lady Mito's disciple. And let's not forget my lightning release training. This lightning chakra mode isn't going to master itself. I need a body strong enough to handle that kind of power. Just imagine it, 3 Tomo Sharingan perception, plus the raw speed of the lightning chakra mode, plus the instant teleportation of the flying thunder god, maybe add another sage mode later. Who, in the entire history of this ninja world, could possibly keep up? Even an Otsutsuki would get a migraine trying to track me. And if I can sweet-talk my way into Mito's good graces, well, maybe as her dear disciple, she could let me take a few bites of that special Uzumaki physique when I'm injured, for example, when training the Raiznan and Chidori. But like any good villainous mastermind, or, a mildly scheming toddler, I needed a cover story. I couldn't just stand on the playground and shout, I require your help for eyeball evolution. So, I put on my best, weary, overworked business otter face and addressed my captive audience, the future of Konoha, currently more interested in picking their noses than mastering chakra control. I began with a dramatic sigh. It is not that I don't want to continue my work because it's really entertaining. But my various entrepreneurial ventures are demanding my attention. I may be so busy I have to miss school. I paused, letting the gravity of that statement sink in. To a bunch of 5-year-olds, voluntarily skipping the sandbox is a level of hardcore they could barely comprehend. You see, I continued, leaning in conspiratorially, I plan to distribute my literary works across the entire ninja world. Open a store right here in Konoha to sell my manga, and then to all around the ninja world. I had them hook, line, and sinker. Their little eyes were wide. But I can help you. You can create your own story, draw it, write it, whatever, and I will sell it for you. We'll split the profits. Think of it. You could earn enough to buy all the dango you could ever want. Impress your father and make him kneel before you. Become a legend. The real goal, of course, was to induce a tidal wave of emotionally devastating fanfiction to bludgeon my optic nerves into unlocking the Sharingan, started by a bunch of toddlers. And it did work. I could practically see the gears turning in their tiny heads, smoke almost pouring out of their ears. Dreams of artistic glory and candy-based wealth had overwritten their previous desires to pester me, or so I thought. Just then, an unexpected voice cut through the buzz of childish excitement. That's not a problem. How about we help you? I turned. It was Tsunade. Our relationship was strange. I just stared at her, one eyebrow raised so high it was practically trying to escape my hairline. You. Help me. With my store. Was the world ending? Seeing my blatantly suspicious gaze, she immediately backpedaled faster than a shinobi avoiding a debt collector. Don't misunderstand, she stammered, her cheeks puffing out. I'm not interested in your so-called manga. It's for my grandma. Yeah. She, read it and would like to know the rest of the story. She said it with the confidence of a leaf trembling in a hurricane. Her big, panda-like eyes from lack of sleep were darting everywhere, refusing to meet mine. And when she said, Grandma, she looked about as guilty as someone caught with the last piece of cake. Bingo. My first major breakthrough in my secret plan to become Mito Uzumaki's disciple had just fallen into my lap, wrapped in a blonde, deniable package. I played it cool, feigning nonchalant surprise. Oh. The legendary Mito Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage, is interested in my little scribbles. I am honored. Of course, I only knew how legendary she was thanks to my meta-knowledge. To any other Achiha kid, she'd just be that really important red-haired lady. But Tsunade wasn't even listening to that part. She was too deep in her own web of lies, trying to convince herself first. That's right, she barreled on. She spent the whole night reading it. From the beginning to the end. She even demanded, asked nicely, to know when the next part is coming. I had to hide a smirk. Gotcha. Unconsciously, I realized I'd been talking and scheming with them all morning. I'd somehow blended in. I was now a card-carrying member of this toddler cult. But that was the point. If I wasn't familiar with them, how could I ever help them? And more importantly, how could I make them so eternally grateful that they'd one day pay me back 100 times over? Friendship is the best long-term investment strategy. We spent the next while plotting world domination, or, at least, Konoha manga domination, until the teacher finally showed up. As class droned on, my mind was already on the next project. Not mangas, not ninjutsu. Law. Specifically, the law of Konoha. Or, more accurately, the glaring lack thereof. Konoha's legal system was basically 1. Don't sneak in. 2. Don't sneak out. 3. Give us a cut of your mission money. 4. Don't make the Hokage mad. That's it. What about intellectual property? What happens when my manga empire takes off and some shifty merchant from the land of tea buys all my copies, marks up the price 1000%, and sells them as rare Konoha art? What if some unlicensed joker starts making bootleg Musen figurines? Right now, I could probably stop it with a well-placed threat and a flash of my Sharingan-less eyes, leveraging my clan name. But what about some future genius artist, some kid with the potential to write a story so soul-crushingly beautiful it could awaken the Mangekyo in a rock, but they give up because they see no way to profit? The very thought was a tragedy greater than anything in my manga. No. This would not stand. If I was going to build an empire on the tears of my peers, I was going to make sure it was a legally compliant, copyright-protected empire. Konoha was about to get its first ever copyright lawyer. End of the chapter. Sigh, although I want a time skip but I feel it will take longer than expected because I don't want to rush. At most, I promise you wouldn't see some nonsense like 6 years old Kage, or someone clearly overpowered yet having difficulty dealing with a nobody. Chapter 17, the day Konoha learned the price of manga. The sun rose over Konoha, but something was off. It wasn't the usual gentle nudge into consciousness. No, this was a peculiar, collective, village-wide sense of unease, a subtle prickle on the back of every married man's neck. It was the specific, primal feeling that somewhere, a mythical beast of unimaginable greed was eyeing the secret stashes of cash they had hidden from their wives under floorboards and inside hollowed-out copies of forbidden books. This cosmic disturbance could mean only one thing. After a month of construction that had rattled windows and sparked endless gossip, one of the two colossal new buildings was finally complete. Now, a new shop or office usually gets a week of mild curiosity before Konoha moves on to the next scandal. But these weren't normal buildings. These were behemoths, monuments to excess. They were so ludicrously large that rumors swirled each had cost more than 100 million ryo, a figure so high it made the Hokage mansion look like a charming, budget-friendly garden shed. The first, of course, was Azula's treasure, the Uchiha Manga Emporium and Library. Its construction was funded by the beautiful, beautiful art of persuasion. Specifically, Azula's art, executed by her mother, on the wallet of one Taijima Achiha. They didn't just ask for funds, they performed a financial exorcism, successfully convincing Taijima that funding his daughter's dream was more critical than, say, the clan's entire annual budget for new throwing stars. The second building, still shrouded in scaffolding but nearing completion, was the new Konoha tribunal. And wasn't it a surprise that it was also receiving a staggering, unprecedented level of investment? This time, Taijima himself had become a student of the very art used against him. He had so thoroughly and persuasively argued the project's merit to the village elders that they now believed a platinum-plated, diamond-encrusted courthouse was essential for village security. The Uchiha had sunk over 150 million ryo into it, which is precisely why it was taking longer than the manga store. You can't rush perfection, or at least, you can't rush the installation of solid gold toilet handles. Over the month, Azula's popularity had skyrocketed in the academy. Her classmates weren't just friendly, they were her hype squad, her inner circle, her potential, though they didn't know it yet, unpaid internship program. They knew all about the store and were arguably more excited for its opening than she was, which was a feat, considering her excitement level was roughly equivalent to a firework factory explosion. As the crowds began to gather on opening day, a woman in her 30s eyed the gleaming manga palace with a look of pure, unadulterated envy. Tsk tisk, she clucked, loud enough for her husband to hear. Truly the Achiha. I heard this entire monument to paper and ink was built because their little princess wanted to play businesswoman. Must be nice. Her husband didn't just pale, he achieved a new, transparent shade of white. His head swiveled like an owl's, scanning for the distinctive fan emblem of the Uchiha police force. Seeing none, he finally remembered how to breathe, then immediately whirled on his wife. Are you insane? Or are you just actively trying to get us exiled to a land of endless rain and misery, he hissed, pulling her aside. If you have a death wish, fine. But think of me and the children. Criticizing that clan. And criticizing their precious princess. Meanwhile, a curious thing was happening at the store's grand entrance. Despite the closed sign, the guards were ushering in a small herd of brightly dressed children, Azula's classmates. From Azula's shrewd, business-oriented perspective, was there anything better than a dedicated workforce fueled by excitement and the promise of a reward, yet too young to understand concepts like minimum wage or workers' rights? She was confident no kind of labor union would suddenly materialize to protect a bunch of first-year academy students. Right. Gathering her tiny team inside the vast, shelves not yet fully stocked store, Azula addressed them with the inspiring gravitas of a five-star general addressing his troops, if the troops were mostly concerned with when snack time was. Okay, listen up, she began, a gleam in her Sharingan-less eyes. Today marks the dawn of a new era for Konoha. This isn't just a store, it is the future greatest treasure of this entire village. I expect nothing less than a 5-star, ultra-premium, legendary service from each of you. Impress me, and at the end of this day, the commission I pay you will be so vast, you will be able to buy enough dango to not only last a year but to actually become one with the dango. You will achieve a state of sugary, rice flour enlightenment. It was a masterclass in managerial manipulation. She wasn't just painting a picture, she was painting a Sistine Chapel ceiling of future sugary rewards. For its grand opening, the store's main attraction was Azula's own masterpiece, Demon Slayer, Part 1. This was her adaptation of the first season of the anime, meticulously expanded and improved across 6 thick volumes. She'd added more lore, more backstory, and significantly more scenes of someone looking cool. The price for this literary marvel was a cool 5,000 ryo. To put that in perspective, that was the entire reward for a risky, C-rank mission, or roughly the equivalent of $500 back on Earth. It was, by any rational standard, a complete and utter ripoff. But Azula simply smiled. Different world, different rules. And in this world, she held the monopoly on awesome. With the finale of the surprisingly well-rehearsed little speech complete, Azula beamed at the assembly of toddlers. It was time for the main event, the official ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Uchiha district's first-ever manga cafe, with the slogan, "The Sharingan can read." And for this, you couldn't just have any old schmuck with a pair of scissors. You needed gravitas. You needed prestige. You needed a lineup of bigwigs so impressive that people would forget they were essentially celebrating a glorified comic book store. With the solemnity of a seasoned event planner, she invited up the Uchiha patriarch, Taijima, Tisk, who looked as if he were attending a funeral for his family's dignity rather than the opening of his daughter's whimsical venture. Next was the legendary Mito Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage, a woman of such serene and terrifying power that the very air seemed to part for her. Finally, almost as an afterthought, a symbolic gesture, really, Azula had sent an invite to the Hokage himself. She'd assumed the third, young Hiruzen Sarutobi, was far too busy with the weighty matters of state, like paperwork, more paperwork, and occasionally sighing wistfully at his crystal ball if it had developed. Oh, how she had underestimated the Hokage's insatiable thirst for good PR. For a man who spent most of his time locked in a tower, the chance to wander into a public event, bask in adoration, and deliver an impromptu sermon on the will of fire was like catnip to a very old and tired ninja cat. It was, as they say, an offer he couldn't refuse. Well, sort of. The wily young Kage had no intention of actually leaving his office vulnerable. What appeared in a puff of smoke at the edge of the crowd was not Hiruzen Sarutobi in the flesh, but a perfectly serviceable shadow clone. The real Hiruzen was, at that very moment, likely enjoying a quiet cup of tea and a risque novel, confident that his duplicate could handle the ribbon-cutting festivities. After all, he could maintain 2 clones for a full day, and leaving a clone in the office was just asking for trouble. What if a meteor struck? Or, worse, a council meeting started early? The clone was a necessary sacrificial lamb to the gods of bureaucracy and public opinion. The crowd, of course, didn't know this. To them, it was the Hokage in all his glory. They parted like the Red Sea before a very bearded Moses, creating a path for him. The clone Risen, ever the professional, was already deep in a politically charged greeting with Taijima Uchiha, a conversation that probably had all the warmth of 2 icebergs rubbing together. It was then that Azula made her appearance. She glided over, a vision of calculated cuteness in a tiny Uchiha-style outfit. "Good morning, Hokage-sama," she said, her voice a masterclass in feigned awe. "I didn't expect that you would be able to carve time out of your undoubtedly busy schedule to grace us with your presence. It is a profound honor." She even gave a little bow, the picture of noble deference. It wasn't at the Hyuga level of robotic precision, but for an Uchiha princess, it was a solid A+ effort. The effect was immediate. Here was this deadly serious little girl, a 5-year-old mogul, trapped in a body that still probably needed help reaching the top shelf of her own bookcases. The dichotomy was lethal. It melted the hearts of the onlookers like a fire-style jutsu to a snowman. Even the clone Ruzan felt a surge of unexpected, programmed goodwill. This troublemaker, he thought, she gets it. She understands my hard work. It is nothing, little one, the clone boomed with fatherly charm. In fact, as Hokage, it brings me immense joy to see the Uchiha clan developing in such a creative direction. Providing wholesome entertainment for the good civilians of Konoha is a noble pursuit indeed. His internal monologue, however, was racing. It would be even better if all of them had such abstract, non-combative thinking as this one instead of constantly brooding about battle, assassination, and whose honor was slighted. Why can't they all just open stores? Peaceful, taxable, store-based revenue. But he kept that part to himself. A leader must be diplomatic. Besides, he was already fully briefed. The moment Azula started distributing her hand-drawn manga to her classmates, an ANBU report had landed on his desk in front of her father. After a full, paranoid investigation that likely involved agents hiding in trees to watch a 5-year-old draw, they concluded it was, in fact, exactly what it appeared to be, a willful child's expensive hobby. Hiruzan's respect for the stern Taijima Uchiha had actually dipped a few notches, thinking the mighty patriarch was being utterly henpecked by his daughter. Then he thought of Buwako, his own wife, and sighed. Perhaps he wasn't one to talk. Azula, blissfully unaware that the Hokage was a copy and that he pitted her father's lack of domestic control, played her masterstroke. She reached into a small pouch and produced a meticulously bound little book. Hokage-sama, your presence is so fortuitous. I have taken the liberty of drafting a foundational charter for the soon-to-be Konoha tribunal, based on the sacred principles upon which Konoha was founded. I humbly request you give it a glance, to see if there are any areas where its wisdom might be refined. This was, of course, complete nonsense. The Konoha founding law was a brilliantly crafted piece of legalistic gibberish designed to do one thing: give the Hokage the absolute right to make suggestions while she retained all actual power. It was a masterpiece of 5-year-old bureaucratic jujitsu, making it look like she was deferring to his ultimate authority while neatly tying his hands behind his back. She was blocking his path to any real changes with the sheer, immovable force of faux respect. The clone Ruzan opened his mouth, likely to say something patronizingly approving, when another voice cut through the air, smooth as silk and sharp as a senbon. Oh, the law of Konoha. I find myself most intrigued. It was the lady with red hair. Mito Uzumaki. Before the Hokage's clone could even process the interruption, Mito had plucked the little book directly from Azula's hands, right under his nose. She opened it with an air of casual ownership that brooked no argument. The Hokage's clone merely stood there, his mouth slightly agape, a faint blush of embarrassment on his cheeks. He looked like a man who had just been pickpocketed by a queen and knew better than to complain. The real Hiruzan, miles away, probably felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to straighten his posture. End of the chapter. Sigh. It's just a little over 2K, but I have to stop today because I'm tired, but I promise over 3K next time, and thanks for the supports, guys. Chapter 18, Uchiha Azuna vs Senju Tobirama. When she snatched the book from Azula's hand, Mito was carefully observing the reaction of Azula and Hiruzan's clone. Her objective was simple: observe. This wasn't about a lack of respect for the Hokage. The man had earned his title and her deference 1,000 times over, nor was it some power play to control the most powerful shinobi in the village. It was a fundamental test. Power, as sure as the sun rises, changes people. It warps perspectives and inflates egos. She needed to know if the Hiruzan of today was still the man she remembered, or if the hat had slowly molded him into something stuffier. Sure, her little stunt might cause the Hokage to lose a sliver of face, but the Hiruzan Sarutobi she knew wouldn't use his good china for a face-saving ceremony. This was the man who possessed a free-spirited, almost mischievous soul, the same genius who, as a youth, had risked the apocalyptic wrath of Tobirama for a chance to peek at the women's hot springs. He'd known the second would skin him alive if he was caught, and he'd done it anyway. That was the benchmark for unrestrained she was working with. Fortunately, the clone, because of course the real Hiruzan was probably busy signing paperwork or napping, reacted perfectly. A faint, almost charming blush of embarrassment touched his cheeks, but it was completely devoid of any genuine offense. Even through the chakra construct, she could feel a wave of warm, familiar respect. Good. The hat hadn't crushed his spirit. Then her gaze shifted to the real wild card, Azula Uchiha. This was the true test. The Uchiha clan's reputation for pride was not unearned. Interrupting one of them mid-gesture was a fantastic way to get a fireball to the face as a conversational rebuttal. But it never came. Instead of fury, Azula's face held respect. And was that excitement? The girl looked less like someone who'd just been publicly slighted and more like a kid who'd just been told the secret to infinite free dango. Mito was, for a rare moment, completely stunned. How could she not be excited? Azula's inner monologue was practically buzzing. For the past month, this moment had been her personal carrot on a stick. Thanks to Tsunade's not-so-subtle hints, she'd been 99% certain she could lure the legendary Mito Uzumaki here. And now, seeing the Grand Mistress of Fuinjutsu in the flesh, looking regal and utterly unimpressed by social niceties, Azula was thrilled. This was a woman who got things done. Her own progress was the reason for her eager anticipation. It had been over a month since she'd finally conquered the shadow clone technique. No more embarrassing, brain-rattling poofs after 30 minutes. Now, like her prodigious cousin Itachi, she could maintain a clone for a full 5-hour school day and absorb the memories without so much as a headache. This monumental achievement had freed up her actual body to push her physical conditioning to the absolute limits of her 5-year-old frame. And frankly, she was bored. She'd devoured the Uchiha clan's texts on Chakra until her eyes crossed. There was nothing left to study that would give her a significant, immediate power boost. Seeing Mito was the ultimate confirmation. The path to true, monstrous strength was paved with complex, world-altering seals. But to learn from the best, she needed to wait until Hiruzen left before starting to seduce Mito. Who knew how the well-meaning but meddlesome Hokage might try to guide her? Playing the perfect polite student, Azula bowed slightly, a picture of Uchiha decorum. The pleasure is all mine, Lady Mito. Tsunade told me that while she herself isn't particularly interested in my work, she was certain you would be. She said your tastes were far more refined. Azula didn't hesitate to dig a playful pit and push her new benefactor, Tsunade, right into it. It was all in good fun, just a little white lie exposed to humor the venerable Kunoichi. Tsunade would understand. Probably. An amused chuckle escaped Mito's lips. Oh, Tsunade, you terrible liar. She knew for a fact her granddaughter had a secret place where she would take the manga every time she was bored to read while hiding. The tense, amusing standoff was broken by the return of Taijima Achiha. The clan head looked like a man who had spent a small nation's GDP on a concept he didn't fully understand but was committed to seeing through. Lady Mito, Hokage-sama, he said, his voice a gravelly baritone. It is time. He still didn't quite grasp this strange, ribbon-cutting ceremony his daughter had insisted upon. It seemed like a frivolous tradition. But when you've already invested hundreds of millions of Ryo into a building that sells illustrated stories, you might as well grab the scissors and play along. The momentous duty of slicing the ceremonial ribbon fell, as all momentous duties do, to the Hokage. It wasn't just about who had the sharpest scissors, it was about status. In Konoha, if something needed official inaugurating, and you wanted it to stay inaugurated, you got the guy with the big hat and the profoundly patient expression. And to Azula's credit, Hiruzen found the whole ribbon-cutting concept bizarrely fascinating. A single, flimsy piece of fabric, stretched taut as a tripwire, whose destruction signaled not an alarm but commerce. He made a mental note to consider it for the next academy graduation. Perhaps slicing a ribbon could replace the tedious written exam on border patrol logistics. But a Hokage does not merely cut. A Hokage must also orate. It was an instinct buried deep in his political DNA, a compulsion as undeniable as the need to stroke one's beard thoughtfully when making a terrible decision. He cleared his throat, the sound echoing with the gravity of a man about to declare war or, in this case, declare a bookstore open. The crowd leaned in, expecting wisdom. When the tree leaves dance, he began, his voice a low, resonant rumble that promised profound truths. One shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. He paused, allowing the poetic weight of the village's creed to settle over the assembled shinobi and civilians. They stood in respectful silence, contemplating the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Then he grinned, the serious mask dropping instantly. I hope this new enterprise burns bright and helps new ideas blossom. The crowd chuckled, disarmed. It was the perfect Hokage speech, deeply profound for those who wanted profundity, and mercifully short for those who just wanted to see the inside of the weird new store. A politician with a conscience and a sense of timing. Snip. The ribbon fell. The doors opened. And like a well-trained platoon storming a beachhead, approximately 200 people flowed inside, a testament to Konoha's vibrant curiosity and chronic lack of weekend plans. The first thing to assault their senses wasn't a smell or a sound, but an image of almost militant cuteness. Lined up in perfect formation was a squad of children, decked out in crisp black and white uniforms. They stood with a discipline that would make a Chunin instructor weep with joy. The effect was immediately undercut by the chorus of parental voices piping up from the crowd. Shin. Is that you? You told me you were going to train. You look like a tiny, very serious waiter. Tsunade. Oh, my heart. Stop it, you're too adorable. Are you blushing? You're blushing. This last exclamation came from Mito Uzumaki, who was experiencing a critical hit to her emotional defenses. She rarely left her residence, her status as the former first Hokage's wife and the current Jinchuriki of the Ninetales making her a permanent resident of Konoha's see but do not approach list. But her granddaughter Tsunade had pleaded, and Mito was weak to two things: devastatingly powerful sealing jutsus and devastatingly cute grandchildren in adorable uniforms. She'd even pawned little Nawaki off on a sitter for this. It was worth it. Their guide for this strange new experience was none other than the mastermind herself, Achiha Azula. She stepped forward, a vision of entrepreneurial zeal. "Welcome, everyone, to the grand opening of Konoha's manga heaven," she announced, her voice cutting through the parental cooing. "The first and only establishment of its kind in the entire world. A place dedicated to the glorious, revolutionary, and, frankly, addictive art of storytelling known as manga." She paced like a general addressing her troops. "What is manga, you ask? It is a symphony of words and pictures. An epic tale told in panels. It is, I predict, the future of entertainment, and it starts here, today, in this very room. Our current library is curated. We have one. A single, magnificent title to launch 1,000 dreams." She gestured grandly to another section. "But fear not. We also offer a selection of the finest literature from across the nations. And for our first featured exhibit." She paused for dramatic effect. "We present the Uchiha clan's most cherished treasures, the stories and legends of the Warring States period, now available for the first time to the public. Yes, you. For the low, low price of a few ryo, you can finally learn what really happened on those legendary battlefields." This was a masterstroke. She wasn't just selling books, she was selling prestige. She could already see the gears turning in the heads of the Aburame and Akimichi clan members in the crowd. The Uchiha were putting their glory on display. Unacceptable. Their clan's history was way more glorious and definitely involved more interesting bugs/recipes. They'd be pounding down her door by week's end to get their own histories published. The store's diversity would grow through sheer, competitive vanity. As Azula finished her pitch, her tiny, well-drilled army of child employees snapped into action. They broke formation and began greeting visitors with a terrifying, professional politeness. Mito watched, her heart doing little flip jutsus, as a fiercely blushing Tsunade marched up to her. "Grandmother. Welcome to Manga Heaven. May I interest you in our premier biographical section?" Tsunade recited, the words clearly memorized and delivered with the grave seriousness of a soldier reporting a border incursion. Mito could only nod, utterly defeated by the cuteness. She allowed herself to be led away, her curiosity genuinely piqued. The Uchiha's most cherished treasures. Every clan had their dusty scrolls of history, but they were usually about crop rotations and border disputes. What made the Uchiha so special? She soon found out. There, displayed with reverence, was a book with a cover that depicted two legendary figures locked in a dramatic clash. The title was not a dry historical account. It was a headline. It was a promise. It was a rival worth dying for, the epic struggle of Uchiha Azuna vs Senju Tobirama, by Achiha Azula. End of the chapter. Some ideas about the book, Uchiha Azuna vs Tobirama, some anecdote that would be funny to add, things that would elevate Uchiha's status in the book and all your imagination And don't forget to vote. By the way, I'm having another fanfic idea. I don't know if it's good or not, Naruto, reincarnated as Toph, as a Hyuga from the same generation as Kushina. I can already imagine Konoha's big three, Toph, Mikoto, and Kushina, a girl team, friendship, and love. And of course, I want to write a Hyuga story. I feel that the Byakugan is one of the most underdeveloped things in Naruto. It was something that even the Otsutsuki had. I feel like with just the Byakugan, one could really be as strong as a Manjiki Sharingan user if 60% of its potential is developed. Chapter 19, that little girl out there was going to be. Unfortunately, after opening the book, it wasn't a manga type but just a normal book, which was normal since Azula said there was only one manga in the store, which was Demon Slayer, and she had already read it. With a silent sigh for the lost cause of entertainment, Mito took the book anyway. And it was absolutely, 100% not because she was wildly, insatiably curious about the Uchiha clan's internal gossip about her brother-in-law. Who wouldn't want the official scoop on how they viewed the second Hokage? Or, say, whether he and his best frenemy Azuna shared a secret handshake or perhaps just a mutual desire to stab each other in a slightly more respectful manner. Purely academic interest. Obviously. What Mito didn't know was that her choice was about as accidental as a pre-planned trapdoor. This was all part of Azula's master plan. If you want to get Konoha's attention, you don't just wave a shiny thing, you wave their shiny thing. And what's shinier to a Konoha citizen than the hidden history of their legendary leaders? It's the ultimate gossip, wrapped in historical significance, and tied with a bow of clandestine knowledge. Of course, Azula had another trump card not yet revealed. The story she was saving for her second manga release, the one that would really make the village explode, was the epic bromance-turned-tragedy of Madara and Hashirama. She was certain that tale, told right, would single-handedly rebrand the Uchiha as the ultimate misunderstood heroes. People would see Madara not as a madman, but as a grieving brother who chose peace. They'd learn the foundational truth, that Konoha was built not by one man, but by two clans who decided protecting their kids was more important than perpetuating a centuries-old blood feud. It was going to be a propaganda masterpiece. But that blockbuster was for later. For now, the civilians in the store were having their minds gently blown by the book Mito held. Their eyes were shining like newly polished kunai. In the shinobi world, information isn't just power, it's a currency more valuable than gold Rio, hoarded and protected more fiercely than a secret ramen recipe. The average civilian knew the Hokage were strong, in the same way they knew the sky was blue. They'd heard the first Hokage could grow forests with a flick of his wrist, cool party trick. They knew the second Hokage was a stern man with shock white hair who probably smiled once a decade, and only if someone told a truly exceptional joke. But ask them what the Flying Thunder God technique was. You'd just get a blank stare and a guess like, very fast, strong lightning release. But this book was a backstage pass to history. It was the kind of real, juicy intel they'd never, ever have access to in their ordinary lives. It was like finding your big sibling's super-secret diary. Unsurprisingly, guided by the impeccable and demanding taste of the younger generation, the most popular picks were still the dazzling Demon Slayer manga, followed closely by the epic struggle of Uchiha Izuna vs Senju Tobirama. A few other titles, like The Men Who Set the World on Fire and the tragically titled Burning Brighter Than the Sun, The Short Life of Uchiha Arata, were also generating some somber, intrigued looks. However, for the shinobi from the major clans, the scene was underwhelming. This was the biggest store in Konoha. This was the source of all the buzz. A bookstore. They looked around, unimpressed. How much money could one possibly make selling paper and dreams? It seemed like a questionable business model at best. Azula, meanwhile, was subtly taking notes on every raised eyebrow and excited whisper. She knew the store was currently more humble beginnings than commercial empire. But Rome wasn't built in a day, and Konoha's premier entertainment hub wouldn't be either. She had a secret weapon. Konoha was, at its heart, a giant, gossipy family. All it would take was for these stories to become popular in one small circle, a few chunin, a handful of bored housewives, some curious kids, and the hype would spread like a particularly juicy rumor. Once that happened, every shinobi with idle time between missions would wander in out of curiosity. And that, she knew, would be her payday. For now, she just had to play the waiting game. Her focus shifted to Mito and Hiruzen. Fortunately, the Sandaime, or his clone, rather, had important Hokage ing to do and left after buying a modest stack of 4 books. Azula breathed a sigh of relief. One complicated variable down. Now, she could finally wait for Mito to finish her reading and then make her official move. Azula had done her homework. Weeks ago, actually. She'd sifted through scrolls and asked enough questions to piece together a key fact about the legendary Uzumaki Mito. The woman could allegedly sense a fly blinking from 3 villages away. The intel pointed to one conclusion: Mito possessed the fabled Kagura mind's eye. Naturally, Azula, being a tactical genius, immediately dug deeper. She expected to find details on some all-seeing, always active superpower, like observation hockey nonsense. Think of Kagura mind's eye as a perpetual radar. Reality, as it often did, was a lot more convenient. The Kagura mind's eye wasn't a passive buff you just got to enjoy. It was a technique that required actual effort. You had to actively open your mind's eye, focus your chakra, and concentrate. Some amateurs even had to close their physical eyes. This discovery bred in Azula a dangerous and, as it turned out, utterly misplaced sense of confidence. If it's not always on, she reasoned, then I can probably get a peek. A little covert surveillance. What's the harm? The harm, apparently, was to her ego. Almost the moment she tried to subtly tune into Mito's chakra signature, she was met with a gentle but unmistakable psychic poke. It was the spiritual equivalent of Mito turning around, raising a single, unimpressed eyebrow, and waving directly at the bush Azula was hiding in. So much for covert ops. The old woman knew. She knew Azula was watching, and more pointedly, that Azula was interested. It was then that Azula facepalmed so hard she probably left a mark. Of course. Uzumaki Mito wasn't just some sensor-type ninja with a fancy trick. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even an imperfect partnership meant she could tap into that beast's bottomless well of foul-tempered chakra. Pair that monster's energy with the Kagura mind's eye. She wasn't just a sensor, she was Konoha's living, breathing, and probably all-seeing security system. Trying to spy on her was like trying to sneak up on a guard dog by setting off firecrackers. The entire endeavor was not only nonsense but also deeply against Azula's nature. Sneaking around was for lesser beings. She preferred to be direct and accompanied by well-placed lightning. Abandoning the futile stealth mission, she made a show of inspecting the youngsters running the shop. They were, to her immense surprise, actually doing their jobs. The cashier wasn't slacking. Everything was intolerably efficient. With a sigh of resignation, she strode outside to wait for her target the old-fashioned way, by waiting with the intent of I know I want to talk to you. Meanwhile, inside, Uzumaki Mito let out a soft sigh that carried the weight of centuries. Tisk, children nowadays. It truly felt like just yesterday she was the one sneaking out of her clan's compound to play hero on the battlefields of the Warring States era. Now she was a grandmother of two, and the new generation of prodigies seemed to think subtlety was a suggestion. If you asked Mito what her greatest skill was, she wouldn't say her legendary Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Sealing techniques were complex, powerful, and as natural to her as breathing, but they were just tools. No, her true pride and joy was her sensory ability. It had evolved beyond mere detection into something that bordered on premonition. It was this sense that told her a young Hiruzen Sarutobi would one day make a fine Hokage. Reciprocally, it was this same sense that felt the unique, chilling signature of the Uchiha clan's chakra. Or, to be more precise, their overwhelming Yin chakra. As a master of the Yin seal, the Byakugan, and a scholar of chakra nature theory, Mito understood the balance of Yin and Yang better than most. Her observations had led to a personal theory: the Uchiha were natural conduits for Yin chakra, the mental, spiritual, and imaginary energy. The more powerful their Sharingan, the denser the Yin. In contrast, her Uzumaki clan and the Senju possessed immense Yang chakra, the physical, life-giving energy, which explained their frankly absurd vitality and resilience. This, to her, was the core of the Uchiha problem. They weren't a clan of hatred, they were a clan of profound, uncontrolled emotion. Ironically, those with strong Yin affinities, like the Uchiha or the Nara, were usually masters of their emotions, their minds cool and logical. But for the Uchiha, a deep personal loss could shatter that control. The resulting tsunami of grief and hatred would violently stir their Yin chakra, unlocking the Sharingan in a painful, traumatic burst. They were essentially emotional pressure cookers with a fancy ocular release valve. She'd never understood why they didn't just study it. If they embraced chakra theory instead of their own drama, they could probably awaken their Sharingan through meditation and get a group discount on eye drops. But it was a moot point. Most were too consumed by pride or bitterness to listen to reason. Talking to them was like trying to explain to Hashirama he shouldn't gamble. But today was different. As she actively focused her mind's eye on the peculiar young girl waiting outside, a girl blazing with a chakra signature that was unmistakably Uchiha, yet somehow more, Mito made a shocking discovery. This girl's spirit wasn't just strong. It was a fortress. Her emotional control was ironclad, her will a honed blade like someone who had seen all that the world had to offer. The raw, refined strength of her Yin energy was unlike anything Mito had ever felt in someone so young. The thought was so startling it almost made her drop the books in her hand. That little girl out there, if she didn't implode first, was going to be the strongest Uchiha the world had ever seen. End of the chapter. What do you think of the pace of the story, too slow or too fast? I think there should probably be a small time skip in the next 20 chapters if I don't have any new ideas. And don't forget to vote. By the way, I'm having another fanfic idea. I don't know if it's good or not. Naruto, reincarnated as Toph, as a Hyuga from the same generation as Kushina. I can already imagine Konoha's big three, Toph, Mikoto, and Kushina, a girl team, friendship, and love. And of course, I want to write a Hyuga story. I feel that the Byakugan is one of the most underdeveloped things in Naruto. It was something that even the Otsutsuki had. I feel like with just the Byakugan, one could really be as strong as a Manjiki Sharingan user if 60% of its potential is developed. Chapter 20, any questions? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the esteemed third Hokage, stared at the object placed on his desk as if it were a particularly venomous slug. It was a book. The cover was a dramatic, sweeping depiction of two legendary figures locked in combat, their faces contorted in a symphony of angst and fury. The title, emblazoned in a font so sharp it could probably cut someone, read, The Epic Struggle of Uchiha Azuna vs. Senju Tobirama. By Azula Uchiha. A puff of smoke to his right signaled the dissipation of the shadow clone that had delivered this literary curiosity. The clone's memories flooded into Hiruzen's mind, a quick stop at a bustling market stall, a cheerful, dark-haired girl enthusiastically recommending her latest masterpiece, and the clone's own bewildered purchase. Hiruzen's mouth twitched. It was a small, almost imperceptible spasm, the kind he usually reserved for council meetings where Danzo suggested something particularly unhinged. So much for a quiet afternoon of paperwork and nostalgic pipe smoking, he thought, with an internal sigh that would have wilted a lesser man's flowers. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in a pose of deep, statesmanlike contemplation. It was a very good pose, one he'd practiced. It conveyed wisdom, burden, and a touch of weary authority. The villagers loved it. Azula. Now there was a puzzle wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a Uchiha fan emblem. She was nothing like the Uchiha. This was a fact he, in his infinite and unbiased wisdom, had to acknowledge. Where a clansman often brooded like thunderstorms waiting to happen, Azula's manga protagonists were bafflingly sunny, all unyielding optimism and power of friendship nonsense. Her relationships with the other kids in the academy had improved dramatically, not through aloof superiority, but by apparently organizing class-wide games of hide-and-seek that, according to reports, involved alarmingly complex tactical maneuvers. She was strange. She was unconventional. She was, he dared to hope, perfect. Yes, he murmured to a conveniently placed portrait of the first Hokage. She could be the bridge. A true bridge this time, Hashirama. Not like poor Kagami. A wonderful shinobi, Kagami, truly. But a bridge? More of a pleasant, well-maintained footpath that everyone politely ignored in favor of scowling across the river at each other. Azula was the clan heir, recognized even by those fossilized Uchiha elders. She was a prodigy so blinding that even the Tobirama himself had eyed her with the avaricious gleam of a collector spotting a rare jewel. The path was clear. If this continued, the Uchiha could slowly, surely, integrate into the village fabric. He could almost hear the harmonious choir of unity. But then the record scratched in his mind. Could it continue? His optimistic vision was rudely interrupted by the mental image of the Uchiha elders, men whose faces were permanently set in a default expression of having smelled something foul, guiding her. Could their particular brand of clan-centric fervor brainwash her sunny disposition? A cold knot tightened in his stomach. He knew the extremes they were capable of. Tobirama-sensei had warned him, and his own investigations as Hokage had confirmed it. Things like discreetly sacrificing a few civilians who had gotten too close to clan members just to trigger a Sharingan awakening. Author's note, I feel this is something Uchiha extremists would definitely do. Hiruzen's own brain added, helpfully and with impeccable morality. The Uchiha would never harm their kind, was their mantra. A technically true statement, if one's definition of kind was ruthlessly narrow and excluded roughly 99.9% of the village's population. It was monstrous. It was a stain on the soul of the village he loved. And it was, frustratingly, something he could do very little about directly without sparking the very conflict he sought to avoid. He let out another sigh, this one audible and full of the profound weariness of a man who had to be pragmatic in the face of outright villainy. Alas, I cannot simply demand she be my personal student, he lamented to a second portrait, this one of the second Hokage. That would be an overreach of Hokage authority, a violation of clan autonomy. We must be better than that, sensei. We must guide with a light touch. The fact that the light touch seemed to involve doing nothing at all was a hypocrisy he comfortably filed away in a mental drawer labeled, for the greater good. His eyes fell back upon the manga. Well, while he couldn't storm the Uchiha compound and rescue her from ideological capture, he could certainly vet her historical fanfiction. He owed that much to his late sensei's memory. He remembered asking Tobirama once, long ago, who his greatest rival had been. After a silence so deep you could drown in it, his sensei had gritted out 2 words, Izuna Uchiha. The follow-up question of, who was he, had been met with a glare so icy it had flash-frozen the conversation on the spot. They'd later learned the sanitized version, Madara's brother, a powerful Uchiha, killed by Madara himself to steal his eyes and gain the Mangekyo. A tragic, brutal story. All right, Azula-chan, Hiruzen said, slipping on a pair of reading glasses. Let's see what you've done to my teacher's legacy. I'm sure it will be educational. He opened the book. The first line hit him like a gentle, yet profoundly confusing, feather. War. Children dying. And the cycle continues repeating. Will this war ever have an end? Hiruzen blinked. It was, profoundly un-Uchiha-like. It was the kind of sentiment he'd expect from a young Hashirama, or even from himself after a particularly long day. The hypocrisy alarm in his mind gave a faint ping. Wasn't this exactly the kind of village-centric, peace-loving mentality he wanted to foster? But the attribution made his eyebrows climb nearly to his hairline. Madara Achiha said. Hiruzen snatched his pipe from the desk. This was going to require a lot more tobacco. While, back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was deeply engrossed in a 2-pronged mission, meticulously plotting his own unique strategy to save the perplexing young prodigy, Azula, while reading the interesting book about his teacher. The subject of his concerns was engaging in a far more intriguing encounter. Azula had finally orchestrated the one-on-one meeting she had been meticulously working toward for weeks, an audience with the legendary Mito Uzumaki. Mito, having gracefully extricated herself from Tsunade's enthusiastic and financially draining tour of the Uchiha-owned entertainment store, had purchased a few historical texts to stave off boredom and chosen a leisurely route home. She turned into a quiet, cobblestone alleyway that skirted the outer walls of the Senju compound. This was hallowed ground, a place where the ANBU's jurisdiction ended as decisively as if it had hit a wall. The clans governed their own domains. For the Hokage to station his shadowy operatives here would be a diplomatic affront of the highest order. Besides, if the formidable Mito Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, required a babysitter, then Hiruzen might as well resign his post and become a professional gardener. She stopped, not turning around, her voice a calm, melodic sound that cut through the quiet air. You have a particular talent for silence, little shadow, but your interest is a beacon. You've been following me since you first saw me, and you move with the awareness of someone who knows they are being perceived. So why make no real attempt to hide? Azula stepped out from the cover of a flowering cherry blossom tree, its petals drifting lazily to the ground. She offered a perfectly executed, respectful bow. Mito turned to face her, her expression one of serene curiosity rather than alarm. My apologies, Mito-sama, Azula began, her voice clear and devoid of the childish tremor one might expect. My intentions are not hostile. I have, in fact, long desired an opportunity to speak with you. Circumstances, however, have been uncooperative until now. It was the truth. A blunt, unvarnished truth. And in a world of shinobi, where sensing abilities ranged from the Hyuga's all-seeing eyes that could track a spike in heart rate to sensory types who could hear the subtle catch in a liar's breath, truth was a currency more valuable than gold. Mito's own ability was said to be among the most profound, a deep, intuitive sense of the heart's intent. You could misdirect it, you could baffle it with complex emotional static, but you could not look her in the eye and feed her a direct falsehood. It was, as Azula had internally grumbled upon first learning of it, straight nonsense. Mito nodded slowly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. I appreciate the candor. Though you worry too much, child. What possible trouble could you brew? The question was gentle, teasing almost, but the keen intelligence in her eyes belied its lightness. So, what is it you seek from me? This was the moment Azula had meticulously planned for. She had run through 1,000 scenarios, 100 different angles. She needed Mito's total, unreserved support. She needed the woman to become her mentor, teaching her all, to become her political patron, her unwavering advocate to be the next Hokage, and ideally, a veritable sugar mommy who could bankroll the revolution she needed to build. But to ask for all that outright was the strategy of a fool. So, she began with a simpler, more plausible query. I am curious about the extent of your renowned skills, Mito-sama. I've heard your sensory perception is unique. Can you sense the truth? Can you tell, unequivocally, if a person is lying? Mito gave a soft, dismissive wave of her hand. Some specialize in that art, it is true. But I am not one of them. I sense intent, emotion, the weight of a spirit. A clever liar who believes their own fiction could potentially mislead me. Why do you ask? A flicker of genuine disappointment passed over Azula's features, so brief it was nearly invisible. She let her shoulders slump just a fraction, expertly playing the part of a disheartened child. It is a shame. I carry a very significant secret. A truth so vast and unbelievable that if I were to speak it aloud to anyone, they would dismiss it as the fantastical ramblings of a child at play. I had thought, if you possessed such an ability, you could verify it for me. It would have been a great help. At first, Mito couldn't help but let out a light, airy chuckle. The image of the serious, intense little girl speaking of a vast and unbelievable secret was undeniably cute. Children and their grand imaginations were one of her not-so-secret weaknesses. But as Azula finished speaking, the humor drained from Mito's face, replaced by a sharp, probing focus. Her intuition, that deep and ancient sense, was thrumming like a plucked harp string. This was no game. The girl's emotional signature was a complex tapestry of arrogance, caution, and a profound, isolating loneliness, but underpinning it all was the steely, unshakable resonance of absolute conviction. She believed every word she was saying. I see, Mito said, her voice now low and serious. I cannot peer into your mind to discern truth from falsehood. However, I do know a seal. A good Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. When applied, it would render you physically incapable of speaking an untruth. It would confirm your secret beyond any doubt. Azula's reaction was instantaneous and visceral. She took a sharp step back, her previous aura of respectful curiosity hardening into wary defiance. Her mind raced. A seal. On her body? Absolutely not. She knew nothing of the art of sealing, and to allow a potent, unknown energy to be inscribed onto her very being was an unacceptable vulnerability. Mito seemed honorable, but honor was a luxury Azula had long since learned to distrust. The ghost only knew what other commands or triggers could be woven into such a seal if its creator decided not to play fair. It was a risk she would never, ever take. I must decline, Mito-sama, Azula said, her voice regaining its polished composure, though a new layer of frost edged it. That is a solution with far too many variables for my comfort. A sigh, far too weary for someone who looked so young, escaped Azula's lips. She offered Mito a smile that was equal parts apologetic and stubbornly defiant. It was the expression of a teenager politely declining a second helping of vegetables. And please, don't think it's because I don't believe in you. With your immense power, you could probably force me, do something like erasing my memory without me knowing. But I took the risk and came to you because I believe in you. Internally, Azula was cackling. She wasn't ready to give up her biggest secret about being a transmigrator who knew this world's plot like the back of her hand. Her mind raced through the reasons why. How to explain it? It all boiled down to cosmic real estate. Nearly every ounce of chakra in the world, aside from the special stuff Hamura's line kept to themselves, originally came from Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The man wasn't just the progenitor, he was the landlord, the superintendent, and the guy running the front desk of the Pure Land. At first, Azula had a tidy little theory that all chakra and souls just recycled back to him upon death, a sort of universal composting system. But then she remembered the impure world reincarnation, and that theory developed more holes than ahem. If souls could be yanked back for a command performance, the whole system was clearly flawed. But even with flawed logic, she wasn't taking any chances. If the sage had even a sliver of a way to skim a dead person's memories, like browsing the history on a shared computer, then her secret was toast. In the ninja world, if you weren't paranoid, you were basically just a happily oblivious guest at your own funeral. Mito Uzumaki found herself amused for the second time in as many minutes. This strange, sharp-eyed girl was playing the moral high ground card with the audacity of a gambler betting with someone else's money. And, infuriatingly, she was playing it well. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Mito's lips. The little ghost had won this round. All right then, Mito said, her voice a mix of resignation and newfound interest. Follow me. Without another word, she turned and began walking with a grace that seemed to part the very air. Azula, with a mental shrug that screamed, well, this is either brilliant or a catastrophe, fell into step behind her. They moved through the village in broad daylight, a surreal procession, the revered Uzumaki matriarch and the human-shaped trouble and anxiety of the Achiha. They soon arrived at the Senju compound and entered a house that was less a building and more a testament to Hashirama's unique architectural passions. The place was enormous, constructed entirely of wood that didn't just look unnatural, it looked enthusiastic. The grains swirled in patterns that defied physics, and the whole structure hummed with a latent, vegetative energy. It was, Azula decided, a treehouse designed by a deity with a serious wood-release addiction and a complete disregard for building codes. Once inside, Mito vanished into what could only be described as her treasure room, returning a moment later with a slip of paper. It looked suspiciously like an explosive tag that had been to a very intense festival and come back covered in esoteric scribbles. This, Mito announced, holding it out, is a tag version of the seal. More convenient than the full hand sign and palm to forehead ceremony. Simply place it anywhere on your body, inject a spark of chakra, and it will activate. Its effect is simple, it will prevent you from speaking a lie that goes against your own conscience. Think of it as a particularly Uchiha genjutsu, but self-inflicted. And before you look so worried, you can remove it anytime you wish. It was only then that Azula realized her earlier performance might have been a tad overconfident. Mito had clearly seen right through her grandstanding about not being able to detect lies. She'd probably been as transparent as a freshly cleaned window. Oh well, Azula thought, in for a Rio, in for a fortune. She stuck the paper to the back of her hand like a fancy bandage, channeled a wisp of chakra into it, and felt a brief, warm tingle. She took a deep breath. The moment of truth. No going back now. All right, Azula said, her voice now calm and eerily flat, the seal smoothing out any dramatic inflection. I have seen the future of the ninja world. Or, more precisely, highlights of its most spectacular and horrifying calamities. She began to list them off with the detached monotone of a server reading the daily specials. The complete and utter destruction of the Uzumaki clan and Whirlpool country. The third Hokage, murdered by his own student. The entire village of Konoha being razed to the ground, with barely a single soul left alive. And a global genjutsu that traps every living being on the planet in a perfect dream, pumping them dry of their chakra until they die, all while they smile, blissfully unaware. Oh, and about 10 people in the entire world unaffected. She finished and blinked, the seal's effect fading. So, she added, her own personality flooding back into her voice, any questions? End of the chapter. Melon Lord note. So, I came up with a new kind of jutsu, not sure if it counts as ninjutsu or fuinjutsu, honestly. The idea came from mixing the concept of the Kama seal and the Een/strength of 100 seal, but reworked into something kind of like the Avatar state. Quick refresher. Kama equals basically a backup drive of an Otsutsuki's entire being, stored inside a vessel. It's their way of living on through someone else. Strength of 100 seal/Een seal equals the diamond mark Tsunade, Sakura, and Mito have on their foreheads. It's from the Sage of Six Paths era and works by stockpiling insane amounts of chakra over years into one point. Then, boom, instant access to massive power. Now, in Boruto they hinted the Ein seal might even be connected to Kama, which gave me the idea. What if Azula, when developing her impure world reincarnation technique, creates her own version of this, like an avatar state, but tied to bloodline resonance? Basically, she could temporarily connect with past Achiha who share her chakra/bloodline, borrowing their abilities or talents. Think of it as syncing with the Achiha network across time. It could start small, like enhancing her talent if she taps into someone carrying Indra's chakra, but in theory, it might one day scale up to connecting with Indra himself, or even Kaguya, if the connection deepens. This wouldn't be something she gets right away. I imagine it's something she developed between ages 15 and 22, with Mito helping her refine it, and it really comes into play during the Second Ninja War, making her a total game changer. Don't forget to vote. Thanks for the support and have a good day. Chapter 21, Yo, Kurama. Mito's POV. So, any questions? I took a slow, measured sip of my tea, allowing the silence to stretch and thicken like honey in winter. Any questions? The sheer, breathtaking audacity of the query was enough to make the steam from my jasmine tea waver with my suppressed amusement. Oh, God. She descended upon my piece like a miniature comet, trailing a constellation of apocalyptic prophecies, casually upturning the very foundations of my understanding of reality, and then having the unmitigated gall to ask if I had any questions. It was so profoundly irritating that if she weren't Taijima's daughter, and if she didn't possess a certain sharp-featured, imperious charm that even I could not deny, I might have been tempted to forego diplomacy entirely. Just a little. A flicker of chakra to the tenketsu points, perhaps. A temporary, yet deeply satisfying, paralysis. But alas, nobility has its burdens, and one of them is that we do not punt irritatingly prescient children into the koi pond. As the saying goes, the parent eats the sour plum, but the child's face makes the expression. Or in this case, the child delivers the world-shattering news, and the parent, specifically, one Taijima Uchiha, will undoubtedly be receiving a strongly worded, exquisitely calligraphed scroll from me at his earliest convenience. Who, in all the heavens and earth, after unloading a verbal avalanche of such magnitude, the utter annihilation of my homeland, the devastation of my village and my husband's biggest dream, the entire world plunged into a waking nightmare, has the sheer theatrical flair to pause, as if concluding a mildly interesting lecture on flower arrangement, and ask for questions. It was a level of sheer, unadulterated gall that I had not encountered since Hashirama. A fond, exasperated sigh threatened to escape my lips. Dear, ridiculous Hashirama. The man could accidentally invent a new nature transformation because he tripped over a root and sneezed at the same time. He once tried to broker peace with the land of lightning by challenging the Raikage to a drinking contest and then, upon winning, gifted them a forest of suspiciously phallic-shaped trees. He made the outrageous seem mundane. Compared to his unique brand of chaos, a little girl claiming to see the future felt almost orderly. My gaze, which had been idly tracing the pattern of sunlight on the tatami mats, returned to Azula. She was watching me, those dark, keen Uchiha eyes missing nothing. She was preternaturally still, a porcelain doll waiting for its owner's reaction. And she was telling the truth. Or, at the very least, she believed she was. The subtle, almost imperceptible flow of chakra through the paper seal she'd activated moments earlier confirmed that much. So, I began the silent, internal inquisition, the first and most fundamental question: is it even possible to see the future? The answer surfaced from the depths of my clan's vast archives of forbidden knowledge and bizarre occurrences. Yes. It was not a common parlor trick, but it was a documented phenomenon. The figure of the priestess of the land of demons materialized in my mind's eye, a woman swathed in robes woven from mystery and power. Our clan, the Uzumaki, and their lineage, were two sides of the same esoteric coin. Where we mastered the art of binding and containing power through intricate, physical formulae, Fuinjutsu as architecture, they specialized in the intangible, in prophecies and spiritual foresight. Their demon sealing and future telling was a terrifying, revered ability. There were scrolls in our library, sealed behind layers of protective jutsu, that spoke of priestesses who foresaw the exact manner and hour of their own deaths, meeting their fate with an eerie, placid acceptance. The records were clear, and the Uzumaki do not keep records on trifles. Then, of course, there was also the great sage Toad of Mount Myaboku, a being so ancient his wisdom was said to be woven into the very fabric of time, and he was a known prophet. His predictions were cryptic, often infuriatingly so, but they were heeded by every Toad sage who ever lived. And on the more immediate, visceral end of the spectrum, there were the Uchiha themselves. Our history spoke of Mangekyo Sharingan abilities so potent they warped reality itself, one that could rewind a body's state by precious seconds, snatching victory from the jaws of certain death, and another rumored to grant fleeting, devastating glimpses of events yet to pass. Time, it seemed, was not the immutable river most believed it to be. For the truly powerful, it had eddies and currents that could be navigated. The second question followed the first with the inevitability of a moonrise. Did Azula truly see the future? Logic, cold and unyielding, screamed that it was impossible. She was a child. A prodigy, undoubtedly, the chilling precision of her words attested to that, but a child nonetheless. The Sharingan had not yet awakened in her eyes, that crimson, curse and blessing of her lineage was still dormant. She lacked the known, traditional tools for such a feat, but then. I looked at her again. Not as a clan matriarch assessing a visitor, but as a censor, as one of the greatest living masters of chakra manipulation. Her chakra. It was immense. A bottomless, dark, still ocean locked behind the dam of her physical form. It wasn't volatile or raging, it was profound, and terrifyingly potent. It was the kind of chakra reserve one associated with tailed beasts or sages, not a little girl. If her body could ever grow strong enough to fully harness it, she would be a force of nature. A new hypothesis, but plausible, began to form. Since the Mangekyo's abilities are merely one expression of extreme release, a specific, curated application of profound spiritual energy, what if Azula, this vessel of unimaginable potential, had stumbled upon another application entirely? An uncontrolled, subconscious surge that allowed her consciousness to slip through a crack in the fabric of time itself. It sounded insane. And then I remembered Hashirama, my beloved, magnificent fool of a husband, telling me how he'd achieved sage mode. He hadn't trained for it. He hadn't been to the 3 holy lands that are said to teach one the sage mode. He told me, with utter sincerity, that he was just sitting one day, feeling really happy that no one was trying to kill me, and I was looking at a really pretty leaf, and then I could feel the trees breathing. He'd connected with all of nature's energy because he'd been in a particularly good mood. Compared to that, Azula's unconscious foray into chronomancy seemed almost academically rigorous. My mind, having raced down these labyrinthine paths, returned to the devastating core of her message. The Uzumaki were gone, Konoha in ruins. The world, trapped in a silent, horrific illusion. They were the unraveling of everything my husband and I had built, the desecration of my ancestral home, the end of hope itself. The weight of it was a physical pressure in my chest. I set my teacup down with a soft, definitive click. The sound was a period at the end of my internal paragraph of panic. Elegance is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to act with grace despite it. Surely, I began, my voice as smooth and calm as the surface of an undisturbed pond, it is not merely the conviction in your own mind that persuades you. A vision of such magnitude requires corroboration. You would not risk coming to me, a virtual stranger, but for the kindness I show your clan, without a piece of irrefutable evidence. Something that would convince even the most skeptical of minds. I truly hoped she had none. I hoped it was a child's vivid nightmare, a fantasy born of that overwhelming energy. The future she painted was so exhaustingly bleak. I have spent my entire life building, protecting, and nurturing. The thought of having to spend my remaining years simply fighting a desperate, rearguard action against inevitability was a profound weariness. But the faint, knowing smirk that touched her lips told me my hope was in vain. She did not look like a child then. She looked ancient. In fact, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that nonetheless carried perfectly in the quiet room. Her finger lifted, not pointing at me, but through me. It was an unnervingly precise gesture. One of the most compelling reasons is sitting right inside of you. And within the seal, deep within the prison of my own body, the 9 tails stirred. Not a lazy, dormant shift, but a sudden, violent lurch of awareness, a surge of pure, undiluted malice and surprise that resonated through my very bones. The child knew. She knew about him. His existence was one of the open secrets of Konoha, not forbidden, nonetheless, but only known to a handful. Even Tsunade, my granddaughter, does not know. Taijima. Would he truly be so reckless as to entrust such a volatile secret to his daughter? And then I looked into those sharp, knowing eyes, and I had my answer. A sigh escaped my lips. One does not reach my age, a lady never reveals her exact years, but let us simply say I remember when the trees in the forest of death were mere acorns with ambition, without learning to trust the subtler currents of intuition. You will excuse me for a moment, my dear, I said, my voice a gentle, melodic counterpoint to the sudden tension in the room. An old woman's thoughts are like a tangled skein of yarn, they require a moment of quiet to be properly sorted. I find the best place for such quiet is within. Her only response was a slow, graceful nod. Politeness itself. How very un-Uchiha-like. It was, frankly, disconcerting. The decision was made. She had said there was one entity who could confirm or deny the girl's outrageous claims, and he currently resided in the luxurious, chain-adorned pavilion I had curated for him within the sanctum of my own mind. The beauty of a mindscape, of course, is its delightful elasticity regarding time. One could spend hours in deep contemplation within, and to the outside world, it would be but the span of a single, drawn breath. A most convenient trick for one who is constantly interrupted. I closed my eyes, the world of sensory input, the scent of tatame, the faint whisper of the wind against the shoji screens, falling away. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, I crossed the threshold into myself. The familiar landscape of my consciousness materialized around me, a vast, serene garden under a perpetual twilight sky. Prismatic lotus blossoms floated on mirror-still ponds, and ancient, gnarled trees, heavy with glowing, seal-inscribed fruit, stood in silent vigil. It was a place of immense peace and immense power, a reflection of my soul. And, much like my soul, it had a rather large, rather orange problem sulking in the center of it all. Kyubi, the Nine-Tails, was not lounging in his usual state of indolent, seething resentment. He was not dramatically draped over the largest rock, muttering about the indignity of his accommodations. No, today, the great beast was pacing. A low, continuous growl rumbled from his chest, a sound that vibrated through the very fabric of my mental world, causing the lotus blossoms to tremble on the water. His 9 tails lashed like irritated serpents, their movements sharp and agitated. This was new. And in my long experience, new behavior from the 9 tails was invariably a prelude to catastrophic. I began, my tone light and chiding, as one would use with a misbehaving but cherished pet. What has ruffled your magnificent fur today, Kyubi? You seem positively vexed. Could it be that you miss the comforting embrace of your interior decor? I gestured elegantly with one hand. In response, the adamantine sealing chains, the manifestation of my will and the Uzumaki clan's formidable power, sprang from the air around him. They did not constrict him violently, but rather slid into place with a soft, musical chime, a gentle but inescapable reminder of the established order of things. Why do you seem so agitated today? I pressed, gliding closer over the placid water. Or has a millennium of existence finally granted you an appreciation for minimalist design? I could always add a few more chains. Perhaps a tasteful vase. He let out a snort that could have extinguished a bonfire. Truly, his personality was the most baffling thing about him. For a creature of pure, unimaginable chakra, he had the emotional maturity of a particularly touchy Achiha. The posturing, the broodiness, the sheer theatricality of his disdain. He was a perpetual tsundere, a being who defined himself by his opposition to everything, especially kindness. Getting a straight answer from him was like trying to bottle moonlight. Humph, little brat, he rumbled, his voice like grinding consonants. I tell you, do not even think of trusting that Uchiha wench. Do not be fooled by a pretty face and polite words. They are a plague. A cancer of the soul. Every last one of them is evil, the source of betrayal and ambition. I arched a single, elegant eyebrow. Your flattery towards my guest is noted, though your delivery lacks a certain finesse. I took another step forward, the chains around him shimmering in the dim light. Be serious, Kyubi. Do not insult my intelligence by attempting to distract me with your well-worn prejudices. What did that girl say to you that has you pacing like a nervous kitten? What notion did she plant in your mind that has you, the great and immortal Nine Tails, so restless? Or, I added, a sly note entering my voice, are you truly so afraid of a single little girl? The one tactic that never failed. Provoke the pride of a god. His massive head reared back, and a truly spectacular shower of sparks erupted from his nostrils. Afraid, he boomed, the sound echoing through the mental realm. I fear nothing. Especially not some mewling, red-eyed child. It is her words that are the poison. The concept. If the world being plunged into an infinite illusion is indeed what I believe she suggests, then it is a calamity unlike any your pitiful, fleeting mind could ever conceive. He seemed to realize he'd said too much and clamped his jaws shut with an audible snap that echoed like a thunderclap. I stood perfectly still, his words settling over me like a sudden frost, my amusement evaporating. This was no longer a matter of humoring a strange child or managing my tenant's temper. The Nine Tails, for all his bluster, was an ancient being. He had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of legends. His perspective was measured in centuries, not years. And in all that time, what could possibly constitute a calamity to him? The scrolls of my clan, and indeed those of the Senju, spoke of the tailed beasts in hushed, reverent tones. Their origins were a mystery, lost to the fog of time. Some scholars, the more fanciful ones, claimed they were contemporaries of the Sage of Six Paths himself, living fragments of a primordial power. What was certain was their age, well over 1,000 years, and their most defining characteristic, immortality. Not merely long life. True immortality. They could not die. If a host bearing a tailed beast was killed, if the beast itself was somehow dispersed, it would simply reconstitute. It might take months. It might take decades. But it would always return. This fundamental truth was the bedrock of their arrogance. They viewed all other life, even the greatest of Kage, with a species of profound contempt. What did it matter if a human defeated them? That human would age, wither, and turn to dust, forgotten by history, while the tailed beast would endure, eternal and unchanging. the worst they could experience was a temporary inconvenience, a brief nap before waking to a new era. For Kyubi, the pinnacle of this arrogant existence, to label something a calamity, it meant a threat that transcended death. A fate worse than the mere recycling of his chakra. I took a slow, deep breath, centering myself. The serene garden of my mind felt suddenly fragile, a soap bubble against a thorn. I see, I said, my voice regaining its steady, resolute calm. Very well. Your concern is acknowledged. I will bring the girl here. You will speak with her directly. I paused, letting the chains around him tighten almost imperceptibly, a whisper of promised constraint. And you will be on your best behavior, Kyubi. You will answer her questions with civility and truth. If you so much as think about growling at her, if you attempt to overwhelm her mind with even a fraction of your malice, I shall be forced to be exceptionally rude. I believe you recall the chastisement protocol we devised after the incident with the third Hokage's birthday cake. The great fox visibly shuddered. Some memories are universal, even for immortal demons. He let out another, much quieter huff of indignation. Do not threaten me, woman. I have graciously agreed to entertain your foolishness. Do not mistake my magnanimity for weakness. Of course not, I replied smoothly. I mistake it for your overwhelming sense of decorum. Now, do try to make a good impression. We are, after all, having a lady over. With that, I withdrew my consciousness, the serene garden dissolving back into the familiar surroundings of my sitting room. As expected, the transition was seamless. In the world of reality, scarcely 2 seconds had passed. The steam still curled from my tea, and the young Uchiha girl was still watching me with that unnervingly patient expression. I offered her a small, gracious smile. My apologies for the pause. My internal landlord is a stickler for appointments. Very well, child. I will grant your audience. I shall take you to him. I leaned forward slightly, my expression shifting to one of gentle warning. But I feel I must offer a final caution. His manners are uniquely his own. He is, to put it mildly, a terrible conversationalist. Consider yourself forewarned. I watched her closely. There was no fear, not a flicker of apprehension, only a calm readiness. That, more than anything he had said, solidified my belief. The percentage of my certainty about what she knows of the future ticked up from 80 to 95. Another internal sigh, this one tinged with weary resignation. Why must it always be so? Why can an old woman not be left to her tea, her scrolls, the new fun manga, and the quiet satisfaction of watching her village thrive in peace? Must the specter of some new, unimaginable trouble always loom on the horizon? But then I looked at her, a girl who spoke of world-ending illusions with the calm of a seasoned general, and I felt the steel in my spine straighten. This was Hashirama's dream. This fragile, beautiful, often irritating piece was what he bled for, what he built with his own 2 hands. And I, Mito Uzumaki, was its first and oldest guardian. My comfort, my peace, was a currency I had long ago agreed to spend without reservation for its sake. Very well, I said aloud, my voice once again the epitome of noble composure. Let us not keep the grumpiest being in existence waiting. He does so hate to be kept. I placed a hand on her shoulder. She didn't flinch, didn't resist. We stood together in the twilight garden of my mind. The girl's eyes swept over the impossible landscape, the glowing trees, the floating lotuses, the chains of gold light, and I saw not shock, but a flicker of recognition, of nostalgia. As if she were visiting a beloved museum she had not seen in many years. Then her gaze fell upon the colossal form of the Nine Tails, chained and seething. She looked up, and up, and up, taking in his immense, terrifying glory. And she smiled. A small, wistful, utterly fearless, and even a little excited smile. She took a single step forward, her voice clear and steady in the vast mental space. Yo, Kurama, she said, and I noted the use of the unfamiliar name. It seems you are a little bit bigger than in my memory. The great beast's single open eye widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. End of the chapter. I don't know, although someone say it's lazy writing her talking about the future, but I just feel this is a correct strategy because by this, she can gain anything if Mito who was willing to do everything for Konoha, but then again hope you can understand, the MC's intelligence depends on the author and well, I feel confident in my creativity but concerning taking risk, I'm not good at math, hee. Chapter 22, well, Nawaki didn't make it past his genin years. Yo, Kurama. It seems you are a little bit bigger than in my memory. The name, his true name, hit him not like a key unlocking a door, but like a sledgehammer smashing through a brick wall. In the profound silence of his prison, it echoed with the force of a tectonic plate shifting. Kurama. How long had it been? 200 years? 500? He'd lost count somewhere between the reign of the XXX daimyo of some backwater land and the invention of a particularly chewy rice cake that the god of shinobi seemed to enjoy an unreasonable amount. Time, for an entity of near-infinite chakra, became a blurry, monotonous slideshow of human folly. But the name was a bookmark in the endless, tedious novel of his existence. The last human to speak it had been a man with eyes full of stars and a heart foolishly devoid of greed. A man Kurama had, against his better judgment, actually liked. And what was humanity's reward for such a paragon? The usual, a knife in the back from lesser men desperate to steal a fraction of the power he'd been trusted with. That was the day Kurama's internal, maybe humans aren't total garbage, meter had shattered into a million pieces. Oh, a decent one popped up every few centuries, like a single non-rotten apple in a barrel of fetid sludge, but it didn't change the essential truth: humanity's default setting was a ravenous, all-consuming greed for what he possessed. His train of thought, a locomotive of bitterness fueled by millennia of resentment, was suddenly shunted onto a new track of pure, undiluted irritation. The evil Achiha. Evil Madara. That pompous, kaleidoscope-eyed peacock with a haircut only his mother could love, and even that was debatable. The memory of being found, hypnotized, and paraded around like a particularly murderous poodle to fight the Senju show-off still made his chakra boil. The sheer indignity of it. He, the mighty Kurama, reduced to a glorified battery for a man whose fashion sense involved wearing armor that looked like it was stolen from a depressed lobster. And then, the ultimate insult. After their defeat, a loss he still attributed 99% to Madara's incompetence and 1% to the shinobi god's annoyingly proficient wood-style jutsu, the victor had the audacity to point a finger and declare, with the gravity of a man stating the sky was blue, "Kyubi, you are too strong, you must be sealed." Well, no kidding. What did he expect? A participation trophy. Sorry we subjugated you and used you as a weapon, fruit basket. The hypocrisy was so thick you could build another Hokage monument out of it. And that's not even getting started on the time he'd tried to make a break for it during Mito's childbirth. The sheer outrage from the humans. The scolding. As if desiring freedom from a damp, dark prison was some profound moral failing on his part. He let out a mental sigh that would have blown the roof off the compound if it were physical. For all his hatred, it all felt petty, sometimes. A dim candle next to the supernova of his time with the old men, Hagoromo. The only being who ever looked at him and his siblings not as monsters or weapons, but as children. With that old fool, there had been purpose. There had been conversations. And, unfortunately, prophecies. A lot of very tedious, very ominous prophecies. One prophecy in particular, involving a certain ocular jutsu requiring the Rinnegan and the ghastly reassembly of their grotesque progenitor, the Ten-Tails, was a particularly looming headache. A world-ending, we're all probably screwed, kind of headache. This cascade of millennia-spanning grievances and memories took less than a second. His focus snapped back to the present, to the girl on the other side of the gate. His massive form, usually a languid sprawl of contained power, tensed. One enormous, slit-pupilled eye cracked open, focusing on the small, arrogant figure. The gaze was pure menace, a look that had made seasoned jonin lose control of their bodily functions. "Tell me, young girl," his voice was a low rumble, like mountains grinding together, each word dripping with enough malice to poison a lake, "how did you know about my name?" The girl, to her credit, didn't flinch. She didn't even sweat. She just looked. And Kurama could feel her impressions washing over him through their tenuous connection. First, a clinical assessment of his size. Check. Obviously. Moving on. Second, a basic but surprisingly adept sensory probe. He felt her mental touch recoil slightly as it brushed against the bottomless, raging ocean of his chakra. To her credit, she understood the scale immediately. Her own potent but finite reserves were a dewdrop compared to his hurricane. He preened, just a little, internally. That's right, he was the real deal. Not some fraction, not some half-baked bisected version. The whole, magnificent, incredibly powerful package. She finally spoke, her tone breezy, as if discussing the weather. An old man said your name. He called you Kyubi. There are also Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Seiken, Komiai, and Gyuki. Kurama's internal preening screeched to a halt. She just listed them. All of them. Their true names. Not one tail or 5 tails. Shikaku. Kokuo. Names known only to them and the old men. This wasn't a piece of forgotten lore, this was a classified database she'd just accessed and recited with the casual air of someone listing ingredients on a ramen menu. The surprise was immediately eclipsed by a sharper, more urgent curiosity. The old men. In the past 100 years or so, Kurama said, his voice losing some of its predatory rumble and gaining a note of genuine, bewildered intensity, you are the first to speak my name. And you are the only human who knows the true names of so many of us. Tell me, how does this old man look? The girl, Azula, he'd caught her name from Mito's vision, didn't even blink. She delivered the description with the flat efficiency of a police report. He has some weird purple eyes, which according to my research are called the Rinnegan. And if I'm not wrong, he should be the sage of six paths, right? Bingo. The confirmation hit its mark. It was Hagoromo. But the how and the why were a tangled mess. The old man wasn't in the habit of doing guest lectures for random children, especially not sharp-edged little things who smelled of evil and ambition. The prophecy, it had to be connected to the prophecy. The one about a child who would unite the tailed beasts and bring change to the world. But everything about that prophecy, from the dusty scrolls of his memory, screamed, boy. This was very much not a boy. This was a girl who looked at the world like it was a nail waiting for a very particular hammer. A new, deeply irritating thought occurred to him. Was she the child of prophecy? Had the old man gotten senile in the pure world? Misplaced his notes? The very idea was absurd. She radiated the kind of energy that suggested making friends, involved lightning-based coercion and thinly veiled threats. Her voice cut through his internal rant. I feel like you are thinking about something very disrespectful. The little brat was perceptive. 1,000 years of perfecting a poker face that could stare down an erupting volcano served him well. His expression, what little of it was visible, didn't change a micrometer. What are you talking about, Uchiha girl? He deflected, his tone shifting back to a familiar, weary cynicism. Since you came here, do you also want my powers? It was the eternal question, the core of every interaction with her species. He was the ultimate prize, the golden ticket to an unimaginable amount of power. He could feel the desire in her, a sharp, acquisitive spike amidst her cool control. But it was different. It wasn't the desperate, pathetic clawing of most humans. It was more practical. Calculated. Like a master chef considering a new, exceptionally powerful stove. There was no reverence, only assessment. And underneath that was something else. Something he hadn't felt directed at him in a millennium. It wasn't greed, or fear, or hate. It was loneliness. A desire for companionship. The impression was so foreign, so utterly bizarre, that his ancient chakra brain short-circuited for a nanosecond. Did she want a pet? Was the great Kurama, the embodiment of primordial fury, being considered for a role usually reserved for fluffy dogs and talkative parrots? He recoiled from the thought as if it were coated in acid. No. Absolutely not. Adjust parameters. He recalibrated his assessment. Not a pet. A conversational partner. A confidant. The sheer, unmitigated gall of it was almost impressive. She was lonely, and she had apparently decided that the solution to her loneliness was to befriend a bijou of incalculable power currently sealed in her friend's grandmother. Great-aunt. The family tree was irrelevant. He pushed again, watching her carefully. Well. The power to level mountains. To command the very elements. It's what they all want. Is that why you're really here? The sealing techniques were just an excuse to get close to the main event, weren't they? Azula was silent for a long moment. He could feel the conflict within her, a war between profound practicality and deeply ingrained pride. Azula was a creature who believed in power that was earned, honed, her own. Borrowed power was the tool of the weak. And yet. She looked at him, and in her eye, he saw a cheat code. A shortcut of glorious, ridiculous proportions. The image was startlingly clear, not of her wielding his power to burn nations, but of her creating not one, not 10, but thousands of shadow clones. An army of Azulas, each one learning, training, researching, experiencing. And when their time was done, they would vanish, and their collective knowledge, every scroll read, every technique mastered, every secret learned, would flood back not to her, but to Kurama. He would, as the generator of the chakra, receive the raw, exhausting data dump. And then, in a bizarre act of symbiotic cooperation, he would have to filter it, strip out the soul-crushing fatigue, and send the clean, pure information back to her. It was the most audacious, lazy, and brilliant plan for academic cheating she had ever thought of. She wouldn't be borrowing his power to fight, she'd be borrowing his chakra to outsource her homework. On a galactic scale. By then, master the Raisnon. A month of shadow clones practicing in a dedicated training ground and she would have it spinning like a top. The Chidori? A fascinating application of lightning nature chakra, a bit flashy, but the piercing power was undeniable. She would have that down a week after the Raisnon. And why stop there? Mastering all 5 basic chakra natures seemed like a perfectly reasonable hobby to pick up between meals. Sage mode. Now that was the real prize. The thought of tapping into the natural energy of the world, of achieving a power that was, well, natural, not stolen or inherited, sent a thrill through her. She could already picture an army of shadow clones, one group meditating at Mount Mayaboku, another getting slapped around by the toads, a third in a library dissecting every scroll on Fuinjutsu ever written. She would have her own scientific research division, a think tank comprised entirely of herself. The progress would be exponential. The possibilities, endless. But all those glorious plans hit a big, furry, nine-tailed roadblock named Kurama. Because obtaining his power, the vast, bottomless ocean of chakra that was the Nine Tails, wasn't a matter of grueling practice or intellectual genius. It was a matter of feelings. Ugh. The prerequisite for this particular power-up was a level of emotional honesty that made Azula's skin crawl. It required acceptance, a true connection, a meeting of souls, or some other nauseatingly sentimental nonsense. The price of admission. Letting the grumpy fluffball have a front-row seat to the messiest, most classified cinema in existence, her mind. He'd see it all. The scorched earth of her first life. The desperate grab for a father's love that turned her into a weapon. The betrayal, the fall, the insanity. He'd see her second life's beginning, the disorienting splash of color and noise that was the Naruto world, a story she knew by heart long before she had ever drawn breath here. He'd know her every advantage, her every meta-knowledge trump card. He'd know about the fourth Hokage's greatest technique, about Obito's pathetic crush, about Madara's retirement plans. He'd know everything. And that was simply not happening. Her secrets weren't just thoughts, they were her armor, her arsenal. Handing them over felt like giving an enemy the blueprints to every trapdoor and weak point in her fortress, because what if Hagoromo had some access to Kurama's mind? I do want your power, she admitted, her voice cutting through the thick silence. No point in lying to a living lie detector. Who wouldn't? It's the equivalent of a continent-sized battery for all my projects. The fox snorted, a puff of red chakra escaping his nostrils. Projects, he repeated, his voice a low rumble that seemed too big for his small body. You humans and your projects. Always so eager to wield a hammer you can't even lift. But I know that's not what you want, she continued, ignoring his jab. What you truly want is just freedom. Stretching your legs. Seeing something other than these four walls. You're only willing to share your power with someone you trust. And unfortunately, my biggest secret isn't something I'm willing to share with a soul, least of all a cynical, millennial old-tailed beast with a known grudge against my current species. There. It was out on the table. The ultimate negotiation stall, she wanted what he had, but she wasn't paying his price. While their little heart-to-heart was happening, a third party was slowly reaching her boiling point. Mito was watching them with an expression that was a masterpiece of mixed signals. One half of her face was etched in polite confusion, a grandmother trying to decipher the cryptic slang of teenagers. The other half was dawning with a terrifying, gut-level understanding. She'd seen the way Azula moved, the things she had casually referenced, the utter lack of surprise at, well, everything. She, like Kurama, was piecing together that Azula's future vision was a little too detailed, a little too specific. But more pressingly, she was feeling profoundly ignored. Here she was, a living monument to shinobi history, a master of the sealing arts that kept the very beast they were discussing locked away, and they were debating trust issues like she was a piece of the furniture. She cleared her throat. It wasn't a polite, ladylike ahem. It was the sound of a volcano warning a nearby village of an imminent eruption. When both finally deigned to glance her way, she fixed them with a look that could have pinned a charging Susanoo to a wall. Okay, you two, she began, her voice deceptively sweet, like honey laced with ground glass. This is not why we are here. Might I remind you who actually holds the lease on this particular chakra prison? I'm declaring this tangent over. She turned her gaze fully to Azula, who felt the weight of generations of Uzumaki willpower settle on her shoulders. It seems increasingly clear that your knowledge extends far beyond simple yochi, future sight. The ground between us is shaky, but level. So. Now that we've established that you indeed know the future, let's talk about it. She didn't need to specify what she wanted to know. The questions hung in the air between them, charged with a mother's fear. What happened to her grandchildren? To her legacy? To the village she helped build? Azula took a breath. How do you condense decades of tragedy, war, and convoluted villain plots into a coffee chat? The story, she said, is very, very complicated. Its roots tangle back to a time before the Sage of Six Paths. Azula saw her eyebrow twitch. Right. Maybe skip the editorializing. But to simplify a universe's worth of chaos, she offered, the future gets messy. More so than the Warring States period, but in a brighter, more explosively colorful way. For instance, Nawaki. She paused, watching Mito. The woman walked forward without fear of being struck. He doesn't make it past his genin years. A very stupid, very preventable tragedy involving 2 paper bombs and a trap so obvious a blind badger could have spotted it. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Azula pressed on, a masochistic part of her wanting to get it all over with. Tsunade, the loss breaks her. Then she loses the love of her life, Dan, in another spectacular display of Konoha's mission assignment incompetence. She leaves the village for decades, drowning her sorrows in sake and debt. She only returns after the third Hokage's death to take up the hat herself, becoming the fifth Hokage only for the village to be destroyed under her. Azula could feel the pressure building around Mito. Not Chakra, not yet. It was the sheer, focused intensity of her emotion, a pressure that threatened to crack the stone floor. She was definitely, as the Earth Kingdom peasants would say, poking the bear lion. Or in this case, the bear lioness. And the one who flattens Konoha, she continued, her tone conversational, as if discussing the weather. Oh, he's a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, would you believe it? A boy from the land of rain. His civilian parents were killed by Konoha ninja who strayed into his home during the war. He somehow managed to forgive the village thanks to his sensei, but then Konoha's own resident villain, Danzo Shimura, schemed to have his best friend killed. That little push was all it took. Oh, and minor detail, the boy also happened to be the rightful owner of the legendary Rinnegan. So when he decided to express his grief, he did so by Shinra Tensei ing Konoha, literally wiping the village off the map. Azula swore she wasn't trying to be flippant. This was just the facts. As she knew them. But from the way Mito's knuckles were white, and the way a tiny, almost invisible crack appeared in the mental space, she gathered Mito's bearing capacity for world-shattering news was perhaps not as robust as one might hope for a former Jinchuriki. If Mito could read Azula's thoughts right now, she would probably be giving her a first-hand, intimate experience of the Senju clan's famous Fist of Love technique. The air grew heavy, saturated with a silent, maternal rage. How could she not be furious? Her sunny, optimistic granddaughter becomes a bitter, nomadic gambler. Her bright-eyed grandson is blown up on a beginner's mission. And her entire clan is wiped out, only for a surviving orphan to be driven to destroy the very village she helped create. It was a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions, with worse fashion sense. To her credit, Mito Uzumaki did not explode. She took a long, slow, measured breath. The older one gets, the easier it is to control one's emotions. And Mito was very, very old, and very, very good at control. Tell me, she said, her voice dangerously level. What exactly happened that made Tsunade so disappointed? What broke her faith so completely that she would abandon her home? Even as she asked, she saw a flicker in Azula's eyes. The girl was already guessing, the Uchiha pride of not liking being commanded. Azula understood her drive. Anyone who gets a peek at a loved one's future suffering would want to arm themselves with knowledge to prevent it. It was a fundamentally understandable, deeply human impulse. But underpinning it was that faint, unmistakable Uzumaki trait, a spark of self-righteousness. The unshakable belief that knowing meant they could fix it. It was the same fire Azula saw in Naruto, in Karen, in Nagato. It was both their greatest strength and their most glaring weakness. To be perfectly honest, she said, choosing her words with the care of a bomb disposal expert, this knowledge is my greatest strategic advantage. I can't afford to change the game board too much, not yet. The butterfly effect could create a hurricane that washes away the very outcomes I need to leverage. But. She glanced around at Mito. Considering you're likely to be my new Fuinjutsu sensei, and also considering you could probably unseal Kurama and blame it on me if I annoy you too much, I'll be more direct. In the future, it's not just the Uzumaki who get annihilated. The Achiha are also completely exterminated. Every man, woman, and child. Wiped from the face of the earth, with no more than 2 to 3 survivors left to angst about it. And for the brutal, unvarnished truth. All of these tragedies, they have the fingerprints of Konoha's highest leadership all over them. Mito was disappointed. She'd just been singing the praises of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama's chosen successor, confident he'd be a great Hokage. Now Azula was telling her he presided over a reign that would see 2 of the village's founding clans obliterated. From Azula's point of view, even in the most generous, optimistic, sunshine and rainbows interpretation of events, Hiruzen didn't know. But even so, he was a very incompetent Hokage. He was just, spectacularly, catastrophically negligent. He allowed a human cockroach like Danzo Shimura to fester in the roots of the village, creating a black ops organization that made a mockery of Hokage authority. He turned a blind eye to the scheming, the assassinations, the kidnapping of children for experiments, the destabilization of foreign nations, all because it was for the good of the village. He allowed the situation with the Uchiha to fester and rot until the only solution a monster like Danzo could see was wholesale slaughter. So even if Hiruzen's own hands weren't dripping with blood, they were tied by the strings of the puppets he refused to cut down. And let's not even get started on his 2 esteemed advisors, Hamura and Koharu, who had the collective backbone of a wet paper bag and an insatiable thirst for clinging to their sliver of power. Mito was utterly speechless. Her face was a pale mask of disbelief. Her mind was racing, trying to square the bright young shinobi she knew with the failed leader Azula was describing. But how? Her expression screamed. The Uchiha, annihilated. In Konoha. Think about it, if she were alive at that time, she would have sensed it. Not only her, but any good sensory ninja, even when not actively trying, would have felt the flare of so many powerful chakra signatures being snuffed out at once. Unless they were deemed to have committed a great crime. But even then, the children. As if seeing her doubt, Azula clarified. When it was done, not a single soul in Konoha knew it was happening. It was a perfectly silent, perfectly executed coup. The Umbu, who were constantly monitoring the Uchiha compound, because of the very rumors of rebellion that Danzo himself helped foster, were unexpectedly recalled for a routine briefing on the other side of the village. The village's famed sensory barrier was mysteriously, temporarily blind to that one sector. And then, a single person, Uchiha himself, no less, went through the entire clan, from the strongest jonin to the youngest newborn, and ended them all. It wasn't until the next morning that the news broke. The Uchiha clan had been massacred by Uchiha Itachi, a rogue ninja who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and gone mad with power. The silence that followed was absolute. Even Kurama opened his eyes wide, looking thoughtful. The Senju clan dissolves itself into nothing. The Uchiha are butchered by one of their own. The Uzumaki were also slaughtered. All the descendants of the sage, pitted against one another. The old man creates this world hoping for peace, and this is the harvest his legacy reaps. How utterly predictable. End of the chapter. I'm on my way to the university, which is a major chapter of my life. I may not be able to update in the next 2 days because I need to adapt to the situation. Don't forget to vote. Wish me luck and have a nice day. Chapter 23, Konoha Daily Gossip. Of course, Azula continued, seeing how thoughtful they were, all of that. The world wars, the tailed beast tantrums, the endless cycle of Uchiha revenge. That's merely the opening act. She was like a predator sharing a secret with her prey. You see, all that crisis is terribly provincial. It's a local affair. A squabble over who gets to be king of the anthill. The real crisis is that the boot is already hovering over the anthill, and it belongs to someone from outside. Kurama's ear twitched as he started having a bad premonition. Outside? Outside where? Azula shot him a look that could freeze lava. Think cosmically outside. To put it in terms even a creature who probably licks his own chakra tail can understand, the Sage of Six Paths himself, the ancestral origin of the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju, was basically immortal to them. The silence that followed was so profound, Azula could hear the psychic equivalent of Mito's brain blue screening. I beg your pardon. Mito finally managed, her voice a faint whisper, the greatest shock of today. A hybrid, a mutt, and not a pureblood, Azula clarified, as if explaining basic arithmetic to a particularly slow child. The great Senju Hashirama, whose what style you all seem to revere like it's the pinnacle of biological achievement, merely inherited the diluted chakra of the sage's son, Azura. And the sage himself? Oh, he was just the son of an Otsutsuki who was meant to be sacrificed, and some random, probably very confused, human she found interesting. So the man was, in fact, a half-blood, and his clan, the Otsutsuki, are the real deal. They're the intergalactic landlords, and we're all just tenants who are about to be evicted. Violently. Now, this was, of course, a masterful piece of editorial omission. Azula conveniently left out the fact that Hagoromo's rather special situation was the understatement of the millennium. The man might not have been a pureblood, but he could probably clap a full-blooded Otsutsuki out of reality in his sleep. A casual snore from the sage might accidentally create a new dimension. But those details didn't serve her narrative. Fear did. And fear was a fantastic motivator. Kurama's massive brain was whirring like a rusty gear. The name, Otsutsuki, it rang a bell. He associated it with the old man. Hagoromo. It was his name, his family name. The fox had always just assumed it was a title of singular greatness. The idea that it was a clan name, that there were more, his mind recoiled from the concept. It was like contemplating the vastness of the ocean while being a single drop of water. Terrifying. He knew the old man had a mother. But her origins were a myth wrapped in a legend shrouded in, what the actual hell? The thought that the old man's mother came from a whole family of entities like her. Kurama didn't dare imagine it. The sheer, universe-breaking implications were too much. He suddenly felt very small, and for a bijou who could level mountains with a flick of his tail, that was a profoundly novel and unpleasant sensation. For Mito, the revelation struck on a different, more intimate frequency. The Senju, the Uchiha, and her own Uzumaki clan, all from the same origin. It was genealogical heresy. She'd spent a lifetime navigating the delicate political tensions between these clans, viewing them as distinct, proud, and often opposing bloodlines. The Senju with their life force and vitality, the Uchiha with their eyes and emotional baggage, the Uzumaki with their stubborn vitality and sealing prowess, to think they were all just slightly different expressions of the same diluted alien DNA. It was like finding out 3 prize-winning, fiercely competitive show dogs were all, in fact, slightly different breeds of poodle. Her mind raced, connecting dots that had previously been in different galaxies. The person they all ultimately revered, the Sage of Six Paths, possessed a body that put Hashiramas to shame and eyes that made Madara's coveted Manjikyu look like a cheap party trick, and he wasn't even a pure blood. She looked at Azula, her expression a mosaic of awe, dread, and intense curiosity. The Otsutsuki, tell me more. What are they? What do they want? A slow, enigmatic smile spread across Azula's face. It was a smile that knew things, expensive and dangerous things. Oh, Lady Mito, she purred, waving a dismissive hand. That is a conversation for another day. A much longer, and undoubtedly more terrifying, day. It wouldn't do to put all one's apocalyptic eggs in one basket, would it? Let's just say my knowledge is proprietary. And I only share my proprietary intel with those who have gained my absolute trust. She was the picture of smug finality. She had given them just enough to blow the doors off their understanding of reality, but not enough to provide a single useful blueprint for a defense. It was the perfect tease. The ultimate cliffhanger. The silence stretched. Kurama was staring, his giant eye unblinking, clearly running system diagnostics on his entire existence. Mito was just staring, her mind trying to build a new worldview from the rubble of the old one. They were both mentally screaming at her to continue. Azula chose to enjoy the silence. It was a beautiful, noisy silence, filled with the sound of minds breaking. Mito Uzumaki, wife of the god of shinobi, the woman who had tethered the Nine Tails to her soul, finally did something very un-Mito-like. She took a deep, shaky breath that was halfway to hyperventilation. This pleasant little mental jaunt, started with the simple goal of playing along with her granddaughter and mildly amusing herself, had veered wildly off course into an ontological car crash. She needed a stiff drink. She needed to lie down. She needed to find Hashirama and shake him until his stupid, happy-go-lucky brain understood that his famous power of friendship speech might need to be updated. She needed to process. But first, she needed to confirm the practicalities of this newfound, horrifying reality. So, Mito said, her voice regaining some of its steel through sheer force of will. If I am to understand the complete context of your little presentation, you came to me because, in the face of this Otsutsuki world ending, you will be in great need of advanced sealing techniques. Is that the crux of it? Azula gave a single, regal nod. Precisely. These beings, the Otsutsuki, are the source of what we call chakra. To them, it's not a weapon or a tool, it's the air they breathe. Literally. They can absorb any ninjutsu, any chakra-based attack, like we take a breath. It's their default state. She began to count off on her fingers. Most conventional ninjutsu are useless. What does work, based on my sources, are three things. First, space-time ninjutsu. Unpredictable, disorienting, can bypass their absorption. Second, natural energy, senjutsu. It's ambient energy, not purely chakra-based, so it can actually harm them. And third. She looked pointedly at Mito. Sealing techniques. The ultimate art of imposition. Of forcing rules upon reality itself. The culmination of the Uzumaki clan's centuries of brilliant, obsessive research. And you, Lady Mito, are not only the most talented master of this generation, you have access to all of it. The forbidden scrolls, the lost arts, the things even the clan elders whispered about. That is why I want to be your disciple. Not to learn how to make a bigger fireball. To learn how to put a cosmic leash on a god. Mito found herself, despite the earth-shattering revelations, oddly pleased. The girl's brutal, unvarnished directness was a trait she recognized. It was very Uzumaki. And then she caught herself. Wait. The Achiha are also famously direct, in their own stab-first-ask-questions-later way. And the Senju. Hashirama was about as subtle as a brick to the face. Oh, by the sage's scraggly beard, she's right. We're all the same. She schooled her features into a mask of solemnity. Very well, Azula of the Uchiha. Your audacity is matched only by the scale of the threat you describe. I am willing to teach you what I know. She held up a hand, her expression turning grave. But there are conditions. You must promise me, on your name and your power, that you will never use what I teach you to bring harm to Konoha. And you must accept a personal request from this old woman, who has dedicated her life to protecting this village. Internally, Azula was already doing a victory dance that would have made an erupting volcano look placid. Yes. Jackpot. Externally, she was a statue of considered thought. I can understand and respect your meaning, Lady Mito, Azula said, her tone measured and precise. And I can agree to the spirit of your condition. So long as Konoha, as an entity, does not betray me or mine, I can let many grievances go. I am, after all, a pragmatist. However, I cannot promise to never harm Konoha. Mito's eyebrows raised. The concept of harm is terribly subjective, Azula continued. What if a corrupt Konoha councilman needs a forceful retirement? Is that harm, or is it urban renewal? What if the village's outdated and prejudiced policies need to be dismantled, which would cause short-term political harm for long-term health? I will not be bound by a vague oath that could later be used against me. I am not a slave to a promise. But I give you my word, as one future queen to a current one, that I will strive to honor the intent behind your request, the genuine protection and betterment of this place. The ninja world, for all its backstabbing and deception, truly valued honor at the highest levels, once it was formally given. Plus, Azula had a healthy, paranoid fear of what her Chinese workbook called karma. Or what a ninja might call a curse mark of betrayal, or some other such mystical nonsense. She wasn't about to sign a metaphysical contract that could blow up in her face later. To her surprise, Mito didn't look angry. A slow, genuine smile spread across the older woman's face. It wasn't what she'd hoped for, but the girl's straightforward, lawyerly honesty was refreshing. It reminded her of Hashirama, who would never hide what he wanted, even if what he wanted was profoundly stupid. He'd just shout it loudly and with tremendous enthusiasm. This was a more refined, sharper version of that same bluntness. Acceptable, Mito said simply. And with that, she decided the audience was over. A certain fox was looking at her with an expression that suggested he had questions. A lot of them. Without ceremony, Mito made a subtle gesture. The serene mental garden dissolved into a swirl of color and light. Azula's consciousness was unceremoniously yeeted back into her own body, sitting in Mito's real-world sitting room. The transition was so abrupt it left her feeling slightly carsick. One moment she was discussing cosmic genocide, the next she was staring at a very detailed embroidery of a smiling Hashirama on a cushion. Well, Azula thought, blinking away the disorientation, she certainly doesn't believe in long goodbyes. She could only imagine the conversation Mito was now having with the disgruntled fox spirit inside her gut. It probably involved a lot of yelling on Kurama's part and a lot of patient, embarrassed listening on Mito's. For the first time in centuries, Kurama had a captive audience who was actually asking about his knowledge, his history. Mito was likely experiencing the most acutely embarrassing moment of her very long life. She had spent decades critiquing the Uchiha for their short-sightedness, for not researching a better way to manage their eyeball-powered emotional trauma. And yet, she had been sitting on the single greatest historical repository in the world, the Nine-Tails himself, and her only interaction with him had been to periodically tighten his leash. She'd treated him as a battery, not a librarian. The sheer, monumental idiocy of it. She could have been learning the secrets of the world from a primary source instead of piecing together fragments from Uzumaki scrolls. She could have fostered understanding, maybe even begun a true reconciliation between the Senju, Achiha, and Uzumaki much earlier. The regret was a bitter taste in her soul, far more potent than any she had ever known. Azula, oblivious to Mito's internal crisis of conscience, simply stood and smoothed out her robes. The atmosphere in the room was now awkward. They weren't friends, they were now master and apprentice bound by a shared secret about the end of everything. What was the proper etiquette for that? Mito, clearly not in the mood to navigate the social niceties, waved a dismissive hand toward the door, her gaze distant, already lost in thought and conversation with her inner demon. You should go back for today. I need to think. And prepare. Your training will not be simple. And before we even begin, you must prepare for the impact of this announcement. The Uchiha princess becoming the formal disciple of the Hokage's wife. It will send political shock through the village. Consider it your first test as my apprentice. Azula nodded, a plan already forming in her mind. But inwardly, she couldn't help but smirk. Old woman, you are so dramatically overthinking this. What news would it cause? Let's see. The Uchiha elders would have collective aneurysms, which was a net positive. The village council would descend into paranoid speculation, which was their default state anyway. Danzo Shimura's eyes would twitch so violently it might achieve escape velocity. The common folk would gossip for a week before moving on to the next scandal. The sun hung over Konoha like a perfectly cooked egg yolk, spilling its warm, buttery light over the village. It was the kind of afternoon that made you want to find a shady spot, sip some tea, and forget that the world had ever known anything more dangerous than a mildly aggressive squirrel. On a rooftop so new the mortar was still smiling, two Chunin, Genzu and Keidu, were doing precisely that, taking a break from patrol duty to enjoy the view and, more importantly, the gossip. Genzu leaned back on his elbows. Hey, he began, his voice a low, conspiratorial drawl designed to hook attention. Have you caught wind of the new news currently circulating through the village? Keidu, a man built like a friendly wardrobe, didn't look up from meticulously polishing a kunai. What? You mean the grand opening of the Uchiha's new store, the Sharingan sees all deals? Please. That's so old, it's growing a historical plaque. Or are you still on about the legend of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama? I'm telling you, the artistic license they took could fund a small nation. Ha! Genzu barked. Think bigger, my friend. This is news as monumental as the founding of Konoha itself. As earth-shattering as the day the Senju and Uchiha decided to stop trying to kill each other. Keidu finally sheathed his kunai with a definitive shink. He squinted at the Hokage monument, as if the stone faces might offer a hint. Alright, fine. Is it about the Konoha tribunal? The new legal codes? Because I'll have you know, I actually bought the book. The Legal Framework of Konoha, a primer by Uchiha Azula. It's shockingly readable. There's a whole chapter on the legal precedent of tree versus landowner squabbles that's a real page-turner. If we actually run this place by that book, we'll be less of a hidden military village and more of a, well-oiled, outrageously peaceful bureaucratic paradise. I, for one, welcome our new judicious overlords. A noble thought. Genza conceded, holding up a finger. And yes, the book is a masterpiece of common sense that somehow feels revolutionary. But no. What I'm about to tell you, from a very reliable source, my aunt's neighbor's cousin is a cleaner at the Hokage Tower, is that Princess Azula has officially become the personal student of Mito-sama. The first's wife. Keidu's jaw went slack. The polishing cloth fell from his hand and fluttered gently in the breeze like a surrendering flag. No. Yes. The Mito-sama. The very one. A low whistle escaped Keidu's lips. Well, slag me on an anvil. That's not just news, that's a political earthquake wearing a party hat. The Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki, what a scary alliance. That's the founding clans squared. And Azula, that girl is the single most terrifyingly competent 5-year-old to ever walk the earth. The academy instructors have weeping fits of joy mixed with abject terror whenever her name is mentioned. Between that manga she writes, Kimetsu no Yaiba, is weirdly compelling, even if the main character is an idiot, and now this legal codex. If she keeps this up, by the time she's 20, we might just have a second coming of Lord Hashirama. My thoughts exactly, Genza said, grinning. The future is bright. And slightly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. A mere few hundred yards away, but in a world of entirely different pressure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not having a sunny, gossipy afternoon. He was engaged in a delicate and highly secretive operation, testing his newest invention, the Kanganki no Jutsu, the telescope technique. It was a masterpiece of voyeuristic innovation. By focusing Chakra into a small, swirling vortex of air and water vapor he held cupped in his hands, he could zoom his vision across the village. It was for official surveillance purposes only, of course. To observe the prosperity of Konoha. Absolutely. It had nothing to do with the fact that being Hokage often felt like being trapped in a paperwork-laden tomb, and he missed the simple joy of people watching. He'd been having a lovely time. He'd watched old lady Shijimi win a vicious bargaining match over the price of daikon radishes. He'd seen a group of academy kids try, and fail spectacularly, to climb the Hokage monument. He'd even zoomed in on the hot springs, purely to check for structural integrity. Yes. Structural integrity. Feeling buoyant, he'd decided to find his old friends to show off his clever new trick. A quick scan located them on the training grounds, Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and Kagami. Perfect. He adjusted the chakra flow, the image in his hand shimmering as the sound of their conversation filtered through, crystal clear. And that's when he heard it. The conversation between Genzu and Keidu. Every single word. The chakra in his hands flickered. The image of his friends wavered and was replaced by the two chuckling chunin on the roof. Hiruzen's proud smile melted off his face like wax under a blowtorch. A heavy, leaden feeling settled in his gut, right next to his half-digested lunch of questionable ramen. Oh, he muttered to the empty, accusing walls of his office. A single, tragic piece of paperwork fluttered off his desk in sympathy. Well, that's just great. How could he possibly barge in on his friends now, chakra swirling in his hands, and say, hey, look at this cool thing I made. Also, I just overheard that the populace is already drafting my retirement papers in favor of a kid prodigy. He sighed, a long, suffering exhalation that seemed to drain the very light from the room. With a dispirited wave of his hand, he dissolved the jutsu. The image of the village vanished. Time to face the music. He needed counsel. Or a strong drink, but preferably both. He found them exactly where he'd seen them. The scene was a picture of familiar camaraderie. Kagami was casually leaning against a tree, sharpening a shuriken with a soft shink-shink-shink that was oddly soothing. Danzo stood ramrod straight, his arms crossed, looking as if he were personally responsible for holding up the sky and was deeply disappointed in its structural choices. Koharu and Hamura sat on a weathered log, their postures screaming, elder statesmen, even while taking a break. My friends, Hiruzen announced, his voice lacking its usual bombast. Hiruzen, Koharu said, offering a small smile. To what do we owe the pleasure? Finally escaped the paper beast. Temporarily, Hiruzen grumbled, slumping onto the grass beside them. I was testing a new observational jutsu, and I overheard something troubling. Danzo's single visible eye narrowed. Troubling? Explain. Hiruzen relayed the conversation, doing his best impression of the two Chunin, though his heart wasn't in it. By the end, the mood on the training ground had plummeted from relaxed to funeral adjacent. Danzo was the first to break the silence. His voice was like the sound of a grave being dug. Umph. You have barely warmed the Hokage's seat, Hiruzen. The ink on your appointment is still wet. And already the villagers are scanning the horizon for your replacement. He made it sound like a capital offense. Which, in Danzo's mind, it probably was. This is not mere idle chatter. It is a seed of dissent. Planted now, it may lie dormant. But when that girl is older, when she has a few flashy achievements to her name, this talk will blossom into full-blown sedition. It creates factionalism. It weakens the office, and it weakens you. Hiruzen flushed. Now, Danzo, that's a bit extreme. Is it? Danzo countered, his gaze boring into Hiruzen. Power, once tasted, is a difficult thirst to quench. What if she develops a taste for it? It was Kagami who chuckled, the sound warm and out of place. Danzo, my sometimes friend, you see treason in a toddler's first steps. The Hokage is chosen by the will of the people, but they also need to be strong enough to protect those very people. They are civilians. They see a bright, shiny thing and they get excited. They don't understand the complexities. The weight. He sighed, and a look of unmistakable, almost paternal affection crossed his features. As for little Azula, she is everything Tobirama-sensei admired. Fierce intellect, unwavering dedication to structure and order. She is the living embodiment of the will of fire, just expressed through legal precedent instead of grand-scale fire jutsu. She will be a magnificent kunoichi. This was no secret. Kagami's fanclef for Azula was the worst-kept secret in their group. He tried, on multiple occasions, to have a meaningful uncle-niece chat with her, but was always thwarted by her intimidatingly busy schedule or the ever-present, slightly smug gaze of her father, who seemed to view Kagami's attempts at mentorship with the same enthusiasm one would have for a fox offering to babysit the chickens. To Kagami, Azula was the platonic ideal of a modern Achiha. She had the clan's legendary pride but none of the insufferable arrogance directed at those weaker. She was finding ways to contribute to Konoha's foundation that didn't involve throwing pointy things, though he was sure she was brilliant at that too. She was the chosen protege of the first Hokage's wife, for Kami's sake. If that wasn't integration, what was? But even he, in his proud Uncle Hayes, could feel Hiruzen's discomfort radiating like heat from pavement. It was awkward. The man was killing himself in that office, trying to fill the crater-sized shoes of his predecessors, and the public was already playing Hokage, the next generation. Koharu, who had been quietly observing a ladybug climb a blade of grass, spoke next. There was a subtle, almost imperceptible edge to her voice, a lingering frost from a time when she'd hoped her relationship with Kagami might be more than just comrades in arms. Kagami, as your friend, I feel I must be the voice of reason. The Uchiha's position in the village is delicate. I have no doubt that in time, there will be more Uchiha like you, who see the village as their entire world. But right now, the majority of your clan still looks upon the rest as mere mortals, as if they recently evolved from pond scum. And mark my words, they are the ones fanning these flames. Spreading this news, not as a curious rumor, but as a campaign. They are already paving the road for her, hoping to install their own queen on the throne. The air went cold. She had said the quiet part loud. Kagami's easy smile finally faded. He knew she was right. He wasn't a fool. He was Tobirama's student. He understood the political calculus better than most. The Hokage could not, would not, be an Uchiha. Not for a long, long time. The trust wasn't there yet. The integration was a sapling, not an oak. But Azula made him hope. She made him believe. He saw the way the village was changing. He'd seen hardened shinobi get misty-eyed reading the account of Azuna's death, lamenting that he and Tobirama-sensei never got to share a bowl of ramen as allies. He saw the younger Uchiha, baffled and strangely touched by the open admiration from civilians, actually trying to live up to it, to be the heroes they were already seen as. And this tribunal, this legal system she was crafting, it was a bridge. A neutral ground where the Uchiha's natural talents for enforcement could meet the civilians' need for justice, without the old fears and prejudices clouding everything. It was genius. While Kagami was lost in his thoughts, Danzo had fallen into a deep, ominous silence. His sharp eyes weren't on Hiruzen anymore, they were fixed on Kagami, analyzing the play of emotion across his friend's face. He saw the hope, the pride, the internal conflict. He saw a man being torn in two by his loyalties. Danzo's mind raced. He looked at his comrades, the legendary team that had stood with Tobirama, and he saw not unity, but fracturing. Torifu, heart-shattered by their sensei's death, had become a recluse, a ghost haunting his own life. Kagami was slowly being pulled back into the gravitational field of his clan. Hamura and Koharu, once fierce and decisive, now seemed cowed by the immense power of the other villages, their council always leaning toward caution, toward appeasement. And Hiruzen. Hiruzen was changing most of all. The bright, fiery, unshakably principled young man was learning to bend. To compromise. To let small injustices slide for the sake of a precarious, greater good. Danzo saw it not as wisdom, but as a crack in the foundation. A weakness. Hiruzen could not bear the darkness of leadership alone. Tobirama had been a pillar of stark, unforgiving light and shadow, able to withstand it all. Hiruzen was warmer, softer. The shadows would consume him. Someone had to be willing to step into those shadows, to do what was necessary, no matter how ugly, to protect the light of the village. Hiruzen couldn't do it. The weight would break him. Danzo felt the conviction settle in his bones, cold and hard. He just didn't know how to start. Yet. Kagami, too, was an observer. He remembered a painful conversation with Torifu, the strangest of them all, who now seemed the most fragile. He'd asked him why he'd withdrawn. Because you are all changing, Kagami, Torifu had said, his voice hollow. And I don't like the direction. The words had hit Kagami like a physical blow. He denied it then, but now, sitting here, feeling the political currents pulling at them all, he understood. It wasn't just change. It was a slow, insidious corruption. The intoxicating, corrosive power to make decisions that shaped thousands of lives. It was changing Hamura and Koharu into skeptics. It was changing Hiruzen into a pragmatist. It was changing Danzo into something harder, darker. And it was changing him, making him weigh his love for his friend against the burgeoning hope for his clan. The hope, the fear, the friendship, the duty. It was a tangled mess with no easy solution. He looked at Hiruzen's worried face, at Danzo's grim determination, at Koharu's pointed concern. He shook his head, a gesture of profound weariness. The sound that escaped him was a depressed sigh that seemed to hold the exhaustion of the entire village. I understand what you all mean, he said, his voice quiet but firm. I see the complications. I feel the tensions. But we must navigate this. Carefully. Wisely. He looked at each of them in turn, his Sharingan pulsing faintly with a soft, crimson light. All of this, every difficult choice, every compromise, every bit of gossip we overhear, we must endure it. All of it. For the village. End of the chapter. I can only say wow, I was very surprised seeing myself in the top 5 yesterday. It was truly encouraging that I can't afford myself to take the 2 days off promised. Thanks very much and hope continue receiving your support. By the way, I haven't yet started the Toph story as I'm not even stable here and waiting for the right time, and where we were at it, I'm thinking for Azula to create some. Forget it, it seems like spoiler. Chapter 24, Gamble Results. Good morning, Mito-sensei. The words were dipped in honey but delivered with the underlying resonance of a drawn blade scraping against its sheath. It was a tone so masterfully passive-aggressive that Tsunade, who was lazily stretching her hamstrings nearby, actually paused to appreciate it. She shot a glance at her grandmother, who was serenely sipping a cup of tea as if she were observing a particularly interesting species of beetle and not a pint-sized volcano in a training outfit. Even Tsunade, who was still mastering the fine art of not saying everything she thought, could feel the waves of pure, unadulterated resentment rolling off her friend. It was almost impressive. Azula had managed to condense the frustration of an entire week of what she clearly deemed wasted time into 3 simple words. This entire situation had begun a week ago. When Tsunade had first learned that her best friend had been formally taken as a student by her own grandmother, her initial reaction had been sheer, unbridled shock. Then, a spark of competitive fire had ignited in her gut. If Azula was getting private lessons from her grandma herself, then by the sage, Tsunade would be right there too, ensuring she didn't fall behind. For the first few days, Azula had envisioned learning secret Senju taijutsu katas, maybe getting a sneak peek at some of the less lethal Uzumaki sealing arrays, or at the very least, some advanced chakra exercises that were different from the Achiha. Reality, thus far, had been a profound disappointment. 4-7 entire days. Mito had not taught her a single ninjutsu. Not one sealing formula. Not even a cool, flashy taijutsu move. Instead, their curriculum had consisted entirely of what Azula had sarcastically dubbed, advanced pretending to be a tree, exercises. They'd meditated for hours. They'd practiced walking on water, slowly. They'd balanced on increasingly unstable surfaces while maintaining perfect chakra flow to their feet. They'd even spent one entire afternoon trying to mold a perfect, stationary sphere of chakra in their palms, a task Azula had mastered before she'd lost her first baby tooth. It was, in Azula's not-so-humble opinion, an insult to her intelligence and a criminal waste of her prodigious talent. Her chakra control was, after all, her masterpiece. It was the one thing she knew, with the unshakable certainty of a fundamental law of the universe, that she was better at than anyone else her age. Possibly anyone else, period. To be forced to drill the basics was like asking a master chef to repeatedly demonstrate how to butter toast. Mito, for her part, seemed utterly unperturbed by the glacial chill emanating from her smallest student. She took a final, slow sip of her tea, placed the cup delicately on a small stone table beside her, and smiled a smile that was all serene wisdom and hidden amusement. Before we proceed to the next stage of your training, Mito began, her voice as smooth as polished river stone, I have a question for you, Azula. What do you believe you should do? Exploit your most obvious, overwhelming advantage. Or learn something new that may, in the long term, be profoundly beneficial to you. Azula's eye twitched. It was a microscopic spasm, but to Tsunade, who was watching this verbal duel with the rapt attention of a spectator at a championship match, it was as dramatic as a thunderclap. This was the heart of the issue. The source of the resentment. Mito had been actively not exploiting Azula's biggest advantage. She'd been ignoring the gleaming, hyper-efficient engine in favor of checking the tire pressure. Repeatedly. Unbeknownst to the fuming girl, Mito's motives were more complex than simple pedagogical torture. Her initial hypothesis was that Azula was a temporal refugee, a soul catapulted back in time from some distant future. The girl's knowledge was sometimes eerily specific, her combat instincts preternaturally mature, her perspective skewed. The way she'd once offhandedly mentioned the economics of a multi-village shinobi system, a few days ago had made Mito spit out her tea and spend 3 hours drawing diagrams. So, Mito had devised a test. A week of basics was a perfect cover. She'd engage Azula in discussions about chakra theory, politics, history, and ninjutsu, probing for anachronisms, for knowledge that shouldn't exist yet. She'd wait for a slip-up, a mention of a technique or an event from a time yet to come. The results had been baffling. Azula was a paradox. In some areas, she was a savant. In others, particularly the foundational theories of nature transformation and the more esoteric branches of chakra science, she was a complete novice. It was like meeting a mathematician who could instantly solve impossibly complex equations but had to be reminded what the number 0 was. The time traveler theory was crumbling. But a new mystery was taking its place. How could someone with such gaping holes in her foundational knowledge possess such flawless, almost supernatural chakra control? It was a level of precision Mito had only ever seen in one other person, her own husband, Hashirama. And even that was a different kind of control, a vast, overwhelming, life-giving force. Azula's was surgical. Absolute. It was as if the chakra inside her wasn't a wild energy to be harnessed, but a perfectly disciplined army that awaited her slightest thought. And she was hiding its full extent. Mito knew it. In fact, Azula hadn't even hinted at her ability to perform most ninjutsu without hand seals, a skill that would have shattered the foundational understanding of every jonin in Konoha. The girl was playing her cards impossibly close to her chest, a habit Mito, who was more knowledgeable than Azula thought, found both prudent and intensely frustrating. Now, faced with Mito's question, Azula's mind raced. Finally, a pivot. A chance to escape the tedium. Should she push to leverage her impeccable control? Learn high-level genjutsu. Master medical ninjutsu. Both were paths that demanded finesse, not brute force. Or should she stubbornly insist on the original goal, the mysterious and powerful art of fuinjutsu? After a long moment of internal debate, she decided on a different tactic. She'd ask the expert. Mito-sensei, Azula said, her voice carefully neutral, is there not a third option? A way to further explore and weaponize my chakra control that would provide a significant boost to my strength in the short term. The unspoken part of the question hung in the air, so this isn't a complete waste of my time. Mito looked at her, a flicker of genuine surprise in her violet eyes. It was a good question. Strategic. It showed she wasn't just impatient, she was thinking about efficient growth. A slow smile spread on Mito's face. An excellent query. But it leads me to another. What do you believe is your biggest talent? Azula blinked. Was this a trick question? Was the sky blue? Was ramen the pinnacle of culinary achievement in this world? Isn't it my chakra control, she asked, confusion piercing through her irritation. She glanced at Tsunade, who just shrugged as if to say, yeah, I also want to know, obviously. Mito shook her head, her long, crimson hair swaying gently. In almost anyone else, even in a prodigy like Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you gifted him your level of chakra control, it would instantly become his defining, greatest talent. But not for you, Azula. For you, it is merely a symptom. A byproduct. It is the magnificent cart, but it is not the horse. Azula's competitive spirit, which had been languishing in a dungeon of boredom, suddenly perked up. It rattled its chains. It looked out the window. A gamble. This whole endeavor, throwing her lot in with the Hokage's wife, had been a massive gamble. Was it already about to pay out after only a week? She looked at Mito, her golden eyes wide with anticipation, waiting for the sage to continue, to unveil the mystery. Mito said nothing. She just sat there, smiling that infuriatingly knowing smile. The silence stretched. A bird chirped. Somewhere in the distance, a leaf fell. Azula felt a vein throb in her forehead. She understood, with sudden, horrifying clarity, exactly what Mito was doing. This was retribution. This was payback for all those times Azula had answered one of Mito's probing questions with a cryptic, "I have a theory," or, "It's complicated," before clamming up. The master was teaching a lesson in frustration, and the student was getting an A+. Just as Azula was about to break the silence with a very undisciple-like growl, Mito spoke, but not to her alone. "Azula. Tsunade." Her voice was soft but commanded absolute attention. "A question for you both. What is the one thing, the fundamental essence, that all living beings share? Be it humans, animals, trees, and the like. What is the common thread of life itself?" Tsunade, who had been enjoying Azula's squirming, straightened up. This was more like it. A philosophical question. A test of understanding. She'd been fielding these from her grandparents since she could talk. She scrunched up her face in thought, her brow furrowed. What did a person, a bear, and an oak tree have in common? They were all alive. But what did that mean? Her grandfather's teachings came back to her. His endless lectures about the will of fire, about understanding the world, not just dominating it. "I think." She began slowly, choosing her words with care. "I think it should be their spirit. Their life force. They all possess a unique spirit, a consciousness that makes them a living being and not just a thing. And I think, the stronger that spirit, the greater the power they can exert on the world." She finished, looking proud of herself. It was a good answer, and a Senju answer. Mito's face blossomed into a warm, genuine smile. She reached out and ruffled Tsunade's blonde hair affectionately. "A wonderful answer, my dear. Truly. You have been listening to your grandfather." Tsunade beamed. Then, Mito's violet eyes shifted, their intensity focusing solely on Azula. "And you?" Azula had been quiet, her mind racing down a different, darker path. Spirit. Life force. That was too vague, too sentimental. She dealt in harder currencies. Her mind, sharp and analytical, went straight to the core mechanics of the world she found herself in. In this universe of reincarnation and summoned souls, what was the one immutable, transferable, exploitable constant? Or, Azula said, her voice low and certain, is it their soul? She didn't say it casually. It was a calculated answer. She was thinking of Orochimaru's body-swapping technique, a horror she thankfully hadn't encountered yet. She was thinking of the impure world reincarnation, that ultimate desecration jutsu that sacrificed a living vessel to serve as a clay puppet for a summoned soul, overwritten and reshaped by the very data contained within that spectral entity. The implications were terrifying and fascinating. If the soul was a perfect record of a person, their knowledge, their skills, their genetic blueprint, then mastering the soul was the ultimate power. Not for her, the messy business of training and effort. True power would be a simple, clean transaction, find a soul, absorb its data. It was the most efficient upgrade path imaginable. Mito did not smile. She did not pat Azula on the head. She simply stared, and for the first time since Azula had met her, the unflappable Uzumaki matriarch looked genuinely exasperated. A long, weary sigh escaped her lips, the sound of a teacher who has just asked, "What is 2 + 2?" and received a doctoral thesis on quantum mathematics in return. "By the sage," Mito murmured, almost to herself. "What, in the name of all that is holy, are you exactly?" The girl was an enigma wrapped in a paradox and sealed in a layer of unnerving pragmatism. She could be blissfully ignorant of basic chakra theory yet casually drop truths about the soul that would make the priests at the fire temple faint. "Yes," Mito conceded, her voice returning to its normal measured tone. "It is. And that is your greatest talent, Azula. Not your chakra control. That is merely the magnificent tool your true talent has created. Your greatest asset is your impossibly, abnormally powerful soul. A dense, potent soul means an overwhelming reserve of spiritual energy. And that, in turn, means you have an innate, staggering affinity for release." The pieces clicked into place in Azula's mind with an almost audible snap. Of course, release. The power of imagination, of form, of spirit. It was the foundation of genjutsu, of shadow clones, of sealing, of all techniques that shaped reality through mental and spiritual energy. Her perfect chakra control wasn't just because she was Azula apparently, it was the product. It was the precise hand of a master artist, but her soul was the boundless, brilliant creativity that guided it. A thrill, cold and sharp and exhilarating, shot through her. This was it. This was the payoff. "Can you explain it to me more clearly?" Azula asked, her earlier resentment completely forgotten, replaced by a ravenous curiosity. This touched on the deepest mystery of her own existence. That constant, nagging feeling of being more than one, a fusion, an amalgamation. Was she a normal person who had gained Azula's memories and skills? Or was she Azula, somehow grafted with the consciousness and knowledge of a person from another world? Mito, seeing the fiery intellect now fully engaged, decided to abandon the roundabout lessons for a moment of direct truth. Since you seem to understand the concept of yin and yang nature, Mito began, then you know that every living being is a balance of both. Spiritual energy, yin, and physical energy, yang, combine to create chakra. The quantity, the quality, and the balance are unique to each individual. Most have a slight inclination one way or the other. You. She gestured at Azula as if presenting a fascinating natural phenomenon. You are not most people. You are a landslide. A tsunami of spiritual energy. Your chakra control is so precise because your spirit has an iron-fisted dominance over the physical energy it mingles with. It's not a negotiation, it's a command. Azula nodded slowly, processing. It fit. It fit perfectly. It explained why molding chakra felt as natural as breathing, why the energy within her felt less like a wild river and more like a perfectly loyal extension of her own will. I understand the theory, Mito-sensei, Azula said, her voice laced with a new, deep respect. The roundabout way now made sense. It was a foundation she hadn't even known she was missing. But what I need to know now is, what does that mean? Practically. If my yin nature is my biggest talent, what do I do with it? You don't have to be so impatient, Azula, Mito said, her voice the auditory equivalent of a warm blanket. In this world, everything is connected. It's all one big, chaotic web. Pull a thread here, and a shinobi on the other side of the continent trips over his own kunai. I can tell you why your yin nature is so special, Mito continued, her eyes twinkling. But first, do you even know what yin and yang chakra natures truly are, apart from the spiritual versus physical party? If not, what is the use of hearing something you don't understand? Azula opened her mouth, a scathing retort about her extensive research in the Uchiha archives on her lips, but then snapped it shut. She had been impatient. And admitting that Mito, the living Wikipedia of esoteric chakra nonsense, might know more than some dusty clan scrolls was, tactically sound. For now. She gave a curt, regal nod, the kind that said, proceed, peasant, but be entertaining. Excellent. Mito chirped, as if Azula had just delivered a fascinating dissertation. Yin is the spiritual power. The power of imagination, will, and mind. Like Hashirama would have said, it's the part of you that looks at a rock and thinks, you know what? That rock would be much improved if it were on fire. Every living being has it. Yang is the power of the body, the physical medium, the cellular machinery that actually makes the rock catch fire when you yell at it. She leaned forward conspiratorially. Naturally, having a surplus of either is like being born with a bigger chakra battery than the other kids. That's the Senju and Uzumaki party line, all about the yang life, big muscles, bottomless stamina, can fight all day. Your lot, the Achiha, you're the weird, broody artists. Your power comes from your massive spiritual power that makes very few things able to shake you emotionally. It's why, through this willpower with the medium of eyes, you can stare moodily into the middle distance and accidentally manifest a giant skeleton made of hatred. It was the truth. Azula had once labored under the delusion that the Uchiha were chakra lightweights. Then she realized the scale was just broken. They weren't weak, they were just being compared to the walking chakra reactors known as the Senju and Uzumaki. If not for their insane yin reserves, how could Azuna have gone toe-to-toe with Tobirama? How could Madara have fought the botanical monstrosity that was Hashirama? How could Sasuke, with his one emo glare, hope to keep up with Naruto and his 1,000 best friends? Seeing she had Azula's full, albeit grudging, attention, Mito's voice dropped into a more serious, yet no less captivating, register. But let's go deeper. Yin doesn't just represent the spirit, on a fundamental level, it is the soul's signature. The strength of your mind, your spirit, your indomitable will to be the best at everything, it all radiates from the soul. She paused for effect. Which brings me to the most knowledgeable person I have ever seen, Tobirama Senju. Azula perked up. Now they were getting somewhere. Edgy forbidden jutsu. This was what she came for. Tobirama looked at the tailed beasts, Mito explained, and asked the kind of question that makes me laugh when I thought about it, why don't they die? They're just sentient chakra. So why are we, the pinnacle of evolution, stuck in the body and dying with it? His answer was a pair of forbidden jutsu. One was based on the tailed beast principle. The other, well, it's something based on the spirit transformation technique. Tobirama's version was different. It was classified as kenjutsu because it didn't send your spirit. It launched your actual soul out of your body like a catapult. Was Azula shocked? Not really. As a VIP tier connoisseur of fanfiction on a certain website she couldn't name, she'd read this theory 1,000 times. She'd even gone on a deep dive through Narutopedia one lonely, data-filled night when there was no one else to talk to. She'd learned that Tobirama's technique wasn't the simple spirit transformation, it was an S-rank abomination, a dark prototype to Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation, something Kishimoto himself had hinted at in a data book. Now, according to the laws of her past life memory, which was notoriously fuzzy, probably from a combination of sleep deprivation, internet addiction, and other nightfuls she refused to specify, she shouldn't recall this so clearly. But that was the perk of being reborn in the ninja world, spiritual energy was a real, tangible thing. It was like her brain had been upgraded from dial-up to fiber optic. She couldn't remember her second-grade teacher's name, but she could absolutely recall the exact wording of an obscure Naruto forum post from 2014 with a little mental effort. She'd never learned the specifics of the jutsu, though. And looking at Mito's serene face, she doubted the woman would just hand over the instructions for metaphysical identity theft. But then, plot twist. Tobirama never used it, Mito said, shattering Azula's expectations. A theoretical exercise only. But in theory, it would allow his soul to vacate its original container and attempt a hostile takeover of a new one. The consequences, however, were messy. First, his original body, now an empty vessel, would immediately realize it was redundant and begin a rapid process of cellular collapse. Second, the new body had to be perfectly compatible with his soul's unique, let's call it its data. Otherwise, it would be like trying to put a 1-ton rock on a baby. The new body would also collapse. And since a soul is arguably more unique than everything, finding a compatible host is, for all intents and purposes, impossible. Azula didn't need to ask how he tested this. The words, human experimentation, hung in the air, silent and grim. It sounded exactly like the rough draft of living corpse reincarnation. Frankly, it sounded like one of the biggest bugs in the entire shinobi system. In some ways, it seemed even more hardcore than the Otsutsuki's Kama. Those aliens needed to pre-install their data like a virus. Tobirama was trying to brute force a direct upload, and Orochimaru perfected it. Unbeknownst to Azula, Mito was watching her reactions like a hawk. This wasn't just a history lesson. Even though she observed that there also shouldn't be someone from the future or another person taking control of an Uchiha body through many factors, she didn't let down her guard. But the evidence wasn't there. There was no sign of the spiritual static, the soul-deep scarring that such a violent process would inevitably leave. Mito would know, and through Azula's reaction at mentioning this, it looked like she wasn't surprised. Mito had helped Tobirama develop it, after all. His goal was academic madness, can the soul exist independent of the body? The problem was, he was a brilliant biologist but a lousy mystic. He couldn't see or sense souls. So, they'd raided the Uzumaki clan's archives, a treasure trove of things man was not meant to know, and together, they'd developed a sensing technique. A way to perceive the soul's energy without needing to put on a mask and talk to the dead. It was this technique that allowed Mito to sense the mind-boggling strength of Azula's soul and the unique, terrifyingly pure quality of her Chakra. It was the most singular thing she had ever felt. But these state secrets, these dark chapters of her past with the second Hokage, were not for Azula. Not yet. The observation period was still ongoing. I assisted in the development of the sensing aspect, Mito admitted carefully, editing the truth with the skill of a seasoned politician. It granted me the ability to perceive the soul of others. It's similar to sensing chakra, but deeper. More fundamental. She let that hang in the air for a moment before delivering the grand finale, the core conceit of Tobirama's insane thesis. Tobirama theorized that the soul isn't just a passenger. It's the architect. It's the original blueprint. Every bloodline limit, every shred of talent, every last drop of chakra potential, it's all engraved there first, and the body simply follows the instructions. His kenjutsu was the ultimate response. If you could bind your soul to another's vessel without rejection, you wouldn't just get their memories. You would overwrite their very existence. You could obtain their Kekkei, their talents, their everything, as if it had been yours all along. Mito's smile finally faded, replaced by a look of profound seriousness. The genetic collapse, he predicted, wasn't just the body failing. It was the soul's immense data trying to forcibly rewrite the host's physical code to match its own divine blueprint. Azula simply stared, her earlier impudence completely gone, replaced by the chilling awe of someone who has just been shown the true, terrifying engine that lurks beneath the world's hood. It was a lot to process. End of the chapter. Okay, not completely used to the university, but here's today's chapter. By the way, now I think Azula's intention of being Mito's disciple is indeed one of the best things, right? And don't forget to vote, come on. Chapter 25, Anime. Hey, Azula-san, a boy spoke with a hesitant rasp that was at odds with the excitement in his gaze. Are you absolutely sure it's okay for you to teach us this? Orochimaru gestured with a slender finger toward the scroll as if it were a sleeping viper. A very valuable, incredibly alluring viper. I mean, he continued, ninjutsu of this caliber, it's the biggest, most guarded secret of any clan. They're rarely shared with outsiders who aren't, you know, betrothed or something. And this is the shadow clone jutsu. A B rank. He wasn't wrong. In the world of shinobi, knowledge was currency, power, and legacy, all rolled into one. Sharing a D-rank technique was like lending a friend a Rio. Sharing a B-rank like this was like handing them the deed to your family's compound and all the secret tunnels beneath it. Jiraiya, who had been making enthusiastic but questionable hand seals that looked more like he was trying to summon a demon or shoo away a particularly persistent fly, nodded in vigorous agreement. The snake-like brats got a point, for once. Azula Uchiha, the undisputed queen of their academy class and a girl who carried herself with the unnerving poise of a kunoichi twice her age, merely let a slow, patient smile spread across her features. It was a smile that said, I have considered every possible angle of this, including the ones you haven't even discovered yet. She tapped the scroll against her palm. What are you talking about, she said, her voice smooth and laced with amusement. Since I decided to give it to you, then that's that. As of this very moment, consider it yours. The rest of the class. She cast a deliberate glance over at the small crowd of their peers who were pretending not to eavesdrop while failing spectacularly at it. Hiriko was examining a leaf with sudden, intense interest. Mito was doing one-handed push-ups, but his ears were swiveled like a radar dish. Ain was meticulously organizing her kunai, her movements just a little too slow. Aren't yet ready. She offered a helpless little shrug, a perfectly executed gesture of, what can you do, that was about 90% calculated performance and 10% genuine fond exasperation. Internally, her plans were unfolding with beautiful precision. Her grand design, Operation Big Sister Supreme, was in full effect. The objective? To have every single one of these future shinobi recognize her not just as a talented Uchiha, but as their leader, their benefactor, the one who had their backs when they were knee-deep in the struggles of academy life. A little strategic jutsu sharing was a small price to pay for a lifetime of loyalty and, more importantly, the ability to call herself Big Sis with the authority to make it stick. Her eyes flicked to Jiraiya, who was now trying to balance a kunai on his nose. On paper, the white-haired hyperactive goofball actually had chakra reserves that were kind of monstrous. He could probably power a small village with the energy he usually expended on dumb jokes and poorly planned pranks. In theory, he could manage a shadow clone. Maybe even hold it for an hour. The problem was trust. Or more specifically, a complete lack thereof in Jiraiya's ability to exercise even a shred of self-preservation. Azula's mind conjured a horrifying, yet entirely plausible, vision. Jiraiya, upon mastering the technique, would immediately try to see what the absolute limit is, guys. He'd create 1,000 clones, his chakra would evaporate faster than a rain puddle in the Sunagakure desert, and he'd be found as a desiccated husk surrounded by 1,000 equally desiccated Jiraiya clones, all giving a thumbs up. He wouldn't be killed in battle by a legendary missing nin, he'd be done in by his own spectacular lack of judgment. No, the shadow clone jutsu was a privilege he had not yet earned. It was for his own good. She saw the flickers of envy on the faces of the others. Hiriko's was the most calculating, a quiet hunger. Dui's was pure, unadulterated admiration, the look of someone who saw magic in things others took for granted. Ah, but perception was everything. She couldn't have the rumor mill churning out headlines like, Azula Uchiha plays favorites, Snake Boy gets the goods, everyone else gets dust. A reputation for being partial was a weakness she could not afford. With a flourish that would make a stage magician weep with envy, she unsealed another, slightly larger scroll from the pouch at her hip. It landed on the ground with a soft thump that drew every single eye. Don't you all worry, my friends, she announced, her voice ringing with magnanimous authority. For you, my loyal and hard-working underclassmen, classmates, I have prepared the Uchiha clan's introductory ninjutsu. A curated collection of D-rank wonders. Each of you may choose one that speaks to your soul. Master it, and you may come and ask me for another. Master 10, yes, 10, and you will unlock the coveted C-rank tier. A path to power, laid out by yours truly. She paused, letting the gasps and excited murmurs wash over her. It was a beautiful sound. Anyway, the Uchiha are the clan with the most extensive ninjutsu library in all of Konoha. Possibly the entire world. Do they personally master all of them? No. Most of them have the fire and lightning natures. Trying to learn a water-release jutsu would be like trying to teach a cat to fetch. A messy, ultimately futile endeavor. But do they have them, meticulously recorded and gathering dust in the archives? Of course they do. The sheer, obscene wealth of knowledge her clan casually sat on was a power move in itself. Of course, she declared, clapping her hands together, before we get to the fun part, we have to do the slightly absolutely essential part, we need to know what we're working with. We're going to test your chakra natures. This was a big deal. This was knowledge that most academy students wouldn't get until after graduation, a perk reserved for kids from big clans or well-connected families. The fact that Azula was offering this, for free, was monumental. She produced a stack of pristine, off-white paper from another scroll. Chakra induction paper. It wasn't cheap, this little stack probably cost more than Jiraiya's monthly allowance of questionable things. But Azula saw it not as an expense, but as an investment. A down payment on future loyalty. A thank you to the kids who had helped her stock shelves at her store, who had shared their lunches, and who had, in their own weird, childlike ways, even now, at this age, done things that had made her genuinely laugh. Like the time Dewey tried to use the leaf-sticking exercise to climb the Hokage monument and only made it 3 feet off the ground before becoming stuck to the rock face for 2 hours. A sudden, somber thought clouded her mind, a cold splash of reality on her warm, scheming plans. She looked at their faces, Orochimaru's intense curiosity, Jiraiya's goofy grin, Tsunade's confident smirk, Dewey's unwavering determination. She did the math, the grim calculus of the shinobi world. 20 years from now, how many of them would be left? Would this entire group be whittled down to a handful? 5. Fewer. Such was the life they had chosen, the life they were born into. The thought made her not feel well. If giving them a few extra tools, a few more tricks in their arsenal, could tilt the odds ever so slightly in their favor, then it was worth it. Even if it was an A-rank jutsu. Knowledge was meant to be used. And what better use than to keep her future assets alive? She held up a single sheet of the paper. Gather around, everyone, these little sheets are chakra induction paper. You inject a tiny bit of your chakra into it. She cleared her throat, adopting her best instructor voice. Observe, if the paper ignites and turns to a dignified pile of ash, congratulations, you're arson inclined. You have a fire nature affinity. If it becomes damp, that's water release. If it splits cleanly in half, as if sliced by an invisible blade, that's wind nature. If it crumbles into a little pile of dirt, you're an earth type. And finally, if it wrinkles up like it just heard Jiraiya's latest joke, that's lightning nature. She infused a trickle of her chakra into the paper she held. The result was instantaneous and dramatic. The right half of the paper blackened, curled, and dissolved into fine, gray ash. Simultaneously, the left half contorted violently, crumpling into a tight, wrinkled ball as if dying of second-hand embarrassment. Whoa. Jiraiya breathed, his previous antics forgotten. He was the first to snatch a piece of paper from the stack Azula had laid on a nearby tree stump. For all his buffoonery, when it came to practical, hands-on things, the boy had an almost instinctual knack. He focused, his brow furrowing in concentration. The paper reacted. One section turned dark and soggy, a droplet of moisture beading on its surface. Another part of the same sheet seemed to dry out and disintegrate into a fine, brown dust. Well, look at that, Azula said, genuinely intrigued. Water and earth. A combination fit for making really high-quality mud. And here I thought you'd be all fire, given your explosive personality. This was a divergence from what she'd expected. In the anime, Jiraiya was a master of all 5, but he used fire style a lot. For him to have a natural affinity for water and earth was fascinating. Had he trained himself into a new shape entirely? Whoa. Jiraiya, you have 2 natures, just like big sister Azula, one of the other kids yelled. Yeah. I never expected that someone like him would have 2. Is that normal? Does everyone get 2? Another asked. Jiraiya puffed out his chest, his grin threatening to split his face in 2. He was not used to being the subject of admiring gazes. In their class, he and Mito were usually locked in a fierce competition for who received the fewest looks of admiration, though Jiraiya privately conceded that Dewey, with his spectacular lack of ninja aptitude, was probably the undisputed champion of that particular tournament. Next was Orochimaru. He took the paper with the reverence of a scholar handling an ancient manuscript. He closed his eyes, his expression one of deep focus. The paper in his hand, well, it didn't know what to do. A corner ignited and turned to ash. Another section dampened. A third part crumpled. A fourth split. It finally gave up and dissolved into a pathetic little pile of earth. A perfect, 5-element reaction. The training ground fell silent. The genius wasn't a joke. The boy was a natural wonder, a blank slate upon which any ninjutsu could be written. Tsunade merely watched, a small, knowing smile on her face. She didn't bother to take a paper. Of course she didn't. As the heir to the Senju clan and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she'd likely had her chakra nature tested before she could even walk properly. Azula had done this as well the moment her chakra pathways had stabilized. One by one, the rest of the class took their turns. Hiriko's paper split with a sharp, precise cut, wind nature. Ain's dampened, water. Mito approached the stump with the solemnity of a man walking to his destiny. He poured every ounce of his immense, burning spirit into the paper. It shuddered, turned a faint shade of green, but otherwise did nothing. No fire, no water, no cut, no crumple, no dust. It just sat there, being paper. A few kids snickered. Dewey's shoulders slumped for a fraction of a second before he snapped them back, a brilliant, shining smile on his face. It seems my youthfulness has not yet awakened its elemental passion. But this is a wonderful challenge. I will train until my chakra burns so brightly it has no choice but to express itself. 100 laps around Konoha to commence immediately. And he was off, a green blur of undeterred spirit. Azula made a mental note. No innate affinity. That was a hurdle, but not an insurmountable one. It just meant his path would be harder, his focus needing to be on taijutsu and pure, unadulterated willpower, and, well, it meant he had the protagonist script. She looked at her classmates, their faces alight with new knowledge and possibility. Hiriko, who would one day be a Jonin-level threat even without his forbidden technique. Due, who would redefine the meaning of hard work. Jiraiya, the future sage. Orochimaru, the genius. Tsunade, the legend. Indeed, the future seemed bright. The Uchiha compound was quiet. A little too quiet. For Azula, a being of pure, unadulterated, and frankly terrifying ambition crammed into the body of a prepubescent girl, silence was not a blessing. It was a void, and nature, especially her nature, abhorred a vacuum. Usually, that vacuum would be filled with the sound of her father, Taijima, sharpening weapons, or dictating clan ledgers, or doing that low, rumbling hum he did when contemplating which political rival needed a strategically timed fireball to the face. Today, however, there was only the soft, almost imperceptible rustle of her mother, Asami, moving about in another room. This was unusual. Her father was a homebody patriarch, a man who believed ruling the most powerful clan in Konoha was a job best done from his favorite armchair, a strategic command center from which he could project his will and occasionally demand more tea. Azula, currently sprawled on a plush rug like a tiny, scheming starfish, had just concluded a masterclass in what she liked to call early childhood educational reform. In layman's terms, she had systematically broken the spirits of her little classmates with the ruthless efficiency of a seasoned drill sergeant teaching origami to a bag of angry cats. Her original plan had involved a visit to Mito. Today, however, was for recalibration. Mito had provided the key, herself, and Azula had spent the last 2 weeks turning the key in the rusty, complex lock of Uchiha politics. The original, depressingly linear story of the Uchiha was a Shakespearean tragedy written by an edgy teenager, all brooding, betrayal, and a final, fiery genocide. A bit much, really. Kagami Uchiha's eventual, inevitable death was a cornerstone of that dismal timeline. A useful, loyal man, but tragically mortal. Azula's new and improved plan, project, golden rule, but with more fireballs, didn't hinge on a single man's survival. No, she had woven herself into the very fabric of the Hokage's line. She was Mito's fascinating little student, the sharp-minded Uchiha child who played with ceiling formulae like other kids played with blocks. Even if Kagami bought the farm in some glorious, stupidly heroic fashion as per the original script, the Uchiha would still have her, a direct line to the Hokage's wife, a personal relationship with the future leadership. Her path to the Hokage's chair, once a distant dream on a horizon littered with obstacles, was now clearly paved. The materials needed. 2 things, reputation and strength. Reputation was already being handled. She was the prodigy. The one who put the academy instructors in therapy. The girl who made Mito Uzumaki laugh. And soon, very soon, she would be the judge. The tribunal in 10 days was her stage. The entire ninja world would be her audience. They wouldn't see a talented child, they would see a power player, a nascent force of nature with the will to decide fates and the cunning to influence empires. The fact that this influence was currently 90% illusory, backed by the political equivalent of bluffing with a pair of twos, was a minor detail. Perception was 9/10 of the law, and the other 10th was who had the biggest fireball. Strength, well, strength was a temporal issue. She literally had the talents, but her body was still that of a child. She couldn't yet summon a Susanoo to squash a village because she'd probably get a nosebleed and need a nap. Her strength would come with time, and thankfully, her plan was a slow burn. The second great ninja war was her target launch window. That glorious, catastrophic mess would be the perfect catalyst. It was a festival of merit, a harvest of glory just waiting for a savvy little scythe like herself to reap it. She'd emerge, bathed in the light of her accomplishments, and the ashes of her enemies, a proven leader ready to take the reins. And the best part? By then, the most tedious part of being Hokage, the paperwork, would be obsolete, for her, at least. The solution was so beautiful it was almost poetic, the shadow clone jutsu. The plan was simple, achieve the mythical 24-hour, side-effect-free clone. Plant one bespectacled, administrative-minded clone in the Hokage's office with a team of overworked assistants. The clone would sigh, stamp documents, and listen to complaints about missing cats. The real Azula would be out, well, doing whatever she wanted. Conquering. Innovating. Taking naps. It was delegation perfected. She'd be the first Hokage to achieve a 4-day workweek without actually working a single day. Voila, indeed. Her current project, the next step in her grand design, was entertainment. Specifically, money-generating entertainment. The world was crooked, its technology a bizarre pastiche of eras, and its movies were apparently cinematic sedatives. Films existed, but they were so mind-numbingly boring that less than 1% of the population cared. Ninjas certainly didn't. They got their drama from real-life stabbings. But Azula, who had already done the Demon Slayer manga, had a better idea, which was the anime, of course, one of the reasons it was so popular in her past life and something that would earn even more money. Here, she could skip the hundreds of exhausted animators. She had a better idea: magic, illusion. The Kurama clan were one of the obvious choices, masters of genjutsu who could probably project a feature film onto the clouds if they felt like it. She could just waltz in, demand they become her personal Pixar, and be done with it. But where was the fun in that? Where was the training? The challenge? 2 weeks ago, during a discussion with Mito about the nature of chakra, the old woman had pinpointed Azula's greatest innate gift, her affinity for release. The art of shaping imagination and will into reality. It was the foundation of the Uchiha's Sharingan prowess and the Uzumaki sealing might. Mito had seen that potential in her and issued a challenge: do it yourself. What Azula was attempting was, essentially, high-definition projection magic. She wanted to pluck the images from her mind, the vibrant, kinetic fights of her manga, the expressive faces, the sweeping landscapes, and project them into the air, solid, real, and recordable. It was a supreme application of the Sharingan, a technique so advanced and seemingly pointless, as it couldn't directly kill anyone, that most Uchiha elders would have scoffed and told her to go practice her grand fireball instead. It was easier said than done. She had devoured the Achiha and Uzumaki scrolls on manipulation, but it was like trying to build a Blu-ray player using instructions for a hamster wheel. The chakra pathways involved were ludicrously complex, requiring a finesse that made delicate medical ninjutsu look like smashing rocks with a sledgehammer. Mito had promised her a reward: master this, and she would officially begin her apprenticeship in the art of Fuinjutsu, the pinnacle of sealing techniques. The power to bind gods, teleport across continents, and create pocket dimensions. So lost was she in these thoughts, mentally tracing chakra pathways and visualizing the chakra-receptive air as a blank canvas, that she didn't notice her mother standing in the doorway, watching her with a smile that was equal parts fond and profoundly sad. Asami's feelings for her daughter were a tangled knot of guilt, awe, and confusion so complex it could have been its own sealing formula. The strangest part was that Azula knew. Asami didn't know how, but the child was acutely aware of the unspoken tension, the history that hung between them like a ghost. Asami considered herself a champion-level hypocrite. Her marriage to Taijima had begun as a cold, political alliance. The Uchiha were fracturing, and Taijima, the strongest of the new generation, needed to unite the Hawk faction. Her father, its leader back then, offered his daughter. She was the prize, the peace treaty made flesh. She had been resentful. Angry at her father, at Taijima, at the world. When Azula was born, that resentment had manifested as distance. She hadn't been a nurturing mother, she'd been a caretaker going through the motions. It was only through Taijima's unexpected patience and his own pragmatic, yet genuine, efforts to make the marriage work that she began to see the reality of their situation. He was the strongest, yet he had sacrificed his personal freedom for clan peace. What was her sacrifice? A marriage? She, who had been protected and privileged her whole life during the brutal Warring States period. The epiphany shamed her. She fell in love with him, truly, and he, to her everlasting surprise, seemed to love her back. But with Azula, it was different. They loved each other, they communicated, they smiled, but there was an invisible barrier, a pane of glass between them. Taijima had long wanted another child, a sibling for Azula, a true symbol of their reconciled union. Asami had refused every time. She felt that until she could bridge the gap with the daughter she had first failed, she was utterly unworthy of being a mother to another. If Azula could have read her mother's mind at that moment, she would have sighed the long-suffering sigh of the eternally reincarnated and said, "You are overthinking this to a truly spectacular degree." The source of Azula's distance was not childhood trauma or latent resentment. It was, put simply, a cosmic, all-consuming, face-melting level of embarrassment. Azula's conscious mind housed the experiences of not one, but 2 full lifetimes. She was, in mental age, older than Asami. Significantly older. Could anyone, possibly comprehend the sheer, unadulterated humiliation of being breastfed when your internal monologue was that of a cynical, world-weary adult? The horror of being burped. The indignity of having your chubby baby cheeks pinched by cooing relatives while you were mentally calculating geopolitical strategy. It was psychological torture of the highest order. She could never look Asami in the eye without remembering those early days, and her soul would cringe so hard it practically folded in on itself. It wasn't anger. It was cringe. Oblivious to this truth, Asami saw only her daughter's pensive, frustrated expression. She approached softly and sat beside her on the rug. "What are you working on, my little girl?" she asked, her voice warm. She was genuinely curious. This daughter of hers was a perpetual motion machine of strange, brilliant, and often terrifying ideas. Azula's head snapped up. Her eyes, those sharp, calculating Sharingan-less eyes, lit up with a new thought. Of course. Her mother was a three-tomo jonin. A master of genjutsu and chakra control in her own right. A live-in consultant. Azula said, sitting up straight, "I'm trying to animate my manga." Asami blinked. Animate? Yes. Bring it to life, make it move. Manga is static, two-dimensional. I want it to be realistic, dynamic. As if the events are actually happening right in front of us, with sound and color and motion. And then, we record that illusion somehow, and people all over the world can watch the recording. Asami's mind, sharp and trained for battle, quickly parsed the concept. I see. So, like a play, but made with chakra. Would it not be easier to use transformation jutsu? Have actors play the parts, and use large-scale genjutsu to simulate the backgrounds and effects? The Kurama clan does something similar for festivals. Azula shook her head, her small face set in a determined frown. I could, but that's not the goal. The goal is to create it purely from illusion and in-based chakra. To project it directly from my mind. It's a test. From Mito-sensei. Understanding dawned on Asami's face. Oh. A challenge of will and control. That is, profoundly difficult, Azula. A thoughtful look crossed her features. You know, if you had the Sharingan, it might be easier. There is a technique developed by one of our ancestors after studying the Kurama clan. It was meant to permanently alter perception, but it was always incomplete. Intrigued, Azula leaned forward. Incomplete? How? Like this, Asami said softly. Her eyes shifted in an instant, the onyx black melting into a vibrant, spinning crimson with three tomo circling the pupil. It was a sight that still sent a thrill of power down Azula's spine. Without any obvious hand signs, Asami simply pointed a finger at a simple clay cup sitting on a low table across the room. Azula watched. The cup glitched. It shimmered, its edges blurring for a nanosecond before resolving into the shape of a rough, gray rock. It was a perfect visual transformation. It looked exactly like a rock that had always been there. Whoa, Azula breathed. Then, instinctively, she pushed a tiny trickle of chakra into her own eyes, not to activate a Sharingan she didn't yet have, but simply to enhance her visual perception, to see the chakra construct. The rock flickered. Like a bad television signal, it dissolved back into the clay cup for a split second before solidifying into the rock again. It was an illusion, but a powerful, persistent one. It affects the sight, Asami explained, deactivating her Sharingan. The cup instantly returned to normal. But nothing else. The scent, the sound it would make if tapped, its weight, its temperature, all remain that of a cup. And as you saw, a simple application of chakra to the eyes reveals the truth. It is a parlor trick. A fascinating one, but useless in combat against any sensor or a shinobi with decent chakra control. Our ancestor abandoned it. Why waste chakra fooling the eye when you could fool the entire mind and senses with a proper genjutsu? Azula nodded, showing her understanding. Anything that can't help with killing is deemed useless by ninjas, which is also understandable. But this technique was indeed something she was looking for in the first place. She had been planning to talk to Taijima, but it seemed she didn't need to. End of the chapter. Somehow feel a little bit bored writing this, let's see, there should be only the anime creation and tribunal things before the time skip, maybe, which will spice things. Don't forget to vote guys. Chapter 26, A Father's Stubbornness. The reason Azula didn't find Taijima today when she came back from school as usual was because of a small clan meeting, one that concerned her, which was obviously not good to do at his home. He was seated in the austere meeting hall of a lesser-used Achiha compound, the air thick with the scent of old tatami and unresolved grievances. In the turbulent days since Madara's departure, such clandestine meetings had become a distasteful norm, little more than the persistent buzzing of flies that Taijima, as patriarch, was often content to ignore. Today was different. The fly had grown teeth and had issued a formal invitation. The summons had come from Kagami. Kagami. The name itself was a prickling thorn in the side of the traditional Uchiha. His reputation within the clan was complicated. None could deny his prowess, he stood as the second strongest shinobi among them, a fact that commanded a reluctant respect and a faction of loyal followers. For Taijima, a men who abhorred the clan's self-cannibalizing strife and preferred open dialogue. Ignoring a direct call from a figure of such standing was not an option. It was a strategic necessity to attend, to look this particular problem in the eye. Their relationship was a strange and strained tapestry woven with threads of mutual respect and profound ideological disgust. After Madara's defection, when the clan teetered on the brink of civil war, it was Kagami whom the second Hokage had chosen as his instrument of intervention. Using an Uchiha to control the Achiha, it was a brilliant political maneuver by the Senju, and a deep, festering humiliation for the clan. A taboo. Taijima knew, on some logical level, that Kagami himself was largely a pawn, a man with little choice but to obey his Kage. But he was an Uchiha first, and his subsequent, wholehearted adoption of Konoha's so-called will of fire felt like a profound betrayal to those who remembered the bloody fields of the Warring States era. To them, Konoha was a fledgling experiment, a safe haven granted by the strength of their ancestors, not some sacred covenant for which they should gladly dissolve their identity as the Senju had. Loyalty to the village was one thing, sacrificing the clan's sovereignty upon its altar was another. And Taijima remembered. The memory was recorded into his mind with the clarity of a Sharingan recording, finding Kagami kneeling before his young daughter, his voice a low, persuasive murmur. He spoke of the greater good of Konoha, of the inherent arrogance that plagued their clan, of how they must be better. To a child, no matter how preternaturally intelligent, such words are not discussion, they are programming. They are seeds planted in fertile soil. The infuriating part was that Kagami wasn't entirely wrong, but his perspective was dangerously narrow. Compared to the average, pride-blinded Uchiha, his words were wisdom. But the world was not made of average Uchiha. What of Taijima's own wife, who had given her life for her family's future? What of the countless others who fought and died for a peace that would protect all children? Why show Azula only the darkest reflection of her own bloodline? What if, in teaching her to reject the clan's flaws, she learned to reject the clan itself? What if she became an extremist in the opposite direction, a zealot even more devoted to Konoha than Kagami? These thoughts simmered behind Taijima's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the men across from him. His expression was one of unmasked, glacial displeasure, a look that surprised no one, for Taijima's poor opinion of Kagami was clan legend. Kagami, for his part, met the patriarch's glare with a weary resilience. He was long accustomed to this particular frost. The reason I convened this council, he began, his voice cutting through the thick silence, is that the Hokage has made a decision. The aftermath of the war has left our ranks depleted. To compensate, the Academy will enact an early graduation for many first-year students, including our children. Taijima's instincts, honed over a lifetime of conflict, screamed in warning. This was it. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already floated the idea to him weeks ago, couching it in the immense honor of a personal apprenticeship. The offer had felt less like a reward and more like a claim, sending a cold dread down Taijima's spine. His gut had been right. As patriarch, however, his refusal could not be a simple, emotional outburst. It had to be a reasoned argument, a wall of logic. I find myself perplexed, Kagami, Taijima stated, his voice a low rumble of controlled authority. The war is concluded. Every village, including our own, licks its wounds and mourns its Kage. Konoha was founded by Hashirama-sama upon the very principle that children would be shielded from the battlefield, that they would know a childhood free of bloodshed. To abandon that principle now seems not just desperate, but hypocritical. As the inheritor of the will Kagami so cherished, the men could only sigh, a sound full of the weight of impossible ideals. Who among us disagrees? But these are extraordinary times. Hashirama-sama dreamed of an end to war. He captured the very tailed beasts and sold them to the other villages in a desperate bid for balance, for cooperation. Yet, they descended upon us the moment he was gone. The world does not adhere to our dreams. Our children must adapt sooner, must harden faster. They will not be thrown onto the front lines, merely exposed to the world earlier to hone their talents. A murmur of agreement rippled through the Uchiha present. This was a language they understood, the clan valued strength above all else. The concept of a child was fluid, what mattered was capability. A 4-year-old prodigy on the battlefield was not a tragedy, but a testament to Uchiha greatness. Taijima's argument about preserving childhood was, to most of them, a sentimental joke. Taijima knew he was being stubborn. He knew he was arguing against the very core of his clan's martial philosophy. Most Uchiha parents burned for their children to graduate early, to grab glory and honor with both hands. He was an outlier, a protector in a culture of predators. But this was the nature of their world, and he was her father. His voice dropped, losing all pretense of debate and becoming a flat, immutable decree. Then let me be clear so there is no misunderstanding. My daughter, Uchiha Azula, will not graduate this year. This was his line in the sand, drawn in steel. Azula's reputation was not some local rumor, it was a dossier on the desks of every Kage in the great nations. And what was the first, most sacred rule of shinobi geopolitics? You kill the other village's geniuses. Especially one whispered to possess talent on par with Uchiha Madara himself. Would the world allow a second Madara to rise? The answer was a resounding, bloody no. He knew his defiance made him look weak, overprotective, even cowardly in the eyes of his clansmen. Let them think it. The choice was simple, and he had made it the moment he first held her. Would he cling to pride and let his daughter walk onto a world stage with a target on her back, hunted by 4 hidden villages? Or would he be called a coward, shielding her until her flame burned too brightly for any of them to snuff out? The choice was effortless. And his absolute, patriarchal finality now placed it squarely in Kagami's hands, rendering the man's carefully laid plans with Hiruzen utterly, and publicly, worthless. Based on his arrangement with the Hokage, Azula's life was about to change dramatically. Once she graduated, her time would be spent less at home and more on missions, and even when she returned, her hours would be dedicated to tutelage under Lady Mito. So, Kagami, who had planned everything with Hiruzen and the rest, was the first to break the silence. Taijima, this isn't like you. As our patriarch, you are the example for every clansman to follow. While Azula is your daughter, we must remember, an Uchiha does not require coddling. She needs strength. He delivered the words knowing they were a deliberate prod, a move that would undoubtedly strain his already complicated relationship with the clan head, but one he felt necessary to make. His sentiment was swiftly echoed by Takana, a man known to lead the more extreme faction's chorus. He speaks truth. Was it not the same with my son, Futake? The boy was barely 6 winters old when he faced the lightning users of Kyumo on the battlefield. Look at him now, he awakened his Sharingan in the heat of combat, a prodigy forged in fire. Takana's chest swelled with paternal pride, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. Only by leaving the house can Azula truly cash in on her formidable potential. To hold her back is a disservice to her gift. In truth, Takana was no fool. He could see the protective gleam in Taijima's eyes, a father's love warring with a leader's duty. Arguing the opposite was a risk, a direct challenge that could provoke a grudge. But ever since the news had broken that the future heir they had all silently endorsed was now the personal disciple of an Uzumaki, the wife of a Senju no less, a cold fury had settled in his gut. To him, it was the ultimate insult, a declaration that no Uchiha was worthy of guiding their own brightest star. He made his play banking on Taijima's known character, a man who preferred debate over decree, persuasion over punishment. He, like Kagami, expected a reasonable counterargument, a leader's attempt to calmly convince them of his view. Or so they thought. What they failed to account for was the unique alloy of Taijima's soul. Here was a man who had chosen diplomacy over dominance to heal the clan's inner conflicts, a patriarch who loved his family so deeply he shackled his own power for their unity. This made him a family man first, a trait not so rare among the Uchiha, whose passions ran as deep as their chakra reserves. But in the shinobi world, immense power, especially the Uchiha kind, came from vast chakra, which stemmed from powerful spiritual energy. And powerful spiritual energy often meant one thing, an immovable, legendary level of stubbornness. Taijima did not offer them a rebuttal. He did not try to persuade. Instead, his eyes shifted. The familiar onyx black melted into a bloody crimson, one tomo spinning into 2, then 3. Then, in a breathtaking, terrifyingly beautiful display, the 3 tomo in each eye swirled and merged, morphing into a pattern none present had seen in years, a fierce, spinning triskelion. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. I, Taijima stated, his voice low and devoid of all argument, am not asking for your advice. The silence was absolute. As your clan leader, he continued, the hypnotic patterns in his eyes holding them captive, I chose to honor the majority's will in the Hokage's order. Our young clansmen may graduate early, those who are willing and whose parents consent. That decision stands. He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in, his gaze sweeping over the stunned elders. But as a father, he said, the words final and absolute, my daughter will not. This is not a discussion. It is not a demand. It is simply the reality. His expression was a masterclass in defiance, a clear, unspoken challenge etched into every feature. If you disagree, we can settle it now. The outcome is inevitable. As the only known wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, confronting him in this state was pure insanity. Every Uchiha in the room knew it was a fight that could only end one way. His reputation might take a small hit for such a blatant display of nepotism, for flexing ultimate power in a domestic dispute. But in that moment, Taijima found he couldn't bring himself to care. The day's gathering had already bored him, the endless political maneuvering feeling like so much nonsense. He would stay until the bitter end, of course, because he was the patriarch. But his point had been made, not with words, but with a legacy of power that none of them could ever hope to challenge. End of the chapter. Ah. I already started hating university, or rather the feeling of your life in the hands of others, like, you need to please them a little. But anyway, sorry for the lack of chapter yesterday, I was a little bit frustrated. Anyway, thanks for the support and don't forget to vote. I was in the top 30 yesterday, I was really happy. Chapter 27, Hyuga Chicken Thief. How to say, this chapter is somehow part of the story but also not, anyway, it's serving as a transitional point. The rift between the Uchiha wasn't anything unusual. After all, they all had their own ideas and were quite stubborn. Of course, it didn't affect Konoha, since no one knew. Well, excluding the Konoha F4, thanks to a certain will of fire inheritor. But despite all this, the opening of the Konoha tribunal went very smoothly. Azula hadn't planned a big ceremony this time, it would have required too many resources and far too much tinkering. Unlike the manga store, the tribunal didn't need publicity. Its existence itself was the hype. Azula wore a white robe similar to the Hokage's, but without the flame patterns at the hem. It was pure white, with a single bold word embroidered across the back in black. Justice. She sat in the center, perched on a seat slightly too large for her tiny 5-year-old frame. Yet her posture was so sharp and commanding that no one dared laugh. On her left sat Taijima and her mother, Asami. On the other side were Kagami and his wife. Such a small configuration, 1 Mangekyo user and 3 with fully matured 3 Tomo Sharingan, all of them elite level, was enough to wipe out most minor nations in a single afternoon. Taijima and Asami were merely accompanying Azula, while Kagami was there more to observe than to participate. Still, Azula being Azula, she had decided to make them part of the system while they were at it. Thus unfolded a strange scene, in the Grand Tribunal, with banners of Konoha and the Uchiha fan symbol hanging side by side, a little girl with a solemn expression sat as chief judge, flanked by some of the most dangerous shinobi alive. The tribunal itself was impressively large, bigger than any civilian courtroom, but it wasn't a stadium. A little over 1,000 seats were arranged in tiered rows, and today nearly every single one was occupied. Word had spread like wildfire, the Uchiha were hosting justice. And if there was one thing shinobi loved more than gambling, it was gossip with blood attached. Even Hiruzen had come, sitting in the second row with his pipe. Danzo sat beside him, arms folded, squinting at Azula as if she were some kind of kunai-shaped snake. Azula cleared her throat. Her voice, though childish, carried perfectly thanks to a subtle use of chakra. Order in the tribunal. The room, which had been buzzing with murmurs and side bets, instantly fell silent. She shuffled some papers before her, blank sheets, mostly for show. Today is the first session of the Konoha tribunal. Let it be known that justice begins here, and justice will not end here. Our goal is fairness, transparency. Justice. Her golden eyes narrowed dramatically, then she smirked. Bailiff, call the first case. A Chunin stepped forward nervously with a scroll. First case, Yumano Taro vs. Hyuga Genji, matter of, theft of poultry. The room immediately burst into whispers. Wait, is this about the chickens? Oh, this is going to be good. I heard one of them used Byakugan to cheat at chicken wrangling. Azula raised her hand, and the whispers died. Bring in the plaintiff. A man in simple farmer's clothes stormed in, holding a broken chicken cage. Several feathers trailed behind him like a tragic cape. His face was red with fury. Honorable Tribunal, my name is Yumano Taro. And I demand justice. Azula steepled her fingers. Proceed. Taro pointed dramatically toward the entrance. Hyuga Genji stole my prize chicken, the most beautiful hen in all of Fire Country. Not only that, he used his fancy clan eyes to do it. Gasps. Whispers. Someone shouted, Byakugan abuse. Even Hiruzen coughed on his pipe. Azula tapped her chin. A serious accusation. Bring in the accused. Hyuga Genji entered with all the dignity of a man who believed the world was beneath him. He wore flawless robes, his hair tied perfectly, his pale eyes scanning the crowd as if he were already bored. I am Hyuga Genji, he announced, his voice dripping with condescension. This entire farce is beneath me. Why am I here, again? Azula tilted her head, golden eyes gleaming. Because you allegedly stole a chicken. The audience exploded in laughter. Even Taijima had to cough into his sleeve to hide a grin. Genji's face turned red. This is ridiculous. The Hyuga do not steal livestock. Taro screamed, tell that to my chicken, you thief. Azula rapped her knuckles on the table. Silence. We will hear evidence. The bailiff brought forward a small cage, inside which was a plump hen with glossy feathers and a little red ribbon tied around its neck. The crowd collectively awed. Taro puffed his chest. That's my beloved Sumair-chan. She's worth more than 3 cows. Genji scoffed. It's a chicken. The chicken clucked indignantly. Azula's lips twitched. Mr. Yumano, how do you know it was Genji who took her? Taro pointed. Because he used his Byakugan to see through my walls. My henhouse was locked, and yet, bam, the chicken was gone. I tracked the feather straight to his estate. Gasps. Someone muttered, classic Hyuga arrogance. Azula turned to Genji. Your defense. Genji smirked. Ridiculous. The Hyuga clan does not concern itself with poultry. My Byakugan is for noble purposes. Clearly, this farmer is lying to gain attention. Objection, Azula said immediately. Genji blinked. You can't object. You're the judge. Yes, I can. And I just did. Overruled. Continue. The crowd howled with laughter. Azula gestured. Bring forth the witness. A boy of about 12 shuffled in nervously, his forehead protector tied loosely around his neck. State your name. Ayaruta Yumano, the boy stammered. I'm Taro's nephew. The crowd murmured. Azula leaned forward. What did you see? Aruta swallowed. I saw Hyuga Genji carrying Sumair-chan under his arm in the middle of the night. He said, finally, the perfect chicken for my training. The room erupted. Training chicken. Hyuga taijutsu with poultry. Byakugan chicken fist. Even Kagami's wife had to cover her mouth to hide her laughter. Genji's face was crimson. This is outrageous. Lies. Slander. Azula raised a hand. Order. Order. The chicken clucked again, as if testifying. Azula stood, robes flowing. Hyuga Genji. Do you deny possessing this chicken? Yes. She raised an eyebrow. Then why is the ribbon around its neck embroidered with the Hyuga crest? Gasps thundered through the chamber. All eyes turned to the hen, whose little ribbon indeed bore the faint stitched emblem of the Hyuga. Genji froze. That's not mine. Someone forged it. Azula smirked. With chicken embroidery skills. Interesting. The audience roared with laughter again. Even Hiruzen shook his head, muttering, Kami save me, this is actually working. Azula stood tall. Her 5-year-old frame looked impossibly regal as she pointed at the defendant. Hyuga Genji, the evidence is undeniable. You stole this man's chicken, branded it with your clan symbol, and intended to use it for questionable training purposes. She slammed a tiny gavel. Taijima had carved it for her, though he insisted it was a weapon, not a toy. Verdict, guilty. The crowd went wild, chanting, Justice. 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 Genji sputtered. This is an outrage. The Hyuga will hear of this. Azula leaned back, a sinister little smile on her face. Good. That's the point. Your punishment, Azula declared, is community service. Specifically, you will spend 1 month teaching academy students basic taijutsu, while wearing a chicken costume. The audience exploded. Aruta nearly fainted from laughter. Taro fell to his knees in relief, hugging his hen. Genji looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Case closed, Azula said smugly. And thus, the Konoha tribunal's first case ended not in blood, but in feathers, and the legend of chicken justice spread faster than fire across the village. Even beyond Konoha, whispers began. The Uchiha were not just feared, they were hilarious. And Azula, only 5 years old, sat back on her oversized chair, satisfied. Perfect. If you want to change the world, start with a chicken. Chapter 28, I got it. Tsunade leaned forward, her chin propped on her fists, fixing Azula with a look of pure, unadulterated bewilderment. It was the kind of look usually reserved for particularly perplexing jutsus or someone who voluntarily ate the cafeteria's mystery meat stew. So, she spoke brashly as usual. Let me get this straight. It's already the last few days of our first year. Every other kid with decent talent could graduate. I've applied. But you, who could probably pass the Chunin exams by accidentally tripping and forming a perfect hand sign on the way down, you want to stay. Are you sure your chakra lines aren't tangled? She wasn't wrong. The academy, much to Azula's own immense surprise, had been fun. A concept as foreign to her original life plan as a polite conversation with a Uchiha. She was sure Tsunade was also enjoying it, but her plan to graduate was probably masterminded by the ever-scheming Tobirama, a simple but cold equation: enter, excel, exit in 1 year. A political statement wrapped in a child prodigy. Hiruzen, the Hokage with a spine about as firm as a warm noodle, needed a win. What better PR than having the legendary first Hokage's granddaughter as his star disciple? It would shore up support from the villagers, make him look like a visionary, and generally annoy all the right people. Azula could practically smell the Machiavellian sweat on that idea. From Azula's perspective, it was a no-brainer to graduate earlier. The longer she stayed, the longer she operated under the village's protective, training-focused umbrella. Graduation meant swapping theory for tedium, endless missions weeding gardens or chasing lost cats, all while her precious training time evaporated. It was far more efficient to hoard power first and then, fully armed with terrifying new abilities, descend upon the unsuspecting world of ninja combat later. Plus, her father, Taijima, had made his feelings on the matter abundantly clear without using many words at all. His disapproval had been about as subtle as a fireball jutsu in a library. So her answer to Tsunade was simple. Yes, Tsuna, my chakra lines are perfectly aligned, thank you for your concern, Azula said, her voice a smooth, dry counterpoint to Tsunade's energetic confusion. I believe I'll be enjoying the Academy's vibrant educational offerings for a while longer. But my reasons are my own. Why the desperate rush to flee this bastion of learning? She knew about the political pressure from Mito and Hiruzen, of course. But Tsunade's own personal, genuine desire to leave was the curious part. The girl clearly had her own motivations. To her surprise, Tsunade straightened up, puffing out her chest. Her eyes took on a zealous gleam, shining with a conviction so bright it was almost physically painful to look at. I'm going to get strong. Like Grandpa. So strong that I can protect everyone I care about, she declared, her voice ringing with the power of a poorly written, yet incredibly sincere, motivational scroll. And then one day, I'm going to be Hokage. The greatest one ever. It was a truly staggering display of naivety. This wasn't the future gambling, sake-loving, trauma-riddled Tsunade of her memories. This was a pure, uncynical prototype. Azula mused that perhaps this version hadn't yet had her soul repeatedly run through a meat grinder of loss, or maybe her own presence had already butterflied away that grim future. Azula never once assumed events would play out like that silly anime in her head. The butterfly effect was no joke, especially when the butterfly was a dragon with a penchant for pyrotechnics and psychological warfare. Feigning a casualness she didn't entirely feel, Azula arched a single, perfectly sculpted eyebrow. An admirable, if tragically generic, goal, she retorted. But does it require graduating at the tender age of 6? Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not, but didn't your grandfather literally invent this entire village so children wouldn't have to rush off to war and could, I don't know, enjoy a few more years of playing tag before taking on the burden of national security? A sliver of genuine concern underpinned her sarcasm. Her mere existence was a ripple, what was to say it wouldn't become a tidal wave? What if, because Konoha now had one too many geniuses, some external enemy decided to cull the herd early? And if they came hunting, who would be the brightest, most obvious target? Not Azula, safe within the Academy's walls. It would be the Hokage's prized disciple and the descendant of the first, the one constantly sent out on missions. The Hokage couldn't very well hold her hand on every D-rank mission to find a missing fluffball, could he? Tsunade's mouth opened, then closed. Then opened again. A fish out of water would have been more eloquent. Seeing the internal struggle flash across her face, the dimming of that starry-eyed hope, Azula knew the battle was already over. Tsunade's mind was made up. The pull of destiny, or perhaps just sheer stubbornness, was too strong. With a tiny, internal sigh, Azula decided to retreat. No point in kicking a defeated idealist. Never mind, Azula said, her tone softening a fraction into something almost resembling warmth. Forget I said anything. Just, try not to get yourself killed by an exploding tag. That would be truly embarrassing. A knowing, gentle smile played on Tsunade's lips, but she wisely let the subject drop. After months of being practically glued to Azula's side, and after a very illuminating, slightly terrifying lecture from Grandma Mito on the psychological intricacies of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade was becoming fluent in the complex language of Azula. She had it all figured out. When the Fire Princess truly didn't care about something, she would dismiss it with a flick of her wrist and a look that could freeze lava. But when she did care, that was a different story. Then she'd perform a whole elaborate mental dance, trying to downplay her own interest as if it were a trivial, passing fancy. It was her way of maintaining control, of never showing a hand she considered weak. The fact that Azula had even asked why Tsunade wanted to graduate early was a screaming, banner-waving confession of care. She was invested but too proud to say, please don't go, I'll miss our daily sparring sessions where I effortlessly humiliate you. Speaking of which. Tsunade's smile twitched as her thoughts drifted to their last training match. A familiar, frustrated sigh built up in her chest. How was it that she, the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, a prodigy of the Senju clan known for their monstrous strength, couldn't last more than a few rounds against Azula when she was going all out? Logically, she got it. Grandma had explained it in that infuriatingly calm way of hers, Tsunade, dear, you are a hammer. A magnificent, powerful hammer. Azula, she is a scalpel. A lightning-fast, precision-guided scalpel that knows exactly where to strike to make a hammer miss its nail and bonk itself on the thumb. The analogy was sound. It made sense. It was also utterly, profoundly annoying. Thank the sage for her second grandfather, Tobirama. His notes in water release were the only thing keeping her ego from being a completely flat, pancaked ruin. She was actually pretty good at it. If not for that newfound prowess, she might have started genuinely doubting her entire life's purpose. Just as Tsunade was mentally composing a eulogy for her bruised pride, the silence was shattered. "I've got it." Azula's sudden exclamation wasn't a shout, it was a sharp, triumphant crack of lightning, perfectly suited to its owner. Tsunade jumped a full inch off the ground, her heart attempting a frantic drum solo against her ribs. "Oh God, Azula. Warn a person. Are you trying to finish what the training ground started?" But Azula wasn't listening. Her black eyes were wide, gleaming with the fierce, terrifying light of a breakthrough. For months, she had been obsessively tinkering with the incomplete illusion technique that her mother taught her. The progress was good, even by her impossible standards, but it wasn't perfect. And for Azula, anything less than perfection was a personal insult. She wanted to project the most perfect version imaginable, a version that would surpass the original animation itself. She wanted viewers to feel the chill of the mountain air, smell the charcoal, and feel their hearts clench as if they were walking alongside Tanjiro themselves. So far, her attempts, while technically brilliant, felt static. Like a beautiful painting instead of a living world. It lacked soul. But now she understood her fundamental error. Before Tsunade could demand an explanation, the world around them shifted. The familiar training ground blurred at the edges. Suddenly, a boy was walking towards them. He had kind eyes, a checked haori, and a basket full of charcoal strapped to his back. The detail was breathtaking. Tsunade could see the grain of the wood, the faint sheen of sweat on his brow. Instinctively, she almost sidestepped to make way for him before her brain caught up. Illusion. It's an illusion. The boy walked straight through them, and as Tsunade turned, she saw a woman with a gentle smile waiting for him at the end of the path. Tsunade's jaw went slack. As a dedicated fan who had pestered Azula for spoilers from the mysterious manga more than once, she recognized the scene instantly. But this was different. It wasn't like watching a drawing on paper, it was like being a ghost, present in the moment. Azula hadn't just projected a scene, she had projected a memory from a world that felt utterly real. The illusion faded, leaving the two girls back in the quiet training field. Azula's smirk was one of pure, unadulterated victory. It was because Azula realized her error was one of perception. She was trying to project a cartoon. A fiction. But if she, as Azula of the Fire Nation and then as Azula of the Uchiha, was real, then it stood to reason that the world of Demon Slayer existed somewhere in the infinite tapestry of the multiverse. She wasn't trying to create art, she was trying to be a documentarian. She needed to project not an anime, but a story from a real world. A world where a boy named Tanjiro simply went home to his mother. She waved a hand dismissively, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Those who know, will know. Already, her mind was racing ahead, plotting world domination, or at least, entertainment domination. "This changes everything," she murmured, more to herself than to Tsunade. "Recording the full story will be exponentially easier now. I can finish scripting the second arc and simply hire a team of illustrators to handle the tedious drawing." Tsunade's eyes lit up with a spark that rivaled Azula's. The technical talk was interesting, but she'd latched onto one glorious, shining phrase, "Second arc, you mean? I get to see what happens next. Soon." Tsunade asked, practically vibrating with excitement, all thoughts of bruised pride and early graduation vanishing in the face of impending, glorious storytelling. Azula's smirk deepened. "Patience, Tsunade. Perfection cannot be rushed. But, yes. Soon." End of the chapter. I received few complaint about me dragging the story with too much internal monologue and all. I'm sorry for this and am trying to change it as I think many would have feel the change in this chapter, but reciprocally, it was also shorter and don't forget to vote, guys. Chapter 29, Counter Destiny Force. "Mito-sensei," Azula announced, with a smile she didn't hide showing she was in good mood. "I have succeeded." Across from her, Uzumaki Mito was in the middle of a delicate sip of tea. The announcement caused not a spill, but a very deliberate, very slow lowering of her cup. Her elegant eyebrow arched upward. From Mito's perspective, Azula had succeeded at this task weeks ago. The girl had achieved the desired effect almost at that time. The problem, Mito had come to learn, was that Azula's internal standards were forged in a psychological foundry of impossible perfectionism. To Azula, good enough was an insult, and, almost perfect, was a failure she wouldn't tolerate. For her to now declare victory meant she had polished this incomplete technique to a mirror sheen. "Oh," she said, her voice a calm counterpoint to Azula's triumphant energy. "You've finally decided to stop terrorizing a single grain of rice with the intensity of 1,000 suns and have accepted its existence as sufficient. See for yourself," Azula said, her smirk never fading. She didn't bother with dramatics, she simply repeated the same she'd performed for Tsunade. But where Tsunade had seen a neat parlor trick, Mito, with her depth ninjutsu mastery, saw the breathtaking technical mastery. It was like watching a master calligrapher draw a single, perfect line, effortless, beautiful, and hiding a lifetime of practice. She set her teacup down with a soft clink. A rare, genuine look of amazement flickered across her ageless features. Well, I have to say that it is not merely a projection technique anymore. This illusion, in theory, can be weaponized. A faint, almost wicked smile touched her lips. In a fight, making your opponent flinch for even a single second is all you need to end them. And through this, you could ever cloud their judgment of distance and all if they aren't careful. She let out a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of decades. It appears you are finally no longer wasting time. You are, without a doubt, ready to learn the sealing arts. The sigh wasn't just about Azula's progress. It was a release of the quiet, building desperation Mito had been grappling with for months. Armed with Azula's horrifying glimpse into the future, Mito had not been idle. She had tried, subtly at first, then more overtly, to steer her clan away from its apparent doom. As an Uzumaki, and the Uzumaki Mito, her influence was a quiet, formidable thing. While she technically held no official seat on the clan council, her reputation was a currency more valuable than any title. A word from her could move mountains, or so she thought. She had requested, then strongly suggested, that the clan send a contingent of their brightest to Konoha. She would personally tutor them in their own ancestral arts, and they could learn combat from the legendary shinobi of the leaf. It was a generous offer, a lifeline thrown across the sea. The response had been a chorus of polite, infuriating refusals. The prevailing sentiment from Uzumaki was a confident, almost arrogant, "We have our own country, thank you very much." The Uzumaki who did visit Konoha were tourists, merchants, or cousins visiting Senju relatives who had long since abandoned the name. They came, they enjoyed the sights, they had tea, and they left without a second thought, utterly oblivious to the sword dangling by a thread above their entire civilization. It was, Mito thought with a sinking heart, as if some unseen cosmic script had already been written, and they were all just actors helplessly reading their lines, marching cheerfully toward their own destruction. Meanwhile, Azula's thoughts were on an even grander, and frankly more terrifying, scale. Her discovery that the multiverse was likely a vast, infinite library containing every anime she'd ever watched was both the most exciting and annoying revelation imaginable. On one hand, handy. Theoretically, a whole smorgasbord of powers was up for grabs. On the other hand, troublesome. It came with the kind of metaphysical baggage that would give a philosopher a migraine. She reasoned that world-specific power sets, like the chaotic randomness of quirks or stand, were probably off the menu. But something elegantly self-contained, like the breathing styles from Demon Slayer. That was just advanced biophysiology. That could, in theory, be reverse-engineered. But daydreaming about multiverse hopping was a luxury for those who weren't currently small fish in a very dangerous pond. Until she could confidently call herself a sixth path-level threat, all that multiverse nonsense was just a distracting thought experiment. Her desire for power was immediate, personal, and urgent. She wanted the security to grip her own destiny in her hands and tell the world, "No, you bend to me." Mito-sama, Azula said, pulling herself back to the present. "Now that this phase is complete, I need 2, maybe 3 days to animate the first part of my manga. Once the project is stable and my newly formed team can manage without me, I am yours. I wish to begin my studies in sealing techniques immediately." Mito looked into Azula's eyes and saw the familiar, burning hunger for power. It was a look she knew well from a certain stubborn, white-haired brother-in-law of her, and from his equally stubborn rival. In an Achiha, it was as natural as breathing. But Mito can't help but smile. So what about destiny? So what about a future set in stone? Azula had said the destruction of Uzumaki was over a decade away. That was time. Time she would use to forge Azula into a master of seals, time she would use to stop going so easy on her granddaughter and whip Tsunade and even Nawaki into shapes worthy of their lineage so that he couldn't die from something as embarrassing as an exploding tag like Azura said. She would create her own counter-destiny force, a legendary duel, a power-hungry Achiha prodigy with future knowledge, and the last princess of the Senju, all backed by the might of Konoha. My verdict. Mito said, a slow, determined smile spreading across her face. Okay, we begin in 3 days. Do not be late. End of the chapter. Chapter 30, Bloodline Limit. All right, you two, Mito began, clapping her hands together with a soft sound that echoed through the quiet room. Before we dive headfirst into the complex and unforgiving art of sealing techniques, we need to take a little detour. A detour into bloodlines. It had been 3 days since Azula's triumphant breakthrough in creating her first anime, and she already had a small team handling the rest of the work, like dubbing. Tsunade, sitting cross-legged beside her, looked as if she were mentally preparing for a nap, clearly expecting a dry lecture on clan politics. Azula, however, leaned forward. Bloodline limits were a subject of intense personal curiosity. To her, they were like biological puzzles waiting to be solved. Mito's eyes twinkled, catching Azula's keen interest. Now, take us Uzumaki. The common perception is that we're just chakra batteries. Bad temper, lots of power, good at fuinjutsu, but otherwise not exactly special. She didn't bother hiding her curiosity. Well, not to sound arrogant, I do know about the specialness of the Uzumaki, but, Azula began, tapping her chin thoughtfully, most bloodlines seem a bit overhyped. I mean, aside from the direct descendants of the sage like us, of course. She couldn't help thinking about the Yuki clan's ice release, for instance. It looked impressive, sure. But was it really better than, say, mastering lightning release? She wasn't convinced. At its highest levels, lightning was essentially electromagnetic mastery, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. You couldn't get much more special than that. So why did everyone treat an ice user or similar bloodline holder as if they'd won the genetic lottery? Mito smiled, a knowing, gentle curve of her lips. An excellent point, and one that gets to the heart of the matter. The first rule is that the strength of any Kekkei Genkai is ultimately dependent on the user. You can hand someone the finest blade ever forged, but if they don't know how to swing it, it's just a fancy paperweight. There are records of Achiha who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan yet never came close to Madara's level of infamy. She paused, letting the thought sink in. However, she continued, her tone deepening, even the most mediocre Manjikyu wielder on record, provided they lived with it for more than 5 years, could still, without exception, fight on par with any of the current Kage sitting in their offices today. The era of constant war may have played a role, but the pattern is undeniable. What this suggests is that while the upper limit of a bloodline is sky-high, its true power lies in guaranteeing a formidable lower limit. It sets a very high floor for your potential. Now, Mito said, leaning forward conspiratorially, back to us, Uzumaki. Our pseudo-Kekkei Genkai, beyond our ridiculous chakra reserves, manifests in 2 primary techniques, Kagura's mind eye and the adamantine sealing chains. Azula's mind was already racing, connecting dots. She thought of Karen, who had both of these abilities in the anime but was even more unique, the woman could heal through a bite. Still, Azula stayed quiet, eager to hear the foundational theory first. Theoretically, Mito explained, raising a finger, anyone with enough skill could learn these. The same is true for the Nara's shadow manipulation or the Yamanaka's mind techniques. So why are they exclusive? Why do they run in the family? She didn't wait for an answer. Because certain techniques, when mastered to their absolute peak, don't just stay in your memory, they rewrite your very biology. They perform what Tobirama called a genetic rewrite. Imagine a self-taught genius with no clan ties who, through sheer force of will and innovation, develops ice release. His body adapts, mutates to accommodate this new reality. That mutation is then etched into his genetic code, becoming a new instruction manual his children will inherit. This rewrite is what makes a bloodline limit special, Mito emphasized. It isn't just ice release, it's the fundamental change within. The body becomes more efficient, more attuned to chakra on a cellular level. This is why even the weakest member of a bloodline clan, even one with just a single, spinning Sharingan Tomo, will always have a larger chakra pool than someone who never awakened it. A second Tomo means more, and a third more still. It's a physiological upgrade. They aren't just learning a new trick, their entire engine is being swapped out for a more powerful model. I even predict, Mito added, her eyes glimmering, that in the future, descendants of the Uzumaki clan may naturally manifest the adamantine sealing chains and Kagura's mind eye without ever being taught. A slow, thoughtful frown crept onto Azula's face as she studied Mito. The old woman's pronouncement felt less like a guess and more like she'd casually peeked into the future, skimmed the chapter summaries, and then closed the book with a knowing smirk. This felt exactly like Karen, whose ability seemed to have awakened naturally. But then again, Azula didn't know if Karen had received a tutorial from her mother or, more disturbingly, from the snake-like Orochimaru himself. In short, Mito continued, her voice cutting through Azula's worrying thoughts, don't you dare feel frustrated if you see little Tsunade here learning a tad faster than you, or mastering something that initially slips through your grasp. She paused, her eyes twinkling as she glanced at her already puffing up granddaughter. She's half Uzumaki. It's in the bloodline. It's normal for her. Think of it this way, in the future, when you finally awaken your own Kekkei Genkai, you'll be able to use the Sharingan and all its related arts, things she could never hope to replicate. So, it all evens out in the end. Everyone's a cheater in their own special way. This little speech wasn't just idle commentary. It was a strategic maneuver from a woman who had not only lived through the Warring States period, but thrived in its bloody, paranoid chaos. What scenario hadn't she witnessed? She'd seen more than her fair share of promising partnerships curdle into bitter rivalries over exactly this kind of perceived imbalance. Power, no matter how innocently wielded, could be its own crime in the eyes of the jealous. She had undoubtedly seen masters and disciples turn on each other for far less, and the sheer, tragic irony of it happening in her own sitting room over a lesson in chakra perception was probably too much for her to bear. Fortunately, her fears seemed unfounded. On one side of the room, Tsunade was practically vibrating with excitement, her chest puffed out with the glorious revelation that there was, at last, something she might be inherently better at than her brilliant friend. It was pure, childish, competitive joy. On the other side, Azula simply filed the information away with a calm nod. Ah, so we're both cheaters. Good to know. The Uchiha blood coursing through her veins was its own advantage, and if these techniques could theoretically be learned through sheer effort and intellect, then she, Uchiha Azula, would be the one to do it. Mito's shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. Crisis averted. She clapped her hands together softly. Let's talk about the real meat of the matter, sealing techniques. The absolute, non-negotiable foundation of Fuinjutsu is chakra perception. I'd wager that mastering perception alone will unlock about 80% of the seals I know. She leaned forward, her expression turning serious. Think of hand seals, they're a structured way to guide chakra through the body to produce a jutsu. Fuinjutsu is similar, but it's primarily about the art of sealing and, crucially, unsealing. And how can you possibly unseal something if you can't even see the lock? Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. The most important seals are always personalized. You might recognize the style of the seal, but if you can't perceive the unique chakra signature, the creator's personal touch, their secret twist on the mechanism, you'll never crack it open. It's like trying to pick a lock while wearing mittens. Yes, locks exist in the ninja world. Azula nodded, her mind racing. This was no longer an abstract lesson, it was the answer to a problem that had been itching at the back of her skull, chakra perception. It was the one skill she was in most desperate, secret need of, and not for any grand ambition. Her reason was far more paranoid, the existence of white zetsu. The mere thought of those bizarre, plant-like creatures was enough to make her skin crawl. It was bug-level, wall-hacking nonsense. The idea that she could be in her own room, sleeping or training, completely unaware that she was being spied on by something lurking in the walls, it was intolerable. It was the primary reason she held herself back, never training at full force. She had been waiting for this exact moment, hoping that the path of Fuinjutsu would lead her to a way to detect the undetectable. Seeing Azula's focused, patient expression, a stark contrast to impatient students who just wanted to skip ahead to the flashy stuff, Mito was pleased. Even more delightful was Tsunade's eager fidgeting, the girl already treating this like a race she was destined to win. Very good, Mito beamed. Now, for you, Azula, if you had already awakened your Sharingan, this would be as simple as opening your eyes. But it matters little. With your talent, you'll learn at a speed above even most talented students. She then turned to Tsunade, her gaze softening with expectation. And you, my dear. Half Uzumaki, half Senju. Your very blood is a recipe for sensory prowess. Perception was something your grandfather Hashirama and I, your grandma, were exceptionally gifted at. I expect great things from you. It was a carefully placed seed of expectation. She didn't want to crush the girl with pressure, but she was certain of the potential lying dormant within her. By setting the bar high now, Tsunade's eventual success would taste all the sweeter, building a confidence that was truly her own. Chapter 31, Elite Team. Considering the art of sensing. Now, some say it's all about talent, that you're just born with a built-in, innate eye that picks up what the normal can't. But then again, she said, pausing for a moment, what in this ninja world doesn't boil down to talent? Breathing. Probably. But, she declared, her voice ringing with the authority of a woman who had seen everything. The utterly predictable truth is that the universe adores those who work hard with resolve. For every born prodigy napping on a throne of their own greatness, there's some hard-headed nobody in a mist somewhere, training so hard they're literally sweating grit. And one day, that nobody steps out of the mist and politely knocks the prodigy right off his throne. So, remember that. Your talent is a head start, not a finish line. She looked at the two immensely talented girls before her. Which is why, for you two, the training is relatively simple. We'll break it down into 5 stages. Stage 1, Externalization. For most, controlling the chakra in their own body is very hard. It takes ages. For you two, with chakra control that can compete for first place, it should be as easy as casting a normal jutsu. As she spoke, a shimmering, cerulean aura of pure chakra enveloped her hand like a second skin. You'll code an object with your chakra, make it yours. Your first goal is to see just how far you can walk away before you can't feel the tug anymore. The objective. Increase that distance by 1 full meter every single day. She painted the next picture for them. Once you can sense your chakra from a solid 100 meters away, blindfolded, backwards, we move to stage 2. I will then proceed to hurl every manner of projectile at you while you dodge with your eyes shut, guided only by that sensory leash. Mito saw their slightly wide eyes and grinned. I know. Normally, learning the sealing technique doesn't come with such vigorous prerequisites. But I know you're not here to learn how to make storage scrolls. You want the kind of seals that can be woven in the heat of battle against someone who can level mountains with a punch. To Azula, the entire explanation sent a jolt of thrilling familiarity through her. This is just like observation hockey. She realized, her mind briefly flashing to a world of pirates and grand lines. Sense the unseen, predict the attack, and isn't chakra itself just another form of life energy? The parallels were uncanny. Mito's method seemed almost crude in its simplicity, but it was brutally logical. Talent set the pace, someone like her might gain a meter a day, another a meter every 10 days, a third might struggle for a month. But the principle was universal: push, stretch, and grow. A slow, competitive smile spread across Azula's face. She adored this. She lived for the tangible, measurable proof of improvement, for the raw data of her own growing power. The idea of charting her progress meter by meter was intoxicating. 1 meter a day is 365 meters a year, she calculated, her inner strategist already mapping out a decade. That seemed almost pedestrian. But in 20 years? 40. By the time those pale, alien freaks from the moon decide to descend for a visit, she would sense them before they even left their celestial driveway. Before they could begin, Mito revealed she had, of course, prepared everything in advance, including, somewhat ominously, thick blindfolds. But those are for later, she chimed, snapping them out of their reverie. For the next few hours, you're not leaving this spot. Your only job is to truly, deeply, and utterly familiarize yourselves with your own chakra. It was a bizarre thing to say. It was like being told to get to know your own spleen. You've lived with it your whole life, but could you pick it out of a lineup? Yet, it was the fundamental truth. Every person's chakra was as unique as a fingerprint. It was why sensory types could pick out a friendly signature from kilometers away amidst a crowd. It was at that moment that Tsunade, her eyes shining with the dazzling, dangerous light of a born gambler who sees a sure thing, nudged Azula. Hey. How about a bet? First one to hit 100 meters wins. Azula's first instinct was to dismiss it as childish folly. But then she stopped. She remembered the legendary anomaly that was Tsunade's luck. The woman lost every coin toss, every card game, every casual wager, unless her loss would prelude a catastrophe, or the subject involved a certain blonde prince. To bet against her was to tempt the very fabric of probability. A slow, cunning smile touched Azula's lips. This wasn't a bet, it was a strategic maneuver. All right, she said, her voice a smooth purr. I accept. But the stakes? What could you possibly offer me that I'd want? Tsunade blinked, her confidence faltering for a second as she realized she hadn't thought that far ahead. Ah, what do you want? Azula's mind raced, scanning through possibilities before landing on the perfect, future-proof prize. The winner gets to ask one thing of the loser, anytime in the future. A single favor. No questions asked, so long as it doesn't violate any core principles. Deal. Tsunade's brain, already tasting victory, did the math, my talent versus hers. This is a lock. She thrust out her hand, her grin back and wider than ever. Deal. Prepare to lose, Azula. It's time I show you the legendary talent of the first Hokage's granddaughter. While Azula and Tsunade were training under Mito, Azula's newly acquired team wasn't less busy than her. Instead of idly sipping tea, these women were mobilized with an efficiency that would make a well-trained soldier ashamed. She had secured this team for a monthly equivalent to a successful B-rank mission. For a group of veterans who had traded their kunai for knitting needles and their mission reports for grocery lists, this wasn't just a paycheck. It was a financial sugar rush, a sudden and glorious return to a lifestyle not funded solely by coupon clipping and haggling over the price of root vegetables. That's right. On paper, it was a luxurious team of Jonin and Chunin. In reality, it was the most overqualified PTA meeting in the history of Konoha. These were women who could simultaneously calculate the trajectory of a shuriken while pureeing sweet potatoes for a fussy toddler. Their killer instincts were now primarily used to hunt down the last pair of discounted children's shoes in a seasonal sale. They were, for all intents and purposes, walking, talking, slightly exhausted daycare centers who had long forgotten what it felt like to have a mission that didn't end with someone spilling juice on their flak jacket. Azula had always been morbidly curious about this peculiar tradition in the shinobi world. Why did incredibly powerful women, upon saying, I do, almost invariably trade their battlefield glory for domestic drudgery? Only now did she understand it wasn't about weakness but a terrifyingly logical calculus of risk and love. They did it for their children. The shinobi life was a brutal lottery where death was a frequent contestant. What mother would willingly choose a career where the employee benefits included a high probability of orphaning your child? Furthermore, in a world this dark, children without a stable parental anchor had a nasty habit of growing into psychopaths with a penchant for atrocious actions. And let's be honest, between the men and the women, the choice of who stayed home was a no-brainer. In a world that produced fathers like Fugaku Uchiha and Raza of the Sand, who literally tried to assassinate his own son, it was a miracle any of the kids turned out halfway functional. The women weren't abandoning their posts, they were conducting a strategic retreat to the home front to prevent the next generation from becoming a complete write-off. That, and this world seemed stubbornly stuck on an ancient Japanese society setting, which didn't help matters. Back in the command center, a generously named room that usually hosted playdates, the chief of this unprecedented operation, Kawara, let out a low whistle of admiration as she reviewed Azula's latest storyboards. A sight, I tell you, she began, addressing the small group of women around her. I never expected the Uchiha princess to be a woman of such audacious vision. It truly is worthy of her title. Her tone held genuine respect, not just the polite kind you offer to the person signing your checks. As the chief coordinator between the anime artists and the manga artists, Kawara had seen it all. She had finished reading Azula's personal rewrite of the Mugen Train arc, a project Azula solely designed to make her original character, the flame-wielding Azula Rengoku, more popular and her inevitable death scene even more soul-crushingly tragic than the original anime. You're not kidding, chimed in another woman, absently wiping a stray smear of crayon wax off her sleeve. My kid says she's already a legend at the academy. Shockingly approachable for an Uchiha, apparently. Then there's the whole Uchiha tribunal she set up. But after actually working with her, negotiating with her feels less like talking to a child prodigy and more like getting a performance review from the Hokage himself. An unprecedented genius doesn't even cover it. This wasn't empty flattery. The easy money was fantastic, but the genuine intellectual whiplash of working for a preteen mogul was its own unique form of compensation. Kawara waved a hand, bringing the meeting back to order. All right, enough gushing. The real question, how is the construction of the Grand Theater coming along? The plan says it should be finished by tomorrow. Please tell me the plan is still accurate and we're not waiting on some contractor who got eaten by a rogue bear. The theater was Azula's most ambitious physical project yet, funded by the roaring success of her bookstore. It was her bid to recreate the cinemas of her past life. A place where moving pictures, anime, or even movies, would flash across a giant screen for a mesmerized public. She'd broken ground on the idea the moment the anime concept was born. The blueprints included space for merchandise kiosks, leases for dango sellers, and even little alcoves for displaying figurines. It was a temple of entertainment, and according to the last estimate, it was supposed to be done. This time, it was a blonde woman, who somehow still had glitter in her hair from a morning art project, who replied. It's all on schedule, Kawara-sama. My team did a site walkthrough this morning. Barring any unforeseen problems, we'll be cutting the ribbon tomorrow. Kawara nodded, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across her face. This was it. This meant that in a few weeks, the very first episode of Demon Slayer would premiere to the public. Azula's plan was to release one episode per week, playing it on a loop throughout the day for 7 days straight until the next installment arrived. It was a strategy born from necessity, they simply didn't have enough content yet to do more. But Azula had foreseen everything. She promised a future so flooded with animated content that they'd have headaches just trying to schedule it all. A time when the question wouldn't be, what are we going to show, but what are we not going to show today? For now, that was a glorious problem for another day. Today, they had a theater to open. End of the chapter. Chapter 32, admiring. A man with the profoundly average look of a professional sidewalk gawker shook his head in awe. Lately, he announced to the world at large, I have to admit, boring has officially been voted out of the village. The rent's too high for it. Another man, who had been meticulously counting the number of people ahead of him, he was currently losing a bitter struggle against the concept of double digits, nodded grimly. Who said not? When you have Achiha in the village, it's never a dull. He said this with the wistful sigh of a man remembering a simpler time, a time when the sight of a fan-shaped crest on someone's back meant you should probably check your wallet and then run in the opposite direction. Now, it just meant you might see a world-class scene of Achiha arresting criminal or receive a new book they're promoting. The Achiha, once a synonym for lock your doors and pray, were now a sign of entertainment and economic stimulus. What a difference a few months, and one absurdly talented princess, could make. Konoha is really thriving, the firstman continued, eager to show off his insider knowledge. I heard the first Hokage's granddaughter, little Lady Tsunade, just graduated after only a year. A natural, that one. And she wasn't alone. They say a whole pack of little geniuses shot out of the academy with her. 2 civilians from the bunch got snatched up as personal disciples by the third Hokage himself. Can you imagine? It must be said that the collective memory of Konoha's citizens operated on a fascinatingly selective basis. The tragic death of the second Hokage wasn't even 2 years past, and the public grief had already been neatly filed away to make room for the next big thing. But then, that was their way, a unique form of ninja therapy that involved collectively pretending everything was fantastic until, through sheer force of will and distraction, it actually became so. And Azula's burgeoning empire of entertainment was the perfect distraction. In a world that had just witnessed the raw, ugly truth of war, what it needed wasn't more solemn reflection, it needed glitter, spectacle, and something to argue about in line. It was a form of mass self-hypnosis, a communal chant of look over here. The future is bright. We have the first's granddaughter. We have civilian prodigies. We have a newborn Senju heir in Nawaki. We have up-and-comers like that Hitaki Sakumo and Dan Kato. The sun is shining and my wallet is slightly lighter but my heart is full. And the funny thing was, if you stopped to think about it carefully, it wasn't even a lie. The talent was real. The future was, indeed, potentially very bright. Unbeknownst to the two men, the architect of this distraction was passing by at that very moment. Azula, looking every bit the innocent 6-year-old, a masterful disguise she wore like a cloak, allowed a tiny, supremely satisfied smirk to touch her lips. Their discussion was music to her ears. Basically, even with a few unforeseen hiccups, her grand plan was proceeding, well, swimmingly. The store was a money-printing machine that also printed fame. The tribunal was a reputation-laundering service for her entire clan, spinning righteous credibility out of thin air. And as for her personal strength, after a frustrating stagnation, she was finally feeling the gears turn again. Her mind drifted to the anime memory from her past life, a 5 or 6-year-old Kushina Uzumaki, soundly thrashing a classmate. Minutes later, the victim's genin brother showed up, his Konoha headband gleaming with a pride that was about to be severely dented. And little Kushina, not yet a Jinchuriki, not yet a trained kunoichi, had proceeded to thrash him, too. That was the raw, unfair power of a potent bloodline. Now, at 6, Azula estimated that using just standard ninjutsu, no instant casting through bending tricks, she could probably take an average chunin. But then again, that wasn't exactly a brag worthy of etching into a Hokage mountain monument. In the grand hierarchy of the shinobi world, the ranks of genin and chunin were the participation trophies. Genin just meant you'd managed to not flunk out of basic training. Chunin meant you'd managed to not die immediately afterward, accumulating just enough field experience to not accidentally set your own squad on fire. This generalization, of course, did not include Konoha's special breed of perpetual genin, who could apparently solo small armies on a lunch break. The real hurdle, the great filter of ninja kind, was becoming a jonin. It was a wall that 90% of shinobi would spend their lives politely headbutting without ever making a dent. Even the legendary Kakashi Hitaki had been a chunin at 6 but didn't make jonin until 12. Becoming a jonin required a brutal combination of skill, intellect, leadership, and sheer, unadulterated power. Unless, of course, you possessed a singular, hacks technique that allowed you to punt a Kage into next week if the mood struck you. Her current focus, the perception training that made her feel like she was constantly trying to read the fine print on a dust mote from a mile away, was all laying the groundwork for the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. She had time. A luxurious buffer period stretched out before her, all the way until the rumblings of the Second Great War. That was the potential flashpoint for the real rift between the Uchiha and Hiruzen's inner circle. This suspicion wasn't because some animated show had told her so, it was from lived experience. She'd met them all, the future elders, the advisors. With the sole, somewhat ambiguous exception of Hiruzen himself, not a single one had ever looked at her with anything resembling goodwill. Their gazes were like being physically weighed and measured, their eyes constantly scrutinizing, just waiting for her to put a single, perfectly manicured toe out of line. It was a silent, glaring billboard that read, "We do not trust you." And as for Hiruzen himself, Azula, with the perspective of 2 lifetimes, had already understand him. He was, in her professional opinion, the least worthy to sit in the Hokage's chair. He was the ultimate example of the difference between a perfect soldier and a competent commander. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a phenomenal soldier. The kind who would, without a second thought, throw himself on a kunai for his commander. The commander, touched by this unwavering loyalty and decisiveness, then names the soldier his successor. But was it truly decisiveness? Or was it just the ingrained mindset of an excellent ninja, a man so at peace with his own imminent mortality that self-sacrifice was his default setting? Once that soldier became the commander, the problems started. He's desperate to prove he's good, not just loyal. He hesitates to sacrifice the friends who are now his subordinates. He harbors deep, political distrust. And most critically, he becomes a control enthusiast, a micromanager who insists on holding all the strings himself, often using the excuse that this one can't be Hokage because they're not good enough, all while failing to see the village's larger needs. A perfect soldier, trying to do a commander's job, and fumbling the map. By the time she wrapped up her passionate rant about Hiruzen, she had already reached her destination, her own cinema. Originally, anime wasn't supposed to hit the shelves this soon. Even the Mugen Train arc, the next big chunk of the story, was something she figured she'd drop maybe 2 years later. But that's the tax you pay for getting stronger. Everything that once looked like climbing Mount Everest starts feeling more like tripping over a rock. Take her Demon Slayer project, for instance. Drawing the first part had eaten up an entire month. For the second, she breezed through it in a week, casually juggling projection and recording as if she were deciding what to eat for lunch. Of course, she wasn't a one-woman factory. She had her team, the ones handling the artwork and dubbing. But even with their help, she refused to rush things out. This wasn't supposed to be fast food entertainment. No, she wanted manga and anime to be treated like holy relics, the kind you bowed to before daring to turn the page. So, the plan was strict, only the first season of Demon Slayer this year. Then, while people were still crying over Tanjiro's family tragedy, she'd focus on expanding her empire, new stores, new theaters across the Land of Fire, and in every ally nation of Konoha. The following year, the manga's second part would arrive, and by the year's end, naturally, so would season 2 of the anime. But for now, she was here to bask in her own brilliance. Because no matter how ambitious the plan, even geniuses needed downtime, and her idea of relaxing was admiring others admiring a masterpiece she made herself. End of the chapter. I guess by now, this is finally time for the ultimate time skip, and don't forget to vote please, we aren't even in the top 10. Chapter 33, 2.5 years later. Tsukumo Hataki's POV. Alright, Hataki. Third time's the charm. Or is it the 33rd? Who's counting anymore, really? I muttered to the empty training ground, my voice the only thing competing with the evening crickets. This time, for sure, I will definitely be able to do it. Probably. It's a weird thing, finding your life's calling thanks to a coincidence. I'd been a full-fledged, card-carrying jonin of Konoha for a few months now, one of the youngest, a fact my father brings up at meetings until people stop making eye contact. But for years, my career path felt less like a chosen destiny and more like a family inheritance I was dutifully lugging around. The Hatakis have history. We were samurai, once upon a time, serving the fire daimyo with all our strength and under any circumstances you'd expect. Then we got caught in some political internal conflict. I was just a baby at the time, but I've heard the stories from my old men and my uncles enough to imagine it. They'd huddle around a fire, their voices getting all grave, reminiscing about the good old days of being gloriously, terrifyingly without affiliation in the middle of the Warring States period. A small band of them, with their fancy swords and even fancier pride, suddenly realized that against clans who could use fireballs, their sharp pieces of metal were, well, just very pointy sticks. They weren't exactly welcomed by any of the big clans. Oh, look, the disgraced samurai. Do they come with land? No. Just the overwhelming sense of failure. Pass. They were panicked, desperate, and a few days away from trying to sell their katanas for lunch money. Then, like a miracle straight out of a bad children's story, the two biggest, baddest clans in the shinobi world, the Achiha and the Senju, decided to stop trying to murder each other and start a village, ending the warring states that had lasted for centuries. Konoha. And they had a sign out front that basically said, "All are welcome." The relief was so palpable in their stories you could almost taste it. My family found their big, beautiful, leafy umbrella right before the storm really hit. To this day, they get misty-eyed talking about it. The loyalty runs deep. We will die for this village, they say. And I get it, I really do. Having seen the rest of the world on missions, a place that largely consists of mud and despair, Konoha is like heaven that one must protect no matter the cost. But here's the problem, wanting to protect something and actually being able to do it are two very different things. I'm good, I'm really good. But I'm not punch-a-tailed beast, good like the first Hokage, the one I admire the most. I'm certainly not even as talented as his granddaughter who graduated after a year at the academy or, heaven help me, Princess Azula herself. My thing, my whole deal, is the family heirloom, the white light chakra saber. I got it young, a symbolic gesture from the elders after entering the academy, and I love it. There's nothing quite like the shying sound it makes when you unsheath it. It's a beautiful and elegant weapon. But in a real fight, unless you're overwhelmingly faster, trying to use a sword as your main attack is a bad idea. Any decent shinobi's first thought is, cool sword. Anyway, and then they'll happily sit on a branch 20 meters away and hurl fireballs at you until you're a dobe. It's frustrating. And then I saw it. Demon Slayer. Princess Azula's masterpiece. These people, they couldn't use chakra. They had no fancy bloodlines, nothing. All they had was sheer, unadulterated willpower and a breathing technique so intense I got lightheaded just watching them. They were just breathing really, really well, and then chopping the heads off demons that could give an average jonin a very, very bad day. It was a revelation. An epiphany. Why didn't I think of that? Right, because I am not a genius moment. That's it. That's what I've been missing. It's not about the sword, it's about the idea. For 2 years, I've been in my backyard, trying to crack this and replicate their feat, and I've had some success. By controlling my breathing, focusing my chakra internally, I can now pull off a move I call the Hataki breathing initial. It basically doubles my strength and speed for a short burst. It's enough to play with an elite jonin if he doesn't go all out. It's also incredibly draining and makes me need a nap for hours. But it's not what I want. What I want is to take it further. I want to merge this breathing with my lightning release chakra. I want absolute speed. I want to be a blur, a flash of white light, somehow like the third Raikage. Thinking about it, we use hand seals to mold and control chakra for ninjutsu, right? It's a focusing tool. But what if the focus was inside? What if, instead of weaving signs, I could weave a specific breathing pattern that does the same thing? A breath of lightning style. No seals, no warning, just pure, instantaneous speed. If I can master that, then maybe, just maybe, I can finally cast that B-rank lightning release jutsu without even moving a muscle. Well, except my lungs. They'd be moving a lot. Raiten, lightning palm. I used the B-rank technique that shocks the opponent on contact but, well, I dialed the voltage way down from killing technique to massage technique. My plan is to give every single cell in my body a friendly contact with lightning chakra. I'm basically trying to bribe my nervous system into becoming best friends with electricity. The goal is to see if making the sap directly connect to my chakra network can create a sort of perpetual energy mode. I will only need to control my breathing to keep it calm in normal times, but always ready to unleash B-rank ninjutsu simply by breathing harder. Anyway, after 2 years of this, my body's less ouch and more, that's the stuff. The numbness is gone, replaced by this weird, hyper-clarity. My reactions are sharper, my brain is processing things so fast I can see individual dust motes dancing in the sunbeams, and I'm just, weirdly energetic. I cracked my knuckles, a few stray sparks jumping between my fingers. Come on, Hataki. If it doesn't work this time, it'll work the next time. I wasn't sure why I was so confident. Maybe it was the lightning, or maybe it was the fact that my hair was now permanently standing on end, giving me a fantastic and very cool look. Ordinarily, a lone jonin training in his secluded home training ground doesn't exactly send ripples across the shinobi world. It's about as impactful as a single raindrop in a monsoon. But what Azula, currently grinding her teeth in Konoha, didn't realize was that her mere presence had already set the most delicate of butterflies flapping its wings since her arrival in this world, stronger than even changing the Uchiha situation. And that butterfly was about to orchestrate a hurricane so colossal it would leave the entire shinobi continent needing a change of pants. Her immediate forecast, however, called for a high chance of severe annoyance with a 100% chance of a gloating Tsunade. And then the old man said my chakra control was precocious. Precocious. Tsunade chirped, practically vibrating with smugness. At the grand old age of 8, she, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had been promoted to Chunin, cementing them as Konoha's youngest prodigies. She had now woven this fact into every conversation for a solid week. Azula, who had been trying to meditate on the finer points of setting things on fire with one's mind, cracked open a single, unimpressed eye. TSK. Let me offer my heartfelt congratulations. So what if you're a Chunin? The title didn't magically grant you the ability to beat me, a lowly academy student. She delivered the verbal poke with surgical precision, and just like that, the smugness on Tsunade's face deflated like a punctured balloon. It was true. Their spars were far more balanced now, a far cry from a few years ago when Azula could end them before Tsunade could throw her first punch. But this wasn't due to any sudden surge in Tsunade's talent, it was simply the cruel, inevitable law of biology. Azula had hit her prepubescent physical ceiling early, a high-performance sports car running on a child-sized engine. Tsunade was finally catching up to the model year. In raw, unadulterated fighting power. Either of them could hand most average Chunin their own headbands with minimal effort. If they did nothing but accumulate mission experience for a few years, Jonin was a foregone conclusion. So, Tsunade's promotion was, in Azula's meticulously calculated opinion, a participation trophy. She herself was already mentally checked out of the academy, bored out of her skull and itching for a proper challenge. How was she supposed to awaken her precious Sharingan if her greatest adversary was a written exam on Shuriken Jutsu theory? Anyway, don't get too comfortable in your new flak jacket, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes so hard she feared they'd get stuck. Before you even learn how to properly starch it, I'll strive to become a Jonin. Just imagine me, your superior officer, assigning you to D-rank missions to weed the village gardens. A fitting destiny, don't you think? Azula didn't care, knowing full well Hiruzen would rather adopt a tailed beast than promote a 9-year-old Tsunade to Jonin. A new, more pragmatic thought then struck her. Speaking of your newfound prestige, she began, her tone deceptively casual, as if asking about the weather. How's your progress with medical techniques coming along? Azula's own affinity for yang release was underwhelming. She was more suited to taking things apart than putting them back together. But her long-term plans, meticulously outlined in the secret scroll she kept hidden under a floorboard, absolutely required advanced medical knowledge. We're talking everything from the safe injection of questionable Hashirama cells to the ethical nightmare of cloning oneself, all crucial steps on the path to achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And speaking of the Mangekyo, it was almost hilarious. Here she was, strategizing about the pinnacle of ocular power when she hadn't even managed to turn her eyes a festive shade of red. Talk about putting the cart before the divine, world-altering horse. For 2.5 years, she'd tried everything to jumpstart her emotions. She'd consumed every new, original manga she could find, from the tragically romantic to the absurdly dramatic. But they were all meh. Fictional stories crafted by strangers who couldn't possibly understand the intricate, dark, and frankly sarcastic wiring of her psyche. But then, a gloriously unhinged idea struck her. The goal was a profound emotional fluctuation, right? And who knows what traumatizes Azula better than Azula? Her new plan was a masterpiece of self-inflicted psychological warfare. Step 1. Create a shadow clone. Step 2. Slap a custom seal on it to block the memory transfer upon its dissipation. Step 3. Order that clone to create another clone, and so on, building a chaotic assembly line of herself. This chain of Azulas would have one mission, to collaboratively write and illustrate the most soul-crushingly depressing, personally resonant tragedy imaginable, tailored specifically to destroy her own emotional state. She was morbidly curious. What story would a committee of herself write? Would it be a Shakespearean epic of betrayal? A heartbreaking tale of lost honor? She was literally going to outsource her own trauma. And if that didn't work, well, she had a plan B. A guaranteed, 100% foolproof method to awaken the Sharingan. She shuddered to think of it. Don't worry, I'm doing good on this. Speaking of which, I have some new ideas for a medical jutsu I came up with, but I need to see Grandma, she said, thinking about the idea that had suddenly struck her during her last mission. End of the chapter. Chapter 34, Hiruzen's Plan. The sun beat down on the streets of Konoha with the gentle persistence of a ninja trying to sneak into a heavily fortified compound. And patrolling these sun-drenched streets was none other than Azula, princess of the Uchiha, heir of a bloody clan, and part-time patrol officer of the Konoha military police force. Yes, you read that correctly. The same girl who could summon lightning with a flick of her wrist was now writing tickets for people stealing chicken. How did this happen? Well, it's simple, the police force is the private fiefdom of the Uchiha clan. In the entire village, it's the one department run not by meritocracy but by genealogy and a frankly alarming number of Sharingan-related staring contests. And while she hadn't officially graduated from the academy, rules tend to bend when the clan patriarch's terrifyingly brilliant daughter decides she wants a badge. One of her primary motivations was the sheer, mind-numbing incompetence she'd witnessed. While her shadow clones were handling the mountains of paperwork at the tribunal, she'd seen complaint after complaint against the police force. After a thorough, statistically significant analysis, she concluded they were in the wrong a staggering 50% of the time. 50%. For Azula, a being who operated on a platform of 99.9% flawless efficiency, this was not just a failure, it was a catastrophe. An affront to order itself. If the Uchiha were to be the undisputed sign of genius and power she knew they could be, they couldn't be known as the guys who occasionally beat up a man who was just eating noodles just because he had Ichimaru Jin's face. So, she took control. At least once a week, she'd trade training for strolling, swapping world domination for, well, village maintenance. For 3 glorious hours, she would patrol. It was, surprisingly, a bizarre form of relaxation. In a world devoid of internet, cat videos, and quality theater, watching civilians panic and straighten up as she walked by was the next best thing to streaming a good drama. This routine had given her a thorough understanding of Konoha's layout and its people. And how to say it? Konoha was quaint. It was worthy of its title as the biggest ninja village, sure, but to a girl from a world of skyscrapers and satellites, it was less a village and more a sprawling, moderately busy town with a concerning number of weapon shops. It had only been 4 years since the last Great Shinobi War, a conflict so brutal that all villages lost their kage, and it took them almost 2 decades to recover and start a new war. The village was still licking its wounds, with ninja hovering around 20,000. The total population had just broken the 6 figures, 100,000. It was, in the end, just a village. A big village, but a village nonetheless. Because of its manageable size and her relentless patrol routes, Azula had, by now, mentally catalogued almost every resident. The only ones she hadn't pinned down were the reclusive types who only emerged from their training grounds to grab a mission scroll before vanishing again, probably to practice their jutsu in a dark room somewhere. Today was proceeding with its usual, orderly monotony. She was surveilling her own squad, ensuring they didn't act on their Uchiha impulses to solve a small Ktsalan incident with a grand fireball technique. That's when she saw him. Leaning against a wall near the mission building was a walking, talking puddle of pre-adolescent angst and bandages, Kakashi Hataki. Well, to be precise, it was Sakumo Hataki, but in her head, he'd always be Priyadu Kakashi. She'd spotted the silver-haired boy a few times before, a fleeting glimpse of gloom she'd promptly filed away under, not my problem. Recently, however, he'd made quite the noise by skyrocketing to Jonin, becoming one of the youngest in the village's history. Her sharp, black eyes scanned his condition. Half his face was bandaged, and he held his arm at a stiff, awkward angle. She mused silently. Becoming a jonin at a young age wasn't just about reaching a certain level of power, it meant your power had reached a level where it was absurd you weren't already one. So what, pray tell, could have possibly put their newest prodigy in such a state? A rogue band of paper-cut assassins. Did he lose a fight with his own summons? Coincidentally, or more likely, because he possessed the situational awareness of a seasoned killer, he sensed her scrutinizing gaze. His one visible eye flicked up to meet hers. A moment of recognition passed between them. And then, he did the most bizarre thing possible. He smiled. It was a tired, pained, but genuine little thing, completely at odds with the brooding aura he projected. The truth was, Tsukumo was helpless. His schedule was a nightmare of training, missions, and more training. He was taking on assignments that sometimes pushed him just past his current limits, hence the bandages. He was already juggling more than most adult shinobi, and the Sandaime Hokage had already extended an invitation to join the ANBU. He'd only managed to delay the inevitable by requesting a year to develop his personal technique. As he was lost in these thoughts, his single visible eye widened in surprise. Azula, with a predator's grace, had closed the distance between them. She came to a stop, her posture impeccable, her expression one of cool amusement. "Hello, Tsukumo-senpai," she said, her voice full of inquiry even if she didn't ask anything. For a while, Tsukumo felt a little awkward because he didn't know how he should address her, but then again, he was a ninja who had done escort missions. "Hello, Azula-san, it seems you are on patrol today." After all, he didn't find an 8-year-old Achiha on patrol strange because there were many Achiha who graduated at this age, and most of them would join the police force, let alone someone as, weird as Azula. Fortunately for him, his half-bandaged face spoke friendly, or had Azula known he was thinking of her as weird, he would have had to watch his back. Thanks to her perception training that had already made her one of the best sensory ninja known, she could feel that his chakra was strange. It was the strangest chakra she had ever come across, stranger than those who had Kekkei Genkai, while she was 100% sure that Tsukumo didn't have a Kekkei Genkai. Thinking about how to ask without seeming meddlesome, she spoke. "I heard that you just became a jonin. That's truly awesome. If you don't mind, I would like to have a spar with you when you are healed." Her request surprised Tsukumo but, more honestly, piqued his interest. "Sure, I have long wanted to see the strength of Princess Azula. It will be my honor." Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, took a long, slow pull from his pipe, letting the smoke curl toward the ceiling of his office like his own personal storm cloud. The ANBU agent kneeling before him remained a perfect statue, which was frankly showing off. Something Azula often wondered if they practiced in a special class, advanced poise and dramatic silence. "So," he spoke, his voice a low rumble that perfectly matched the smoke. "If I understand correctly, Jonin Hataki Tsukumo, the man who communicates more effectively with his ninkin than with people, was apparently cornered by the 8-year-old Azula and seems to have a good relationship with her." The ANBU's mask tilted a fraction of an inch. The interaction appeared amiable, Hokage-sama. Though the content of their discussion remains unknown. It was the Uchiha girl who initiated the contact. Amiable. Hiruzen echoed, the word tasting strange. He couldn't picture it. Tsukumo was famously, almost professionally, awkward. Azula was, well, Azula. She was what happened when you combined Uchiha pride, Senju vitality, and the terrifying intellect of Uzumaki Mito into a single, smirking child who probably still had to ask for permission to do things. Fascinating. You are dismissed. And please, try to have a less bewildering shift. Once alone, Hiruzen slumped into his chair with a sigh that would have made a lesserman lightheaded. He steepled his fingers, gazing at the massive Hokage hat on its stand. Some days it felt like a crown. Today it felt like a very expensive, very symbolic bucket he was trying to use to bail out a rapidly sinking boat named Current Situation. The situation, of course, was Azula. She was graduating this year, a fact the Uchiha never considered hiding, as that would be like trying to hide a sunrise with a shuriken. Normally, a prodigy graduating early was a cause for celebration and mildly jealous muttering. But with Azula, normal had packed its bags and left the village without a forwarding destination. She was already an honorary member of the police force, doing a weekly tour that he suspected was less about learning procedure and more about her conducting a long-term efficiency mission. The Uchiha clan, in a rare moment of collective sanity, had agreed she should be a regular genin first, gain experience, a concept he was sure she found quaint, and become a chunin next year. His mind drifted to Tsunade's recent, grumpy evaluation. His famously powerful student, already operating at a chunin level long ago, had stormed into his office, slammed a fist on his desk, splitting the wood, "Thank you very much," and declared, she didn't dare to take my punch, and I couldn't pin her down." It was like trying to fistfight a lightning bolt in a mirror maze. Translation, an 8-year-old, without even awakening the Sharingan, could already dance circles around the average chunin. It was enough to make a Hokage feel profoundly mediocre about his own childhood accomplishments. The political landscape was a different beast altogether from when he'd first donned the hat. The clan heads weren't as easy to order around as fresh genin, but with Mito's steadfast support, he could navigate their egos, so long as he didn't accidentally suggest, say, relocating the Hyuga compound to a less fashionable part of the village. The real puzzle was Azula's future squad leader. Letting the Uchiha install one of their own was out of the question. That was just handing them a tailed beast and asking them to please be responsible. But he couldn't just assign her to any random jonin. It had to be someone strong enough not to be immediately outclassed by their own student, politically neutral to avoid sparking a clan war, and brave enough not to resign on the spot upon receiving the assignment. A Hyuga. They'd rather pluck out their own eyes. A Senju. They'd laugh in his face. Any other clan jonin would see the assignment not as an honor but as a high-stakes suicide mission where the primary cause of death would be incurring the wrath of the entire Uchiha clan if their precious scion so much as stubbed her toe. But Tsukumo was different. The Hatake clan was small, insular, and operated on a baffling samurai code of honor that made them incredibly loyal and utterly predictable. They were the opposite of the scheming, political ninja. Assigning Azula to Konoha's strongest rising star, a man renowned for his power and integrity, was a move the Uchiha would be hard-pressed to publicly oppose. And Tsukumo himself. The man was the living embodiment of the will of fire. He wouldn't question the order, he'd see it as his solemn duty. He wouldn't try to manipulate Azula for clan gain. He'd probably try to teach her the proper way to polish a blade and the importance of trustworthy canine companions. He was the perfect, politically neutral, incredibly powerful blunt instrument. It wasn't that Hiruzen distrusted Mito's upbringing. The woman was a living legend who had probably forgotten more about diplomacy and power than he would ever know. But his old teacher, Tobirama, had drilled a single, paranoid mantra into his head: when it comes to the Uchiha, one backup plan is no plan. You need a backup plan for your backup plan's contingency plan. And pitting the unwavering, honorable loyalty of the White Fang against the fiery, unpredictable potential of the Uchiha heir. That wasn't just a plan. It was poetic. Now he just had to hope the poem didn't end with a lot of property damage and a very, very irritated police force. End of the chapter. Chapter 35, Futaked. Mito unfurled the ancient scroll with a flourish that sent a small cloud of what one could only assume was historical dust, and probably a few dead skin cells of legends past, into the air between them. So, Mito spoke gently. The Flying Thunder God technique was Tobirama's proudest technique, although not completely because of its strength. Azula, who had been practically vibrating with excitement since the scroll appeared, immediately understood what she meant. His pride in it was probably because it helped him kill a certain evil Uchiha. Officially, Mito continued, tapping the intricate seals drawn on the parchment, he based it on the principles of the summoning technique. But instead of calling the slug from Shikatsu Forest to your location, you call yourself to a strategic place marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. She had known of Azula's near-obsessive interest in the technique for a while. As for how she, Mito, came to possess it. The Senju clan might have officially disbanded, but did anyone truly believe Tobirama Senju would have dared to refuse his beloved big brother's descendant access to the family library? The man may have been a stone-cold pragmatist, but he wasn't suicidal. The only techniques kept under lock and key were the truly horrific ones, like the impure world reincarnation and the messy business about stealing people's bodies. Everything else was fair game. Now, Mito said, leaning forward conspiratorially. The prerequisites. First, perception. You need spatial awareness. Second, sealing technique. You need to be able to create seals, preferably to the level of doing it instantly with a touch, to the point that you could even put it into someone without them knowing. And of course, a strong body. Azula raised a perfect eyebrow. Oh, don't give me that look, Mito chided. You have met all these requirements. As for the need of a strong body, it's like a jonin using the body flicker while carrying a genin. The jonin arrives without problem and ready for action. The genin arrives disoriented, and might even vomit. Let alone teleporting, in one moment you are here and the next you are somewhere else. Unless, of course, you just want to use it for long-distance movement and not for fighting. A slow, supremely confident smile spread across Azula's face. It was the kind of smile that suggested she had already mentally completed the technique. Perception. Her range was currently a full kilometer. And not just sensing her own chakra, she could sense that of others. As for sealing techniques, although she didn't have the Uzumaki bloodline, she was good. She had at least mastered 5 more sealing techniques than Tsunade, a half Uzumaki. Mito looked at her disciple, who looked very proud, and was exasperated. You're not going to be this insufferable the whole time, are you? Only if I'm good at it, Azula replied without missing a beat. But this spatial awareness, it's simply an extension of high-level perception, isn't it? Right now, little Nawaki is with Tsunade. There are hundreds of meters and 2 solid walls between us. Technically, we occupy entirely separate spaces. And yet, I can sense his bright little chakra signature perfectly. I can tell you that Tsunade is currently trying to sneak a vegetable into his stew, and he is pretending not to notice. That's it, isn't it? Seeing the threads of space itself. Though she phrased it as a question, her voice held the absolute certainty of a proven theorem. It made her think of that bizarre fanfic with a protagonist called Naruto Uzumaki, who, with a fraction of the raw data she possessed, somehow reverse-engineered his own flying thunder god, Youth Edition, to teleport to any piece of metal. The thought sent her mind spiraling. Honestly, the people most perfectly suited for this technique weren't the Uzumaki or even the Senju. It was the Hyuga. The sheer, blinding irony of it. Their Byakugan gave them a natural perception range that put most sensors to shame. They could literally see for kilometers. Their chakra control was so monstrously precise they could perform the Kaiten, spinning like a top while emitting perfectly equal chakra from all 361 tanketsu at once. They could probably paint a flying thunder god seal with their eyes closed, using only the chakra from their little finger, and make it a masterpiece. But of course, the Hyuga were the Hyuga. And the shinobi world was the shinobi world. They were so busy perfecting the art of poking people full of holes from a centimeter away that they never once thought to use their godlike gifts to simply avoid the walking part. It was a tragicomedy of wasted potential. After Mito finished speaking, she gave Azula the scroll recording the flying thunder god, including Tobarama's insight. Of course, it was a copy. Anyway, she had made 3 copies of all these, one for Tsunade, although the latter was unlikely to learn it due to her fighting style, and one for Nawaki. The latter, who could be killed by an exploding talisman, wasn't the kind to make one worry-free. It was better for him to learn this technique so that he could teleport to Tsunade every time he was half dying. As for Azula, as soon as she got the scroll, she looked at it and roughly understood. Learning the flying thunder god wouldn't be difficult, she felt it would take 2 to 3 years. Although it may seem long, she was just 8. By then, she should be about 12 years old. What would be difficult would be using the technique for fighting. Her fighting was already fixed, something that was her pride when fighting Futake, even though now she just needed to use ninjutsu, instead of bending, just forming hand seals for show. By the time she learned the flying thunder god, she would need to change. Instead of straight combat, she'd need to be more elusive and use it to her advantage. But then again, it also shouldn't take 3 years, especially after awakening her Sharingan, and could be much shorter depending on its level. Haha, Azula-san, Futake spoke, his voice dripping with a level of unearned confidence that would make a peacock blush. He presented a thick, meticulously bound stack of papers with a flourish usually reserved for revealing hidden treasure maps. Look. This is my Futake Uchiha masterpiece of manga, created after a year of art, and you, lucky you, are its first witness. Try not to be too overwhelmed. Azula's black eyes flicked down to the offering. She had to admit, the cover was professionally done. Dynamic lines, a compelling silhouette, it screamed shonen jump in all the right ways. But this was Futake. An Uchiha through and through, a breed of human genetically engineered to be as emotionally transparent as a brick wall, yet as soft and gooey on the inside as a half-baked mochi. The bravado was a performance. A great one, mind you, convincing enough to fool 99% of the village, who'd just chalk it up to Uchiha things. But Azula was a connoisseur of the human psyche, and Futake was an open book written in very large, very desperate print. He wasn't here to show off, he was here seeking her approval. Why else bypass the official submission channels at the Azula Jump magazine for this backdoor audition? Please. Uchiha pride was too colossal for such underhanded nonsense. Their pride demanded they fail spectacularly in public, not quietly in private. A plan, deliciously devious and utterly perfect, ignited in her mind. As Futake preened, admiring his own handiwork from an angle he deemed most impressive, Azula's hands moved with the silent, lethal grace of a shadow clone. A quick substitution, his precious manuscript for one of the many forgettable ones on her, and without doing hand signs, a flicker of chakra, and her developed projection jutsu settled over the fake, making it a perfect visual replica of his masterpiece. She took the decoy, her face a mask of casual indifference. Let's see, then, she murmured, flipping through the blank pages with an expression of profound boredom. She even had the audacity to tap her foot, sigh intermittently, and spend a solid 10 minutes pretending to be engrossed in a particularly riveting chapter about absolutely nothing. Finally, with a sound that was less a sigh and more the vocal equivalent of a death knell, she snapped the manuscript shut. Futake, she said, her voice flat and devoid of all hope. This is the most profoundly trash-like substance I have ever had the misfortune of laying my eyes upon. It doesn't just fail as a narrative, it actively insults the very concept of trees that died to provide its paper. It's an affront to manga itself. Before his brain could even process the verbal evisceration, she nonchalantly tossed the fake manuscript into the air. Her hands flew through a familiar sequence of seals. Fire style, she announced, as if commenting on the weather, fireball. Whoosh. A magnificent sphere of orange fury engulfed the papers, incinerating a year of his life into a flurry of ash and disappointment that drifted away on the breeze. She turned on her heel, nose in the air. "Now, if you'll excuse me," she said with arrogant finality, "some of us have actual training to do." Futake stood frozen, a statue of pure, unadulterated shock. The gears in his brain had not only stopped turning, they had melted into a sad puddle of molten metal. It was only when the last speck of ash vanished and the echo of her words died that the dam broke. Azula. The roar that erupted from him was primal, fueled by a rage so intense it practically shimmered in the air around him. His vision tinged with red, and the world sharpened. With a visceral surge of chakra, the single tomo in each of his eyes, unchanged and frankly a little embarrassing since he'd first activated his Sharingan years ago, spun and duplicated. "Two tomo. Two." Hearing his apoplectic cry, Azula glanced back over her shoulder. She saw the new, spinning tomo in his eyes and allowed herself a microscopic, internal flicker of something. Envy, perhaps. She'd induced this on purpose, of course. For an Uchiha like Futake, having his life's work publicly declared trash and then barbecued was a fate worse than death. It was the perfect emotional trigger. And it worked. At just 12 years old, he was now a two-tomo user. Not quite Itachi or Shisui levels of prodigy, but without her influence, he'd undoubtedly be the strongest of the new generation. Okay, simmer down," she said, her tone shifting to one of practical impatience. "Don't have an aneurysm. Here, take your mirror." It was the most Uchiha sentence ever uttered. Of course he carried a mirror, every good Uchiha kept one on hand, lest they spontaneously evolve their eyeballs and miss the chance to admire their own dramatic progress. Snapped from his rage by the bizarre normality of the request, Futake fumbled in his scroll, pulled out a small hand mirror, and stared. His anger evaporated, replaced by sheer, dumbfounded awe. Two tomo. She'd burned his manga, but she'd also. As he stood there, emotions warring between the urge to strangle her and the urge to thank her, his newly enhanced eyesight caught a glimpse of something tucked under her arm. His manuscript. The real manuscript. His Sharingan, active and unclouded, confirmed it was no illusion. Azula followed his gaze and gave him a small, rare, genuine smile. "Don't short-circuit your new eyes thinking about it. It was a tactical decision. You've been whining about your stagnant Sharingan for so long. Consider it aggressive encouragement. As for your actual masterpiece," she said, tapping the real pages, "I'll give it a proper read when I'm at home. Now, if the drama is over, I really do have training to do." Just like that, the confusion and resentment melted away. Uchiha were nothing if not straightforward. Emotions were binary, gratitude or hatred. And he knew, with every fiber of his being, that Azula would never lie about something like this. What she didn't realize, as she turned back to her training, was that in that single, chaotic moment, she had successfully performed the most complex jutsu of all. She had transformed her potential biggest rival for the title of Uchiha leadership into her most fiercely loyal follower. All in a day's work. End of the chapter. Hello guys, I'm thinking about introducing Parallel World after the Second Ninja War. Do you have some ideas and should Azula exist in another parallel world or not? Chapter 36, Firebending. Ain's POV. The morning sun was doing its best to cheer up the classroom, but it was fighting a losing battle against the gravitational pull of Azula's desk. There she was, my best friend, operating in what she refers to as her dead fish mode. It's a state of being so profoundly drained that blinking seems like a high chakra cost jutsu. I observed the scene with the quiet intensity of a naturalist studying a rare and incredibly tired creature. One of my daily rituals is determining the Azula to clone ratio. I leaned in slightly, my voice low so as not to startle the possible apparition. "Hey, Azula," I murmured, "are you the original today, or are you a shadow clone?" A single, pale hand lifted from the desk with the sluggish grace of a really tired person. The index finger wavered for a moment, then waggled side to side in the universal sign for no. Message received. Not the real deal. And clearly not in the mood for conversation, not that she ever really is. I gave a small, understanding nod she probably didn't see and settled back. I wouldn't bother her. The world sees Azula the prodigy, the girl who is first in the tests before the paper hits the desk. They see the results, not the hard work. But I see it. I have a front row seat to the silent, relentless engine of her ambition. Right now, while this clone was barely maintaining itself in the class history of shinobi ethics, the real Azula was undoubtedly somewhere gruesome, a training ground, a forest, maybe hanging upside down from a cliff face, pushing her body to its absolute limit with a small army of other clones. When we were younger, I just thought this was how geniuses were built. Now, I see the desperation in it. This isn't about living up to expectations. Azula wouldn't spit on public expectation if it was on fire. No, this is something else, something deeper and more personal. With her natural talent, a normal training regimen would still have her many years ahead of everyone. But normal is an insult in Azula's dictionary. This was survival-level intensity. As if a meteor were hurtling toward her, and only she could see it. It's frustrating, this feeling of helplessness. What could Aine, who struggles to land in the top 10 despite her patient help, possibly do to help the village's biggest genius? The gap between us isn't a gap, it's a chasm, and it's only getting wider. My gratitude for all her help feels like a pebble I'm trying to repay a mountain with. But then, a memory surfaced. A few weeks ago, in a rare moment of non-clone-related irritation, she'd actually grumbled about her plan to awaken the Sharingan, the legendary Uchiha Kekkei Genkai. The problem, according to her, was a severe lack of quality emotional simulation. I just need a manga that'll really get me, Aine, she'd muttered. Something with the right emotional resonance to trick my brain into thinking I've witnessed profound emotions. The idea sounds, but well, the mangas I have received are just average. But well, I have an idea to let my clones try something. I didn't understand half of it. But the core of the problem, I grasped. A manga. A story. A thought, fragile and tentative, began to form in my mind. I'm not good at ninjutsu, I'm not a genius. But I know Azula. I've been her silent shadow since the academy began. I know she hates bitter things but has a secret weakness for dango because of the texture. I know she finds most people unnecessarily loud but will watch a sunset for 10 full minutes without saying a word if she is in the right emotions. If the key is creating a story that resonates with her, maybe that's a mountain I could try to climb. Maybe, if I could create the perfect story, and if it worked, every time she activated those red eyes in the future, for a split second, she'd think of me. A ridiculous, hopeful little fantasy. The official Uchiha records state the Sharingan awakens through the trauma of losing a loved one, but Azula has always treated ancient traditions as interesting suggestions. If she says a manga can do it, then for her, it probably can. I was so lost in this plot to emotionally help my best friend for her own good that I didn't notice the first-class ending. My cue was the soft poof and a small cloud of smoke where Azula's clone had been, just a tactical retreat from existence. It used to cause a stir, but now it's as normal as the morning bell. The class just accepted that Azula's chakra reserves, while vast, are not infinite, and her clones sometimes reach their expiration date mid-lecture. My contemplation was interrupted by a voice from behind. Hey, Aine. I turned to see Hirako, one of the only 2 students in our year deemed ready for early graduation. The other, of course, is the girl who just vanished into thin air. Did Azula ever mention who she's being teamed up with? He asked, trying to sound casual and failing miserably. It was a logical question. Anyone with a functioning survival instinct would want to be on the team with the walking natural talent that is Azula Uchiha. She's competent, and in the shinobi world, that's better than being liked. I shook my head. She said she doesn't want the surprise spoiled. She'll find out when everyone else does. Hirako nodded, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Of course. Azula, with her privileges, could easily have peeked at the team assignments. But that would be boring. And Azula has a profound disdain for boredom. He wandered off, and I turned back to the empty space at the desk next to mine. A mission had crystallized in my mind. It was audacious, probably stupid, and may fail. But it was my mission. Operation, emotional stimulation through manga art was a go. Now, I just had to figure out how to draw. While Aine was off in her own little world, Azula was having a significantly more exciting afternoon. The reason for her clone's dramatic poof of existence wasn't a simple lapse in concentration, it was because the original Azula was facing a man who required her to muster every ounce of her considerable power just to dare share the same training ground. That man was Hatake Tsukumo. It was in one of the Uchiha clan's private training grounds, a blessedly secluded spot, or so she thought. Well, secluded from most prying eyes. She couldn't account for a certain telescope-wielding degenerate whose lecherous gaze she could feel like a physical itch between her shoulder blades. Some things, it seemed, were universal constants. Tsukumo-senpai, Azula declared, her voice a low, serious hum that brooked no argument. I'm going all out. This wasn't an empty boast. For the last 10 minutes, she'd been standing perfectly still, a faint, self-designed seal glowing on her palm as she mentally recalled every last one of her shadow clones. Across from her, Tsukumo's usual easygoing smile had vanished, replaced by the focused calm of a seasoned predator. When it came to combat, especially against a prodigy like Azula, whom he knew he outclassed in experience, but not by a comical, crushing margin, casualness was a fast track to the infirmary. His hand went to the hilt of his legendary white light chakra saber, the very blade that would soon earn him the title Konoha's White Fang. As for Azula, underestimating him would be the pinnacle of stupidity. These characters from the anime who got the tragic backstory, not enough screen time, treatment were, in reality, absolute monsters. She'd already learned that lesson the hard way by casually observing a peak performance Hiruzen Sarutobi. The man's reputation wasn't just hot air, it was a hurricane, though he was far from the first Hokage and was weaker than the frankly abnormal second. But then, comparing anyone to those two was like comparing a campfire to a supernova. And don't even get her started on Minato. That guy was a whole other category of nonsense. The man was so powerful he'd single-handedly altered the dominant hair color of the Uzumaki clan for centuries to come. Blonde hair. More like a warning label. So, when Azula said all out, she meant business. The kid gloves were off, the hiding was over. By her own assessment, she was stronger than your average, run-of-the-mill chunin but not quite at the level of a true jonin. She'd place herself squarely in the special jonin category if it existed now, a title she would have earned through fanatical dedication to chakra control. Was it top tier in the grand scheme of the world? No. Konoha alone probably had over 500 people at or above her level. But it was respectable. It meant that unless a walking geological disaster like Anoki or a man made of living metal like the third Kazekage decided to personally swat her, she had a solid chance of making a run for it. After all, she'd already perfected her own method of flight. Take that, gravity. With her mind made up, Azula moved first. What happened next made Tsukumo's well-honed worldview stutter like a bad transmission. Instead of reaching for a kunai, Azula simply raised her hand. There was no shouting, no flashy sequence of hand signs, just a sudden, violent whoosh as a sphere of condensed, roaring blue flame materialized above her palm. The intensity of the heat warped the air around it. From a distant tree, a faint, strangled yelp was heard as a certain peeping Tom nearly combusted on the spot from sheer shock, his heart doing a frantic tap dance against his ribs. Tsukumo, to his immense credit, didn't stand there gawking. He was a real jonin, and his instincts were sharper than his sword. The moment that unnatural blue fire appeared, his brain screamed unclassified Kekkei Genkai. Do not touch. He became a blur, employing the body flicker technique to vacate the spot where he'd been standing a nanosecond earlier. Azula's fireball, now without a target, shot past like a comet, slamming into a large training log. The initial impact didn't just burn, it shattered the wood into splinters, which were then promptly incinerated into ash. This was the glorious fusion of her firebending mastery and this world's fire release, not just insanely hot, but packing a concussive force that could turn a regular chunin's ribs to powder. Not waiting for a counterattack, Azula didn't use the standard body flicker. Why use a generic technique when you could have a signature move? With a controlled explosion of fire at her feet, a move that would give any podiatrist a heart attack, she rocket-propelled herself straight at the reappearing Tsukumo, a new, ominously rotating sphere of blue chakra already spinning in her hand. Tsukumo, initially thinking to parry with his famed blade, felt the hair on his arms stand up. That spinning ball of energy wasn't just chakra, it was concentrated, chaotic motion. Parrying it felt like a fantastic way to lose a very expensive sword. For the second time in as many minutes, he wisely chose to dodge, his instincts once again saving him from a very bad day. Azula landed with a graceful skid. Oh, how she despised speed types. Give her a tank like Tsunade any day. Sure, one clean hit from her could take 50% off an opponent's health bar, but actually landing that hit on someone like Tsukumo was like trying to nail jelly to a wall. Exhausting. Tsukumo, however, wasn't in the business of giving his opponents time to complain internally. He now had a rough estimate of her strength, terrifyingly unorthodox, offensively potent, but predictable in her aggression. Using ninjutsu at a distance was clearly the play. He decided against his signature lightning style, no need to show all his cards just yet. Instead, his hands flew through a short sequence. Earth release, earth shock. As his voice faded, the very ground beneath Azula's feet began to tremble and buckle violently, as if a miniature earthquake had decided to target her personally. Azula, whose sensory skills were top-notch even if she didn't recognize the specific jutsu, didn't need a manual to know the solution. Ground problematic. Then leave the ground. It was simple logic. With another fiery thump at her feet, she launched herself vertically into the air, a smirk playing on her lips as she left the trembling earth behind while fire wings appeared at her back. Don't ask, ninja world logic. End of the chapter. Anyway, the reason why the time skip is this small was to reintroduce Azula's training project, Hatake Tsukumo and his supernatural talent, Nawaki and the relevant people, a big time skip coming in about 4 chapters. Chapter 37, Lightning Chakra Mode. Tsukumo stared, his face a perfect canvas of bewildered admiration. It wasn't just a question mark hovering over his head, it was a full-blown, flashing neon sign that read, "How in the name of the Sage of Six Paths is she doing that?" He could have, maybe, just barely, wrapped his brain around the first part. The wings of pure chakra were insane, sure, but he could logic his way through it. Incredible chakra control, he'd tell himself. She's basically a hummingbird, as long as she doesn't make any sudden, energy-intensive moves, she can hover all day. Unprecedented, but not completely illogical. But then she had to go and break the universe. First, she cast a fireball jutsu. No hand seals. Not a single tiger, ram, or snake. She just willed a sphere of incandescent death into existence. Tsukumo's mind, already working overtime, sputtered like a faulty engine. Okay, fine, he thought, desperately trying to keep up. Sealless jutsu is a legendary skill, but it exists. She's a prodigy. I can accept this. Then, the fireball started moving. Not in a simple, predictable arc. No, this one was doing loop-the-loops, dancing in the air like a drunken will-o'-the-wisp that she was piloting with her mind. It was at this precise moment that the little logic centers in Tsukumo's brain threw their hands up in unison and short-circuited with an audible fizzle-pop. And Azula was just getting warmed up. Spotting him gaping from below, a predator's grin split her features. She didn't just attack, she opened a wholesale warehouse of fireballs. A veritable barrage shot forth, each one born without the slightest gesture. Again, Tsukumo muttered to the empty air beside him, no seals. To be perfectly honest, he was feeling profoundly speechless. His entire fighting philosophy was built on a very simple, very effective principle: get close, hit once, and it's done. It was efficient. With his speed, if he got within melee range, the fight was over unless you were so monumentally stronger that you could swat him like a fly. The downside, of course, was that his style was exclusively designed for killing. It was terrible for sparring. There was no friendly tap in his arsenal, every move was a final one. And how, pray tell, do you apply a one-hit kill technique to a woman who is cheerfully flying 30 feet above your head? Unless this was a true, no-holds-barred deathmatch where he could just start hurling kunai at her face without a care, he was effectively a ground-bound turtle trying to argue with an eagle. It was, he had to admit, a little bit helpless. This state of affairs, naturally, delighted Azula to no end. She was fully aware that her advantage stemmed from a fundamental mismatch in their styles, her long-range aerial dominance perfectly countered his close-quarters brutality. But wasn't that the whole point of training? To find and exploit weaknesses. His style restrained hers on the ground, hers restrained his in the air. It was a beautiful, frustrating stalemate. Well, almost. He was still stronger, objectively. His most glorious feat, tangling with an elite jonin and living to tell the tale, was something she knew she couldn't replicate yet. As expected, her fiery onslaught proved utterly useless. Tsukumo became a blur, effortlessly dodging every single fireball with the body flicker technique. He wasn't even breathing hard. He simply ceased to exist in one spot and reappeared in another, leaving her attacks to harmlessly scorch the earth. It seems, Azula called down, her voice laced with a mix of annoyance and respect, that my fire release techniques are simply too slow for you. Tsukumo shook his head, finally pausing his ghost-like dance. The techniques are fine. It's your execution that's unprecedented. I've never even heard of a flying technique like this. This is your invention, isn't it? Despite the intensity, this was still training, and a casual conversation mid-combat felt strangely normal. That's right, she confirmed, a spark of pride in her eyes. You are the first to witness the fire style, Kasai no Tsubasa, Wings of Conflagration. It was perfected very recently. But enough talk. As she said this, she did something completely unexpected, she let the magnificent wings of fire dissolve into shimmering heat haze. Tsukumo blinked. Why would she give up her biggest advantage? The reason was simple. Azula was a tactician. She knew her fire was too slow to tag him. And unfortunately, she hadn't yet mastered the delicate, insane art of wielding fire and lightning release simultaneously. So, she had to choose. The aerial display was merely to test my new jutsu, she declared, landing gracefully before him. Now, I will show you my true strongest fighting style. As the last word left her lips, the air crackled. Without a single hand seal, arcs of blue-white lightning began to spiderweb around her body, coalescing into a shroud of raw, terrifying power. Tsukumo's eyes widened. He immediately recognized the similarities to the infamous lightning chakra mode of the Hidden Cloud Village. He had told himself, after the sealless fire and the literal wings of flame, that he was immune to surprise. That the world had nothing left to throw at him that could make his jaw drop. He was wrong. Again. A slow, impressed sigh escaped him. As expected of someone who theorized about manipulating chakra through breath alone, he mused aloud. Is that the method you're using? To bypass hand seals entirely? But then he frowned, his sharp eyes analyzing her. But, no. It doesn't seem so. Your breathing is normal. It's not a special rhythm. It's as if. He trailed off, the realization dawning with terrifying clarity, as if you're just forcing the chakra to bend to your will through an unrecognizable level of control. Azula had never, not for one single, sane moment, abandoned her gloriously unhinged idea of using lightning release to give her own cells a motivational pep talk. Her philosophy was simple: why wait for nature to dole out maturity in boring, incremental steps when you could just electrocute your way to peak performance? She was essentially trying to simulate a cellular boot camp, accelerating her growth and forging a body tougher than a week-old rice cracker. Admittedly, her research suggested this motivational pep talk method was aggressively shaving years off her lifespan. Azula's reaction to this minor detail was a dismissive sneer that could curdle milk. Lifespan. Please. That was a problem for quitters and mortals. She had a laundry list of 1,000 ways to bypass that pesky issue, starting with the obvious classic, chomping down on a divine chakra fruit and achieving Kagaya-level immortality. One doesn't worry about the wear and tear on a rental car when they're planning to steal a starship. And anyway, thanks to a level of chakra control that would make any ninja weep with envy, she had already achieved the impossible. She could now coat her entire body in a crackling sheath of lightning chakra without so much as frizzing a single hair on her head. Well, mostly. The only caveat was pushing to absolute extremes of power and speed, where the theoretical physics became inconvenient. Theoretically, there was a velocity at which her own magnificent form would simply decide to atomize itself. A minor design flaw she was confident she could work out later. This, she announced, her voice full of excitement, is my lightning chakra mode. Developed with inspiration from the version in Kimobikure. I call this stage 1. Are you ready, Tsukumo-senpai? The question was purely rhetorical, a formality she dispensed with before she vanished in a retina-searing blur, reappearing to plant her foot squarely in his chest with a sound like a thunderclap. It was the first solid hit she'd landed all day. A triumphant smirk began to form on her lips, only to wither as her target transformed with a poof into a very innocent, and very kicked, log. Substitution technique. Of course. It didn't surprise her, but it was profoundly annoying, like finding a hair in your soup. Tsukumo materialized behind her with the silent grace of a shadow, his own strike already in motion. But Azula was already pirouetting, not just to block, but to counterattack, her body moving on pure, electrified instinct. Their limbs met in a shower of sparks. What happened next, or rather, what didn't happen, made Azula's meticulously calibrated brain stutter. Tsukumo, having made direct contact with enough voltage to power a small village, simply stood there. He didn't convulse. He didn't scream. He didn't even smell like overcooked meat. He just looked, highly impressed. Azula leaped back, her crackling aura humming with her confusion. How? She demanded, the word sharp and sizzling. How are your limbs not currently extra crispy? My chakra mode tends to be aggressive against anyone touching me. Tsukumo, ever the calm academic even mid-spar, gave a casual shrug. I'm in a bit of a unique state. My lightning release training, inspired by those breathing techniques from your drawings, has had some side effects. Apart from pure impact or sharpness, most lightning-based jutsu that touch my chakra tend to get cancelled out. He said it as if he'd just found a slightly more efficient way to brew tea. Azula, a scholar of chakra theory with a mind that dissected the universe's laws for fun, was utterly dumbfounded, experiencing what he had experienced earlier. What she was doing was masterful chakra control. It was supreme skill. What he was doing was cheating. It was unscientific. It was like someone declaring themselves immune to gravity by simply refusing to acknowledge it. And then it hit her. The strange chakra she'd sensed from him earlier. He wasn't just using lightning release, he was trying to become it. He wasn't developing a new jutsu, he was stumbling, accidentally on purpose, toward a full-blown Kekkei Genkai. Well, not a true Kekkei Genkai, as it was only one nature, but the effect was just as absurd. Immunity to lightning attacks. If he perfected this, he could potentially achieve a state similar to the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique, but with lightning. It was almost like that Logia elementalization from a certain god of sky, a state where he'd be immune to physical attacks, with only a handful of esoteric ninjutsu capable of harming him. A slow, genuine grin spread across Azula's face, a rare expression that usually preceded either a breakthrough or widespread property damage. Haha. I have to admit, what you're fumbling towards is fascinating, she declared, her tone laced with arrogant approval. If you actually succeed, you might just be one of the few people worthy of accompanying me to the very end of the road. In her mind, this wasn't arrogance, it was a coronation. Her road led to battles against full gods like the Otsutsuki, and judging someone worthy to stand beside her was the highest compliment she could muster, on par with acknowledging Tobarama's intellect or Orochimaru's, well, his everything. Tsukumo, for his part, had a complicated expression, the look of a fully fledged jonin, capable of tangling with elite jonin, being given a performance review by a student who still had academy homework. A very, very special student, but still. Azula didn't wait for his response. Her lightning chakra mode came with a 20-minute time limit, which, while not exactly short, was no time for chit-chat. End of the chapter. Chapter 38, Cooperation. In the ninja world, there were many taboos, things you simply didn't do unless you had a death wish. Eating ramen without finishing the broth. Borderline criminal. Forgetting your kunai before a mission. Grounds for eternal ridicule. But above them all, one rule stood supreme: never, ever spy on your comrades. Especially not those from your own village. That was basically the shinobi equivalent of trying to lick a lightning blade: dangerous, stupid, and guaranteed to end badly. Even Konoha, a village armed with the all-seeing Byakugan, couldn't sniff out every little issue lurking in its streets. Explosive tags had been sitting in dusty corners for decades, and no one noticed. Why? Because spying on your own was forbidden, and the Hyuga clan wasn't about to waste their pride on peeking at laundry lines. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was special. The kind of special that made people roll their eyes but not complain, because what could they do? He was the Hokage. The professor. The shinobi hero. Which basically meant he could stick his nose into whatever business he wanted, and everyone else had to smile, bow, and pretend not to notice. So when Azula and Hatake Tsukumo started interacting again, Hiruzen conveniently forgot his paperwork. Instead, he, without big ceremony, used his most beloved telescope jutsu after receiving the ANBU report. Of course, in his defense, it wasn't entirely nosiness. It was also because he was smugly confident they wouldn't detect him. If you can't spy without getting caught, are you really the Hokage? Truthfully, his curiosity about Azula had been gnawing at him for years. On paper, she was a bit above the average chunin, proficient in fire and lightning release, and occasionally guilty of giving Tsunade headaches by inventing new jutsu in the morning like it was arts and crafts hour. But Hiruzen didn't know the full extent. And there was no way in hell he was going to snoop on her training when Mito Uzumaki herself supervised. Mito was the referee of Azula's duels with Tsunade, and you didn't cross Mito. You didn't even breathe too loud in her presence without getting side-eyed into oblivion. If Hiruzen dared to spy under her watchful gaze, the Senju, who had already renounced their family name but still packed enough political firepower to bury him, and the Achiha, never once to pass up on ganging up against authority, would unite to roast him alive. He'd go from Hokage to former Hokage faster than you could say Hokage. But today was different. Today, Azula was sparring with Tsukumo in a private Achiha training ground on the outskirts of Konoha. No barriers. No Uzumaki referee. No death glare of doom. Just two prodigies about to clash, and one nosy old man gleefully watching. At first, Hiruzen was pleased. He observed Azula's interactions with Tsukumo and noticed something rare. Her expressions, her tone, there was genuine respect there. Not the cold, arrogant sort the Achiha usually reserved for their own, or sometimes the Senju. No, this was village-wide respect. She was acknowledging Tsukumo, not just some outsider. For Hiruzen, that was like watching a cat voluntarily take a bath, unheard of, but delightful. But then, things escalated. Hand seal-less ninjutsu. Sure. That was impressive but survivable. Inventing a brand new, high-ranked jutsu before graduation. Concerning, but manageable. Flying. Flying was where Hiruzen had to physically stop himself from choking on his pipe. He, the Hokage, the men with access to every scroll and dusty forbidden manual Konoha possessed, couldn't fly. Tobirama, a man who was feeling lazy and accidentally invented teleportation, couldn't fly. And yet here was an 8-year-old child, soaring through the air like she'd just decided gravity was beneath her. It seems I still underestimated you, little Azula, he muttered, a flicker of helplessness sneaking into his eyes before he could stop it. The realization hit him like a ton of shuriken. In 10 years, by the time she was barely 18, Azula wouldn't just rival him, she'd surpass him. Even without awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, she was on track to reach Tobirama's level. And if she did awaken it, she'd climb straight into the Madara tier, the legendary warrior who could duel Hashirama Senju on equal footing. In the current shinobi world, that would make her utterly unmatched. And Azula wasn't just any Achiha, she represented the extreme troublemaker among the Achiha. According to Tobirama's opinion, Achiha were emotional super cats with chakra eyeballs. Which meant once her Sharingan inevitably awakened, she'd become more extreme. And if the Mangekyo followed, well, good luck, Konoha. He could already imagine the disaster scenarios. What if Azula got angry one day and decided the daimyo system was outdated? What if she simply walked up to the fire daimyo, declared no more kings, and fireballed him on the spot? The political shockwaves would make the entire shinobi world implode. And just when he thought he'd seen her limit, she did that. Lightning released Chakra mode. Kumo's secret trump card, their crown jewel of taijutsu amplification, and here was Azula, bursting with lightning, moving with a speed and strength that let her stand toe-to-toe with Jonin-level shinobi. At that point, Hiruzen stopped pretending to be calm. He exhaled, rubbed his temple, and quietly summoned an ANBU operative. Go, he said, his voice low and serious. Call Danzo. Because if there was one thing scarier than an Uchiha prodigy inventing new jutsu every other week, it was an Uchiha prodigy doing it while laughing in the face of gravity. The clash between Azula and Tsukumo wasn't so much a quiet spar as it was a neighborhood disturbing, did you hear that, level spectacle. It was the kind of commotion that typically sends every busybody with a pair of binoculars and a Chunin vest into a spying frenzy. However, this time, the village's collective curiosity was met with a firm, bureaucratic wall. Azula had already papered the entire relevant chain of command with memos. The Uchiha clan members had been notified, the police force had received a politely worded heads-up, and over at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's ANBU had gotten their instructions the moment the two combatants had agreed to meet. The message was clear: this is a sanctioned, above-board, please don't spy on us event. Especially you, Danzo. So, while the thunderous cracks of lightning and the shrieking of displaced air certainly turned heads, no one intervened. No one, of course, except the third Hokage himself, who was probably watching through his crystal ball. Credit where it's due, the two fighters also showed remarkable restraint. Well, to be precise, Tsukumo showed restraint. Azula showed a fiery passion that was politely contained within the agreed-upon boundaries, like a tiger playing by the rules of chess. Tsukumo, a man who valued peace and quiet almost as much as a good technique, had zero desire to explain to a council why he'd accidentally turned the training grounds of the Uchiha into a new public swimming pool via excessive lightning. Frankly, Tsukumo was gobsmacked. His original assessment of Azula had pegged her at a solid Chunin level, and he thought that was him being generous. He never expected to be staring down a veritable force of nature, a fighter who could tango with a Jonin, albeit powered by what looked like a temporary supermode. Once the dust settled and the last sparks fizzled out, Tsukumo, looking like a man who'd just tried to wrestle a thunderstorm, approached her with a question burning brighter than a misplaced fireball jutsu. If possible, he began, trying to sound casual and not like an overeager academy student, I would like to know how you managed to create the lightning release chakra mode. As a specialist in lightning release, he knew this wasn't some simple trick. It's not like you just wake up one day, decide to coat your body in lightning, and hope for the best. That's a one-way ticket to becoming a charred statistic. Lightning is wild, untamable, and notoriously lacking in sentimentality. It doesn't care that the chakra generating it is your own, it has no sense of familial pity. The question isn't if it will pulverize your cells, but how quickly. Coincidentally, Azula was equally intrigued by Tsukumo's unique chakra. She could sense a novel chakra nature at play, something sharp and focused. And with her surgeon-level chakra control, she was confident she could reverse engineer it. But a lady doesn't just shamelessly ask for a man's secret techniques, it's terribly uncouth. However, if he asks first, well, that's not a request, it's an invitation for a scholarly exchange. A perfect, face-saving transaction. She also agreed to this chat because she'd noticed something important: the creepy old man vibe from the Hokage's telescope had vanished. Hiruzen was likely no longer watching, probably already in a panicked meeting with his paranoid work husband, to discuss this alarming display of cooperative power that didn't directly involve them. With a smirk that suggested she'd already won the negotiation before it began, Azula laid her cards on the table. How about this, she said, her tone smooth as silk. I can write detailed notes on the principles of the lightning release chakra mode, a step-by-step guide, but, she paused for effect, I'm fascinated by your own situation. I'd like to know about the technique you're developing. She even threw in a bonus offer, like a saleswoman pitching a premium package. In fact, I can sense it's incomplete. Perhaps I can help you refine it. I have a feeling we're looking at the birth of a secret technique that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Nara's shadow imitation or the Akimichi's multi-size jutsu. Now, the thing Azula had completely overlooked. From her perspective, Tsukumo was a theoretical genius, an early prototype of Kakashi, a man who could spin gold from intellectual inspiration, like her manga. The reality was far funnier. Tsukumo was not a bookworm. He was a practical man, a scion of a samurai family who ran on instinct, gut feelings, and a let's see if this works attitude. His chakra education was more on-the-job training than formal study. He'd read about breathing techniques in her comics, his gut said, I can do that, and after some tinkering that mostly involved a lot of grunting and concentration, voila. He'd stumbled upon a method to double his physical strength. He didn't have a grand theory, he had a result. Consequently, he had no idea how earth-shattering his incomplete technique truly was. In a world used to Uchiha who control you with a glance, Nara who trap you with your own shadow, and Uzumaki who have more chakra before breakfast than he'd have in a week, a simple power boost that required a day of recovery afterward seemed quaint. Almost humble, at least he thought so. So, when Azula compared his clumsy, instinct-born trick to the legendary arts of clans only a step below the Senju and Achiha, his heart swelled with the pride he hadn't known he was missing. A wide, genuine grin spread across his face. No problem, he said, the picture of enthusiastic cooperation. I hope through our collaboration, we can actually figure out what I did, and make it even better. End of the chapter. So, what do you think about Tsukumo's technique? Basically, his chakra naturally converts into lightning release chakra. That means he can't really use other chakra natures anymore once completed. On the flip side, though, any lightning release attack from outside gets completely neutralized by his chakra. The only reason his own lightning techniques affect him is because it's still his own chakra doing the damage. Chapter 39, Want to taste my fist of love? A slow, disbelieving whistle escaped Koharu's lips, a sound utterly at odds with her usual composed demeanor. The young, and let's be honest, still quite beautiful, counselor was shocked. Let me see if I have this straight, Hiruzen, she began, her voice a blend of awe and sheer incredulity. You're telling us that at the age of 8, Azula isn't just at a level where she can hold her own against a fully fledged jonin in a life-or-death scenario for at least a few minutes, but that she could even escape unscathed if it wasn't a life-or-death battle. The air in the office felt suddenly heavier. This revelation was the reason Hiruzen had called this discreet meeting with his core advisors, minus Kagami, whose paternal affection for Azula might cloud his judgment, and the perpetually absent Torafu. After a long, private discussion with Danzo, the Hokage had decided it was time to bring Koharu and Hamura into the fold. Hamura, who had been quietly polishing his glasses, now slid them onto his nose, his gaze shifting from Hiruzen's weary face to Danzo's smug, almost triumphant expression. A complex mix of emotions flickered in Hamura's eyes, dawning realization, a touch of fear, and reluctant agreement. It appears, Hamura said, his voice low and measured, that your constant apprehensions were not entirely unfounded, Danzo. It seems we have all been guilty of profoundly underestimating the child. To think she might one day reach the legendary level of that man. A sharp, derisive humph erupted from Danzo, a sound that practically screamed, I told you so. For once, however, there were no counterarguments, no dismissive waves. The evidence was too stark. While Danzo's proposed solutions for the Azula situation often veered into the alarmist and extreme, this new information painfully validated his core concern. Her raw talent was a fact. The only things standing between her and becoming a second coming of Madara Uchiha were the awakening of her Sharingan and the infamous Achiha temperament. This cannot continue, Hiruzen, Koharu interjected, her tone shifting from disbelief to urgency. She swept a hand through the air. You are a shinobi first, and the Hokage second. You, of all people, understand the brutality of this world. You cannot allow sentiment to soften your resolve. That softening, however well-intentioned, could very well plant the seeds for Konoha's destruction. She was speaking in circles, saying everything and nothing at the same time, constrained by the unspoken rules of their politics. But her fear was genuine, forged in the fires of a harsh life. Koharu had been born during the bloody Warring States period, thrust into battle alongside her small, vulnerable clan by the age of 6. She hadn't witnessed the earth-shattering duel between the first Hokage and that man. What sane person would let children near such a cataclysm? But she had visited the Valley of the End afterward. The place was unrecognizable. It wasn't just a battlefield, it was a monument to power so immense it could redraw the very landscape. That visceral memory, coupled with the stern warnings from their teachers about the inherent volatility of the Achiha, convinced her that some threats were best nipped in the bud. Of course, she could never say that aloud, not even in this trusted circle. Some truths were too dangerous to voice directly. Danzo's single visible eye widened almost imperceptibly. He hadn't expected Koharu to swing so decisively to his side. Then again, he recalled, she had always been the type to press the panic alert at the first sign of smoke, often before confirming if there was actually a fire. Her support, while welcome, wasn't entirely surprising. He seized the moment. Then see reason, Hiruzen, Danzo pressed, his voice dropping into a persuasive, almost silky tone. As you know, I am to head the new department for training the village's Umbu. Give Azula to me. Let me mold her. I will channel that terrifying potential, temper her spirit in the fires of loyalty, and forge her into the most powerful weapon Konoha has ever known. A blade dedicated entirely to the will of fire. For a fleeting second, Hiruzen felt a tug of temptation. He truly believed in his friend's ability to instill absolute loyalty in his operatives. It was the very reason he had approved Danzo's new role. The idea of Azula's power being safely harnessed for the village was a seductive one. But the fantasy shattered instantly. Don't be absurd, Danzo, Hiruzen retorted, a dry laugh escaping him. Do you truly believe the daughter of Taijima Uchiha and the personal disciple of Mito-sama is some orphan from the streets whom we can reassign on a whim? They barely tolerate my oversight, let alone yours. If I so much as suggested it, every shred of goodwill we've built with the Achiha and the Senju would evaporate into thin air. Danzo wasn't surprised by the rejection. Hiruzen's greatest strength, and his most profound weakness, was his desire to avoid direct conflict, especially when it risked alienating powerful figures. So, Danzo's gaze narrowed, his strategy shifting to the next best piece on the board. Very well, he conceded, the picture of reluctant understanding. If the Uchiha prodigy is off the table, then let us secure another asset. Give me Nawaki. Hiruzen's eyebrows shot up. Danzo pressed his advantage. You have already taken Tsunade as your disciple. It is only fair. I promise you, I will train the boy rigorously. I will make him so strong that he will become a capable Czech, a pillar of strength who can stand against Azula if the need ever arises. An insurance policy for the village. Hiruzen was silent for a long moment, steepling his fingers as he appeared to consider the proposal with great gravity. Finally, he spoke. Focus on your new role, Danzo. Prove the effectiveness of your methods with the new Umbu recruits. If you succeed, and if you can personally win Nawaki over and earn his acceptance as a teacher, then I will formally endorse the arrangement. Outwardly, it was a fair compromise. Inwardly, Hiruzen was already several moves ahead. He was absolutely certain Nawaki would never become Danzo's disciple. His own students, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, were already being subtly encouraged to befriend the young Senju heir. By the time Danzo was ready to make his move, Nawaki would likely already be bound to one of them. And if, by some chance, that plan failed, well, then perhaps it wouldn't be the worst thing for his sometimes too rigid friend to form a new bond with the next generation. It was a win-win, so long as he, the Hokage, controlled the board. Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan was, on paper, a masterpiece of subtle manipulation. It was a delicately woven web of suggestion and opportunity, the kind of scheme that would have had a normal, emotionally stable person exactly where he wanted them. Flawless logic. Unfortunately for the third Hokage, his target wasn't a normal person. It was Nawaki Senju, a boy whose entire world currently revolved around two things, not being hit by his sister and the daily presence of one Azula Uchiha. You can't apply cold, political logic to a kid who measures his happiness in hours spent avoiding concussions while playing tag. So, was it normal? Hiruzen's plan never stood a chance. Azulane, a voice chirped, slicing through Azula's thoughts. You promised you would play with me today. Nawaki stood before her, looking up with eyes so wide and full of hopeful expectation they could have been classified as a standalone puppy jutsu. This kid had her schedule down better than Mito. In his mind, it was a simple equation: Sister Tsunade equals scary, liable to use him for impromptu strength training. Azulane equals also scary, but in a cool, unpredictable way that usually ended with fun games, provided her mood was more amused smirk than scary glare. The choice was obvious. As for Azula, well, her mood was complicated. And the source of this complication was the wriggling, one-year-old baby currently using her arm as a throne. To understand the depth of her predicament, one had to take a little trip down memory lane, a very long lane that stretched into a previous life on Earth. Back then, she'd been rolling in cash, thanks to a mind that operated like a rogue fireworks factory, constantly sparking with weird, brilliant, and occasionally dangerous ideas that somehow always made a profit. Her professional life was golden. Her personal life? Not so much. A certain incident involving her father had left her with a profound and lasting disgust for the entire male gender. And before your mind wanders into the gutter, no, it was nothing like that. It was more of a deep-seated, philosophical revulsion born of his spectacularly slimy character. This, naturally, put a serious damper on her romantic prospects. The idea of a traditional relationship with a man was about as appealing as a root canal, and the concept of having children of her own seemed as likely as her suddenly developing a love for boy bands. That is, until a certain mischievous girlfriend had expertly, patiently, and utterly unexpectedly seduced her into reconsidering the possibilities of happiness with women. Then, in a cruelly ironic twist worthy of a bad soap opera, fate had snatched that happiness away in a screech of tires and shattered glass. Now, reborn as Azula Uchiha, that old disgust had thankfully faded. How could it not when she'd been surrounded from infancy by the likes of the steadfast Taijima and a small army of fiercely protective Uchiha uncles? Power was the ultimate antiseptic, cleaning away the lingering grime of past trauma. But some core programming remained. Even as an 8-year-old prodigy with enough chakra to level a small town, her heart still leaned decidedly towards women. Which meant, unless she planned on getting deeply involved in some sketchy fuinjutsu-based artificial insemination or decided to will a child into existence through sheer force of annoyance, a distinct possibility, motherhood wasn't on her bingo card. So, feeling a strange, distant pity for the fatherless Nawaki, she'd taken to occasionally overseeing his survival. It was a decent arrangement, she got to practice her long-suffering sighs, and he got a cool, olderish friend who wouldn't punt him into a river. Everything was tolerable. Then the universe, the eternal comedian, decided to upend the game board. Her mother, of all people, announced she was pregnant. And thus, Fugaku Uchiha entered the world. She'd lobbied hard for Kishimoto or, in a moment of inspired irony, Naruto, but her father, in a fit of sentimental respect for a dead comrade, had insisted on the now inevitable name. Which brings us back to the present crisis. Come on, little Nawaki, Azula said, her voice a masterclass in feigned cheerfulness. She hoisted the baby in her arms like a slightly damp shield. How about you play with Fugaku? I'm sure you two will be great friends. He's portable. Nawaki peered skeptically at the baby. He knew of Azula's little brother, of course, a mythical creature who was rarely seen outside the Uchiha compound. But Fugaku, sensing he was being offered as a consolation prize, reacted with the tactical genius that would one day define his leadership of the Uchiha police force. He saw Nawaki not as a potential playmate, but as a rival for his sister's coveted attention. With the speed of a ninja, his tiny hands clenched tighter onto Azula's shirt, his lower lip began to tremble with the force of an approaching earthquake, and he let out a wail that could strip paint. Azula felt a familiar headache beginning to bloom behind her eyes. Her original, perfectly crafted plan for the day had been simple: create a shadow clone with just enough chakra to lose a few rounds of hide-and-seek to Nawaki, while the real her trained in peace. But then she'd return from another exhilarating, and frankly, hilarious, spar with Tsukumo Hataki, only to find her parents shoving Fugaku into her arms with a hurried mutter about urgent clan business before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. She was starting to suspect urgent clan business was code for a much-needed nap. She did, admittedly, have a soft spot for this little brother. He was surprisingly obedient and hadn't yet developed the permanent constipated frown of his future self. So far, he'd been spared the testing of her iron fist. But as his military-grade wailing hit a new, glass-shattering frequency, and Nawaki looked on with betrayed confusion, Azula mused that, who knows, was the most accurate motto for her life. Maybe today was the day for a little, disciplinary training. For everyone. End of the chapter. It should be time for another time skip. Ultimately, the reason the last time skip was short is because I wanted to show her progress, and Nawaki and Fugaku would be like Tobirama and Izuna of her and Tsunade. How many years should be the next time skip, and I would be very pleased if you can give me an idea for something that would make the story spicy before the Uzumaki clan arc and the Ninja War arc. Also, by the way, I feel 3 chapters a week is too little. In normal time, I'm receiving about 1,000 power stones a week, so I plan to a chapter every 500 power stones, which will make it at least 5 chapters a week, but I think it's very likely to reach 1.5k power stones a week, so about 6 chapters a week. If we can gather more, then I can only add more chapters with tears and smile at the same time, but it should start next week. What do you think? Chapter 40, 14 years old Azula. Tsukumo's face was a mask of solemnity so profound it could have been carved from Mount Maiboku itself. He stood between two of the most brilliant, and, frankly, terrifying, kunoichi Konoha had ever produced. To his left was Azula, the Uchiha prodigy who had shredded the record books to become a jonin at the tender age of 11. To his right was Tsunade Senju, a living tsunami of chakra and raw power who had earned her own jonin vest at 12. Together with Tsukumo, who had been the shining star of his own generation, they formed what was arguably one of the most ludicrously luxurious, overpowered teams in the entire ninja world. Now, at 14, Azula and Tsunade were even more formidable, and Tsukumo, the grizzled veteran at the ancient age of 20, was their nominal leader. This was a trio capable of strolling into any village and giving its kage a very, very long and stressful afternoon. So why did Tsukumo look like a man who had just been told his favorite dog was dead? Because he was facing the most brain-meltingly difficult S-rank mission of his career. They were trying to unravel a conspiracy so audacious it sounded like a bad fantasy story. The 4 great hidden villages were apparently getting together and planning something big, something that definitely did not include Konoha on the guest list. Azula, Tsukumo spoke, his voice low, very, very low. Any progress? Found a solution that would allow us to eavesdrop on their conversation. Azula, who had been scrutinizing the distant, heavily fortified compound, swished her ponytail with an air of elegant frustration. It's a no-go. That's the 4 kage in there, each with their personal guard dogs. Trying to sneak close enough to hear what they're discussing is simply impossible. Internally, however, a cold, logical part of her brain had already connected the dots. It has to be the prelude to their alliance and the elimination of Uchiha, she reasoned. Tsunade, who had been vibrating with impatient energy, finally exploded, verbally, for now. I'm sure they're up to no good. Something slimy enough to make these 4 backstabbing villages unite and hide it from us. Her voice, fueled by righteous indignation, carried a little further than intended. As soon as the words left her lips, Azula couldn't help but let out a sharp, pained tch. Tsukumo's hand met his forehead with a resounding smack that probably registered on a nearby seismograph. Why? Because in the ninja world, chakra is a tattletale. Strong emotions leak malice, and Tsunade's annoyance was like setting off a chakra flare in a library. And this place? This place was a convention hall for censors. Azula's intricate sealing techniques had been the equivalent of a high-tech stealth cloak, and Tsunade had just yanked it off and started doing jumping jacks. As if on cue, a voice sliced through the night. Intruders. And, just to make absolutely sure that the sun wasn't going to rise in the east tomorrow, the ninja decided to flash his chakra aura like a disco ball and fire a bright signal flare into the sky, painting, "We're over here, please attack," in brilliant orange against the darkness. Azula felt a vein throb in her temple. She cracked her knuckles, the sound like tiny pebbles grinding together. Tsunade. Tsunade. Is your cranial cavity actually filled with coconut husk, just like that idiot Jiraiya? For the love of all that is holy, must your mouth write checks your teammates have to dodge? This was, regrettably, not the first, nor even the fifth, time a mission had taken a sudden turn toward chaos thanks to Tsunade's expressive nature. She was either the most reliable anchor in a storm or a human-shaped wrecking ball with no off switch. To her credit, Tsunade did have the decency to look mildly abashed, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Being compared to Jiraiya was a low blow, a special kind of shame, but she had to admit this was a pretty spectacular blunder. Before she could muster an apology, Tsukumo cut in, his voice now all business. Save the lecture for the debrief. Battle stations, now. Azula, keep a finger on the flying thunder god. The moment you feel your chakra dropping below what we need to leave cleanly, you take us out of here. Before that, we should try to obtain as much information as possible. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his eyes widened a fraction. He didn't shout a warning, he simply moved. It was a testament to their insane synergy that Azula and Tsunade launched themselves from their perch in the same microsecond. Crack boom. The ground where they had just been standing erupted into a spiderweb of fissures, pulverized by a blur of yellow and black wreathed in crackling lightning. As the dust settled, a mountain of a man stood there, lightning chakra arcing across his torso like an angry personal storm cloud. Azula blinked, a completely inappropriate thought popping into her head. Why does the third Raikage, the absolute unit, look like he runs a very successful protection racket for a living? A new, grating voice chimed in from above. It seems you are still as explosively impatient as ever. Floating serenely in the air was a man so short he made the Sandaime Hokage look like a giant, the Tsuchikage, Anoki. Tsukumo allowed himself a single, internal wry smile. Just perfect. The worst-case scenario bingo card was now complete. Because following these two were no fewer than 15 other elite shinobi, including the third Mizukage and the man with iron sand in his veins, the third Kazekage. They were surrounded by the combined leadership of the entire shinobi world, minus their own. Yet, Azula's face broke into a wild, manic grin. What an honor, she declared, her voice ringing with genuine excitement rather than fear. To be cornered by all four sitting Kage. I, Azula Uchiha, might be the only one in history worthy of such a targeted gathering. She wasn't the only one feeling the buzz. Tsunade was now cracking her own neck, the previous mistake forgotten in the face of a truly epic brawl. Tsukumo, long accustomed to the battle-hungry madness of his teammates, simply sighed. He, however, was the diplomat. Great Kage-sama, he began, projecting his voice with calm authority. My apologies for our uninvited presence. But the current situation does raise questions. Why would the leaders of the four greatest villages assemble in secret, without inviting our Hokage? One might conclude you are preparing a unified assault on Konoha. The Raikage, snorted, the sound like a bull preparing to charge. Humph. Do the four Kage need to send your Hokage a formal invitation every time we wish to have tea? Azula shook her head, her grin turning into a razor-sharp smirk. Not at all. It's just. I held Kyumo in such high regard. I admire your direct, punch first, ask questions later, philosophy. I never thought even you would fear Konoha so much that you'd need to scheme in the shadows with. She paused, her Sharingan-activated eyes, a two-tomo pattern she'd awakened 4 years prior due to a special event, swept over Anoki and the Mizukage. These two. Anoki-sama, Mizukage-sama, I'm especially surprised to see you cooperating, given your predecessors had such a terminal disagreement. But oh well, I suppose Konoha's shadow is just too long for any one of you to stand alone. Azula was in her element, verbally poking the bear, the rock, the water, and the sand with a very sharp stick. And it was working. The air grew thick with palpable irritation. Unfortunately, the Raikage was a man of action, not debate. Shut your mouth, Achiha brat, he roared, becoming a lightning-fast blur once more. Azula effortlessly pivoted, his fist whistling past her face. Her ability to fly made his linear assaults mostly useless. TCH, good at nothing but cheap shots, she taunted, her voice dripping with contempt. It's exactly how you ambushed the second Hokage. That struck a nerve. Behind her, Tsunade's fists clenched, her knuckles turning white. It had only been a decade since her granduncle Tobarama's death, the wound was still not healed. But she held her ground. This was the plan now, let Azula's world-class taunting get under their skin. An angry enemy is a careless enemy, and a careless enemy might just spill the beans. The Raikage speed was unreal, the fastest shinobi Azula had ever faced. But Azula had awakened her Sharingan. Back on good old Earth, the basic Sharingan was the overlooked middle child of the Uchiha clan's visual prowess. Everyone was always drooling over the Manjikyu and its reality-warping, Susanoo summoning, tear-jerking drama. The regular Tomo version. Often dismissed as a fancy party trick. But Azula, now the proud owner of a pair of these crimson peepers, finally understood why even the base model was enough to make seasoned shinobi soil their tactical pants. Its most fundamental, and frankly rude, ability was the vision enhancement. Think of your dynamic vision, your ability to track moving objects, as a stat in a video game. For your average ninja, let's be generous and call it a 30. An Uchiha, even without the gon, is probably rocking a natural 50 because, well, genetics are a cheat code. Now, plug in a single Sharingan. That number doesn't just get a polite little bump, it gets multiplied by 10. Your 50 suddenly becomes a 500. If you're a prodigy starting at 100. Congratulations, you're now perceiving the world at a cool, utterly exaggerated 1000. Naturally, this meant that for the average Uchiha, trying to track the Reikage top gear was like trying to follow a hypercaffeinated hummingbird on a sugar rush, possible, but a great way to get a migraine and a fist to the face. But then you have guys like Madara. It's no exaggeration to say that if Madara decided to throw hands with the third Reikage, he could probably track the man's movements without even activating the Sharingan, just by squinting really, really hard and using the power of sheer, unadulterated ego. Now, Azula wasn't about to claim she had Madara-level eyeballs. But everyone has their own niche, their own special brand of crazy. Hers was a sensory ability she had been sanding and polishing since the tender age of 5, every single day, for what felt like an eternity, or as adults called it, almost a decade. This, combined with her special Chakra, had gifted her a kind of precognitive edge. It wasn't the flawless, angelic choir-singing ultra instinct, it was more like the bargain bin, discount rack version, adequate impulse. It allowed her to react not to the punch itself, but to the intent to punch that flickered in her opponent's mind a split second earlier. So, when the Reikage, a man built like a brick outhouse and moving like a lightning bolt, finally lunged at her, the result was less climactic showdown and more frustrating game of whack-a-mole. Almost the very instant he decided to turn her face into a crater, Azula simply tilted her head a few elegant inches to the side. Whoosh! His fist, carrying enough force to rearrange a small mountain, harmlessly compressed the air beside her ear. The look on his face was pure, unadulterated disbelief. He didn't believe in evil, but he was starting to believe in this infuriating girl who moved like she'd read the script. Deciding that close quarters was still his domain, he became a whirlwind of fists, a thunderstorm of concussive force. But Azula was ready. Crackling arcs of lightning enveloped her own body, supercharging her god-level sensory abilities, reflexes, and reaction speed to a truly ludicrous degree because it was her version of lightning release chakra mode. She weaved, ducked, and swayed through his flurry of attacks like a leaf in a hurricane, every dodge so precise it was probably personally insulting. It was a flawless, albeit utterly defensive, performance. Unfortunately, that was the catch. She could dodge all day, but actually hurting him was a different story. Throwing a punch at this man was like throwing a pebble at a bank vault. This was the guy who used tailed beasts as sparring partners and treated the Rasen Shuriken like an annoying bee sting. Unless she could materialize an S-rank jutsu out of thin air, and not just any S-rank, but a ceiling one, because those things were just that broken, she was stuck in this eternal dance of, you can't hit me, but I can't hurt you. The logic was simple, if she could just slap a seal on him and cork his chakra, what was he going to do? Flex his way out of it? Probably, but it was worth a shot. The problem, of course, was that performing intricate sealing techniques against a man who could break the sound barrier was like trying to do a complicated origami project while riding a roller coaster. For the current Azula, it was a logistical nightmare. From her perspective, she was still too weak to engage in the kind of blood-boiling, I take your punch, you take mine, brawl against the Reikage that she wanted to. But from the viewpoint of the stunned Kage and their guards, this was worldview-shattering. A young kunoichi, not only holding her own but outright toying with the legendary Reikage. If Azula managed to walk out of this room alive, her reputation wouldn't just spread, it would explode, shocking thousands and reaching levels of exaggeration usually reserved for fishtails and drunk uncles at a bar. Just as she was mentally running through her limited, and frankly depressing, list of options to at least put some distance between herself and this very persistent, very angry Kage, her adequate impulse tingled. She sensed an opportunity and didn't hesitate, even though turning her back on was basically inviting him to strike. This wasn't a reckless move, it was a calculated one, born from absolute confidence in her partner, Tsukumo. If you were to rank the top 3 lightning release powerhouses in the world, and Azula certainly did in her head, the podium would indisputably be her, Tsukumo, and the Reikage, in some order. And Tsukumo, with his frankly absurd mastery over lightning that made him practically immune to it, had been preparing his move. 2 seconds before Azula made her jump, he had concentrated a terrifying amount of lightning chakra onto the tip of his blade. The moment she moved, he vanished, not with a shunshin, but as a literal white flash of light. He reappeared directly in front of the Reikage, intercepting him before the man could even take a step in pursuit. Seeing the attack coming, the Reikage smirked, his confidence in his legendary lightning armor unshaken. He decided to take the hit head-on, a classic display of machismo. And take it he did. The good news, the blade did precisely 0 damage to his impeccable physique. The bad news, the sheer, concentrated force of the impact didn't care about his armor. It was like being hit by a train made of pure energy. With an undignified grunt, he was thrown backward, his boots skidding across the floor for over 3 meters. And with that earth-shattering, yet completely non-lethal, clash, what was supposed to be a formal Kage meeting officially concluded. End of the chapter. Come on guys, we clearly agreed for Power Stone's thing starting next week, but well, it start now and here's an advanced chapter today, and thank. Anyway, it was time to spicy things after the solid foundation, right? What do you think about Azula's current level? Is it understandable or is it too exaggerated? Chapter 41, Fire Release Chakra Mode Plus. Mizura, the third Mizukage, let out a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 failed diplomatic missions. Well, would you look at that, Mizura mused, his voice a dry rasp. It seems the intelligence report you so generously shared, Anoki, was accurate. As the third Mizukage, Mizura was from a generation that had seen it all. He was older than whippersnappers like Anoki and the third Kazekage, Sato. He'd been a fresh-faced guard for the first Mizukage at the very first 5 Kage summit, a contemporary of the legendary Tobirama Senju. He remembered a world painted in shades of blood and dust. And because of that, he remembered Madara Uchiha. The man was only a few years his senior, but Madara wasn't just a man, he was a force of nature, a benchmark for impossible. The first time a report landed on his desk about some new Uchiha prodigy reaching Madara's caliber, Mizura had laughed, a short, bitter sound, before using the parchment for kindling. Madara. You were lucky, or profoundly unlucky, to witness that kind of power once in a lifetime. The idea that the Uchiha could just casually churn out another one every generation was as ludicrous as expecting the tailed beasts to start a book club. Yet, the fact was now smugly staring him in the face. That very prodigy he'd dismissed years ago was, at the tender age of 14, casually trading blows with a sitting Kage. The thought of what she'd be like at his age was enough to give him a migraine that no amount of sake could cure. This entire clandestine meeting, this gathering of the most powerful shinobi in the world in secret, was born from a collective, simmering panic about Konoha. Their Jinchuriki, and Uzumaki, was stable. Their tailed beast never went on a rampage. At first, that was just an annoying advantage. But then Konoha's new generation had to go and be, well, monsters. There's Azula. You had their Hokage's 3 disciples, the White Fang, that ghost fellow, Kaito Dan, each one a near guarantee to reach Kage level with a bit more experience. Then there were Mito Uzumaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Kagami Achiha, Hyuga Tenkai, Taijima Uchiha, Abirame Shinji, each of them able to fight the Kage of any village to some extent. Looking at his own village, Mizura felt a pang of existential dread. Take the Reikage, for instance. The man was a titan, the undisputed strongest in Kumo. But among the new blood, not a single soul who could last more than 5 minutes in a spar with him without needing extensive medical leave. Their own 2 Jinchuriki had a habit of periodically exploding and redecorating the village with craters. If this trend continued for another decade, they might as well just send Konoha a fruit basket and a surrender note, because the power gap would be a chasm you could lose the moon in. Hence, the meeting. The goal, get the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Stabilize their weapons. Level the playing field. And after watching Azula dodge the Reikage's best shots with the infuriating grace of a leaf on the wind, they were more determined than ever. They needed those seals, even if it meant the destruction of an old clan, especially if it would weaken Konoha. Of course, if Azula could have heard their thoughts, their plans would have been about as useful as a paper umbrella in a typhoon. She had a hunch this was about the Uzumaki, but she wasn't certain. In fact, as she stood there, a far more direct, and, in her opinion, elegant, solution was tickling the back of her mind. Would it be simpler to just remove the problem at its source? She pondered. It might sound arrogant to an outsider, but her mastery of the Flying Thunder God was, to put it mildly, exaggerated. A quick teleport back to Konoha, a quick rally of forces, Mito, Hiruzen and his crew, the Hyuga, the clans, she could practically pack the entire village's elite into one very determined building. A quick chakra seal for transport, unseal on arrival, and, well, with that lineup, turning 4 Kage and their guards into a historical footnote wasn't just possible, it was a solid plan B. But then she pictured Hiruzen's face. The hand-wringing. The talk of diplomatic repercussions and the balance of power. She was 100% certain he'd have a panic-induced fainting spell at the mere suggestion. So, with a mental sigh, she filed that delightful scenario away under fun but politically unviable. Instead, she decided to make a point. With a surge of chakra, immense wings of roaring, controlled flame erupted from her back, her Kasai no Tsubasa, conflagration wings, now refined to a devastating S rank. The reason was simple, Anoki and that Kazekage were floating up there, looking down on her. And Azula Uchiha loathed being looked down upon. The third Mizukage, Mizura, stared, utterly baffled. Konoha ninja, he called out, his curiosity genuinely piqued. What, exactly, is your game here? Do you genuinely believe we wouldn't dare to harm you? Or are you just crazy enough to think you can take us all on? It was a fair question. They were 4 Kage and their elite guards. The odds were so stacked against her team that the numbers had basically given up and started betting against them. But Azula was in her element, taunt mode. A brilliantly condescending smile graced her lips. No way, she gasped in mock surprise. It couldn't possibly be because you feel the third Reikage is struggling, and you've decided to give him a polite step back so you can all jump in together. Truly worthy of the Mizukage, such wisdom. Why don't you hurry up and ask for help, Reikage-sama? Up felt his blood pressure spike to levels that would concern a medic Nin. His lightning armor flickered. But he was also a survivor of the Warring States era, a smart-mouthed teenager, even one who could probably set the air on fire with a thought, wasn't going to make him lose sight of the bigger picture. Little girl, he grumbled, the sound like grinding stones. Don't try to fool me. You're too young for this game. We are shinobi. Teaming up is just the most efficient path to victory. For survival, we've done far worse. He'd seen humanity at its most brutal, all in the name of living to see another sunrise. His temper was a well-known fact, but it didn't make him a fool, it just made him an enthusiastic strategist. You have a point, Azula conceded with a graceful nod, as if awarding him a point in a debate. But unfortunately for your efficiency, if we wish to leave, there is not a single person here who can stop us. This was the moment of truth. Her knowledge of the Flying Thunder God was a secret more closely guarded than Atsuchikage's chiropractor's address. The list of living people who knew could be counted on 2 hands. But from the moment the 4 Kage had appeared, she knew the cat was out of the bag. They would see her teleport, and the shadow of the second Hokage would forever fall upon her. Hearing her unshakable confidence that she could leave whenever she wished, let out a scoff that sounded like boulders grinding together. You are indeed an Achiha, he rumbled, his voice dripping with the kind of condescension usually reserved for a particularly stubborn child claiming they could beat a summoning beast in an arm wrestling match. As arrogant as the day is long. I'll admit your strength, given time, you'd probably surpass me. But take a good, long look at that moon, girl. It's the last time you'll ever see it. Azula, for her part, didn't bother to refute him verbally. Why waste the breath? Instead, she tapped into a nifty little secret technique she'd developed, a sort of mental group chat inspired by the Yamanaka clan and powered by her own, frankly ridiculous, reserves of Chakra and a talent for being generally brilliant. She called it the art of communication. All right, listen up, team. Her voice echoed directly in the minds of Tsukumo and Tsunade. The fight against these Kage is almost a certainty. Now, since neither of you can fly, I'll handle the aerial nuisances. I'm going to give the grumpy Reikage a surprise high-speed delivery to the ground, then concentrate on fighting the Tsuchikage and Kazekage. The tricky part, she continued, her mental tone shifting to that of a strategist explaining a complex board game, is that they might try to pull a fast one and sneak attack you too while you're earthbound. Hence this secure communication line. We can coordinate and decide to make a tactical retreat, at a moment's notice. So, here's the play, Tsukumo, you get the pleasure of dealing with the lightning-powered Reikage. Tsunade, the Mizukage is all yours. But remember, this isn't a fight to the death. Our goal is to extract information. Every new ability of theirs we learn about is an S-rank secret and may allow us to target these Kage in the future. Normally, she wouldn't have to spell it out like this. They were all seasoned jonin who had worked together many times. But it never hurt to be clear. With the plan set, Azula took a deep, centering breath. The air at this altitude was crisp, clean, and perfect for the moment of truth. The next few minutes would be the ultimate final exam for her entire 14-year career in this world. It was time to see if all that grueling training, all those sleepless nights, and all the times she'd accidentally set Mito's eyebrows on fire had actually been worth it. There she was, suspended in the sky on magnificent wings of pure, roaring flame. But that was just the opening act. A cascade of lightning suddenly crackled to life around her body, dancing over her skin like 1,000 excited blue-white serpents. And as if that wasn't enough visual effects budget for one transformation, fire then erupted from her core, enveloping her in a sleek, blazing armor that shimmered with heat haze. This was her new combo, the lightning release chakra mode and her own homemade fire release chakra mode, operating in a precarious, glorious harmony. It was a balancing act worthy of a circus. She had to maintain a very specific, delicate equilibrium, because if she let the two chakra natures get too cozy, they might just decide to fuse and create a brand new Keki Igenkai right then and there. And that was the last thing she wanted. While every other ninja in the world was racking their brains, sacrificing their sleep, and probably selling their grandmother's fine china for a chance to create a new Keki Igenkai, Azula was actively trying to avoid it. It was like trying to bake a cake while desperately ensuring you don't accidentally create a new, delicious type of pastry. Thanks to Mito's explanations, she knew a Kekkei Genkai meant a fundamental genetic reshape. Who knew what that kind of cosmic renovation would do to her precious Uchiha bloodline? It was the ultimate double-edged sword. Maybe it would go well, the genetic upheaval might supercharge her Chakra, forcing her Sharingan to evolve straight to the Manjikyu, or even catapult her all the way to the power level of Indra himself. Or, more likely, it would turn her bloodline into a genetic dumpster fire, either degenerating it or, worst of all, putting a hard cap on her potential. It was the ninja equivalent of getting a software update that permanently locks your phone's performance. Speaking of her fire release chakra mode, its origin story was a hoot. The first time she almost birthed a new Kekkei Genkai was during its development. Everyone and their summoning animal knows that lightning, in a very hand-wavy ninja science way, can stimulate cells. But fire? Fire's main hobby is turning things into ash. There's a reason the Uchiha, masters of flame for 1,000 years, never developed a fire chakra mode. Their clan records were basically a long, sad list of attempt #4, 327, third-degree burns acquired. But Azula was a connoisseur of Earth's anime and movies, where fire was just as often a symbol of hope, rebirth, and cooking a good meal. She figured, if a fictional flame could heal, why couldn't hers? She theorized that the Uchiha's affinity for fire release was deeply tied to their Een nature. If the pinnacle of Een-based fire was the Manjikyu's Amaterasu, a black flame that could never be extinguished, then what if she reversed the polarity? She started pumping ludicrous amounts of Een chakra into her fire. The result was a heat so vicious she had to immediately douse it before it vaporized the training ground. After extensive, and frankly explosive, testing, she realized every elemental jutsu had a Een-yang spectrum. Earth release with enough yang chakra could become nigh indestructible, like if Hashirama used earth release, blocking a tailed beast ball would just be play. Fire release with the peak of Een chakra became Madara's world-ending inferno style. So, she did the opposite. She used the barest minimum of Een chakra in her fire, creating a flame that was warm and tingly, not searing. Then, she channeled her own meager but potent yang chakra into it. The result? A knockoff version of Tsunade's future creation rebirth technique, a healing flame that could mend most injuries, though, sadly, it couldn't regrow a lost limb. Some things were still off limits. The real magic happened when she combined it with the lightning release chakra mode. The lightning mode was infamous for pushing the body past its natural limits, causing immense strain. But with her healing fire armor constantly repairing the micro-tears and damage as they occurred, she could crank the lightning mode's intensity to 11. Or, more accurately, to, are you kidding me, levels. So, there she was, a spectacle that made every Kage and their bodyguards' jaws hit the floor. A warrior clad in living fire, wreathed in a storm of lightning that grew ever more intense, casting wild, dancing shadows across the battlefield. Third Reikage, she called out, her voice cutting through the cacophony of her own power. I've long heard you're the strongest lightning release user. And I'm here to formally file a disagreement. Let me show you what ultimate speed really looks like. With a thunderous clap of her fiery wings, she became a meteor. She shot toward the ground so fast she seemed to simply cease existing in the sky and reappear on the earth. The result was instantaneous. There was a deafening boom, and the third Reikage was violently ejected from his own personal space, sent flying across the terrain like a ragdoll thrown by an angry god. Nobody saw it happen. One moment Azula was in the sky, the next, the Reikage was airborne. The only people who might have caught a blur were Tsukumo and the Reikage himself, and one of them was currently too busy re-evaluating his life choices to comment. Azula didn't pause for applause. Her goal was to divide and conquer. The moment the Reikage was inconvenienced, she was already launching a volley of hybrid fireballs, each one sizzling with contained lightning, straight at Anoki and Sato. Seizing the opening, Tsukumo didn't hesitate. In a flash of white light, he was upon the third Reikage, who was already shaking off the impact with a growl. In the span of a single, chaotic breath, the battlefield was neatly, and violently, split in two. In the sky, Azula began her dazzling, high-stakes dance with the Tsuchikage and Kazekage. On the ground, Tsukumo and the Reikage became a blur of white and blue, their battle moving so fast they were soon just a distant rumble of thunder and a series of exploding trees, leaving Tsunade to crack her knuckles and turn a very, very dangerous smile toward the Mizukage. The brawl was officially on. End of the chapter. I'm not a fan of nerfing MC, I think this should be the almost peak close combat of current Azula, as for whether she is too strong. Remember there's a Madara underground with the Rinnegan not yet transplanted in Nagato who can literally absorb chakra, there's a planet full of Otsutsuki who start at Superkage levels, there's Hagoromo and Hamura, there's Kagaya hanging in the sky, there's Ishiki still in the ninja world, there are the like or Morio. Oops. No spoiler. Chapter 42, Tsukumo vs. Tsunade stood her ground, muscles coiled like over-caffeinated springs, but well, her confidence was on a budget vacation. A quick glance around the battlefield was all it took to feel a bit inadequate. Up in the sky, Azula was having the time of her life, painting the clouds with fire and thunder against Anoki and Sato in a dazzling aerial ballet. Meanwhile, on the ground, Tsukumo and were moving so fast they were probably violating a few laws of physics, a blurry mess that was strictly a do not intervene zone for anyone who valued their limbs. But her against the Mizukage was a classic. The kind of throwdown you'd read about in traditional ninja monthly. Good, old-fashioned, boots-on-the-ground fisticuffs with a side of impending doom. The intel said the Mizukage was a ninjutsu specialist, a veritable maestro of water release. Tsunade was no slouch with water style herself, but comparing her to the Mizukage was a bad idea. Water was his main instrument, for her, it was a handy squirt gun. Her true symphony was composed with her fists and feet, a percussive masterpiece of broken bones. This, of course, meant their brawl was the only one with open seating for any bored jonin to waltz in and try a sneak attack. And let's not forget, every single ninja present had at least a jonin-level membership card. Yet, amidst the swirling vortex of oh crap, a warm, fuzzy feeling bloomed in her chest. Weird, right? It was happiness. Azula and Tsukumo had essentially looked at this chaotic mess, pointed at her, and said, You handle the water guy and the rest. We trust you not to get completely folded. It was the kind of vote of confidence that was both terrifying and incredibly touching. Well, if that's the case, Tsunade muttered, a fierce grin stretching across her face, let me show you what I'm fully capable of. An inexplicable shiver, the kind you get when you step in something wet with socks on, ran down the Mizukage's spine. This technique, she announced, her voice cutting through the din, is something my grandma, Azula, the Nine Tails, and I started creating 5 years ago. It's still a work in progress. She bit her thumb, because what's a high-stakes ninja moment without a little bloodletting? With the blood, she began drawing what looked like a toddler's angry crayon masterpiece all over her arms. It's incomplete, comes with side effects, but since I'm currently the weakest link in this terrifying chain of my comrades, you leave me no choice. Mizukage-sama. I hope you are ready. She slammed her palms together. Forbidden art, Scarlet Beast seal. The change was instantaneous and utterly terrifying. Her chakra didn't just flare up, it went completely berserk, like a Jinchuriki who'd just stubbed their toe in the middle of the night. It was a feeling every seasoned ninja in the vicinity was intimately, and unpleasantly, familiar with. But that wasn't the worst part. An aura erupted from her, a swirling, violent miasma of scarlet and blue chakra that enveloped her without quite touching her, like a predator politely refusing to dirty its paws. The psychological impact was creative. Several of the less experienced jonin immediately lost their will to fight, collapsing under a sensation words can scarcely describe. It felt as if their heads had been violently locked between the jaws of a mythical beast, their necks pressed against its razor-sharp teeth. One wrong twitch, one single gulp, and it would be a permanent case of decapitation. These were ninja. They'd signed up for a career with a life expectancy shorter than a mayfly's. Death was an occupational hazard. But this was different. It wasn't the fear of a clean shuriken to the heart, it was the primal, pants-soiling terror of being eaten. And as the cold sweat poured down their backs and a suspicious yellow liquid began to trickle down a few legs, the effectiveness of this intimidation tactic was, crystal clear. Even the Mizukage felt a bead of sweat trace a path down his temple. But a Kage's job isn't just to look cool in a hat. Any of you who don't have the stomach for this, fall back, he barked, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of fear. But remember. The faster we put her down, the faster we can go help your own Kages. This was, of course, a tactical plea directed at the ninja from other villages, a not-so-subtle, stop being dead weight. As for his own hidden mist guards, anyone he'd brought here had already made peace with their mortality the day they graduated. The last thing they feared was a nice, clean death for their village. It must be said, the Mizukage stepping up like a boss did wonders to prevent a full-scale mental meltdown. He didn't waste another second. Water release, wild wave. He didn't even need to spit. Water obediently condensed from the very air itself, a truly impressive display of hydrosorcery. It was a massive, roaring tidal wave, and if Tsunade wasn't careful, she was going to get more than just her feet wet. She was going to be the star of her own personal, very violent aquarium. But before the wave could even fully form, Tsunade launched herself forward. She became a human cannonball, a blur of motion that shot straight through the churning wall of water. The Mizukage's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. She what now? Even in her chakra-amped, bestial state, a sliver of reason remained, and with it, the echo of Azula's daily, sage-like advice, don't monologue. Don't gawk at the flashy jutsu. Just punch the guy in the face while he's still casting. Wise words. Seeing their Mizukage's impending facial reconstruction, the other elites scattered like roaches when the lights flip on. Tsunade had blown through the wave, but it had stalled her for a precious few milliseconds, just enough for them to leap to safety. Her punch missed. But the air pressure from that missed punch did not. It wasn't a gust of wind. It was a demolition crew. With a sound of tearing timber and grinding stone, the entire small building where the Kage summit had been held moments earlier was literally uprooted from its foundations and sent flying backwards in a cloud of splinters and dust. From the sidelines, a Sunagakure puppeteer stared, his jaw attempting to detach itself from his face. He audibly gulped, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. What the actual fudge, he whispered to himself, his mind racing. He was a puppeteer. His entire combat strategy was, send the wooden guys to get hit. If he had taken that punch, it wouldn't have been a death. It would have been an erasure. One of the worst, messiest, and most final ways to check out of the ninja world. On the other side of the battlefield, Tsukumo Hataki's instinct screamed a second before his senses did. The growing heavy pressure that had nothing to do with the rake's crackling lightning shocked him. He risked a glance away from his hulking opponent, his eyes widening a fraction. Tsunade's aura was no longer a mere flow of chakra, it had become a visible, roiling tempest of raw power that twisted the light around her. It felt less like a ninja technique and more like standing too close to a waking-tailed beast, primal, immense, and dangerously unstable. He knew of this technique. She had called it incomplete, a theoretical last resort that risked tearing its user apart from the inside out. To see her unleash it now, here, without hesitation, filled him with emotions. A wry, almost hysterical thought bubbled up in his mind, well, of course. She's the god of shinobi's granddaughter and Azula's best friend. His gaze snapped back to the third Raikage, whose own lightning-released chakra mode hissed and spat like an angry storm cloud. Until this moment, Tsukumo had felt a shred of confidence behind his desperation. Azula's attacks, for all their power, had been like waves against a cliff, it moved him, but the cliff remained. Now, that confidence evaporated. He knew, with the absolute certainty of a shinobi who has danced with death one too many times, that a single careless moment, one direct hit from the Raikage, would shatter more than just his bones. His own defenses, a unique and innate coating of lightning-natured chakra that enhanced his speed, now felt pitifully inadequate. It was a part of him, yes, but the Raikage's armor was a masterpiece, a legend given form. Every time his white light chakra saber, coated in energy destructive enough to qualify as an A-rank jutsu, connected with the Raikage, the sensation was profoundly disheartening. It was less like striking metal and more like trying to chip a diamond with a wooden stick. He remembered Azula's theory, presented to him once over a scroll and a pot of tea. She had posited that the Raikage's armor wasn't just chakra anymore, it had transcended into a force field, something she called a magnetic domain that repelled all threats on a fundamental level. At the time, Tsukumo had chuckled, thinking it the kind of wild exaggeration Azula was known for. But now, facing the immovable object, he understood. How could she, who had seemed to underestimate the third Hokage, yet praise the third Raikage, be so simple as exaggeration? The realization was a bucket of cold water, washing away the last vestiges of his pride. His own techniques, powerful as they were, had been developed with a partner. The Raikage had forged his path alone. A grudging, immense respect welled up within him, cutting through the battle focus. I have to admit, Tsukumo said, his voice cutting clearly through the crackle of lightning, that amongst all the opponents I have confronted, you are the strongest. The Raikage, merely grunted, his expression an unimpressed mask. He was the third Raikage, the supreme leader of his village, the approval of a Konoha jonin, however respected, was not something he needed to cherish. Tsukumo, whose roots lay in the more formal world of samurai, instantly realized his compliment could be misconstrued as condescension. But the words were out, and the diplomatic part of his mind, the part that remembered he was not just a fighter but a representative of Konoha, seized the opening. So, Raikage-sama, he continued, his grip tightening on his saber, can you at least tell us the reason for this unannounced meeting? He pushed down a surge of frustration, channeling it into his voice. Back then, our Hokage and your predecessor signed a peace agreement. A hard-won peace, before misfortune and rebellion struck your village. But even so, we in Konoha did not pursue the matter. We have abided by the agreement. He met the Raikage's steely gaze, his question hanging in the charged air between them. Is Kumogakure now allying with the other three great villages to shatter that peace? Chapter 43, Anoki's Bad Day. A sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 thunderclouds built up in the third Raikage's massive chest. At Tsukumo's words, his face did something complicated. It wasn't just a frown, it was a full-blown, silent opera of exasperation. War. He thought, the word tasting bitter. Does the white-haired one, who thinks he is morally upright, really think I, as the Raikage, wake up in the morning, stretch my arms, and think, what a beautiful day to send my family to their graves? Because that's what the village hidden in the clouds was to him, a family. A loud, boisterous, sometimes dysfunctional, but fiercely loyal family. From the tiniest snot-nosed genin trying to throw their first sparky jutsu, to the eldest chunin who complained about their arthritis and the good old days, they were all his brothers and sisters. And the truly maddening part? They trusted him. They'd follow him into the belly of the Eight Tails itself if he gave the order, their faith in him as unshakable as the mountains their village was built upon. Knowing that was a privilege, it was also a curse that kept him up at night. So, no, the idea of a full-scale war didn't exactly feature on his vision board next to improved lightning armor conductivity and bigger onsen. The problem was, the world, and specifically the other villages, seemed hell-bent on giving him no other options. It was like being pushed toward a cliff's edge while everyone shouted at you for getting too close to the drop. His immediate, most pressing headache was a pair of living natural disasters, his Jinchuriki. Every time one of them had a bad day, it wasn't just a matter of a few buildings being destroyed, it was a city block leveling, call out every jonin kind of situation. Kumo had power in spades, but what it desperately lacked, and had always lacked, was the finesse to contain it. Their sealing techniques were, to put it politely, about as effective as using a paper bag to hold a hurricane. He'd tried the civilized approach first. He'd reached out to the Uzumaki clan, those red-haired masters, with a very generous offer, name your price. Money. We have mines. Precious artifacts. Take your pick. Just teach us how to put a lid on these tailed beasts without the host sprouting extra limbs or developing a personality disorder. The response from Uzushio had been a masterpiece of diplomatic condescension. It essentially boiled down to, so sorry, but we're Konoha's allies. And since you other 4 villages were bad and violated the first Hokage's peace treaty, we wouldn't trust you with a sealing scroll, best of luck with your rampaging monsters. It was a polite but firm no. Swallowing his pride, he'd then sent envoys directly to Konoha, hoping for a sliver of understanding, a shred of we're all shinobi in this together spirit. The envoy returned not with a treaty, but with a story of being publicly dressed down and humiliated by the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, a man who, from the reports, seemed to radiate smugness and sinister intent. And as he stewed in this perfect sense of frustration and fear, what did he see Konoha doing? Flourishing. It was utterly infuriating. They weren't just getting by, they were having a talent boom. The 3 guys, not yet Sannin, the White Fang himself, prodigies popping up like weeds after a rainstorm. It was enough to make a Kage's heart waver with a dangerous mix of envy and dread. He knew the other Kage felt it too, he could see it in their tense shoulders during the secret summit. They were all staring at the same glowing, green lawn next to their own patchy, beast rampage dirt. The delicate balance of power that had kept the world from total annihilation was splintering. Konoha was about to lap them all, and if they did nothing, they might as well roll over and offer their villages as Konoha's new vacation resorts. So, while the word war was the unspoken guest at every meeting, the elephant in the room that nobody wanted to name, they were all mentally sharpening their knives. It wasn't about desire, it was about survival. The thought of waking up one morning to find Konoha's flags flying over their smoldering ruins was a powerful motivator. All these thoughts flashed through the Reikige's mind in the second it took for Tsukumo's righteous words to hang in the air. Hypocrite. The man was a hypocrite, standing there on his high horse, gifted a fertile field and judging those of us tilling barren rock. Konoha White Fang, the Reikige's voice rumbled, low and dangerous like distant thunder. You talk too much. Take my hell stab. He lunged. Talking was a trap, listening was a concession. He saw Tsukumo's eyes widen slightly, perhaps misinterpreting the sudden violence as a sign of guilt, a clumsy attempt to blur the truth with a storm of chakra and fists. Little did he know, the Reikige's mind was a fortress of complicated calculations, and Tsukumo's words were just knocking on the wrong door. What followed was less a death match and more a high-stakes, incredibly violent game of tag. The Reikige, a mountain of impenetrable lightning armor, pressed the attack, his famed hell stab spearing the air where Tsukumo's head had been a nanosecond before. He held the upper hand, a relentless force that Tsukumo's famous blade couldn't seem to pierce. But the White Fang was a ghost. He flowed and weaved, a silver blur dancing on the edge of the Reikige's fury. Not a single blow landed. This wasn't because the Reikige was taking a beating, far from it. It was a testament to Tsukumo's preternatural speed, a frustrating game of whack-a-mole where the mole was a legendary shinobi. Of course, an observer with a keen eye might have noticed that both men were, to put it in shinobi terms, paddling. The Reikige's focus was divided, his mind occupied by the chaos of his village and the grim calculus of war. And Tsukumo? He knew this wasn't a fight to the death. To tap into his true, killer instinct, that special state where he became a whirlwind of certain death, would be irresponsible. What if, by some miracle of battle, he actually did kill the Reikige? He'd be the man who single-handedly lit the fuse on the Second Great Ninja War, a responsibility heavier than any blade, and one he was not willing to shoulder. The old saying, everyone has their problems, is usually a polite way of saying we're all drowning in our own personal dumpster fires. In this case, while Tsukumo might be hesitating, Azula was operating at a cool, crisp 100% willingness. Holding back wasn't just off the table, it had been thrown out the window, set on fire, and then struck by lightning for good measure. Why on earth would she pull her punches? She was blessed, or cursed, with the certainty that the second great ninja war was barreling towards them like a runaway train with faulty brakes. The only question was one of timing. And from her perspective, poking the bear early wasn't just an option, it was a strategic masterstroke. Think about it, if you know a massive, multi-village brawl is inevitable, wouldn't you want to start it before the other guys have finished their warm-up laps and tied their shoes? By taking out Achiha now, she'd be forcing the conflict while the other villages were still shuffling through their supply closets, looking for their war rations and their courage. Her internal monologue probably sounded something like, "Isn't it just more efficient to, say, vaporize Anoki right this second?" IWA was basically a one-trick pony, with the third Tsuchikage being their sole, genuine Kage-level powerhouse. Their Jinchuriki were about as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane, completely unusable in a real fight. The rest of their forces? A collection of, at best, very talented elite jonin. Hardly an insurmountable challenge. And Suna? Don't even get her started on Suna. She wasn't even sure if future legends like Raza, Pakura, or that grumpy puppet master Sasori had even been born yet. All they had were the old-timers, Chiyo and her brother, who were undoubtedly skilled but probably spent more time complaining about their bones than plotting world domination. In fact, a darkly hilarious thought crossed her mind: the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was probably the best thing that ever happened to every other village, Konoha included. It was like a twisted corporate merger where everyone got a piece of the assets except the original company, which was, brutally wiped out. In the Second War, Jinchuriki were conspicuously absent from the battlefield, like everyone had forgotten the launch codes. But by the Third War, they were popping up everywhere like weeds, each one a walking, talking WMD. And Konoha. They'd conveniently inherited the Uzumaki's most prized possessions, Kushina and Mito, essentially becoming the undisputed kings of sealing techniques. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, the Tsuchikage was probably cursing Azula's name with every fiber of his being, using words that would make a sailor blush. He had to be wondering if he'd accidentally kicked her puppy in a past life, because this woman was fixated on him with the intensity of a must-kill intensity. His problem was a tactical nightmare. Down on the ground, he was a force of nature. But up here, he was like a heavyweight boxer who'd been forced into a ballet. Compared to Sato, who was cheerfully throwing entire buildings' worth of iron sand at her, his own arsenal felt pathetically limited. Sure, he was good with fire and wind release, but his true bread and butter was earth release, and you can't exactly throw a rock when you're floating 1,000 feet in the air. As for his ultimate technique, the infamous dust release, he hadn't had a single, solitary nanosecond to even think about using it. This red-blue streak demon moved so fast that hitting her was less a matter of skill and more a matter of blind, dumb luck. And honestly, a solid chunk of this mess was Anoki's own fault. Thanks to the lingering, trust-shattering shadow of a certain Achiha, the old man had the paranoia of a conspiracy theorist who's just misplaced his tinfoil hat. He wasn't about to trust the third Kazekage to watch his back for 2 seconds. The concept of cooperation was as foreign to him as a sensible decision was to the average anime protagonist. In his mind, teamwork was just the prelude to a betrayal. Isn't this exactly how my sensei bought the catastrophe? He'd grumble to himself, recalling the whole hidden mist fiasco where their supposed allies had decided stabbing them in the back was more fun than fighting Konoha. So, if Azula had been smart and started wailing on the Kazekage instead, Anoki would have been absolutely thrilled. He'd have happily given them plenty of space, maybe even pulled out some dango and offered the occasional, half-hearted, "you can do it," from the sidelines, waiting for them to exhaust each other so he could swoop in and mop up the remains. It was the Tsuchikage way. And it was precisely this slimy, self-serving attitude that made Azula's skin crawl. As a certified Naruto expert, there were only 3 Kage outside of Konoha that she genuinely couldn't stand. First, there was Raza, the fool who could sell his own son for cash. Then, the 4th Reikage, a grumpy meathead who thought diplomacy was just yelling louder. And finally, this guy, Anoki, the cunning, deceptive, opportunity-grabbing gremlin who'd try to buy your soul while selling you a used car. But for all her speed and fury, the current situation was proving one inconvenient truth: taking on 2 absolute Kage-level combatants at once was like trying to juggle 2 chainsaws and a live badger. Every time she saw an opening to turn Anoki into a fine paste, Sato and his obnoxious iron sand would come crashing in like an overprotective chaperone. So, as she danced through the air, a part of her truly, sincerely wished that the stubborn old fossil would just dare to land. Just for a second. She dreamed of the moment her speed would become an unstoppable force, and she could introduce his face to her lovely, electrified iron fist. It would be a meeting he'd remember for the rest of his very short life if he didn't die. End of the chapter. About time to end this fight without any real stake, but the second ninja war is looming. And this is the bonus chapter for the 1K Power Stones, next bonus at the 1.5K. Chapter 44, Tobarama's Worst Nightmare, Omake. I have ADHD that makes me write a new story every fucking single day, now I'm trying to instead making an omake when I feel the urge, so enjoy but note that it was in no way relevant to the story. Konoha, 5 gloriously chaotic years into the reign of Fire Shadow Azula, the Hokage who replaced paperwork with pyrotechnics. The door to the Hokage's residence had barely sighed shut before Azula found her personal space invaded by a blonde tsunami of enthusiasm. Tsunade launched herself into Azula's arms with the force of a woman who considered subtlety a suggestion for other, weaker people. "You're home. I've been thinking of the most wonderful fun idea all day," Tsunade announced, her voice vibrating with the kind of glee that usually preceded property damage. Azula's stern, post-administrative day expression melted into a wry smile. She was putty in the hands of this human hurricane, and they both knew it. "Do tell." "Let me guess," she began, her tone dripping with theatrical contemplation. "Finally gotten bored and decided to depose the daimyo for a lark. Or perhaps you've dug up Danzo's corpse just to beat him in a rematch for old time's sake." She leaned in, her lips brushing Tsunade's ear, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial purr. "Or is this a more carnal proposition? Planning to test the structural integrity of our bed again? I did warn the builders to use reinforced timber." A magnificent blush exploded across Tsunade's face, clashing wonderfully with her formidable demeanor. "Wah. No. Well, yes, but later. This is different." She extracted herself, puffing out her cheeks in a pout. "Remember that story you had about the dragon vein in the Wind Country? The one you said could, theoretically, create a hole through the fabric of reality to alternate worlds." Azula's eyebrow arched. So that's what this was about. She'd known Tsunade was up to something. For months, she'd felt the distinctive pop of Tsunade using the custom Flying Ragin 3 seal she'd gifted her, zipping in and out of the village with the furtive energy of a squirrel hoarding explosive tags. She'd assumed it was for a secret gambling den or a hidden sake brewery. This was, marginally more ambitious. Vaguely, Azula said, playing it cool. "A passing thought." "Well, I turned your passing thought into a reality," Tsunade proclaimed, puffing out her chest. Months of research, and one highly questionable exchange with a Sand Village Chakra theorist later. "I've got it. I can activate it. And I want to go to the Warring States period. I want to find my grandfather in his prime and know if I have reached that level." Azula's mind, a supercomputer of strategy and snark, immediately cross-referenced this plan with Tsunade's legendary, reality-bending bad luck. A vision flashed before her eyes, not of a noble battle between grandchild and grandfather, but of them accidentally landing in a timeline where the shinobi world was ruled by sentient, hostile cabbages. A weird, skeptical grimace twisted her features. "A fascinating goal," Azula began, choosing her words with the care of a bomb disposal expert. "But hear me out, a wager, if you will. Given that your jutsu success rate has a permanent negative modifier thanks to a curse placed upon you by every gambling god in existence, I propose we're more likely to be unceremoniously dumped into an active, and undoubtedly inconvenient, world-scale conflict. The Fourth Great Ninja War, for instance." Tsunade released her, crossing her arms under her. "Let's be charitable and call them formidable assets. A pair of pillows so generous they could suffocate Azula." And they had. "Humph. You doubt me," she sniffed, a familiar, competitive fire igniting in her eyes. It was the same fire that appeared right before she bet the deed to the Hokage Tower on a single hand of cards. "I've prepared for months. My calculations are flawless. And if I'm right..." A slow, predatory smirk spread across her lips. "If I win this bet, I get to be the top. For a week. No, a month. Scratch that, if I win, I am the designated top for an entire, glorious year." Azula couldn't help but let a single, weary bead of sweat trace a path down her temple. This obsession. She fondly recalled the blushing, stuttering girl from their first kiss, a vision of tentative expectation. Now, she was a force of nature with the libido of a rabbit and the negotiation skills of a Tsuchikage in a mineral rights dispute. She had matured. Aggressively. Meanwhile, in an alternate universe, the Fourth Great Ninja War was well underway, and it could only be described as the most profoundly weird military engagement in history. It's not every day you see the 5 great shinobi villages not only ally but actively engage in what can only be called competitive simping for a kunoichi from another village, right, Sakura? The scene was pure, unadulterated chaos. The reanimated Hokage, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato, had just about finished processing the existential horror of their Kofikin resurrection. The allied shinobi forces were collectively trembling. Sasuke was striking a pose so brooding it created its own localized weather system. Naruto was yelling about bonds and ramen with equal fervor. And Obito was in the middle of a monologue so edgy it could have sliced the moon in half. Then, without so much as a courtesy poof, the universe dumped 2 new problems right into the epicenter. A pillar of golden fire and crackling lightning tore a temporary skylight into the heavens. From it, Azula descended like a wrathful goddess, landing with a grace that seemed to personally offend the laws of physics. Tsunade, on the other hand, arrived with all the elegance of a sack of anvils, stumbling into a standing position and brushing dust off her shoulders as if she'd just tripped over a curb, not fractured spacetime. The battlefield fell into a silence so deep you could hear a pin drop, followed by the sound of 1,000 jaws hitting the floor. Azula blinked, her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning with a lazy, almost bored flicker, like she was trying out a new brand of funky-colored contact lenses. She took in the sea of stunned faces, the reanimated legends, the glowing jubi, and the general air of apocalyptic melodrama. She turned to her disoriented wife. "Okay," she said, her voice flat. "It seems my assessment of your catastrophic luck was, if anything, generous. You lose the bet." Again. Tsunade, finally steady, brushed a piece of what she hoped was just ash from her sleeve. "Oh, cram it with your 'I told you so's.' Just tell me where we've teleported so I can." Her voice died in her throat. Her eyes locked onto a very specific, very familiar, and very dead face in the crowd of former Hokage. Her brain short-circuited. The math wasn't mateing. She pointed a trembling finger at the second Hokage. "Granduncle Tobirama." "Tsunade?" And, who the hell is, Hiruzen was the first to react, before everyone turned to Azula, who came near Tsunade while observing the situation that was different from the Fourth Ninja War she remembered. The dust of the reanimated battlefield hadn't even settled before the first family drama of the post-mortem era began. Tobirama Senju, the Nidaime Hokage and proud founder of the Uchiha police force, a gesture of stunningly misplaced optimism, was the first to notice. His sharp, analytical eyes, which had once devised the most lethal water-style jutsus, now narrowed into slits of pure, unadulterated suspicion. They were locked onto the infamous Mangekyo pattern spinning calmly in Azula's eyes. His gaze then slid to where the Uchiha's hand was casually entwined with his beloved grandniece. The cognitive dissonance was physically painful. "Tsunade," he began, his voice a low, gravelly rumble of authority and ancestral disappointment. "Why is a member of the Uchiha clan currently holding my niece's hand as if? Now, Tsunade had seen some things. Traveling with Azula had desensitized her to nonsense on a cosmic scale, from philosophical debates about the merits of absolute tyranny over breakfast to casually incinerating entire platoons of white Zetsu for blocking the scenic view. But hearing her granduncle's vintage, dust-covered prejudice was the specific brand of nonsense that made her eye twitch. She didn't waste time on a verbal rebuttal. Why debate a ghost about his outdated family feuds when you could offer a physical, earth-shattering counterargument? There was no shunshin flash, no puff of smoke. One moment she was standing beside Azula, a vein throbbing dangerously on her forehead. The next, the very air cracked as she vanished and reappeared directly in front of Tobirama, her fist already en route to his face in a move Jiraiya would have lovingly dubbed the fist of affectionate re-education. Bam. The impact wasn't just a hit, it was a geological event. Tobirama's Edo Tensei body became a blur of white, red, and blue, skidding backward 10 meters across the torn earth, kicking up a comical plume of dusty debris like a chalkboard eraser being slammed against a wall. As he came to a halt, his head ringing like a temple bell, Tsunade's voice cut through the silence, sweet as poison. "Keep talking like that, old man," she chirped, flexing her fingers, "and I'll send you back to the Pure Land so fast you'll need to be reanimated twice just to finish your sentence." The collective shock on the battlefield was palpable. But for Tobirama, it was a personal, spiritual cataclysm. The sheer, unadulterated shock of it all was so profound that the bystanders swore they saw a phantom flicker of a Mangekyo Sharingan in his widened eyes, a purely hypothetical one, activated not by trauma or loss, but by the sheer, universe-defying whiplash of being punched into next week by his own cute, pigtailed grandniece. For an Uchiha, the emotional whiplash was enough to give a dead man a migraine. From the sidelines, a sound erupted that was entirely inappropriate for the somber atmosphere of a world war. Ha 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 ha. It was, of course, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi and the world's most enthusiastic grandfather. He was clutching his stomach, tears of mirth streaming down his face. "Tobirama. I told you not to say such things about the Uchiha. You totally deserved that," he bellowed, his laughter echoing across the plains. But deep down, beneath the jovial exterior, even Hashirama was absolutely floored. The speed Tsunade had displayed, without a hint of sage mode, was on a level that made his own reflexes feel a tad sluggish. And more than that, he could feel it, a strange, vibrant connection thrumming between Tsunade, the strange Uchiha girl, and himself. It was a chakra signature bursting with a ridiculous, almost offensive amount of vitality, a life force so potent it felt familiar. It was something he had never, ever felt in another person, let alone two. Just as the rest of the alliance was trying to process this bizarre family intervention, a certain young master, who wouldn't recognize Mount Tai if it fell on him, decided to contribute to the chaos. Sasuke Uchiha, brimming with the power of his eternal Mangekyo and the conviction that he was now the main character of reality, saw only one thing, an imposter. An Uchiha he didn't recognize, holding hands with a Senju. It was an offense to his newly rediscovered clan pride. Without a word of warning, his hand crackled to life with 1,000 shrieking birds. The Chidori screamed toward Azula's back. Azula, for her part, didn't even have the decency to look surprised. She let out a soft, almost bored sigh, as if someone had just spilled a drink. She clearly hadn't provoked anyone, and yet here she was, being assaulted by a moody teenager with a lightning-based identity crisis. She didn't bother to move, didn't bother to flinch. Sasuke's triumphant thrust, the pinnacle of his brother-slaying technique, pierced directly toward her heart. At least, that's what he thought. To his utter, soul-crushing disbelief, the famous Chidori didn't even rumple her clothes. It simply fizzled out against a subtle, almost lazily applied coating of chakra reinforcement, a basic defensive technique any competent jonin could manage. It was the equivalent of bringing a legendary, thunderous broadsword to a fight, only to have it stopped by a politely held-up napkin. The screeching lightning died, leaving an awkward silence and a very confused Sasuke. Azula slowly turned, a single, perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched in an expression of mild, academic curiosity. "Well, now," she purred, her voice dripping with condescending amusement. "Care to explain your unsolicited and frankly pathetic attempt at assassination, boy?" She assessed this volatile, brooding nephew of hers and decided then and there that if he didn't provide a sufficiently entertaining answer, she would be more than happy to administer the same kind of corrective beating she'd once given his perpetually stressed father. Sasuke felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. It was a primal, predatory sensation, the same feeling he'd had in the forest of death when Orochimaru's killing intent had washed over him. His eternal Mangekyo, the power that was supposed to make him the strongest, felt utterly irrelevant. Damn it. I've become so much stronger. How is this possible? He screamed internally, his ego crumbling like a sandcastle at high tide. But the icy pressure around his spine was a more immediate concern than his shattered pride. Feeling the distinct sensation that his next words would determine whether he kept all his limbs, he snarled, anger masking his profound confusion and fear. "Who are you?" he demanded, "and why are you impersonating an Uchiha?" Chapter 45, A Year Worth Shock. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the esteemed third Hokage, was having one of those afternoons where paperwork was the greatest enemy. That is, until an ANBU agent materialized in his office with the subtlety of a brick through a window, delivering news that made the Hokage's pipe very nearly become a permanent part of the ceiling. "I beg your pardon," Hiruzen said, his voice a carefully controlled monotone that hid a tidal wave of internal screaming. "Could you repeat that?" He felt that his ears must be failing due to his age advancing every day, because for a moment he thought the ANBU said his 3 best jonin, the best medic, the best swordsman, and his fire princess, had returned looking like they had a serious fight, with Tsunade currently unconscious. The ANBU, a model of stoic professionalism, or at least, he was trying to be, gave a curt nod. He could understand the Hokage's shock. Obviously, it was about his beloved disciple, Tsunade. "Hokage-sama," the agent confirmed, his voice muffled by the animal mask. "Tsukumo-sama and Princess Azula have returned. They brought Lady Tsunade, who is seriously injured. They are en route to the hospital now." The ANBU braced for a wave of paternal concern, a torrent of worried questions about his students' well-being. What he got instead was a puff of smoke and the faint sound of air whistling through a vacated space. By the time the ANBU raised his head, the Hokage's chair was empty, like a top that had just witnessed a miracle of desertion. The man himself had vanished, leaving behind only the ghost of his shock and a very confused, masked subordinate. Now, to be perfectly fair to the ANBU, he had completely misunderstood the source of Hiruzen's concern. Oh, he was worried about Tsunade, of course. But his brain had already done the math, Tsunade plus alive plus Konoha hospital plus Mito Uzumaki equals problem eventually solved. It was a simple, reliable equation. No, what had sent Hiruzen teleporting across the village with the speed of a man who just sat on a kunai was a far more terrifying question. Who, in the name of all that is holy, could do that to Tsunade? This wasn't just any team. This was the, if we send them and they fail we might as well paint a target on the village team. Tsukumo, the White Fang, a man so sharp he could probably cut your ego. Azula, a genius who made others called geniuses look like fools. And Tsunade, who could punch a crater into a mountain and then heal the mountain's feelings afterward. Fighting them simultaneously was Hiruzen's idea of a very bad day, and even he wasn't confident he could leave Tsunade in a state requiring a hospital gurney. The mission had been supposed to be simple. Intel suggested the hidden sand and hidden mist were getting a little too chummy, planning a secret meeting of high-level officials. The objective was elegant in its simplicity: crash the party, assassinate a few key figures, and ideally leave behind some evidence that would make the two villages blame each other. A classic case of diplomatic arson. He hadn't, however, expected the guest list to include the Mizukage and the Kazekage. That's right, from Hiruzen's frantic mental calculations, only the combined might of 2 other Kage-level entities could result in the catastrophic failure state currently unfolding in his hospital. Hiruzen arrived at the hospital in a swirl of robes, noting the heightened panic of the nurses and the general atmosphere of a beehive that had been poked. He didn't bother with pleasantries, his chakra senses led him directly to the source of the trouble. He slid the ward door open, and the sight that greeted him was a masterpiece of exhaustion. Tsukumo looked like he'd tried to wrestle a tailed beast and then lost a debate with it. Azula, while maintaining a regal posture, had a look in her eyes that promised arson. And in the bed lay Tsunade, unconscious, a state so unnatural it was almost a violation of the laws of physics. Hokage-sama. Tsukumo greeted, springing to a semblance of attention with a wince. The man was a stickler for protocol, even with one teammate down and the other radiating silent menace. His first instinct was to file a mission report. Hiruzen waved a dismissive hand. At ease, Tsukumo. The paperwork can wait. You look like you've had a day. Tsukumo let out a sigh that seemed to originate from the very depths of his soul. A day is one word for it, Hokage-sama. It was an educational experience. He glanced at Tsunade. She's stable. Azula's unique flame-based medical jutsu patched her up. She says a few injections and Tsunade will be back to her peak again. Just as Hiruzen opened his mouth to ask the million Ryo question, what happened, the door opened again. This time, it was Uzumaki Mito, her serene face a mask of calm authority, with a tearful Nawaki clinging to her robes. Azula, in a truly staggering display of multitasking, had mustered the chakra to send a shadow clone to Mito the moment they'd arrived, exhausted from using the flying thunder god to transport 3 people after what Tsukumo privately thought of as the great Kage kerfuffle. Nawaki immediately burst into fresh tears at the sight of his sister. Mito's sharp senses scanned Tsunade, and a flicker of understanding passed over her face. She likely assumed the injury was from the reckless use of that incomplete seal. Her eyes met Azula's, and an entire conversation happened in that single glance. It was a silent, telepathic treaty between master and student, forged in fire and mutual exasperation. Don't worry, Mito-sensei, Azula said, her voice smooth but her gaze subtly cutting toward Hiruzen. Tsunade is all right. The statement was technically for Mito, but its true purpose was to give the Hokage the information he actually wanted, the tactical bottom line, so he would stop clogging up the room with his thinly veiled anxiety. She could feel his concern for Tsunade, but it was buried under a mountain of political dread, and Azula had absolutely no patience for such hypocrisy. If he wanted the debrief, he should just ask for it. Hiruzen, blissfully unaware that he was being mentally filed under annoying bureaucrats, simply assumed Azula was distraught. It was a little hurtful that she'd greeted Mito and ignored him, but he was a big boy. He could take a hint. Right, he said, clearing his throat. I'll leave you to it. Tsukumo, with me. I need to get a record on what happened. Tsukumo, a man wise enough to know when to follow orders and when to flee a room full of emotionally charged women, practically teleported after Hiruzen. Paperwork, after all, was a familiar and much less terrifying battlefield. Let me see if I have this straight, Hiruzen spoke, his voice deceptively calm, like the surface of a lake right before a monster erupts from its depths. You are telling me that not only have the hidden mist and hidden sand, but that the notoriously proud hidden cloud and the hidden stone have also, in fact, joined the alliance. He paused, letting the sheer absurdity of it all hang in the office air, thicker than his tobacco smoke. An alliance so clandestine that the 4 Kage themselves have apparently been having secret summits. This could, without a doubt, be filed under the most shocking thing Hiruzen has heard since becoming Hokage, a category with fierce competition. He felt a distinct, unwelcome sensation in his chest, a sort of psychic clench that made his blood seem to think twice about its usual circulatory route. It was the same kind of feeling he'd had that day decades ago, when death's chilly breath was on his neck and a desperate, younger Danzo had pulled him from the brink. It was the feeling of the entire chessboard being flipped over and replaced with a game of explosive tag. Standing before him, Tsukumo Hatake, still coated in the grime and grit of his harrowing mission, gave a grim nod. He could read the Hokage's shock as clearly as a mission scroll. After all, from this new geopolitical perspective, Konoha wasn't just in a bad spot, it was looking like the designated target on a map of the entire ninja world. Precisely, Hokage-sama, Tsukumo confirmed, his voice raspy with fatigue. We managed to engage them for a solid half-hour before we made our escape. We did, however, successfully retrieve a treasure trove of intelligence regarding the specific abilities and fighting styles of the other Kage. He then launched into a detailed, 20-minute debrief that would have given a lesserman a permanent twitch. He spoke of hidden locations, of intercepted messages, and of a confrontation that sounded less like a ninja operation and more like a festival of catastrophic power. As for the specifics of Princess Azula's dance, with the Tsuchikage and Kazekage simultaneously, Tsukumo continued, and the parallel fight where Tsunade-san fought the Mizukage and the entire guard team, needing a collective healing adjustment, you'll need to get the finer details from them directly. He offered a slight, apologetic shrug. He was a tad preoccupied at the time, you see, trading blows with the third Reikage, a man who treats lightning release like it's a personal greeting and whose fingers are less hands and more lethal power conduits. Hiruzen held up a hand, needing a moment to manually reboot his brain. Stop. Rewind. Let me synthesize this. He took a steadying breath. You, Tsukumo, not only survived a fight with the third Raikage but innovated a whole new secret technique mid-fight to do it. And, as if that weren't enough for one mission report, the 14-year-old Azula fought a 1 versus 2 against a Tsuchikage and a Kazekage that she thought was a fair fight, and was apparently winning until Tsunade, who had just finished mopping the floor with the entire Kage's guard while fighting the Mizukage himself, ran into some post-special state difficulties, forcing your tactical retreat. A single, profound thought echoed in Hiruzen's mind, drowning out all other noise. Oh, sweet merciful sage. A storm isn't coming. The storm has made landfall, it's named itself Azula, and it's billing Konoha for the damages. He could already feel the phantom throbbing in his temples. The Uchiha clan, already perched at the pinnacle of Konoha's power structure in terms of strength, wealth, and influence, would hear of this and collectively short-circuit with glee. They would launch a full-scale campaign to have her crowned Hokage before she even finished puberty. It was the worst-case scenario, a direct contradiction to his late teacher's stern warning that the next Hokage must be a civilian, no matter what. To be brutally honest, as he mentally catalogued her arsenal, the mastered flying thunder god, the dual fire and lightning chakra modes, the chakra reserves of a many-tailed beast, her mastery of fuinjutsu, her frankly exaggerated talent for genjutsu, including the terrifying illusionary projection she'd perfected to the point it could independently form its own clan, he wasn't entirely sure he could beat her in a straight fight. No, this was a 5-alarm fire. The questions of how to deal with the Quadruple Alliance and why they had formed were now tangled in a giant, Uchiha-shaped bow. Both issues demanded immediate, decisive action. I understand the gravity of the situation, Tsukumo, Hiruzen said, his voice firm with renewed resolve. You have done Konoha a great service. Now, go. Rest. You've more than earned it. Leave the rest to me. He dismissed the weary white fang with a wave, and as soon as the door clicked shut, he performed a familiar series of hand signs that his ANBU were already familiar with. In the blink of an eye, his 3 closest confidants, the kind he trusted most in this world, appeared. Well, almost all of his closest confidants. The absence of Kagami Uchiha was noted, a friend who had grown increasingly distant and indifferent to their inner circle. But that was a worry for another moment. Right now, he had a legendary, world-breaking teenage Kunoichi and a secret Kage alliance to manage. It was going to be a long day. End of the chapter. Honestly speaking, you are 8 power stones short for the 1500 power stones, but I can't leave you with an omake, so take care. Chapter 46, the Mizukage's resolve. The moment the door clicked shut behind Hiruzen and Tsukumo, Mito didn't just breathe a sigh of relief, she went straight into grandma security mode. With a series of fluid hand signs that were probably older than the Hokage monument, she encased the room in a shimmering, soundproof barrier. It was the Uzumaki equivalent of putting a "do not disturb" sign on a nuclear reactor, just in case some curious soul decided to barge in with a question about lunch. No sooner had the barrier's energy settled than Azula's Sharingan ignited, its crimson swirls cutting through the dim light. She didn't ask for permission, a decade of mentorship had rendered such formalities obsolete. Mito, feeling the gentle psychic nudge at the gates of her mind, simply lowered her own mental drawbridge and welcomed her disciple inside. Within the shared consciousness, a space where thoughts took form and time was as flexible as a noodle in a ramen bowl, nearly 10 years of trust and shared secrets lay between them. It was because of this profound bond that Mito now knew of the lurking, oily menace known as Black Zetsu and his army of albino, root vegetable-looking spies. And then there was Kurama. The great, foxy landlord of her soul was no longer the chained beast of legend, perpetually trapped in a dank, illusory lake. Their relationship had evolved into something far more domestic. The mighty 8 trigrams seal was now mostly for show, a decoy to keep prying eyes none the wiser. The real change had come after 2 long years of Mito, as the Jinchuriki who had been his cage, sincerely apologizing. She'd promised him a future, true freedom, contingent on Azula or Tsunade ascending to the Hokage's seat along with a few conditions. Her sincerity had actually reached him, a novel experience for a creature used to centuries of hatred and fear. Yo, Kurama. As lazy as usual. Azula chirped, her mental projection smirking at the massive fox, who was draped over a metaphysical chaise longue in a pose of supreme boredom. The Ninetales let out a snort that could vaporize a small lake. Az. What exactly was he supposed to do in this featureless mental void? Take up knitting. His last great source of entertainment, a thrilling manga series about a blonde ninja boy, had hit a cliffhanger, and Mito had been unforgivably lax about procuring the next volume. The indignity. Mito watched the exchange with a fond smile, not intervening. Letting Azula poke the proverbial bear was a time-honored tradition. It helped the girl unwind, and secretly, it amused the hell out of Kurama. Having watched both Azula and Tsunade grow from snot-nosed brats into formidable kunoichi, the fox had, against his will, developed a certain grumpy, paternal fondness for them. He'd never admit it, of course, it would ruin his image. After a few more minutes of verbal sparring, Azula did feel significantly better. She'd been carrying the frustration of her last mission like a bad smell. "You have no idea, Mito-sensei," she grumbled, her thoughts projecting the memory. That fossil Anoki wouldn't come down from the sky. It was like trying to swat a particularly annoying, floating gnat. He refused to take a punch and refused to land. So infuriating. A wicked grin spread across her face. "Fortunately, I managed to catch the Kazekage off guard. Put my entire soul into that one punch. I'd be shocked if he's digesting his food properly before autumn." She then voiced a more mischievous thought. "You know, part of me wonders if old man Anoki or one of the Reikage lackeys might help the Kazekage on his way to the afterlife and pin the whole thing on me." She shrugged, a gesture of supreme indifference. "But let them. It's all just noise. If I were as strong as the Sage of Six Paths' mother, what blame could they possibly stick to me? I'd just politely suggest their entire village cease to exist. Problem solved." Then her tone shifted from joking, becoming as sharp as a senbon. "Mito-sensei, I believe the moment of truth for the Uzumaki clan has arrived." The words landed in the serene consciousness space with the force of a meteor. Mito's calm composure, honed over a lifetime, finally cracked. "In this mission," Azula continued, "we didn't just encounter shinobi, we encountered the four Kages themselves, all talking around the same general area. They're plotting something, and the pieces all point to one conclusion: the annihilation of the Uzumaki." She then began her detailed debrief, recounting every sighting, every probability, every gut feeling. Here, in the privacy of their shared mind, where seconds outside stretched into hours within, there was no rush, no detail too small to examine. As Azula's mental projection showed Tsunade's daring use of a forbidden technique, Mito felt a complex swell of pride and fear. "That stubborn, brilliant girl," she sighed, a mixture of exasperation and deep affection in her voice. "To think of how far she's come, from the future you saw of her being swindled by that white-haired scoundrel, to the powerhouse she is now. It makes all our struggles worth it." Her thoughts then turned grimly to the looming threat. "War is knocking at our door, Azula. There's no avoiding it now. But with you, me, and Tsunade standing together, I am confident we can shield our clansmen. We will rewrite this fate." The idea of some grand, preordained prophecy and a child of destiny meant little to them now. If saving the Uzumaki meant that some blonde, blue-eyed savior of a future that might never come would fail to be born, so be it. They had long since decided that being a slave to a supposed timeline was a coward's excuse. If you weren't willing to fight fate for the people you loved, then you were nothing more than a puppet, and they had cut their own strings years ago. The seismic shockwaves of this single, monumental event rippled outwards, touching every corner of the 5 great hidden villages and fundamentally altering the political landscape of the entire shinobi world. Yet, if one were to pinpoint the epicenter of this quake, the person most profoundly and personally rattled was, to the surprise of many historians of the future, the third Mizukage himself, Mizura. Back within the oppressive silence of his Mizukage office, the air was thick with the acrid scent of his own fury. He stood, a pillar of simmering rage, his knuckles bone-white as they pressed against the polished surface of his desk. Damn it. The curse was a low, guttural thing, torn from the depths of his soul. Damn it. Damn it. He had not felt such a profound, gut-wrenching powerlessness since the blood-soaked chaos of the Warring States period, an era defined by legendary strongmen and daily carnage. Back then, death had a simple, brutal logic. But this was an entirely new kind of humiliation. This powerlessness did not stem from a superior force he could comprehend, but from a maddening, incomprehensible paradox. His mind kept circling back to the impossible truth: a mere girl of 14, not even a woman. A child, barely seasoned, had not only stalled him, the third Mizukage, a man in his absolute prime, but had come perilously close to claiming victory. Were it not for the cadre of elite jonin who had swarmed to his aid, the outcome might have been a permanent stain on his legacy. He, who had once contended for the title of second Mizukage. He, who stood unquestionably among the 5 strongest shinobi in the entire land of water. Beaten, not by a seasoned rival, but by a teenager. And then there was the technique, the source of this outrageous power. The name was seared into his memory like a brand: Forbidden Art, Scarlet Beast Seal. He would never forget the sight of it. A mere elite jonin, a kunoichi who should have been effortlessly swept aside, had been momentarily transformed into a peerless combatant, her power elevated to a level where she could face him without flinching. It was alchemy. It was witchcraft. It was the ultimate cheat, and it solidified a resolution within him that was now as hard as diamond. The secret arts of the Uzumaki clan must be his. His mind raced, cataloging the countless losses Kirigakure had suffered at the hands of those accursed seals. He recalled one infamous report from the last great shinobi war. A single Uzumaki shinobi, in a move of breathtaking and callous efficiency, had sealed an entire army of 1,000 men inside a single person. The tactical result was devastating. By sacrificing that one vessel, Konoha had effectively erased a 1,000-strong division from the battlefield in an instant, single-handedly tipping the scales of a major confrontation in their favor. And that was merely one example. There were whispers of even more outrageous jutsu, techniques that allowed an Uzumaki on the brink of death to enact a final, catastrophic revenge, sealing away everything and everyone within a certain radius for all eternity. For Mizura, a shinobi who had clawed his way to the pinnacle of power without the crutch of a prestigious clan, this was the ultimate key. Sealing techniques were not just tools, they were the great equalizer, a force that could compensate for any lack of inherent talent or lineage. To achieve true, unchallenged greatness, this was the first and most crucial step. His eyes, sharp and decisive, lifted from the grain of the wood to the two figures standing patiently before him, Genji and Kusaki. They were his most trusted confidants, the only souls privy to the raw, unfiltered nature of his temper. The air in the room shifted as his gaze settled upon them. Genji. Kusaki, he began, his voice no longer a ragged whisper but a clear, cold blade of sound, cutting through the tension. I have decided. He paused, letting the weight of his declaration hang in the air. This was not a topic for debate. It was a decree. This alliance with the other villages must be formed. Its sole purpose, the utter and complete destruction of the Uzumaki clan and the acquisition of their sealing arts. Whatever the cost. He leaned forward, the Mizukage hat casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the light. I am willing to personally lead the assault, and Kirigakure will commit the largest possible contingent of our forces. We will not be denied our destiny. The finality in his tone left no room for question. The path was set, and it was paved with the promised ruin of Uzumaki. Chapter 47, Family of Four. The late afternoon sun was doing its best to paint the Achiha compound in warm, lazy gold. And in the heart of it, in the patriarch's home, Taijima was indulging in one of his favorite modern pastimes, semi-conscious parenting. Stretched out on a comfortable cushion, one eye open and the other closed, he was in a state of profound rest, his ears half tuned to the quiet scribbling and occasional chatter of his youngest. Dad, came the voice of young Fugaku, breaking the comfortable silence. He wasn't looking up from his intense artistic endeavors. Based on my internal sensing, I think Big Sister's mission is about to end and that she should be back soon. He finally glanced up, his big, dark eyes shining with the kind of pure, unadulterated hope usually reserved for finding an extra dessert. It had been almost a full, torturous month, a veritable eternity in the mind of an 8-year-old whose personal hero was his older sister. Unlike the boy, whose emotions were as subtle as a fireball jutsu, Taijima remained the picture of calm. He cracked his other eye open. As the head of Konoha's police force, his information network was, to put it mildly, efficient. The moment Azula, Tsukumo, and a rather injured Tsunade had crossed the village gates, a discreet signal had found its way to him. Your internal sensing isn't wrong. Your sister is already within the village walls. He said it with certainty, but he pitched his voice just a little louder, knowing his wife, Asami, who was in the kitchen right now and was once an elite jonin of the Achiha, heard him. Fugaku's drawing hand froze mid-stroke. The pencil made a soft clack as it hit the low table. When he looked up at his father again, his entire face seemed to be lit from within, his eyes twin constellations of excitement. Really? Then, the starry-eyed expression melted into one of pure, mischievous glee. He puffed out his little chest. Good. I've been practicing. My manga panels this time are way better than anything that idiot Nawaki can scribble. She's going to be so impressed, he'll have to retire in shame. Taijima couldn't help but smile, a warm, helpless thing that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He looked at his son, so earnest, so talented, so wonderfully, blessedly, obedient. The boy was a dream. If he had been even half as creative and explosively unpredictable as his big sister, Taijima was fairly certain his hair would have gone fully white years ago, and he'd have developed a nervous twitch. His only minor, Uchiha-esque flaw was his single-minded devotion to his sister. But then again, wasn't that just the family brand? An obsessive, all-consuming love for one's closest people was practically woven into the clan crest. Meanwhile, the subject of all this anticipation was, at that very moment, arriving at the front gate. Or, more accurately, she was arriving near the front gate. Azula came to a graceful halt on the rooftop opposite her family home, her hands on her hips. It was a thought that struck her every single time she returned. They had a perfectly good, respectable door. A heavy, wooden, please use me, kind of door. And yet, here she was, a seasoned ninja, perched on a neighbor's roof like a particularly graceful pigeon. It was one of those funny little quirks of the ninja world she doubted she'd ever get used to. A memory from her past life surfaced. A time of moderate success, not yet that rich, and a moderate house with a very immoderate lock. How many times had she locked her keys inside, staring up at her own window and seriously contemplating a very ungraceful, very civilian scramble up the drainpipe? Now, the solution was so much simpler and more dramatic. You just jumped over the problem. Literally. Of course, there was a practical reason. Ninja were a secretive bunch, and the Patriarch's door wasn't exactly a revolving one for casual visitors. A rooftop entrance was simply more discreet. And more fun. Before even entering, she could sense what they were doing through their chakra. Her father, whose once intense and brooding energy had mellowed with age into something calm and deep, like a settled lake. Fugaku, a bright, focused little spark, probably hunched over his latest masterpiece. And her mother, Asami, whose chakra emanated from the kitchen, no doubt already preparing something delicious. A smile, unbidden and unresisted, curled onto Azula's lips. She didn't try to stop it. Why would she? 14 years. It had been 14 years since she'd been reborn into this world of chakra and clans. In that time, she had watched the slow, beautiful transformation of the people she now called her own. She'd seen Taijima evolve from a man who wore a permanent scowl like a piece of armor into the relaxed, almost playful old man enjoying his retirement. She'd witnessed Asami shed the uncertainties of a younger woman, her love for her children hardening into a ferocity that would make her stare down the Sage of Six Paths himself without blinking. And she'd seen Fugaku grow from a tiny, cooing baby into the bright, serious boy who was now, by Achiha standards, practically a young man. So yes, she was happy. After a long month away, feeling the familiar, loving energy of her family waiting for her just a few feet away, a smile was the least she could do. She deserved this happiness, and she was going to wear it on her face for everyone, especially them, to see. End of the chapter. I wanted to show Azula's view on her family, how she deserved all of this, how they have changed over 10 years compared to when they were first shown and how she accepted them, but not gonna lie, I, myself feel a little cringe because I'm not good at this, so I make it shorter. Chapter 48, Mito's last chance to Hiruzen. Sister. You're back. Fugaku blurted out, his voice a decibel too loud for the calm interior as soon as he saw Azula. A complex series of micro-expressions flickered across his face, genuine relief, a surge of familial affection, and then, as if on cue, the internal Achiha alarm for dignity breach detected. His body twitched forward an inch, a half-aborted gesture toward a hug, before he locked his arms stiffly at his sides, settling for a nod. The Achiha Tsundere protocol was in full, glorious effect. Azula, leaning against the doorframe with the effortless cool of a cat that had not only caught the canary but also taught it to sing her praises, let out a low, melodious chuckle. The mission took a few, unexpected detours. Let's just say the timeline stretched a bit. But, she added, a wicked gleam in her eyes, it was worth it. Probably the most exciting mission I've ever had. She wasn't lying. After all, what could possibly be more exciting than a casual afternoon exchanging pleasantries, an earth-shattering jutsu, with the 4 most powerful Kage in the world, and then sauntering home without a single hair out of place. The clinking of glasses from the kitchen doorway paused. Asami, bearing a tray of what was undoubtedly freshly squeezed juice, the Uchiha were dramatic, not uncivilized, head frozen mid-step. Her eyes met those of Taijima, who had been relaxing. Azula calling a mission fun was one thing. Azula, whose standard for enjoyable was a perfectly executed, clinically efficient A-rank assassination of a noble, calling something the most exciting. That was the narrative equivalent of a seismic event. Of course, they wanted to hear the rest. And anyway, Taijima was formally the head of the Uchiha, and clan doctrine was clear, all missions were to be reported to the leader. On a brighter, more practical note, even if the Hokage had strictly forbidden the sharing of certain details, well, unless the secret was on the level of, I am secretly the Ten-Tails babysitter, or required the self-flagellating will of fire of a Shisui or Itachi, the clan leadership would definitely be hearing about it. Clan loyalty, as the Uchiha saw it, was a thicker, sharper blade than village red tape. Asami smoothly resumed her journey to the low table, setting down the tray with a quiet clatter. Fugaku, forgetting his earlier embarrassment, practically levitated to a cushion, his eyes wide. Taijima, with the deliberate slowness of a man preparing for a storm, gestured for Azula to sit. A story of such excitement, he rumbled, requires proper hydration. Asami poured the juice. After all, what kind of legendary tale could be told without a beverage in hand? Even if it was just juice. This was a family meeting, not a tavern brawl. Azula accepted a glass, took a slow, deliberate sip, and then let a smirk bloom on her face, a smirk that promised chaos and delivered. It was nothing special, really, she began, her tone as casual as if she were describing a trip to the market. I just exchanged a few friendly rounds with the Raikage. You know how he is, all lightning and bluster. I helped him see the scenery from a new perspective, specifically, the perspective of someone who has just been launched through a small forest. Then, the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage decided they wanted a turn. The Kazekage was particularly receptive. Took my punch with his body. He's probably still picking sand out of his internal organs as we speak. Now, Taijima had, over the years, built up a formidable immunity to Azula's particular brand of outrageousness. He was a man who had heard her theorize, with a straight face, that the world was a spinning ball, that they were all living on a giant dirt and water marble, and that there were people in the sky whose sole ambition was to suck one celestial ball after another. He hadn't even blinked. But this, who starts a conversation like that? He had just sat down. If it were anyone else, the table would already be a collection of splinters and his Sharingan would be spinning in fury. But this was his daughter. And he knew, with the cold, hard certainty of a seasoned shinobi, that she would never bother to lie about something so audacious. Lying was for people who needed to embellish their accomplishments. Azula's accomplishments tended to embellish themselves. He processed the information. His heart did a single, powerful thump against his ribs, like a war drum signaling the start of a battle. A surge of adrenaline, hot and fierce, rushed through his veins. There was only one logical conclusion his Uchiha mind could leap to. "Have you," he asked, his voice dropping to a hushed, intense whisper, "awakened those eyes?" The truth was, no one in the Uchiha clan truly knew Azula's upper limits. They knew the public record, Jonin at 11, a prodigy. He, as her father, knew a few of the terrifying pieces. She'd mastered Tobarama's flying Raijin, absorbed the Uzumaki sealing arts from Mito-sama, and had even crafted her own lightning and fire release chakra modes. But their spars had always been normal. Controlled. He had pegged her at an elite Jonin level, a formidable one, but still within a comprehensible framework. To do what she described. To dance with 3 Kage and send one of them flying. His only reasoning was the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As an owner of those crimson eyes, he knew their world-bending potential. If not for the cruel price of encroaching blindness, he might have dared to grasp the Hokage's hat himself long ago. And since Azula's talent had blazed forth, the clan's single, burning hope was for her to awaken those eyes. They knew the secret, the forbidden path to not only halt the blindness but to transcend it, to reach the mythic level of Madara himself, a level no one in the current, diminished ninja world could even comprehend. And it only required a sacrifice from one who shared a close bloodline. Unfortunately for his soaring expectations, Azula gave a slight, almost apologetic shake of her head. Not yet, unfortunately. But she didn't finish with words. Instead, she let her chakra flare. Her eyes shifted, the onyx irises bleeding into crimson, and 3 tomo spun lazily within each, a perfect, deadly pinwheel. At the start of her great battle, her eyes had been a 2 tomo Sharingan. But when Tsunade's forbidden jutsu had run its course, leaving the slug woman exhausted and broken on the ground, a cold fury had settled in Azula's heart. It was her own lack of power that had let it come to that. If she were at Madara's level, facing 3 Kage would be a warm-up. She could take on all 5 without breaking a sweat. That intense, simmering emotion, that craving for absolute power, had been the final catalyst. The evolution was subtle, a slight sharpening of her senses, a new depth to the flow of Yin chakra, but undeniable. This didn't surprise her. Awakening the Sharingan and pushing it to the Mangekyo were the true hurdles. The little steps in between. For a talent like hers, a bit of sufficient stimulation was all it took for her eyes to level up as naturally as breathing. Taijima's proud, sharp-toothed smile returned, wider than before. She hadn't gotten the Mangekyo, but the 3 tomo was the antechamber to the throne room. She was knocking on the door. "Okay. Very good," he said, his voice thick with pride. "It seems it is time for the next generation to take the helm of the Uchiha. Come, tell me the entire story of this mission." Azula mirrored his smile, a confident, razor-sharp expression. She offered no hypocritical excuses, no false modesty about not being ready or worthy. She had been ready for years. She knew that being the Uchiha heir and being the Uchiha leader were 2 completely different realities, one of permission and the other of power. And with the coming storm she foresaw, the Uzumaki crisis she fully intended to steer to her own advantage, she needed that power now. 3 days. For 72 whole hours, the most explosively awesome piece of gossip to ever grace the ninja world had been doing the rounds in Konoha's upper echelons. The tale of Tsukumo, Tsunade, and the pyromaniac prodigy Azula not only facing down the 4 Kage and their entourage of elite jonin but also living to tell the tale, and personally autographing 2 of the Kage with what were likely very pointy, very painful souvenirs, was the kind of story that wrote itself. In the high-level meeting halls and clandestine ANBU bars, it was the only thing anyone could talk about. It was the ninja equivalent of a blockbuster movie, complete with thrilling action, daring escapes, and a sassy firebender who probably scoffed at the very concept of overkill. Yet, down in the village proper, among the civilians and lower-ranked shinobi, crickets. The air was filled with the usual chatter about the price of dango, whose kid accidentally set the laundry on fire with a poorly executed bunshin no jutsu, and the profound mystery of why the 3rd Hokages had seemed to get floppier with each passing year. The reason for this informational blackout wasn't some complex, multi-layered S-rank secret. No, it was something far more predictable, good old-fashioned, top-shelf political buffoonery. A small but stubborn faction within the leadership, who had apparently been mainlining skepticism for breakfast, was fighting a desperate rearguard action against the truth. Their logic, if one could call it that, was a masterpiece of self-sabotage. Publicizing this legendary feat would be the greatest morale booster since someone invented instant ramen. It would make Konoha the talk of the elemental nations, a village so formidable that 3 of its fighters could give 4 Kage a collective black eye. Ah, but there was a catch. One of those 3 was an Uchiha. And not just any Uchiha, but an Uchiha who had been branded as evil and had too many achievements in her name. Allowing her to be hailed as a hero was, in the minds of these esteemed elders, like handing a lit match to a fireworks factory and hoping for a gentle light show. Never mind that the Uchiha hadn't yet proven their trustworthiness, a conveniently moving goalpost that seemed to be mounted on a runaway cart. The greater good, they pontificated, demanded that this glorious, reputation-enhancing victory be swept under the nearest and plushest rug. Watching this farce unfold from the shadows was Mito Uzumaki. She, who had seen generations of Hokage come and go, who had helped place Hiruzen Sarutobi and his cronies on their gilded thrones, felt a disappointment so profound it was almost a physical ache. She knew the future, a grim tapestry of their blunders and miscalculations, but she conscientiously filed that away under things not yet done. She was trying to be fair, to not judge a man for crimes he hadn't committed. But this wasn't a future mistake, this was a present tense, grade A, premium idiocy unfolding in real time. She pinched the bridge of her nose, imagining the scene in any other village. A team pulls off a stunt like that. They'd be carried through the streets on a litter made of gold and gratitude. Parades would be organized, statues commissioned, their faces plastered on every be-all-you-can-be recruitment poster from here to the land of wind. The morale of their village would skyrocket, while the enemy villages would be plunged into despair, their soldiers whispering, "Our Kage teamed up with 3 others and still got outmaneuvered by a trio of Konoha's finest. Maybe we should just invest in farming." And yet, in Konoha, the leadership was engaged in the magical, mystical operation of hiding the glorious merit. It was like trying to conceal a sunrise with a teacup. A weary sigh escaped her lips. "It seems," she murmured to the empty room, "that I was indeed hoping for too much from Hiruzen." Still, a stubborn, optimistic part of her, the part that remembered a bright young student of Tobirama, wanted to give him one last chance. She didn't want a civil war. So, she devised a test, a final exam for Hiruzen Sarutobi and the current leader of the Uzumaki, proctored by fate itself. And conveniently, the subject matter involved her own clan, the Uzumaki. Her plan was simple. She would anonymously leak the real reason the 4 Kage had convened, their little summit to plan the total annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and light the fuse on the Second Great Ninja War. No more excuses. Azula had said that in the future, Hiruzen's defense was a pathetic, "I didn't know enough, and it all happened too fast." Well, here was the information, gift-wrapped and delivered by a mysterious benefactor. Now, there were no shadows to hide in. Mito would sit back and observe. Would he step up? Or would he shirk his responsibilities, citing political delicacy or some other flimsy excuse? Would he be a man worthy of the Hokage title? If he chose the latter, if he failed this simplest of tests in basic decency and alliance, then the gloves were coming off. She wouldn't wait for the war to end. She would personally unite the Senju and the Achiha, and together they would hoist one Azula of the Uchiha, age and wartime chaos be damned, onto the Hokage's throne. It was time for Konoha to get a leader who understood that sometimes, the greatest weapon wasn't a jutsu, but the truth, delivered with a flashy, and preferably fiery, smile. End of the chapter. Chapter 49, We Must Act, My Lord. A shiver of unease, cold and sharp as a kunai, was beginning to trace its way through the highest echelons of the Land of Fire. On the surface, the world made sense. The ninja were the undisputed masters of the elemental chaos that shaped their reality, beings who could walk on water, summon giants, and peer into the human soul. Their power was absolute, a force of nature given human form. Yet, in a delicious and terrifying paradox, these godlike figures danced on the strings of men who couldn't hope to last a second in a real fight. These puppet masters were the nobility and the daimyo. It was a secret, unspoken truth of their world. A single team of 20 jonin could reduce the daimyo's entire personal guard to ash and memory. Yet, it was the men in silken robes, not the warriors in flak jackets, who held the true reins of power. Their weapon was not chakra, but influence, economics, and the ancient, rotting machinery of politics. It was a power so profound, in fact, that history whispered the very first great ninja war began not because of a ninja's ambition, but because a council of nobles, sipping tea in a gilded room much like this one, grew bored and fearful of a world that had become too stable. They feared that if the shinobi beasts were not set upon each other, those beasts might just turn their hungry eyes toward their masters. Tonight, in a chamber hidden deep within the opulent heart of the Fire Daimyo's palace, that same fear was being stirred from its slumber. The air was thick with the scent of aged cedar and anxiety. This was the Gentleman's Conclave, a name that belied the venom of the discussions held within. "My lord," began a noble, his voice a reedy tremor in the candlelight. He was Fukuyoshi, a man whose family had served the daimyo for generations, his face a mask of concerned loyalty. "I fear we must address the Konoha situation. Their strength is escalating. At this rate, within a decade, they will become an entity that fears nothing and no one. One might assume that the man who held the leash on the world's most powerful shinobi village would be a political genius, a master strategist to surpass the Hokage himself. This was a comforting, but ultimately foolish, assumption. The daimyo, Yoshiyuki, was not chosen for his brilliance, but for his bloodline. He was a man of simple pleasures and simpler thoughts, a goldfish who believed he ruled the pond. Yoshiyuki, a man draped in fine silks that did little to hide his softness, blinked with a childlike curiosity. "What do you mean, Fukuyoshi? A strong Konoha is a strong land of fire. Our security is guaranteed." Fukuyoshi offered a thin, patient smile. He knew his lord's mind was a ship easily steered by the strongest current. "Ordinarily, my lord, you would be absolutely correct. But there is a nuance." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "A disturbing rumor has begun to circulate in the shadows where truth and lies intertwine. It is said that the four Kage, of Iwa, Suna, Kumo, and Kiri, held a secret summit. Their goal? To form a coalition and preemptively strike Konoha, to cut this growing power down to size." He paused, letting the gravity of such an alliance sink in. Yoshiyuki's eyes were wide, captivated. "And Konoha discovered them," Fukuyoshi continued, his words painting a picture in the dim air. "Not with an army, my lord. But with a team of three. Three of their finest, Tsukumo Hatake, of the very same Hatake clan that once served your own forefathers with unwavering loyalty, the Uchiha princess, Azula, a prodigy born from legends, and Tsunade Senju, the living legacy of the god of shinobi himself." He let the names hang there, each one a legend in the making. "These three," Fukuyoshi whispered, "reportedly engaged all four Kage and their entire retinue of elite bodyguards. The battle was catastrophic. For the alliance. They wiped out half of the Kage's combined forces, injured the rest, and personally left the Kazekage and Mizukage bleeding. And then, in a final act of breathtaking audacity, they retreated. Spectacularly. The only casualty was Tsunade, who fell unconscious from sheer exhaustion, not due to injury." A stunned silence choked the room. Yoshiyuki's jaw was slack. Even with his limited understanding, he knew the Kage were the pinnacle of shinobi might. For three people, even legendary ones, to accomplish such a feat defied all reason. The Shodaime Hokage himself would have fallen to such an overwhelming force, believe it. "Impossible," another noble finally sputtered, his face pale. "You said it was a rumor, Fukuyoshi. You would not call this conclave for mere tavern whispers." Fukuyoshi's smirk was a fleeting, grim thing. This was the reaction he needed. "I wish it were mere gossip," he sighed, the picture of reluctant truth-bearer. "But our informants, those few brave souls we have placed within the upper strata of Konoha's command, have confirmed it. The details are even more alarming." He turned his gaze back to the daimyo. Tsukumo Hatake fought the third Raikage, the strongest shield and spear, to a standstill, a draw. Tsunade Senju held the third Mizukage and a swarm of the best at bay. And the Uchiha girl. He let out a slow, weary breath, the sound of genuine dread. The 14-year-old Azula Uchiha simultaneously engaged the third Tsuchikage and the third Kazekage. And in that confrontation, she did not just survive. She injured the Kazekage. The silence now was different. Heavier. It was no longer just shock, it was the cold, gnawing beginning of fear. One of the more perceptive nobles, a man who understood power dynamics, voiced the terror gripping his heart. "By the gods, does this mean Konoha's strength now rivals that of the other four great villages combined?" Fukuyoshi met his gaze. "Fortunately, not yet." Yoshiyuki finally found his voice, brimming with confusion and a touch of anger. "Fortunately? Why, fortunately? This is tremendous. If Konoha could dominate the four villages, we could expand our borders. We could unify the entire ninja world under our banner. This is what we've always wanted." "Fools," Fukuyoshi thought, but his face showed only paternal concern. "My lord, your vision is that of a conqueror, and it is a glorious one. But there is a lesson from history we must heed. My own father was present at the founding of Konoha. He told me stories." He leaned back, his eyes growing distant, as if gazing into a painful past. "Think back. When Konoha was first born, it possessed a concentration of power that terrified the world. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju. The legendary clans, Achiha, Senju, Sarutobi, Hyuga. Their alliance with the formidable Uzumaki. The strategic might of the Ino-Shikacho trio. The Abirame, the Shimura. It was an endless parade of legends. It was no exaggeration to say that the first generation of Konoha had the power to unify the entire world in an afternoon. It single-handedly forced the other nations to create their own hidden villages out of sheer, naked terror. For years, no one dared to even look at the land of fire sideways. He let them imagine it, that golden, terrifying age of Konoha's birth. And do you know who suffered the most during that time? Who lived in constant, quiet humiliation? It was this very mansion. The daimyo's court. Whenever Konoha demanded funds, no matter how exorbitant the sum, we paid. We paid without question, without delay. We could not refuse. How could we? They held all the power. The treaties between ninja and noble were parchment thin, and they knew it. My father told me that Madara Uchiha would openly provoke the daimyo, daring him to give an order, just so he would have an excuse to retaliate. The nobles around the table were shifting uncomfortably, their faces flushed with a mixture of outrage and dawning horror. These were stories their parents had buried, shameful secrets of a time when they were mere puppets. Lord Shirzue, your esteemed grandfather, Fukuyoshi pressed, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper, even offered the hand of the beloved Princess Sadako to the Shodame's son, hoping to bind them to us with blood. He was refused. For an Uzumaki girl. A collective, sharp intake of breath. The ultimate insult. Now, Fukuyoshi said, his voice hardening as he swept his gaze across the furious, frightened faces, history prepares to repeat itself. Once Konoha surpasses that critical threshold, once they are stronger than the four villages combined, what need do they have of a daimyo? What need do they have of nobles? We will become ornaments. Puppets. Our every decree will be written in the Hokage's office. And if we should, in some small way, displease them. He let the sentence hang, unfinished, the unspoken threat more powerful than any jutsu. He looked directly at Daimyo Yoshiyuki, whose earlier excitement had been replaced by a pale, sickly understanding. I believe, my lord, that you would not want such a future for your legacy. For your children. We must act, while the leash is still, nominally, in our hands. End of the chapter. Chapter 50, Hiruzen's Chill Morning, bonus chapter. Of all the men in the Fire Country, Fukuyoshi was, without a doubt, the undisputed champion of understanding his daimyo, Yoshiyuki. He hadn't just studied his lord, he had practically moved into the man's psyche, furnishing the place and analyzing the dust bunnies under the furniture of his mind. He knew Yoshiyuki's moods, his whims, and his fears better than Yoshiyuki knew his own favorite silk robes. Frankly, he probably understood the daimyo better than the daimyo's own father ever had, which, while impressive, was also a little bit creepy. So, when Fukuyoshi presented his latest theory with the grim solemnity of a doctor diagnosing a terminal disease, Yoshiyuki didn't just listen, he full-on panicked. His trust in Fukuyoshi was absolute, a cozy blanket of certainty in a world full of pointy, untrustworthy people. If Fukuyoshi said the sky was falling, Yoshiyuki wouldn't just look for a helmet, he'd start drafting evacuation plans for the stratosphere. The other nobles in the room, seeing their lord's face pale to the color of fine rice paper, promptly caught the panic bug themselves. It was a virulent strain of fear, highly contagious in political circles. Their brains, all working in the same selfish harmony, arrived at the same terrifying conclusion: if things really were as dire as Fukuyoshi claimed, then what use were they? The ninja would slowly replace them, with the particularly incompetent or obnoxious nobles likely finding themselves retired to a quiet life of farming. Or, more accurately, retired to a shallow, unmarked grave. A symphony of sycophancy erupted, each noble trying to outsimp the other. My lord, Fukuyoshi's brilliance once again blindsides us, one began, wringing his hands. He is, of course, correct. Konoha's growing strength is a thorn in our side that is rapidly turning into a full-blown katana. Precisely, chimed in another, nodding so vigorously his jowls wobbled. These shinobi are brutes. They think every problem is a nail because their only tool is a very pointy kunai. They possess no subtlety, no appreciation for the finer arts of governance, like embezzlement, tax reallocation. We must leash them tightly, lest they forget who holds the bag of treats. All hail Fukuyoshi's foresight, a third noble declared, throwing his hands up as if witnessing a miracle. And all hail our most wise and perceptive daimyo, who no doubt saw this coming from miles away. And just like that, Fukuyoshi, and even Yoshiyuki, who had so far contributed nothing but a well-timed look of dread, were showered with enough praise to fill a swimming pool. This wasn't strange, it was Politics 101. Every man in that room was a graduate-level expert in the art of sucking up to achieve one's goals. To put it even more plainly, they all understood their daimyo was about as firm in his convictions as a bowl of pudding. He was easily swayed, a champion of hesitation, and a man whose courage often went missing when called upon. If they didn't immediately and vocally support Fukuyoshi's alarmist fantasy, Yoshiyuki might get cold feet, terrified of the very ninja power that also kept him safe. But if they praised Fukuyoshi as a genius and Yoshiyuki as a visionary, well, the daimyo would feel compelled to act the part. He'd want to prove he was, indeed, that wise and decisive leader they were all braising in their verbal oven. And, just as predicted, the recipe worked perfectly. As expected of you, Fukuyoshi, Yoshiyuki declared, snapping open his fan and waving it with a flourish that was meant to look contemplative but mostly just stirred the air around his heavily perfumed hair. These ninja are a troublesome, greedy lot. Their hands are always outstretched, demanding more and more funding, completely blind to the immense efforts we are sparing to maintain this nation's ambience. He paused, letting his own boldness sink in. To be perfectly candid, I have been concerned about this for some time and was merely waiting for the right moment to address it. Do you have any suggestions on how we might solve this? He said this without a hint of a blush, his face a perfect mask of regal conviction. In his mind, this wasn't a bald-faced lie, it was an alternate reality he had just decided to move into. He was now a proactive leader who had seen it all coming. And everyone in the room, holding their positions by the grace of his whims, happily helped him pack his mental bags for the move. My lord is as profound as he is wise, one noble gasped, as if Yoshiyuki had just revealed the secret to immortality. While the rest of us were preoccupied with trivialities like peasant revolts and trade disputes, your mind was soaring, contemplating the very balance of world power. It is no wonder you are the fire daimyo, another added, his voice thick with feigned awe. The other daimyos must gaze upon our lands with pure envy, not for our resources, but for the sheer intellectual majesty of our ruler. The praise continued to flow like cheap sake until it was finally Fukuyoshi's turn to cut through the verbal frosting. My lord, he began, his voice a low, sobering contrast to the sugary nonsense that had preceded it. The most prudent course of action is to systematically weaken Konoha's power and influence, but through means so subtle they won't even know they're being weakened until their knees buckle. He leaned forward, the only man in the room not sweating through his makeup. We must not be obvious. We must be a whisper, not a shout. I believe that whatever those other 4 great villages are planning bodes ill for Konoha. We should exploit that. We should, in fact, give circumstance a gentle nudge. Especially since, war is coming. He said this last part with the absolute certainty of a man predicting rain while already feeling the drops on his neck. And yet, not a single noble panicked at the mention of a world-plunging conflict. Why would they? The great, unspoken rule of the shinobi world was their ultimate insurance policy. Ninja wars were strictly a shinobi problem. The 5 great daimyos had long ago agreed that their glorious capitals were to be treated like neutral, 5-star hotels, utterly inviolable. The ninja could tear each other to pieces in the assigned territories all they liked. In fact, from the noble's perspective, a good shinobi war was less a tragedy and more a market correction. Those houses in the contested territories? Not cheap. If a few fireballs wiped out the current owners, well, that was just prime real estate suddenly back on the market. That was the crudest way to turn a profit. The more refined methods involved selling supplies, weapons, and information to all sides, a profitable, if morally bankrupt, enterprise where the only thing truly being battle-tested was the limit of their own opportunism. Konoha was technically just their army, but they didn't feel the slightest remorse talking about weakening it, and they spent half a day refining their plans. Ironically, it was the same problem that gave the 3rd Hokage himself a headache. He was secretly agonizing over how to strengthen Konoha by resolving its internal squabbles before the inevitable war. The return of the trio from Azula 5 days prior had been a welcome relief, especially with Tsunade declared fully recovered now. But this particular morning, any residual good cheer had evaporated faster than a puddle in the land of wind. Hiruzen's face, usually a masterclass in elderly composure, was graver than a tombstone salesman at a play convention. The cause of this premature aging was now sitting innocently, yet menacingly, right at his bedroom door, a single, unassuming letter. This was the Hokage mansion. This wasn't some flimsy, open-concept treehouse with a welcome, friends, doormat. This was the most fortified building in Konoha, wrapped in so many defensive barriers and seals, many of them the legendary work of Lady Mito Uzumaki herself, that a fly couldn't buzz through without triggering a symphony of security alarms. It was supposed to be impossible. And this was all happening at a time when the village was on a razor's edge. The other Kage had been holding secret meetings, and Hiruzen wasn't so naive as to think they were just planning a surprise birthday party for him. Assassination was very much on the menu. His logical mind knew that no assassin, no matter how skilled, could possibly get into his actual bedroom without turning into a charcoal briquette. But then a more chilling, pragmatic thought slithered into his brain: they don't need to get in. All a savvy killer had to do was wait. Wait for that exact, unguarded moment in the morning when the Hokage, bleary-eyed and dreaming of caffeine, shuffles out his door. That's when a kunai, thrown with silent precision, could end it all, right there on his welcome mat. The thought was so vividly unsettling he actually shivered, a full-bodied shudder that had nothing to do with the morning chill. Right, he muttered to the empty room. Let's not be a statistic today. With a quick hand sign, a puff of smoke heralded the arrival of a shadow clone. The clone looked at the original, then down at the letter, its expression a perfect mirror of long-suffering resignation. It didn't need to speak, its entire aura screamed, "Oh, great. I get to be the explosive tag testing dummy. Wonderful." With the grim determination of a bomb squad technician, the clone picked up the letter, opened it, and held its breath. After a few seconds of tense reading where it did not, in fact, explode into a million pieces, it simply handed the letter back and vanished in another puff, probably off to complain to the other clones in the great Chakra beyond. Hiruzen took the parchment. He wasn't surprised to find the handwriting was completely unfamiliar. Only a complete idiot would send a secret, potentially treasonous letter in their own penmanship, and the kind of person who could bypass his security, even just to his doorstep, was decidedly not an idiot. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for some earth-shattering revelation, and began to read. The further down the page he got, the more his composure cracked, his face paling to a shade that rivaled the paper in his hands. Had the Uzumaki leader been reading his own copy, he would likely have been doing the exact same thing. The letter read. To the Hokage of Konoha / the leader of the Uzumaki. Heed this warning, for it is given only once. The recent convergence of the four Kage was not a diplomatic meeting. It was a war council. Their first and primary target has been chosen for its perceived isolation and the coveted nature of its assets, to be made an example of before the wider war begins. They come for the land of eddies. They come for the Uzumaki. Their alliance is forged in the belief that Konoha's resolve has weakened, that it will hide its own triumphs and hesitate to honor its oldest bonds. They believe the whirlpools will fall before Konoha's aid can ever arrive, that your village will be paralyzed by internal politics until it is too late. This is the truth you were not meant to know until the fleets were on the horizon. To the Hokage, the question is no longer one of if you will be drawn into the war, but when and on what terms. Will you let your strongest ally be crushed, granting your enemies a devastating morale victory and their first strategic objective uncontested? Or will you act now, and show the elemental nations that the will of fire is not just words, but an inferno that consumes those who threaten its bonds? To the Uzumaki leader, your seals are legendary, but they are not invincible against the combined armies of four nations. Do not trust in the sea alone to protect you. Your alliance is a shield, but a shield must be held. Prepare it now. Evacuate your children and your lore. Fortify. The storm gathers, and its name is annihilation. The credibility of this warning is proven by the event you have just sought to bury, the border skirmish. The Kage were not there by chance. They were finalizing their plans. The trio who humbled them did not just stumble into a fight, they interrupted a summit that sealed your clan's fate. You have been given a glimpse of the future. What you do with it will define the history of this world. End of the chapter. This is the bonus chapter for the 1000 Power Stones. Chapter 51, Hashirama Cell. Danzo's POV, he is that man after all, expect some edgy. The silence in my sanctum was a physical thing, thick and dutiful, broken only by the soft rustle of a page turning. I was engrossed in Tobirama-sensei's later works, not the jutsus, but the political treatises. Sensei understood the architecture of power, the unspoken load-bearing walls that hold a village up. A lesson my old friend seems to have bookmarked, but never truly committed to memory. A subtle shift in the air, a presence materializing from the gloom. Hino. My most reliable instrument in this shadow. Danzo-sama, his voice was a low hum, respectful. Yari seeks an audience. I did not look up immediately. To do so would be to grant the interruption an importance it had not yet earned. I finished the paragraph, allowing the weight of my focus to settle in the room. Then, and only then, did I lift my gaze. A single, slow nod. It was all that was required. Hino melted back into the darkness, the message received. Efficiency, as always. My mind, however, was already racing. Yari. A name from a different era, a sleeper agent planted in richer soil during Tobirama-sensei's reign. The operation was a masterpiece of its kind, a noble son, studied, his face, stolen, his memories, pilfered by a Yamanaka. Armin took his place, a seed of Konoha's will buried deep in the decadent compost of the capital. For 18 years, he had grown, fattened by privilege, now the head of his house and a whisper in the daimyo's ear. For such a deeply buried root to surface personally, the soil of the capital must be shifting. It is ironic, is it not? For decades, I have supported Hiruzen, propping up his sunlit reign from the edges of his glow. But true support for the village is not always found in the light. I have finally carved out a more substantive role. A garden of shadows where the necessary, ugly things can grow, so that Konoha's public gardens may remain pristine. And the catalyst for this long overdue expansion. The very subject of my most persistent warnings, an Achiha. Azula. For years, I have been a broken record to Hiruzen's sentimental ears. Do not forget Tobirama-sensei's wisdom. The Uchiha are a blade of singular passion. They must be wielded, lest they turn in your hand. Reach out. Mold her. Make her the perfect, loyal weapon for Konoha. But no. He demurred. He spoke of goodwill and trust, while he was, in fact, just scared and dared not act. Now, the blade has forged itself, and the hilt is in no one's hand but her own. It is far too late to contain her. Her influence is a spider's web, glistening and inescapable. Her reforms of the Uchiha police, her position as Konoha's chief adjudicator, these are but the obvious strands. Her true power lies in the pulp and ink of her mangas. The day a new chapter is released, the village's shinobi force might as well be afflicted with a collective genjutsu. 90% of them are functionally useless, not taking missions, noses buried in her fantastical narratives. Hiruzen may still command the village, but across the breadth of the land of fire. Her name resonates with a currency his does not. Wealth? She lacks for nothing. Her personal coffers, swollen from hospitals, ceiling tags, and that insidious entertainment empire, could bankroll Konoha's development for a decade. She is a financial entity second only to the daimyo himself. Yet all this, the influence, the wealth, are merely decorations. A truth was branded onto my soul when I was 9 years old, watching the world tear itself apart. In the end, only power matters. Raw, unadulterated power. Everything else is chaff before that wind. And the girl, the infuriating, brilliant girl, does not lack for power. On the cusp of becoming the Uchiha patriarch, a title she seized, not inherited, and having attained the now 3 Sharingan, a development that simultaneously vindicates my every fear and my every desire for her potential. But no matter. The recent demonstrations during her last mission finally shook Hiruzen from his complacency. A day after the report landed on his desk, stained with implications he dared not speak aloud, he granted me my charter. Root. A special unit to tend to the weeds that the Hokage cannot be seen pulling. The soft sound of approaching footsteps pulled me from my thoughts. They were measured, heavy with the weight of a cultivated nobleman's gait, but beneath it, the trained precision of an ANBU was as clear to me as a shout in the silence. They paused outside my door. Enter, I commanded, before the knock could come. Let there be no doubt that in these depths, I see all. The door opened, and Yari entered, his form bloated by years of aristocratic performance. He dropped to one knee with a grunt, the gesture still pure ANBU despite the disguise of flesh. Danzo-sama, he intoned. I let the silence stretch, a small test of his nerve. Speak. He nodded, his jowls trembling slightly. Danzo-sama, 2 days passed, Lord Fukuyoshi convened a closed council. The meeting was supervised by the daimyo himself. Only the heads of his most trusted families were in attendance. I already knew this, of course. Our other, lesser eyes in the capital had reported the gathering. We waited for Yari to provide the substance. The sole topic of discussion, Yari continued, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper, was the growing power of Konoha. Specifically, strategies to systematically weaken our influence, to ensure we never slip the leash of the capital. A cold, familiar fury, one I had not felt so keenly in years, began to simmer in my gut. These parasites. These gilded, soft-handed leeches. Tobirama-sensei explained it time and again, they are the true architects of shinobi conflict, pitting clan against clan from the safety of their palaces to ensure no single village grows too strong to need them. They play their games with our lives as the currency. Hashirama-sama's dream of a united front of villages was a beautiful fantasy, poisoned by their very existence. Rise, I said, my voice dangerously calm. You will provide a full account. Leave no detail unmentioned, no matter how trivial it may seem. I then turned my head slightly toward the shadows. Haino. He was there. He was always there. Danzo-sama. You will record every word. Then, you will prepare the transcript for the Hokage. I allowed a thin, cold smile to touch my lips. Let us see what the noble Lord Fukuyoshi and his friends have been discussing over their fine wine and roasted pheasant. While Danzo was tucked away in some shadowy corner of the village and the rest of the world continued its relentless turn, Azula was not being lazy. Her current mental focus was a deep dive into the mechanics of her own potential. She understood the basic arithmetic of existence, with age came strength. It was a simple, boring, linear progression. But Azula despised linear. She was interested in the exponential, the groundbreaking, the power-ups that skipped the tutorial and went straight to the final boss. Foremost in her mind was the Uchiha's legendary bloodline limit, the Sharingan. For years, she had studied its patterns and pressures with the obsessive focus of a master architect reviewing blueprints. She wasn't just learning to use it, she was learning how it broke. And she was utterly, arrogantly confident that unlocking the Manjikyu level wasn't a question of if, but merely when. It was an inevitable promotion she was already preparing to accept. But what's a god-tier power-up without a catastrophic, soul-crushing weakness? The Manjiku's fine print was a doozy, overuse it, and the world would slowly fade to a permanent, pitch-black curtain call. Blindness. Azula loathed this design flaw with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. A temporary power? One you couldn't wield with wild abandon. One that demanded such a usurious price. It was offensive. It was inelegant. It was, in her opinion, shoddy craftsmanship. So, at the grand old age of 9, before her own Sharingan had even flickered to life, she was already brainstorming solutions. It was the equivalent of planning your Nobel Prize acceptance speech while still in diapers, if it were back then on Earth. While she hadn't gone too deep down every speculative rabbit hole, one particular case demanded immediate attention: her father. She knew he had awakened the Manjiku, which meant his clock was ticking down to darkness unless he didn't use them. For him, and for the sake of solving this fascinating puzzle, she had delved into the annals of Uchiha history and bizarre medical phenomena. And she believed she had found the answer. Or, to put it more accurately, she had simply identified the plot's most obvious cheat code. The most effective way to spam your Manjiku abilities without a care in the world was to follow the Obito method. Obito Uchiha, the certified dead loss of his generation, clearly did not possess the upgraded Eternal Manjiku Sharingan. And yet, after a particularly bad day involving a boulder, he was suddenly able to use his Kemui like it was going out of style, teleporting across nations and fighting the legendary Yellow Flash for entire rounds without so much as an eye itch. How? The answer wasn't just in his eyes, it was in his body. Rebuilt with a curious, plant-based substance infused with the cells of Hashirama Senju, Obito had essentially won the supernatural lottery. Sure, the perks included a massive chakra pool and a neat junior wood release, but the real grand prize was the ultimate Manjiku warranty, no blindness insurance. Those cells were so potent, so cheat-like, they were basically plot armor made manifest. What made Hashirama's cells so obscenely precious? It all boiled down to life force, or more precisely, an overwhelming concentration of yang chakra. His cells were so virulently alive, so potent, that they were downright corrosive to your average, off-the-shelf human. But for the Uchiha and their Sharingan, they were the perfect, if slightly unorthodox, battery. The logic was simple. An Uchiha with a robust physique and stronger yang chakra could use the standard Sharingan far longer than a frail Uchiha leaning heavily on yin chakra and less yang chakra. The Manjiku, in Azula's refined analysis, was really just a degenerative flaw in the Otsutsuki bloodline. After all, Hagoromo skipped it entirely, going straight from Tomo Sharingan to the almighty Rinnegan. His son, Indra, could use his Manjiku without side effects. Why? Because Indra, while a direct descendant, only inherited his father's yin chakra, the spiritual, form-giving half. His brother, Azura, got the yang, the physical, life energy half. To achieve the Rinnegan, you needed both, a feat Madara eventually accomplished through decades of patience and a deeply questionable skincare routine involving Hashirama's flesh. Azula wasn't initially aiming for the Rinnegan, though she'd happily accept it as a consolation prize. Her goal was more refined. As a direct descendant of Indra himself, her bloodline was purer than the common rabble. She was sure of it. She just needed enough yang chakra to catalyze her bloodline to its next natural state, a level that might simply mean having a colossal chakra reserve under normal circumstances, but would reveal its true worth when she unleashed the Manjiku without the pesky side effect of eternal night. And the best material for this catalytic infusion? Those gloriously overpowered Hashirama cells. This, of course, was the source of her current monumental headache. Because this wasn't just a matter of acquiring a rare ingredient, it was a matter of personal history. Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's own wife, had taken care of Azula, treating her like her own granddaughter. And she had built a years-long, complicated, but genuine relationship with Tsunade, Hashirama's actual granddaughter. The ethical calculus was infuriating. The very cells she needed to perfect her power were the living legacy of the woman who had shown her kindness, and the friend she had, against all odds, come to respect. It was precisely this moral tug-of-war, this clash between cold ambition and unwelcome sentiment, that had finally forced her hand. She could no longer just sit and ponder. And so today, with a carefully constructed calm masking a turbulent mind, Azula had come to see Tsunade. End of the chapter. Funnily enough, when I first started this fanfic, it was something like, reincarnated as an Uchiha with Tsunade template, then I changed to Azula with Tsunade template. It was just that after writing and publishing the first chapter, I abandoned it for like 3 months before continuing. It was only now that I remember that Azula should have a template system starting with Tsunade template, haha. And I almost forgot that I have a chapter to publish today. See you later.